After 3 years of marriage, I am hated by my wife's entire family. At the birthday party, I knelt on the ground and begged her family to borrow money, just to save the aunt who once pulled me out of a pile of dead bodies. But I didn't expect them to kick me out of the house in public and even persuade my wife to divorce me. Even though my wife, Jessica, who loves me dearly, pleaded for me. But in front of everyone, his family still laughed and threw a coin at my feet. "William, it's enough for you to buy steamed buns. You useless thing. Get out of here." Facing the contempt of my parents-in-law and the insults of my relatives, I endured them one by one. I lowered my head and picked up the coin without saying a word. No one knows that just after leaving Zhao's house, I became the chairman of the Dihao Group, with assets exceeding 1 trillion and enormous power. I will make them kneel down and pay back for the humiliation they suffered today. I am determined to use the power in my hands to help my wife rise and wash away all the humiliation she has suffered in this family. Chapter 1. I am William. The Shao family villa is brightly lit tonight. Everyone is celebrating Mrs. Zhao's 70th birthday. Grandchildren have presented valuable gifts one after another, and the scene is warm and harmonious. "Grandma, I heard that you like to drink tea. This century-old pu'er tea brick is worth 500,000 yuan. I give it to you to celebrate your birthday." "Grandma, you believe in Buddhism. This jade Buddha carved from Hetian jade is worth 700,000. May it bless you with a long life." Mrs. Shao looked at the gifts with satisfaction and laughter. However, at this moment, I said, "Grandma, can you lend me 1 million? Aunt Lee from the welfare home has uremia and needs money for treatment." As soon as I finished speaking, the Shao family was shocked, and everyone stared at me in disbelief. As a live-in son-in-law, not only did I not bring any gifts, but I even dared to ask for money. 3 years ago, Mr. Shao pushed me into this family when I had almost nothing. After we got married, he passed away, and the Shao family has been trying every means to make me leave. However, despite the countless insults and sarcasms I received, I still endured it. Today, I have no choice but to borrow money. Aunt Lee once saved my life, but now she is seriously ill. I have no other choice but to ask the old lady for help. I thought it was the old lady's birthday, and maybe she would be merciful and help me, but I didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. Old Madame Shao threw down her teacup angrily and said angrily, "You bastard, are you here to celebrate your birthday or to borrow money?" Jessica hurried forward to explain. "Grandma, William is ignorant. Please don't be offended." She tried to pull me aside. However, Jessica's cousin Shao Weiwei sneered. "Sister, look at who you married." Although Yunfei and I are not married, Yunfei gave Grandma the Hatian Jade Buddha, but your husband didn't bring anything with him. How dare you borrow money? Wong Yunkai also sneered. "William, we are both grandson-in-law of the Shao family. Why are you such a failure?" Their ridicule filled my heart with humiliation, but for Aunt Lee, I endured it all. This kind of rubbish should be kicked out of the Shao family as soon as possible. Wang Yunfei said. The Shao family members around him echoed. "He has brought shame to the Shao family." I clenched my fists, trying to suppress my anger. Thinking of Aunt Lee's life-saving grace, I pleaded, "Grandma, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Please have mercy." Shao Weiwei's brother Shao Hailong sneered. "Mr. Yi, don't try to fool Grandma. If you want to save her, find a way yourself." Jessica explained softly. "Grandma, William has been without a father since he was a child. Aunt Lee raised him. He just wants to repay her. Can you help him?" Old Mrs. Shao said gloomily. "Help him? Unless you divorce him and marry Mr. Jeang. If you do it, I will give him 1 million immediately." The housekeeper came running over and reported. "Mr. Jeang has sent a birthday gift, a Buddha amulet carved from old pit jade, worth 3 million. Mrs. Shao shouted in surprise. "Bring it here and let me see it." The housekeeper handed over the jade Buddha amulet, and everyone exclaimed in amazement. Wang Yunfei also showed an embarrassed expression, as he did not expect Zhang Wenhao to be so generous. Old Madame Shao played with the jade Buddha amulet and smiled from ear to ear. "Mr. Zhang is really thoughtful. If he could be my grandson-in-law, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." She looked at Jessica, her tone urgent. "How about it? Will you consider my conditions?" Jessica shook her head firmly. "Grandma, I will not divorce William." Old Madame Zhao's face instantly turned gloomy, and she angrily cursed. "Don't give me face. You must die with this rubbish. Get him out. I was completely disappointed and whispered to Jessica, Jessica, I'm going to the hospital to see Aunt Lee. Jessica hurriedly said, I'll go with you. Old Mrs. Shao cursed coldly. If you leave, I will no longer have you as a granddaughter. You and your parents get out of the Shao family. I took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out of the Shao family. Shao Hailong laughed behind me. Are you leaving hungry? I have $1 here. I could buy you a steamed bun. He took out a coin and threw it at my feet. The Shao family burst into laughter. I didn't look back and walked straight out of this house full of ridicule. When I arrived at the hospital, I hurriedly asked if I could postpone the payment of the medical expenses. The nurse told me that Aunt Lee had been transferred to the Union Hospital in Yanjing. I was shocked and asked, how much does it cost? The nurse replied, 3 million. 1 million has been paid. The remaining 2 million must be paid within a week. I asked anxiously, who paid this million? The nurse shook her head and said, we don't know either. At this time, a man in his 50s came over and bowed to me. Master, you have suffered. I asked coldly, are you Tang Si-hai? He was surprised and said, Master, you still remember me? I said coldly, of course I remember. You forced my parents to flee Yanjing, and then they died in an accident. I became an orphan. What do you want to do with me now? Tang Si-hai said painfully, Master, the master has been looking for you all these years. Go back and see him. I said coldly, go away. I will never see him again in my life. Tang Si-hai sighed. The master knows that you have suffered, so he asked me to give you some compensation. If you don't want to go back, he said that he would give you the largest enterprise in Jinling and give you this card. The password is your birthday. He handed me a black gold card. There are only 5 in the country. I shook my head. Take it, I don't want it. Tang Si-hai said anxiously, Aunt Lee's medical expenses are still 2 million short. If she can't pay it, her life may be in danger. I frowned. Are you guys plotting against me? Tang Si-hai said hurriedly, I dare not. Please accept this card. It is enough to pay for medical expenses. I asked, how much money is in the card? The master said that there are 10 billion in this card. Chapter 2. 10 billion? I was stunned. The Yi family has always been rich, but I never really understood those numbers. Now I understand that 10 billion is just pocket money, and the assets of the entire Yi family are probably far more than 1 trillion. This number makes me feel moved, but when I think of the death of my parents, my heart is still full of resentment. Grandpa's responsibility cannot be erased, and I can't completely forgive him. Tang Si-hai saw my entanglement and said hurriedly, Master, you are a member of the Yi family. This money should belong to you. Strictly speaking, it is your father's inheritance. He continued, if I was willing to go back, the family assets would be inherited by me. If I was not willing to go back, the money would be used as living expenses. After he finished speaking, he mentioned, by the way, the Dihao Group was wholly acquired by the Yi family yesterday, with a market value of 100 billion. All the shares are in your name. You can go and take over tomorrow. I simply couldn't believe that the Yi family made such a big bet for me. 10 billion in cash and 100 billion in the Dihao Group. The Dihao Group is a commercial giant in Jinling, and all families have to bow down to it. The Shao family, Wong family, and Jeang family that humiliated me today are just minions in front of the Dihao Group. I didn't expect that the Dihao Group would become mine now. Tang Si-hai handed me a business card. Master, you may need some time to calm down. This is my phone number. Contact me anytime. After he left, I stood there, my heart full of confusion. Should I accept the compensation from the Yi family? Over the years, I have been humiliated in the Shao family. Now, the Yi family has given me so much. How can I refuse? Besides, Aunt Lee still needed 2 million yuan for her medical expenses, and the matter was urgent. I gritted my teeth and walked back to the cashier. Hello, I want to pay the 2 million yuan. I swiped my card, entered my password, and the transaction was complete. 2 million was successfully transferred to the hospital account. I was a little confused and couldn't believe that I had become a multi-billionaire. When I got home, the house was already in chaos. Jessica and her parents lived in an ordinary building, and the Shao family had driven them out since I married into the family. The mother-in-law scolded, William, this rubbish has brought shame to our family today. If you don't divorce him, Grandma will definitely kick you out of the Shao group. Jessica replied calmly, I will find a job if you kick me out. The mother-in-law said angrily, What's so good about that loser? Why can't you marry Zhang Wenhao? If you marry him, our family will be proud. The father-in-law also agreed. Yes, if you marry Zhang Wenhao, our family will be able to hold our heads up in front of Grandma right away. Jessica answered firmly, I will not divorce William. At this time, I pushed open the door and walked in. My father-in-law and mother-in-law looked unhappy when they saw me. My mother-in-law snorted coldly. You are a waste, and you dare to come back? I sighed. Although she has always looked down on me, if she knew that I am now the boss of Dihao Group, with 10 billion in cash in a company with a market value of 100 billion, would she be surprised? However, I decided to keep a low profile for now. After all, I had been away from the Yi family for many years, and the internal situation of the Yi family was unclear. I lowered my head and said apologetically, Mom, I'm sorry to have troubled you today. The mother-in-law angrily scolded. You not only caused trouble, but also harm our family. Get out of here. Jessica hurriedly stood up. Mom, William is your son-in-law. My mother-in-law sneered. I don't have such a useless son-in-law. The farther away, the better. Jessica pushed me helplessly. Hurry back to the house. I nodded and walked back to my room silently. I have been married to Jessica for 3 years, but we have never really had sex. She sleeps on the bed, and I sleep on the floor. That night, I couldn't fall asleep for a long time. What happened today was too shocking, and I haven't fully digested it yet. Before going to bed, Jessica asked, How is Aunt Lee? I still have more than 100,000 private money. You can give it to her tomorrow. I shook my head. No need. Aunt Lee has been treated and sent to Yinjing. Really? Jessica asked in surprise. Aunt Lee can be saved? Yes. I answered softly. She has done good deeds all her life and helped so many people. Now someone is finally repaying her. That's good. Jessica nodded. You can breathe a sigh of relief, too. I nodded. Yes. Jessica said tiredly. The company has been in some trouble recently. Grandma has always wanted to cooperate with the Dihao Group, but the Xiao family is too weak, and no one looks up to us at all. I suddenly thought of the Dihao Group and asked, don't the Xiao family and the Dihao Group cooperate? Jessica laughed at herself and said, How could the Dihao Group look down on the Xiao family? Even Wei Wei's fiancé, Wong Yunfei's family, can only have some contact with him reluctantly. Grandma hopes that after Wei Wei and Yunfei get married, they can use the Wong family's relationship to help the Xiao family connect with the Dihao Group. I nodded silently, and I had an idea in my mind. The Xiao family was so eager to cooperate with the Dihao Group, but Mrs. Xiao never thought that the Dihao Group was now mine. Starting today, I decided to take over the Dihao Group and use it to help Jessica improve her status in the family. She was bullied in the Xiao family, and as her husband, I have the responsibility to make her more dignified in the family. From today on, Jessica, your husband is different. I will never let anyone look down on you again. Chapter 3. The next morning, after I finished cooking, I rode my electric donkey towards the M Grand Group. As soon as I parked the car, a black Bentley slowly stopped opposite. I subconsciously looked up and saw a young couple getting out of the car. The man was wearing a high-end suit and looked very stylish, while the woman was dressed seductively. Although a little too vulgar, she was still a beauty. I recognized them. They were Jessica's cousin Xiao Weiwei and her fiancé, Wong Yunfei. I was planning to avoid them and avoid causing trouble, but Xiao Weiwei called me, brother-in-law. Her shouting made me a little stunned. I could only stop and wait for them to come closer. I smiled and said, Weiwei, why are you here? Xiao Weiwei smiled and said, Yunfei and I came here to visit Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Yunfei with admiration. The Yunfei family has a lot of cooperation with the Dihao Group. In the future, it will not only help the Wang family, but also our Xiao family. Although I didn't know that the Wang family and the Dihao Group had cooperated, I still responded with a smile. Young Master Wang has an extraordinary temperament, and they are really a perfect match. Wang Yunfei looked at me with disdain, his heart full of dissatisfaction. I actually greeted him here. He should have pursued Jessica long ago instead of getting engaged to Xiao Weiwei, a woman who is not worth mentioning. He deliberately asked, Brother-in-law, what are you doing in Dihao Group? I replied calmly, I'm looking for a job. Wang Yunfei sneered. A waste like you still want to find a job in Dihao Group? I frowned and responded, I'm looking for a job. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but sarcastically said, Why? Is Yunfei right? Do you have an education? Are you capable? She threw a drink bottle at my feet and said, Take it and sell it as scrap to make some money. Wang Yunfei sneered. Although you are rubbish, since you were a relative, I will take care of you. I have some connections with the vice chairman. How about I help you find a job cleaning the toilets? I sneered. I'll find a job. You don't have to worry about it. Dihao Group is a big company, and it will never cooperate with garbage like you. Wong Yunfei was immediately furious. Who are you calling trash? I responded coldly. You are trash. Ignoring them no longer, I turned and walked toward the Grand Group building. Stop. Wong Yunfei followed me and blocked me at the elevator entrance, trying to teach me a lesson. Seeing that this was the Imperial Group building, he was worried about causing unnecessary trouble. So he suppressed his anger and said viciously, I'll let you go today, but remember, you won't be so lucky next time. I sneered. Wong Yunfei, do you think you are so great? Believe me, you will soon know the price of arrogance. You. He gritted his teeth in anger and hesitated to speak. Xiao Weiwei stopped him and said disdainfully, Yunfei, don't share the elevator with this kind of trash, or you'll be irritated by his stench. Wang Yunfei nodded. Although he couldn't help being angry, he knew he couldn't do anything here, so he could only threaten coldly. I'll let you go, but I won't be so easy next time. I ignored them and took the elevator directly to the top floor, where the chairman's office was located. The person in charge of Dihao Group had already arranged a contact person for me, Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue. She is very famous in the Jinling business community. She is not only young and promising, but also very beautiful. When she saw me, she was a little shocked. Tang Sihai had mentioned me before, but she didn't expect that the young master of the Yi family was so young and had such an outstanding temperament. She quickly adjusted her mood and said respectfully, Master, please follow me to my office. Chapter 4. When I first met Wang Dongxue, I couldn't help but marvel at her. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with a slender figure and beautiful appearance, and she exuded a noble and capable temperament. I sat in front of her desk and said, I won't come to the Dihao Group often in the future, so I'll leave the affairs here to you. Also, don't reveal my identity to the outside world. She reacted quickly and said hurriedly, Master, don't worry. I will do my best to do anything you ask me to do. As we were talking, a female secretary knocked on the door and said, Vice President Wang, there's a man named Wang Yunfei who is here with his fiancée to visit you. Wang Dongxue frowned and immediately said, Tell them to wait. I am meeting a distinguished guest. I asked her, Do you know Wang Yunfei? She answered quickly, Wang Yunfei is the representative of our partner. His family has always wanted to strengthen cooperation with Dihao Group and has come here several times. I smiled coldly, and I had already made up my mind. From now on, all business dealings between Dihao Group and the Wang family will be terminated immediately, and all cooperation will be stopped. If the Wang family can still make a penny from the Dihao Group, you don't have to be the vice chairman anymore. Her face suddenly became solemn, and she obviously understood something. She nodded hurriedly. Master, don't worry. I will immediately arrange to terminate all cooperation with the Wang family. I continued, tell them that the Grand Group does not cooperate with low-quality trash, and then have the security guards kick them out. Outside, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei were still waiting excitedly. The Wang family had been looking forward to establishing a deeper cooperative relationship with the Dihao Group, so their visit this time was particularly important. However, Wang Yunfei's expression changed quickly. He couldn't help but ask his secretary, Does Vice President Wang have time to see us? The secretary replied coldly, Grand Group will not cooperate with low-quality trash like you. From now on, all cooperation will be canceled immediately. What did you say? Wang Yunfei's face changed. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered that I had said something similar in the parking lot just now. Could it be William? He thought to himself, and suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. How is it possible? Xiao Weiwei also began to doubt. He is just a waste. How could he be related to the Dihao Group? Wang Yunfei said angrily, I don't believe it. I want to see Vice President Wang and ask him personally. The secretary said coldly and bluntly, Wang Yunfei, Dihao Group has decided to cancel all cooperation with your family. From now on, you will no longer have any chance to enter Dihao Group. Wang Yunfei yelled, How dare you do this to me? But the secretary remained unmoved. She turned to the security guards and said, Kick them out. The security guards immediately stepped forward and forcibly dragged Wang Yunfei out. Wang Yunfei screamed and struggled, but was pushed out of the door by the security captain. You are not worthy of being in Dihao Group. Wong Yunfei's face was burning, and when he was about to resist, the phone rang suddenly. After answering the call, he heard his father's roar. What did you do? Why did Dihao Group suddenly terminate the cooperation? Who did you offend? Wong Yunfei said regretfully, Dad, I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to meet Wang Dongxue, but nothing happened. On the other end of the phone, Wang Yunfei's father roared. They said it's because you are a piece of trash with no quality. Now the family business has been affected. You hurry home and explain to Grandpa. Wang Yunfei was kicked out of the Dihao Group, feeling heavy-hearted. He asked Xiao Weiwei in confusion. Weiwei, is it because of William? Xiao Weiwei was shocked for a moment, then said after thinking, Impossible. How could that rubbish be related to the Dihao Group? He doesn't deserve it. Wang Yunfei's face became even gloomier. Thinking of his father's anger, he hurriedly said, No, I have to go home. The news that the Dihao Group suddenly cut off all cooperation with the Wang family quickly spread throughout Jinling. Although everyone didn't know the reason, they all knew that the Wang family must have offended the Dihao Group. The Wang family's power has been greatly reduced since then. They were originally on the edge of the first-tier families, but now they have fallen into the second tier and are at the bottom of the list. When Mrs. Xiao learned about this, she was so angry that she trembled all over. Although she wanted to cancel the engagement between Xiao Weiwei and Wang Yunfei, the Wang family still had influence after all, so she had to give up for the time being. Meanwhile, in Wang Dongshue's office, I was very satisfied with her decisive handling of the matter. Dongxue, you did a great job just now. From today on, your salary will be doubled, I said to her with a smile. Wang Dongxue was extremely surprised. She quickly stood up and bowed, saying, Thank you, master. I nodded and continued. Also, I want you to announce 2 things. She immediately responded, Master, you go ahead. First, announce that the M Grand Group has changed its owner and a new chairman has taken office, but don't reveal his identity. Just say his surname is Yi. Second, announce that the Dihao Group will invest $2 billion to build a 6-star hotel in Jinling and launch a bidding for partners. All construction and decoration companies in the city can participate. I know that what old Lady Xiao has always dreamed of is to cooperate with the Dihao Group. Now that I have arranged this matter, it can be regarded as a small surprise for her. Chapter 5. The news released by the Dihao Group caused a stir in Jinling. Everyone knew that the Dihao Group had changed its owner, and the Xiao family realized why the Wang family was kicked out of the cooperation list by the Dihao Group. Obviously, the new person in charge of the Dihao Group does not look down on families like the Wang family. Who is Master Yi? He can easily acquire the Dihao Group. Even the richest man in Jinling cannot do this. This made countless families eager to make a move. Not only did they want to establish a connection with young Master Yi, they also hoped that their daughters could become young Master Ye's partners. In addition, the Dihao Group announced that it would invest 2 billion yuan in a hotel project, which shook the construction and decoration industry in Jinling. 2 billion. Every company dreams of getting a piece of the pie. Mrs. Xiao was no exception. This big project was a godsend for the Xiao family. She immediately decided to hold a family meeting to discuss how to get a share of the new project of the Dihao Group. On the night of the meeting, the Xiao family gathered in the meeting room of the villa. I went there too, knowing that the old lady would discuss how to make a breakthrough in this big project and help her wife Jessica. As soon as he arrived at the Xiao family villa, Jessica's cousin Xiao Hailong immediately sneered. William, you are so shameless. You dare to come to see Grandma. Jessica replied coldly. Grandma asked all family members to be here. William is my husband, so he is naturally a member of the Xiao family. I touched my nose and whispered to Jessica, Forget it, wife, don't bother with him. Go in quickly, so as not to make Grandma wait anxiously. Jessica nodded and took me directly in. Xiao Hailong's face turned cold instantly, and he obviously didn't intend to let us go easily. We entered the conference hall and sat down in a corner. Soon after, old Mrs. Xiao walked in with great dignity, and the meeting officially began. She sat in the main seat, knocked on the table, and said excitedly, The Xiao family has been waiting for an opportunity that can make us a wealthy family in Jinling. Now, this opportunity has finally come. She went on to say, M Grand Group has launched a $2 billion project. Whoever can get a cooperation contract from it will have a limitless future. Old Madame Xiao said excitedly, This is the first major project after the change of ownership of the Dihao Group. This is a rare opportunity. If our Shao family can seize this opportunity, we will surely prosper in the future. Although her tone was full of confidence, the people in the audience did not seem to be moved. Over the years, Dihao Group has never paid attention to the Shao family. Why should they give them a chance now? Seeing the silence in the audience, the old lady's face gradually darkened, and she asked sternly, "What? Does everyone have no confidence? Is there no hope at all for this 2 billion project?" The atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly tense. The old lady said angrily, "I'm going to make a statement today. Whoever can negotiate a 30 million yuan cooperation share from the M Grand Group will be the group's director." As soon as these words came out, the meeting room fell silent. The position of director had never been established before, and it meant enormous power, almost a symbol of the future successor. The old lady used this position to motivate everyone, but she obviously underestimated the difficulty of the task. The cooperation with Dihao Group was out of reach for the Shao family, not to mention getting a 30 million contract. The meeting room fell into silence. Seeing this, the old lady angrily asked, "As members of the Shao family, is there no one willing to share the family's worries?" Her eyes were fixed on Xiao Hailong. "Hailong, this task is up to you." Xiao Hailong hurriedly laughed dryly and responded, "Grandma, now even Wong Yunkai's family has been eliminated by the Dihao Group. Our strength is far inferior to that of the Wong family. How can we possibly get the contract of the Dihao Group?" The old lady yelled angrily, "You useless thing! You deny yourself without even trying. You're even more useless than William." Xiao Hailong saw that this task was almost impossible to complete and didn't dare to respond any further. The old lady angrily scanned the room again, and finally her eyes fell on Jessica and I. I gently touched Jessica's arm and whispered, "Wife, take this task." Jessica looked at me in surprise. "Are you crazy? How could the Dihao Group cooperate with a small company like the Shao family?" I smiled and said confidently, "Don't worry, you will succeed. If you seize this opportunity, your status will soar." She hesitated for a moment, finally stood up and said to the old lady, "Grandma, I'm willing to give a try." Chapter 6. Jessica's statement instantly shocked the entire Shao family, and everyone thought she was crazy. If you stand out at this time, you will have no choice but to ask for trouble. Dihao Group is the largest company in Jinling. How can the Shao family be qualified to cooperate with it? Xiao Hailong laughed and said, "Jessica, do you think you can get a contract from Dihao Group?" Xiao Weiwei sneered and added, "Don't embarrass our Shao family if you go to negotiate so rashly." These words made Jessica blush, and she felt ashamed. Since she married me, her status in the family has plummeted. She knew that if she could seize this opportunity, not only herself, but also her parents would be able to hold their heads up again. But these sarcasms shook her. She glared at me angrily, feeling extremely regretful, and thought to herself, "I should have known better than to listen to my persuasion." When old lady Xiao saw this situation, she was extremely angry. She asked several times, but no one dared to take the task. When Jessica stood up, she was poured cold water by everyone. Although she didn't like Jessica, she began to admire her a little when she saw that she was willing to share the family's worries. "Jessica, negotiate this project," old Mrs. Xiao announced. Jessica gritted her teeth and replied, "Don't worry, Grandma. I will definitely do my best." Xiao Hailong sneered and sarcastically said, "What's the point of going all out? If you fail in the end, you will lose face for the family." I looked at Xiao Hailong with a sneer. "What do you mean by speaking ill of Jessica? Do you think the Xiao family is not qualified to cooperate with the Dihao Group?" Xiao Hailong didn't expect that I would fight back against him, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Seeing that Mrs. Xiao was a little unhappy, he immediately explained, "That's not what I meant. I just think it's impossible for Jessica to negotiate this cooperation." I smiled and said, "What if she succeeds? How about we make a bet?" Xiao Hailong sneered. "Come on, what's the bet?" I proposed, "If Jessica can negotiate the contract, you kneel down in front of the whole family, count out to me 3 times, and say loudly I was wrong. If she can't get it, I will kowtow to you 3 times and admit that I was wrong." Xiao Hailong smiled without hesitation and said, "You useless bastard, okay, let's bet." I looked at him with satisfaction, knowing that I had dug a trap for him. The whole family is a witness. Whoever wants to regret it will have his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother killed. I deliberately emphasized the 3 words, damn grandma, to ensure that Xiao Hailong could not regret it. Xiao Hailong obviously didn't realize that he had fallen into a trap, but instead felt that he would never lose. He smiled smugly and said, "Okay, witness me and let you kowtow to me." Jessica was startled when she saw this, and hurriedly signaled him to calm down with her eyes, but he ignored it. Mrs. Xiao didn't care about this bet, and what she cared most about was whether she could get the cooperation of the Dihao group. She said, "Today's meeting ends here. Jessica, you have 3 days to get the contract. The meeting is adjourned." After returning home, her father-in-law and mother-in-law immediately became angry. The mother-in-law said anxiously, "Jessica, are you crazy? How can you listen to William? This waste?" My father-in-law said to me angrily, "You have harmed my daughter. If she fails to negotiate the contract with Dihao Group, the family will exclude her. And you have to kneel down to Xiao Hailong in front of the whole family." I responded calmly, "Dad, Mom, as long as Jessica can succeed, everything will be solved." My father-in-law scolded, "Do you know how powerful the Dihao Group is? How could it possibly look down on a Xiao family?" I smiled and said, "Maybe they will like it. I believe Jessica will be able to negotiate it." My mother-in-law sneered at the side. "What do you think? You are a loser, and you dare to speak so shamelessly." Chapter 7. Jessica looked at her parents and sighed. "Dad, Mom, this has nothing to do with William. I just don't want him to look down on us anymore. Haven't we suffered enough injustice over the years?" The mother-in-law said angrily, "You can't agree to this task. Even if your grandmother goes, the Dihao Group will not pay attention to her." I smiled bitterly, knowing that my father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't believe that I was the boss of Dihao Group. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Here I come." Mother-in-law sighed as she opened the door. Standing at the door was a young man wearing an Armani suit and a Patek Philippe on his wrist. That watch alone was worth 3 to 5 million. "Oh, it's Wen Hao. Why are you here?" When the mother-in-law saw him, she immediately became excited. It was Zhang Wenhao who came in, the son of the Zhang family who had been pursuing Jessica. Zhang Wenhao smiled and said, "Annie, I heard that Jessica took over the cooperation of Dihao Group, so I came here to give her some advice." My mother-in-law almost jumped up with excitement. "Oh, you are really the savior of our family." I sneered in my heart. My mother-in-law simply regarded Zhang Wenhao as her future son-in-law. "Wenhao, do you have any way to help Jessica get the contract with Dihao Group?" the mother-in-law asked hurriedly. Zhang Wenhao walked directly towards Jessica with a smile on his face, his tone full of confidence. "Jessica, don't worry. My family has in-depth cooperation with the Dihao Group. I will ask my dad to help you get the contract." I sneered, knowing that Zhang Wenhao was just bragging. Jessica said coldly, "Zhang Wenhao, thank you for your kindness. I will find a way myself." The mother-in-law couldn't believe it and said anxiously, "Jessica, are you crazy? Master Zhang is so kind to help you. How can you talk like this?" I couldn't help but interrupt and jokingly said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm curious. Can your family get Dihao Group to sign a contract?" Zhang Wenhao sneered. "What do you know? Our family has a deep relationship with the Dihao Group. Our family can get 1/3 of the 2 billion project. If we transfer this 1/3 directly to Jessica, can't we easily get the contract?" I pretended to be surprised. I didn't expect that the relationship between Mr. Zhang's family and the Dihao Group is so deep. Zhang Wenhao snorted proudly. "Of course. In Jinling, who doesn't know that our Zhang family and the Dihao Group have a close cooperation?" He paused, with contempt in his eyes. "William, I advise you to leave Jessica. You can't give her happiness. You will only hold her back." Jessica said coldly, "Mr. Zhang, I don't need your help, and please don't speak rudely to my husband." Zhang Wenhao was stunned, and then angrily said, "Jessica, I'm helping you so much, and you actually speak for this loser? What is there about him that is worth your protection?" Jessica answered firmly, "He is not a waste. He is my husband." Zhang Wenhao said angrily, "Okay, if you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. I want to see how you can solve this problem. If you can't do it, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." After that, he slammed the door and left. My mother-in-law was so angry that she almost chased after me, but it was too late. She slapped her thigh, pointed at my nose, and cursed. "You make me so angry. You drove Master Zhang away. He was kind enough to help, but you drove him away." I responded calmly, "Mom, The cooperation that the Jeang family can get is just empty talk, and it is impossible to help Jessica. My mother-in-law angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. The Jeang family can get 1/3 of the projects of Dihao Group. What do you know?" I sneered in my heart. No matter how capable the Jeang family is, my Dihao Group will never have any cooperation with them again. Seeing this, Jessica hurriedly comforted her mother-in-law. "Mom, don't blame William. Wait until I come back from Dihao Group." The mother-in-law was so angry that she sighed. "Oh, how could I have done so much evil in this life? I married a useless husband, but my daughter married an even more useless man." Chapter 8. The next morning, Jessica got up early, holding the cooperation plan prepared overnight, and walked into the building of the M Grand Group with me. Standing in front of this huge 100-story building, she felt invisible pressure. The scale of Dihao Group far exceeds that of Shao family. She secretly wondered how Shao family could possibly obtain cooperation from Dihao Group, especially the request for a cooperation share of 30 million, which was just like a beggar asking for wealth from a rich man. She felt heavy-hearted and whispered to herself, "Will such a large company like Dihao Group really cooperate with the Shao family? I heard yesterday that Wei Wei and Wong Yunkai were both kicked out. Will I be rejected too?" I comforted her. "Don't worry. The Dihao Group will only crack down on those who don't know the rules. You are so beautiful and kind. You will definitely be warmly received. Just go and talk. Don't be afraid." Jessica sighed. "I hope so. You just wait for me here." After that, she walked into the building alone. At the same time, I called Wang Dongxue and instructed her to handle the next matters, especially the cooperation between Dihao Group and the Zhang family. I don't want the Zhang family to be involved in this project. We will no longer have anything to do with them in the future. Wang Dongxue promised. "Don't worry, Master. I will take care of it." Jessica walked into the building of the M Grand Group. The receptionist at the front desk looked down on her. After all, the Shao family was just a small matter in the eyes of M Grand. She was uneasy, and her heartbeat became more rapid. As she was anxiously waiting, a female assistant came over and said, "Ms. Shao, Vice President Wang is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me." This sudden arrangement made her a little stunned, and she was full of doubts. Did Wang Dongxue know that she would come? But she rejected this idea. After all, Wang Dongxue was such a high-ranking person. Despite her doubts, Jessica followed the assistant to the office. Wang Dongxue was sitting behind a large desk. When she saw Jessica coming in, she immediately stood up and smiled. "Hello, Miss Shao. I am Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Dihao Group." Jessica's heart was shocked, and facing this famous strong woman, her voice couldn't help but be a little nervous. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am from the Shao family, and I came here this time to talk to you about cooperation on the hotel project. Although our Shao family's overall strength is not strong, we have a good reputation and experience in decoration." She handed over the company information, and Wang Dongxue quickly flipped through it and said, "Ms. Shao, I have read your information. Dihao Group is willing to cooperate with you." Jessica could hardly believe it and asked in surprise, "Are you serious?" Wang Dongxue smiled. "Of course it's true. Although the conditions of the Shao family do not fully meet the standards of Dihao, the chairman has a good opinion of you, especially your ability and potential. He is very optimistic." "Chairman?" Jessica asked hurriedly. "Excuse me, who is your chairman?" Wang Dongxue replied with a smile. "Our chairman is Mr. Yi from the Yi family in Yanjing." "Mr. Yi?" Jessica frowned. "I don't seem to know anyone with the surname Yi, except my husband William." Wang Dongxue said implicitly, "Except for your husband, I can't reveal other Mr. Yi names." Jessica was more confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. Then, Wang Dongxue suddenly asked, "Ms. Shao, the cooperation share you filled in on the information is 30 million? Jessica nodded nervously. "Yes, if it's too much, you can adjust it." Wang Dongxue chuckled. "Not much, but a little less." Jessica was even more confused and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean?" Wang Dongxue smiled and said, "The chairman has said that the cooperation share should be increased to 60 million. Jessica was completely stunned and could hardly believe her ears. "Is this true?" Wang Dongxue smiled calmly and handed her a contract. "The cooperation amount is 60 million. If you think it's okay, we can sign it immediately." Jessica almost doubted her eyes. She thought 30 million was good, but she didn't expect it to be 60 million. She suddenly remembered my determined look last night. He insisted that she accept this task without hesitation. Why is he so confident? Especially at the gate of Dihao Group. She was full of anxiety, but he seemed calm, as if everything was under control. Did he foresee the result? This made her even more confused. What kind of person am I? Chapter 9. A thought suddenly flashed through Jessica's mind. Could the Mr. Yi mentioned by Wong Yunkai be her husband William? But then she thought it can't be true. I grew up in an orphanage, and it seemed that no one except myself would be so unconditionally kind to me. This time, the Xiao family brought me a cooperation proposal of 60 million, which was completely beyond my expectations. I could hardly believe my eyes. My heartbeat quickened, and I couldn't help asking, Vice President Wong, is your chairman William? I went in with a hint of nervous anticipation, yet also felt vaguely uneasy. Wang Dongshue's eyes flashed with panic, and she hurriedly responded, Ms. Xiao, please don't ask any more questions. The chairman's identity is highly confidential, and I have no right to disclose it. I nodded, but I was still full of doubts. A descendant of a famous family in Yanjing? I am not a descendant of a famous family in Yanjing. It seems that all this is just my own fantasy. When I walked out of the Grand Group building, the 60 million cooperation agreement in my hand made me feel like I was in a dream. Its weight almost made me unable to stand. This agreement was a cooperation agreement between the Dihao Group and the Xiao family. It seemed to wake me up from my dream, but I couldn't believe it was true. Jessica saw me coming out. She ran towards me happily like a child. William, I didn't expect that I would succeed. There was joy in her words, but I laughed secretly in my heart. After all, her husband is the boss of Dihao Group. It would be strange if the negotiation failed. I pretended to be surprised. You can negotiate such a difficult project. Honey, you are amazing. She responded with a smile. Oh, it's not my fault. It was just given to me for free by the Dihao Group. She seemed unable to hide her inner excitement. I continued to ask, what? Her expression suddenly changed, as if she realized that she had revealed something and quickly changed the subject. Oh, this is a long story. Let's go to the company now and tell everyone the good news. I smiled and thought to myself, Xiao Hailong will definitely kneel down and kowtow to me today. However, when we walked into the Xiao Group's conference room, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The Xiao family members all showed a sneer, and it was obvious that no one believed that Jessica could succeed. Before the laughter just now faded away, Xiao Hailong mocked. Jessica, you came back in half an hour? You didn't even enter the door of Dihao Group? His tone was full of the attitude of a winner. Xiao Weiwei was not to be outdone, and sneered. Sister Jessica, you declared failure in less than an hour. It really broke the record. Old Mrs. Zhao's face was gloomy, and she obviously had no expectations for this attack. She said coldly, Jessica, you disappoint me so much. These words made me feel nervous. This is too much, especially Xiao Hailong. How long can you show off? Jessica did not back down. She responded coldly, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Wang Dongxue from Dihao Group has already reached a project cooperation with me. Her words were like a bomb, detonating the silence of the whole audience. The conference room was in an uproar. No one could believe it. What, you made the deal? That's impossible. How? Is that possible? You can't even meet Wang Dongxue. Jessica took out the contract. This is the project contract of Dihao Group. Please take a look. This scene shocked everyone. Xiao Hailong still didn't believe it and said angrily, This must be a forged contract. I don't believe you can handle the Dihao Group. His anger almost made his rationality disappear. Xiao Weiwei also sneered at the side. How can she sign the contract of Dihao Group if she could do a big project worth 30 million? I can handle it long ago. Jessica sneered. Cousin, you are wrong. This contract is not 30 million. It is 60 million. Her words exploded the whole audience again. Xiao Weiwei snorted disdainfully. 60 million? Do you think we are fools? Xiao Hailong sneered and said, Jessica, are you kidding us? He turned to old lady Xiao and said excitedly, Grandma, Jessica is doing this outrageously. You can't forgive her. Old Mrs. Xiao gritted her teeth with anger, but the moment she opened the contract, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. At this moment, a shout came from the conference room. Fuck! The official WeChat account of Dihao Group has released a push. The 60 million contract is real. Chapter 10. With a deafening shout, everyone took out their mobile phones and followed the official WeChat account of Dihao Group. A few minutes later, An article was released explosively. The first partner of the 2 billion hotel project of Dihao Group has signed a contract. Wang Dongxue, vice chairman of the group, and Jessica, representative of Jinling Xiao Group, signed a 60 million yuan decoration contract. This news shocked everyone. Jessica successfully signed this big project, and the amount was far beyond expectations, exceeding 60 million. What was even more shocking was that it only took half an hour from Jessica's departure to the completion of the contract. Hailong was filled with shock and regret. He had intended to take on the task, but ended up rejecting the opportunity. Seeing Jessica succeed in one fell swoop, he felt as painful as a knife. Anger and regret intertwined. He realized that he had missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Old Mrs. Xiao was very excited, picked up the contract, and smiled. Good. Jessica, you really made a great contribution. Tell me quickly, how did you do it? Jessica responded in a low voice. Thanks to Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue, she has always been optimistic about our Xiao family. She did not mention more secrets, fearing that no one would believe it. At this time, Hailong was filled with jealousy and regret. He realized that Wang Dongxue of the Dihao Group had long been optimistic about the Xiao family, which made him even more uncomfortable. Angry in his heart, he began to question whether he should have acted earlier. I looked at Hailong and asked calmly, Hailong, do you still remember our bet? Hailong turned pale instantly, knowing that he was bound to lose. In yesterday's bet, the loser had to kowtow 3 times to the other party in public, and now that Jessica has signed the contract, it is obvious that I won. Hailong roared angrily. William, who do you think you are? You're just a waste who married into the family. How dare you ask me to kowtow to you? He was full of contempt and anger. I smiled and responded calmly. I am indeed a useless gigolo, but we swore an oath yesterday. If anyone goes back on his word, his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother will all be killed. I deliberately emphasized the 3 words, dead grandma, and Mrs. Zhao's face instantly became gloomy. Hailong hurriedly defended himself. Grandma, you can't be fooled by William. He wants us to lose face. He wanted Mrs. Xiao to understand. I remained calm and continued. Hailong, stop fooling Grandma. Have you forgotten the oath you swore? If you go back on your word, you will be punished by God. Do you want to curse Grandma? My words stunned him, and fear spread quietly. A trace of fear flashed in Hailong's eyes, and he said anxiously, Grandma, don't take jokes seriously. He knew that he was really in trouble this time. Old Mrs. Xiao said coldly, You know I believe in Buddhism, and I swore to heaven. How dare you break your promise? Her tone was full of majesty. When Hailong saw his grandmother's expression, he was completely panicked. He knew that he had really gotten into trouble. Old Mrs. Xiao slammed the table and shouted angrily, Are you determined to break your oath? He hesitated, and finally said through gritted teeth, Okay, I accept the defeat. He walked towards me step by step, his heart full of anger and humiliation. Finally, Hailong knelt down and bowed his head loudly. The people around him were silent, and someone quietly took out his mobile phone to record this moment. Hailong lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, I was wrong. I responded coldly, I didn't hear you clearly. Speak louder. He endured the humiliation and kowtowed again. I was wrong. His voice was low, but it could not hide the anger in his heart. I sneered, Oh, so you're saying that you are wrong. What are you wrong about? Every word hurt his self-esteem. In the end, Hailong could hardly bear it anymore, but he gritted his teeth and whispered, I was wrong to doubt Jessica's ability. After that, he kowtowed hard for the last time. Seeing this scene, I was filled with joy. The person who once looked down on me finally paid the price for his actions. Chapter 11. Hailong knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. The humiliation almost made him burst into tears, but he suppressed his emotions, knowing that he could not do anything that would displease his grandmother at this moment. Old Mrs. Xiao looked at his humiliation and felt a little relieved. She didn't like to see her grandson kneeling for a waste like me, but she understood that all this stemmed from that poisonous oath and concerned her life. She believed deeply in Buddhism and felt uneasy because she was afraid that Hailong would suffer retribution if he did not fulfill his vow. She looked down at Hailong and said in a cold tone, Hailong, these 3 heads are to teach you a lesson. Don't bet casually on things you are not sure of in the future, and don't tie your family's reputation and fortune to it. Hailong bowed his head and replied, Grandma, I understand. I will never dare to do it again. He cursed in his heart. You useless bastard, you actually forced me to kneel down. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. Old Madame Xiao ignored Xiao Hailong's emotions, turned around, and said to everyone, "Today, Jessica signed a cooperation agreement, and everyone should seize the opportunity to establish a deeper relationship with the Dihao group." I reminded in a low voice, "Grandma, since Jessica has signed the contract, shouldn't the position of director be given to her?" Old Mrs. Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly, hesitating in her heart. She had promised that whoever could sign the contract would be the director, but Jessica had never pleased her, especially her husband, who seemed to have no ability. If I really praise Jessica, it will be difficult for me to control her in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, she said slowly, "I will hold a banquet tomorrow night and invite all the big names in Jeang to attend. At that time, I will announce the cooperation and the new director." I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the position of director is secure. Jessica smiled, finally feeling relieved that she no longer had to be excluded and her parents could also save some face. However, Mrs. Xiao suddenly looked at Jessica and said in a gentle tone, "Jessica, Grandma has one more thing I want to ask you for help with." Jessica hurriedly replied, "Grandma, please say it." The old lady said with a hint of expectation, "I hope you can contact the chairman of Dihao and invite him to attend the banquet tomorrow night." She paused, excitement flashing in her eyes. "If he can come, it will definitely be an honor for our Xiao family, and it will also greatly enhance our reputation." Jessica was obviously hesitant, but the last time I met was the vice chairman Wong Yunkai, not the chairman. "We just got the project. Isn't it too eager to hold such a banquet?" "So what?" The old lady interrupted her. "I'm going to tell Jean that we have a cooperative relationship with Dihao, and the Xiao family is going to be prosperous. Even if the chairman doesn't come, Wong Yunkai will do. It's also prestigious to invite her." When the old lady said this, her eyes were filled with excitement. She felt more and more that the Xiao family would have a glorious future. Those big families that once looked down on them would probably have to look at them differently. Jessica hesitated for a moment and finally replied, "I know, I will try." "It's not try, it means you must come," said the old lady seriously. Jessica nodded, still a little unsure in her heart, and asked me in a low voice, "What should I do? What if the chairman of Dihao doesn't come? What if Wang Dongxue doesn't want to participate?" I smiled and patted her shoulder. "Don't you have Wang Dongshue's phone number? Give her a call and see if she can come. This banquet will not only show the strength of the Xiao family, but also announce Jessica's promotion to director. As a husband, it is natural for me to attend." Jessica doesn't seem to realize that I am the chairman of the Dihao group. She sighed, "But the chairman of Dihao is the young master of a big family in Yanjing. How can a person from such a big family have time to attend our banquet?" I smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe he stays at home with his wife every day, cooking and washing clothes." She rolled her eyes at me and said angrily, "Do you think everyone is you?" I nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, maybe the boss of Dihao also likes to do housework." Jessica pouted and said in a coquettish voice, "Tisk, how is that possible?" Chapter 12. Jessica knew I was joking, but she still felt a little uneasy. She walked aside and dialed Wang Dongshue's number, and the call was quickly connected. Wang Dongshue's voice came softly. "Hello, Miss Xiao." "Hello, Vice President Wang. I have something I would like to ask you for help with." There was a hint of hesitation in Jessica's voice. "Well, you say," Wang Dongxue said in a gentle tone without any hesitation. Jessica took a deep breath and then mustered up the courage to say, "I want to ask, is the chairman free tomorrow night? We're going to hold a banquet at home to officially announce the cooperation with Dihao, and we hope to invite the chairman to attend." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Wang Dongxue replied, "Ms. Xiao, I can't make the decision on this issue, but I can ask the chairman for you." "Thank you. Thank you for your help." Jessica hurriedly expressed her gratitude. After hanging up the phone, she held the phone nervously, anxiously waiting for a response. My cell phone suddenly rang. I was stunned and cursed myself for forgetting to turn my phone to silent mode. It was obviously Wang Dongxue calling, probably asking if I agreed. I took a deep breath, pretended to be calm, and answered the phone. "Chairman, the Xiao family is holding a banquet tomorrow night and would like to ask if you will attend." Wang Dongshue's voice came. "Oh, is that so? Sure, I'll go." "Okay, that's it. I'm hanging up." I responded casually and quickly hung up the phone, muttering, "These salespeople are so annoying. However, the uneasiness in my heart still did not disappear. Seeing Jessica's phone ringing again, I felt a little anxious. As soon as the phone was answered, Wang Dongshua's voice came again. Ms. Xiao. The chairman agreed and will attend in person. Really? That's great. Thank you. Please also express my gratitude to the chairman for me. Jessica was very excited. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She immediately ran to old lady Xiao excitedly. Grandma, the chairman of the Dihao group has agreed to come. Really? Old lady Xiao jumped up from her chair, her eyes full of anticipation. Hurry up and make arrangements. Prepare the best hotel, the best meals and drinks, and prepare to give a grand welcome to the chairman of Dihao. Notify all major companies and tell them that the chairman will be in attendance. The members of the Xiao family immediately took action, contacting various partners nervously and busily, and the news of the banquet quickly spread throughout the entire Jinling city. Old Mrs. Xiao was all smiles as she answered the calls that kept coming in. She smiled and responded, looking extremely excited. After the banquet is over tomorrow, the Xiao family will definitely become a popular family in Jinling. Under her instructions, after the meeting, she returned to the office, and Xiao Hailong followed in. Grandma, are you really going to give the position of director to Jessica? Xiao Hailong's eyes flashed with uneasiness. I have already promised Jessica. Why can't I give it to her? Old Mrs. Xiao frowned and asked coldly. Grandma, Jessica was able to get the contract with Dihao, and she must have the support of Zhang Wenhao from the Zhang family. I heard that he went to her house last night. Xiao Hailong said anxiously. Dihao signed a contract today. What a coincidence. Old Mrs. Zhao's eyes narrowed. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Zhang Wenhao did go to Jessica's house last night. You'll know if you check it out. Xiao Hailong's words were filled with strong suspicion. If we let Jessica be the director, our reputation will be ruined. If the outside world knows that she won the Dihao contract by this means, where will our Xiao family put our face? Old Mrs. Zhao's face turned heavy. Are you sure these things are true? I bet you'll know if you check it out. Xiao Hailong insisted. If Jessica becomes the director, the company's reputation will be even worse. Xiao Hailong continued. It's better to choose a male director, so as to avoid rumors from the outside world. Old Mrs. Xiao fell into deep thought. She knew that Zhang Wenhao had given Jessica a valuable jade Buddha amulet, and today, the contract of Dihao was signed. Hailong, you must listen to me in the company from now on. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand? Grandma, don't worry. Xiao Hailong immediately expressed his loyalty. At the banquet tomorrow, I will announce that you are the new director responsible for the cooperation with Dihao. But you must remember that I can lift you up, but I can also step on you down. A hint of coldness flashed in Mrs. Zhao's eyes. Xiao Hailong nodded excitedly. Grandma, don't worry, I will be obedient. Chapter 13. When I came out of Xiao Group, I could feel Jessica's excitement. Tomorrow, her grandmother would officially announce her appointment, and she would finally be able to hold her head high. She looked at me and said gratefully, William, thank you. If you hadn't encouraged me all the time, I wouldn't have dared to take on this task. I smiled and responded, Wife, you deserve this. Jessica smiled, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. By the way, wife, since we were so happy today, should we celebrate? She nodded, obviously not expecting me to bring that up. How are you going to celebrate? I smiled slyly. Our third wedding anniversary is coming up soon, so why not celebrate both events together? Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. She looked at me in surprise. Are you going to prepare a surprise for me? Yes, I answered confidently. A special surprise. She smiled sweetly and whispered, Then I won't ask, just wait for the surprise. In order to give her an unforgettable anniversary, I've already planned countless plans in my mind. In the past, due to financial reasons, I was unable to buy her a decent gift or even a formal wedding. Now that I have money, I must compensate her. After saying goodbye to her, I went alone to Quijexuan Jewelry Store in the center of Jinling. Quijexuan is the most famous jewelry store in the local area, with all kinds of luxury jewelry. My goals were clear. First, buy Jessica a unique gift, then go to the best hotel and arrange a belated wedding. After I walked into Quijexuan, several sales assistants saw that I was wearing a 4-stripe Adidas sportswear and were obviously not impressed. No one paid any attention to me. I didn't care and walked to the counter to carefully select jewelry. I noticed the jade necklace locked in the counter. It was made of ice jade, with a soft luster and extraordinary temperament. It was tailor-made for Jessica. The price of 13 million was nothing to me. I called the salesman over and said, "Hello, can you please show me the necklace?" He looked at me with obvious disdain and replied, "The key is with the manager. I can't take it." He picked up the intercom and said, "Manager Wong, someone wants to see our treasure." A few seconds later, Wong Yin came over with a confident smile on her face. "Excuse me, which distinguished guest wants to see our treasure?" The salesperson pointed at me and said, "Manager Wong, this is the gentleman." Wong Yin saw me, and immediately a trace of disdain flashed at her eyes. "This guy is really ridiculous." She walked up to me and said coldly, "Are you sure you can afford this necklace? Look at the way you're dressed. What do you look like?" I frowned and responded, "How do you know I can't afford it?" Wong Yin sneered, "This jade is worth tens of millions, and these cheap things you have on you, I don't think you can even afford $1,000. Her eyes were full of contempt. I calmly took out the black card Tang Sihai gave me. "Open your eyes and look carefully. The money in this card is not only enough for me to buy this necklace, but also for the entire Quajexuan." Wong Yin was stunned, then sneered, "A Citibank black card with a face value of 10 billion? You are so funny." She turned around, crossed her arms over her chest, and sneered in a condescending manner. "How dare a loser like you pretend to be cool? I really don't know what to say." The customers around him began to whisper, "This guy is really enough. He can't afford it, but he has to pretend to be rich." I wasn't angry. I calmly called Tang Sihai and said, "Come to Quajexuan. I want to let them know what a real big shot is." On the other end of the phone, Tang Sihai responded quickly, "Young master, I'll be there right away." Wong Yin was still disdainful. "It's so funny. This idiot really thinks he can call someone." She didn't take me seriously at all. Soon after, several Rolls-Royces slowly stopped at the entrance of Quajexuan. As soon as the doors opened, 8 bodyguards in black suits walked down. Their tall stature and powerful temperament instantly attracted everyone's attention. The entire Quajexuan suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other, not knowing what to say. Wang Yan's face changed instantly. Her mouth slightly opened, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. The customers around her also began to discuss, "Who on earth is this big shot who can have such a scene?" At this moment, there was shock in Quajexuan, and everyone began to realize that this seemingly ordinary customer was by no means an ordinary person. Chapter 14. Wang Yin was stunned when she saw such a shocking scene, and her heart was full of doubts. She couldn't believe that all this was related to that poor guy. After all, how could he know such a powerful person? She speculated in her heart, but then she thought again. Such a show was obviously unreasonable. At this moment, Tang Sihai got out of the third Rolls-Royce and walked towards Quajexuan with confident steps. Wang Yin quickly stood up to greet him. However, to her surprise, Tang Sihai ignored her and walked straight towards me. "Master, I'm finally here. How dare these ignorant people speak rudely to you?" Tang Sihai said in a firm tone, and then bowed deeply to me. Dozens of bodyguards followed and said in unison, "Hello, young master." This scene completely stunned the people around. "What the hell?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "This loser is actually a rich young master." If he really is a rich young master, then is that 10 billion Citibank black card also real? Many people hurriedly took out their mobile phones, wanting to record this moment. But Tang Sihai's bodyguards quickly cleared the area, and everyone could only helplessly take pictures of my back. I pointed at Wang Yin coldly. "Do you believe now that I am the son of a wealthy family?" Her face turned pale instantly, and she obviously realized how wrong her previous judgment was. She nodded hurriedly. I believe it. I sneered and turned to Tang Sihai. "I want to meet the manager of this store." Tang Sihai took out his cell phone without hesitation and made a call. "Asshole, I'm Tang Sihai. I'll give you 1 minute to come out immediately. Otherwise, I'll burn this store down and break your dog legs." Wang Yan's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't believe that her boss was so powerful. Barely a minute had passed when a middle-aged fat man rushed out of the office. When he saw Tang Sihai, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Tang, why didn't you say hello in advance when you came to our store?" However, Tang Sihai didn't show any politeness and gave him a loud slap in the face. "You are so arrogant. How dare the clerk neglect our young master?" The middle-aged fat man was stunned. He wanted to defend himself, but when he heard Tang Sihai mention me, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Tang Sihai's young master was like a god. He was just a small store manager. How could he dare to resist? Master, I'm so sorry. I apologize. The middle-aged fat man immediately turned around, his face full of anger, and shouted loudly, "Who dares to offend the young master? Stand up." The employees around looked at Wang Yin, and she stepped back in fear, but before she could move, the fat man grabbed her collar and slapped her hard. "You dare to offend the young master. You are tired of living." Wang Yin fell to the ground, crying in pain. "Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The fat man still refused to give in. He grabbed Wang Yan's hair and punched her in the face. "I will cripple you today." Wang Yan's face was covered in blood. She struggled and knelt in front of me. She grabbed my legs and cried, "Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." I looked at her coldly. "You deserve it." She has always treated me as an insignificant person, and today she finally got the retribution she deserved. When the fat man saw her grabbing me, he immediately ran up to her and stepped on her head. "You can even touch the young master's legs? I'll kill you." This kick knocked Wang Yin down. The fat man was furious and ordered the security guard, "Throw this conceited woman into the garbage dump at the back." Several security guards quickly dragged Wang Yin away. She was still crying, her eyes full of regret and fear. I said to the fat man expressionlessly, "My wife likes that piece of jade. Pack it up for me." Then I took out a black card and said, "Swipe this card." Tang Sihai nodded and signaled the fat man to process it immediately. The fat man bowed his head and said respectfully, "Okay, I'll pack it for you right away." He acted quickly without hesitation. I looked at him and said, "Take the cash back." The fat man hurriedly said, "Master, you like this jade? I'll give it to you." I coldly refused. "I don't need you to give it to me." Tang Sihai added, "Since he wants to give it to you to apologize, you should accept it, otherwise he won't be able to sleep at night." I hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, then I'll accept it." Seeing that I agreed, the fat man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if I didn't accept it, Tang Sihai would definitely make him pay the price, or even use his power to make him disappear easily. Tang Sihai looked at me and said, "Master, do you want me to take you back?" I waved my hand and said, "No, I can go by myself." The onlookers were completely shocked. A seemingly ordinary young man turned into a rich young master, and actually came here just to buy a jade necklace. But even the store owner didn't dare to accept the money. The video quickly went viral online, with netizens calling me a super rich second-generation, domineering president, and even a god-level billionaire. However, since the person filming was kicked out by the bodyguards, I am still blurry in the video and cannot serve as a clear reference. Chapter 15. After leaving Kwajeksuan, I didn't rush home. Our wedding anniversary was coming, and I planned to give Jessica a complete surprise. This surprise is not only an emerald necklace, I also want to give her a romantic wedding. Looking back, we hurriedly obtained the marriage certificate at the request of the old man and had no time to hold the wedding. The old man had planned to choose a good day to hold a grand wedding for us, but unexpectedly, he fell ill and was hospitalized shortly after we got the marriage certificate, and the wedding was put on hold. Later, the old man passed away, and I did not get the status I deserved in the Xiao family, so this wedding became an unattainable dream. But now, I have enough wealth. I decided to make up for this wedding for my wife and give her the most grand and decent wedding. When I thought of a location to hold my wedding, the first thing that came to my mind was the Sky Garden at the Buckingham Palace Hotel. Buckingham Palace is one of the top hotels in Jeang. It is large in scale and luxuriously decorated. There is also a high-end shopping mall inside the hotel. The Sky Garden, the highlight of the hotel, is located on the top floor of the shopping mall and is famous for its panoramic design made of crystal glass and flowers airlifted from all over the world. From a distance, it looks like a garden suspended in the air. This is not only the most luxurious banquet hall in Jeang, but also an ideal venue for grand weddings. The cost of holding a wedding here is as high as millions or even tens of millions of yuan. But now, I have money, and millions are nothing to me. As long as I can make Jessica happy, what does this little money matter? So, I went straight to the Buckingham Palace Hotel, planning to book the Sky Garden to hold my wedding on our anniversary. However, I didn't know that the Buckingham Palace Hotel has a membership system. Whether it is eating, staying, or holding a banquet, you must be a hotel member. The level of membership determines the services you enjoy. Ordinary members can only eat in the lobby and stay in standard rooms. Silver members can eat in the private rooms and stay in deluxe rooms. Gold members can use deluxe private rooms and suites. Platinum members can dine in the Sky Garden and stay in the top suites. The highest level of membership is diamond members, who are eligible to stay in the presidential suite and can book the entire Sky Garden for banquets. At this time, I realized that I had no membership in Buckingham Palace. Just when I was a little worried, I suddenly remembered a classmate from college, Lena. She seems to work at Buckingham Palace and should be able to help me with this problem. So I immediately took out my phone and called Lena, telling her that I needed a membership card. Lena immediately agreed. Team Leader Yi, leave this to me. I'll be here right away. I was relieved to hear her words. Although we were just college classmates, we still had some friendship between us, and I was grateful that she could help me solve the problem. A few minutes later, I heard a familiar voice coming from the hotel entrance. Squad Leader Yi. I looked up and saw that it was Lena. She was wearing an office lady outfit, heavy makeup, and a seductive temperament. To be honest, I almost didn't recognize her. Seeing Lena, the two black-clad security guards at the door quickly bowed their heads and respectfully called out, Team Leader Bai. I couldn't help but be surprised. Lena, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're already a team leader. That's amazing. Lena smiled and said modestly, Team Leader, you flatter me. I am just a team leader in the Human Resources Department, which is considered a low-level position here. I sincerely exclaimed, That's amazing. I heard that the management requirements of Buckingham Palace are extremely high. It's really not easy to work here. Lena smiled smugly, then looked at the two black-clad security guards and asked coldly, Are you the ones who stopped my class monitor at the door and prevented him from entering? The two security guards looked at each other, and one of them immediately explained, I'm sorry, Team Leader Bai, I didn't know this was your college classmate, and he didn't have a membership card, so I can only abide by the rules. Lena snorted coldly. Rules are dead. People are alive. Don't you understand this principle? Seeing her attitude, I hurriedly said, Lena, don't embarrass them. They're also following the rules. However, Lena suddenly laughed, and her expression became sarcastic. Squad Leader Yi, you take yourself too seriously, don't you? Do you really think I will make things difficult for my subordinates for you? I frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Lena, what do you mean? She curled her lips and laughed. What do you mean? You dare to enter the Buckingham Palace Hotel? I tell you, never even think about it. Hearing this, I was filled with anger and clenched my fists. What do you mean? I was just teasing you. Lena laughed. I looked down on you when we were in college. You don't know anything. You only know how to study hard, and you can't even afford a meal of stir-fried meat. How dare you be the monitor? Huh, don't you see what kind of character you are? My expression instantly turned cold, and I asked, Lena, I have never provoked you. Why do you keep ridiculing me? Chapter 16. Lena hugged her shoulders, glanced at me coldly, and said in a sarcastic tone, I just looked down on you, what? You've become a loser, and you don't allow me to talk about it? Her words stabbed into my heart like a knife, full of contempt. Everyone in college knows that you'll be a live-in son-in-law after graduation. You couldn't afford to eat when you were in school, and you've been living off others after graduation. You're such a loser, and you still have the nerve to ask me for help. Her words were full of malice, and I felt a surge of anger in my heart. I didn't want to argue with anyone, but Lena really went too far this time. Just when I was about to explode, my phone suddenly rang. It was a text message from Tang Sihai. Master, Buckingham Palace Hotel is actually an asset of our Yi Group. The Buckingham Palace in Jeang is just one of our more than 100 Buckingham Palace chain star hotels. My heart was shocked. Buckingham Palace actually belonged to the Yi family? This news almost made me lose my reaction. I subconsciously replied, You're not lying to me, are you? Tang Sihai quickly replied, Master, the person in charge of Jeang Buckingham Palace is Chunzikai. The phone number is 155. You call him, he will take care of everything. Looking at the text message, my heart gradually calmed down, and I replied, Okay. At this time, I looked up at Lena. The sneering look on her face made me feel disdainful. Seeing that I didn't react, she sneered, Squad Leader, you are really patient. I heard that you and Jessica have been married for 3 years, but you haven't been able to sleep with her. Could it be that she has someone else as a mistress? Aren't you just a cover for her to be her mistress? Her words made my face darken instantly, and I was burning with anger. I took a deep breath and said coldly, I want to ask your person in charge how Buckingham Palace recruited employees like you. She immediately became angry and pointed at me and shouted, How dare you scold me? Are you tired of living? She yelled at the security guard, hit me. But my call was connected. A man's voice with an intimidating tone came from the line. Hello. Who is this? I said coldly. Are you Chinzakai? My name is William, and I'm at the gate of Buckingham Palace right now. I'll give you 1 minute to get down, or you'll get out of Buckingham Palace. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned. The man asked in panic, Master, are you really at the gate of Buckingham Palace? I sneered. You have 50 seconds. The other party's voice was full of tension. Please wait, I'll be there soon. Filena saw me answering the phone, laughed, and said sarcastically, William, you really know how to brag? Do you know who Mr. Chin is? Even the top members don't dare to show off in front of him. Do you think you can scare me by making a phone call? I said calmly, in 30 seconds, you will know whether I am bragging or not. She laughed. Okay, squad leader Yi, I'll wait with you for 30 seconds. If Mr. Chen doesn't come out within 3 minutes, I'll have the security guards tear your mouth apart. In less than 20 seconds, a middle-aged man in a top-notch custom-made suit hurried out of the hotel. His panic was in stark contrast to his usual dignity. Filena was just about to continue her sarcasm when she suddenly noticed the security guard's expression change. She turned around and saw Chunzakai running towards me. Her eyes instantly turned into horror. How is this possible? She stuttered, unable to believe what she saw. Chunzakai shouted anxiously, Who is Mr. William? His voice was obviously trembling, as if he had encountered some huge threat. The people around were stunned. Normally, every move of Mr. Chun was full of oppression, but at this moment he was so panicked. My voice was calm. It's me. Chunzakai immediately rushed over and bowed respectfully. Young, I interrupted him. Mr. Chun, there are some things that should not be said outside. Chunzakai was shocked and hurriedly changed his words, still respectfully saying, Mr. William, welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please move to my office and chat in detail. Filena stood there in shock, speechless. She couldn't accept what was happening. She had just ridiculed me, and now the chief steward in front of her was actually bowing to me in such a humble manner. She was filled with confusion. Who is this William? Even the chief steward of Buckingham Palace is so respectful to him. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Will he hold a grudge against me for what I just said? Chapter 17. When Filena saw me coming in, she quickly put on a flattering smile with a hint of seduction in her eyes. Captain Yi, it is an honor for our Buckingham Palace. Please come in. I would forget the embarrassment just now by saying a few compliments. However, I did not let her go as easily as she expected. He asked Chunzakai coldly, Do you know the relationship between me and Filena? Chunzakai thought that his arrangement was inappropriate and quickly bowed his head and said, If Mr. William is not satisfied, then let Xiao Bai be promoted directly to vice president. When Filena heard the word deputy general manager, she was almost crying with excitement. Deputy general manager, second only to one person, above 10,000 people. She didn't expect that the opportunity for promotion would appear like this. However, I suddenly spoke up, my voice full of oppression. I asked Filena for help because I didn't have a membership card, but she not only humiliated me, but also asked the security guard to beat me. You're going to promote her to vice president now. Are you trying to go against me? Chunzakai's face changed drastically, and he quickly realized that he had committed a big taboo. He turned to Filena in anger and said, You dare to offend Mr. William. Are you tired of living? He raised his hand and slapped Filena in the face. His voice was deafening. How dare you offend Mr. William? Filena was beaten so hard that tears flowed down her face. She knelt down and kowtowed in fear. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Chunzakai kicked her angrily, sending her several meters away, and cursed. Today I'm going to let you know the consequences of messing with Mr. William. He ordered the security guard. Beat her hard. Beat her half to death. Destroy her face after plastic surgery. Tell all the companies in Jinling that if anyone dares to hire her, I will have a hard time with her. Filena desperately shouted. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Chunzakai's eyes widened. You know you are wrong now? What'd you do before? Can you offend Mr. William? Filena crawled to me in despair, crying, Class Monitor Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me for the sake of our being classmates. I looked at her coldly. We are classmates. Why did you insult me and my wife just now? She burst into tears. Class Monitor, I was confused for a moment. It's all my fault for being mean. Please forgive me. I calmly replied, I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will not forgive them. I snorted coldly. Drink the bitter wine you brewed yourself. Shunzakai continued to curse. Bitch, if you dare to say another word, I will have someone rip your mouth off. Bailina lowered her head and stopped begging for mercy, crying alone. I had no sympathy at all and said directly to Shunzakai, I want to talk to you about the Sky Garden. Let's go to your office. Shunzakai nodded hurriedly. Mr. William, please follow me. He instructed the security guard. Beat him hard. I heard Bailina's wailing from behind me, but I ignored her and went straight into Buckingham Palace with Shinzakai. As soon as I arrived at his office, I got straight to the point. My wife and I will have our wedding anniversary in a few days. I want to book the Sky Garden. Can you do it? Shinzakai answered without hesitation. Mr. William, the Sky Garden has never been open to private bookings, but if it is you, the Sky Garden will always be open only to you. I nodded. Then just save it for the anniversary day. In addition, I hope you can cooperate with me and prepare a surprise for my wife. Shunzakai immediately agreed. Mr. William, don't worry, we will definitely cooperate with you. After finishing these things, I took the bus home. In the car, almost everyone was watching short videos, and I didn't expect that one of the videos was the scene of me spending 13 million cash in Quejechuan. The video starts with Tang Sihai's fleet of Rolls Royces. The video contains rows of luxury cars and mountains of cash, and the scene is shocking. However, the video did not capture my front face. It quickly became popular in Jeanling, and everyone speculated who this low-key super rich man was. Some girls even fantasized about meeting such a super rich man. I was relieved to confirm that I was not recognized. When I got home, the whole house was full of joy. Jessica successfully got the contract of Dihao Group and was immediately promoted to director. Her parents were so excited that they burst into tears. They could finally hold their heads high. My father-in-law and mother-in-law's attitudes also changed 180 degrees. They no longer hated me. My mother-in-law smiled and said, Today is such a good day. Jessica is really extraordinary. William, you have also helped a lot. I decided not to let you cook today. Let's go out for a good meal. I smiled and replied, Then let's go to Kempinski. My mother-in-law was stunned. It's too expensive, right? The average cost is more than 1,000 yuan. Jessica smiled and said, Mom, the director's salary is very high, 1 million yuan a year. The mother-in-law clapped her hands happily. Great. Jessica has really made progress. She turned her head and said, However, you have to give me at least 70% of your salary. It is more reliable to let me keep the money. Jessica agreed with a smile. Okay, Mom, but you can't always talk about William in the future. He is your son-in-law. The mother-in-law agreed. Okay, for your sake, I will try to say less about him in the future. Chapter 18. When the family of four went to Kempinski for dinner, Zhang Wenhao was depressed at home. He was dissatisfied when he saw Jessica's push for the 60 million contract of Dihao Group. I thought she would never succeed, but I didn't expect her to sign the cooperation agreement in the morning. Thinking about how he threatened her last night, Zhang Wenhao felt like he had slapped himself. At this time, Hailong called and said in a dissatisfied tone, Brother Wenhao, aren't you embarrassing me by helping her in the cooperation with Dihao? Zhang Wenhao was helpless. I didn't do anything for her. Then Hailong asked, Did you sleep with my cousin? Zhang Wenhao was speechless for a moment, thinking that he might as well admit it. So he reluctantly said, Yes, Hailong, I will definitely compensate you later. I knew it. Hailong breathed a sigh of relief. She should still be a virgin, right? You've made a fortune. Zhang Wenhao was delighted and decided to sow discord between her and her husband. He said with a smile, Hailong, my cousin is indeed a virgin. It's fun to do it, haha. Hailong reminded with a smile. Then you have to give me some benefits. Don't worry, Hailong, I remember this. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wenhao's father called and said in a hurried tone, Wenhao, Dihao Group has stopped our cooperation. Have you offended anyone? Zhang Wenhao asked anxiously. What's going on? Dad said, the new chairman has taken over, and Wang Dongxue said the chairman doesn't see guests. Zhang Wenhao asked anxiously, What should we do then? Dad mentioned, There will be a banquet at the Shao family tomorrow night. The chairman will be here. Let's go. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Zhang Wenhao agreed. The next day, the Shao family's banquet became the focus of Jeanling. The Shao family successfully obtained the contract of Dihao Group, and the chairman personally attended the banquet. The news spread in Jeanling. For this banquet, I put on my most expensive suit and hurried to the hotel. As soon as I arrived at the hotel entrance, a Porsche braked and stopped in front of me. Zhang Wenhao got out of the car, wearing a brand-name suit and looking very proud. The receptionist greeted him warmly, but when he saw me, he showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Where did you get this fake suit from?" I asked calmly. "What does it have to do with you?" Zhang Wenhao raised his lips and said, "Your wife has something to do with me now." I frowned. "What's the relationship?" People around us began to notice us, and the rumors from last night resurfaced in my mind. Jessica was able to get the contract with Dihao Group because she dedicated herself to Zhang Wenhao. Seeing people gathered around, Zhang Wenhao sneered. "Why do you think Jessica was able to get the cooperation?" I stared at him coldly. "What is it?" He smiled confidently and said, "Of course it's because of me. Because Jessica is my woman, I help her get the cooperation with Dihao. You should be sensible and divorce her early to make room for her." The eyes around became more focused, and everyone whispered. The rumor was confirmed. Jessica did win the cooperation of Dihao Group through her relationship with Zhang Wenhao. When I heard this, I laughed instead. "Because of you?" I looked at Zhang Wenhao, my lips slightly raised. "You deserve it." Chapter 19. I don't deserve it, but do you? I responded coldly with disdain in my eyes. Zhang Wenhao's eyes were gloomy, and his tone was full of provocation. "You are just a waste. You can't even take care of your own wife. It's too unfair for Jessica to follow you. It's so good to follow me. I can give her whatever I want." My face turned cold, and I lowered my voice and said coldly, "I give you two choices. To Jessica and apologize, and take back what you said. Second, I will bankrupt your family's group. Make your choice." Zhang Wenhao didn't care at all and laughed wildly. "Who do you think you are? Are you going to bankrupt our family?" His eyes were full of contempt, and he didn't take my words seriously at all. "Are you daydreaming? What can you do to bankrupt our group? Do you know the market value of our group?" I looked at him indifferently, not moving for a moment, then took out my phone and dialed Tang Sihai's number. Within 3 minutes, I want to see Zhang Wenhao's group go bankrupt and liquidate, and the debt explode. Zhang Wenhao's face suddenly turned gloomy. "You're so awesome. Do you think you're the super rich guy on the internet?" Before he finished speaking, he sneered again. "Trash, I also give you two choices. First, kneel down and apologize to me, and divorce Jessica immediately. Second, I will find someone to destroy you, so that you can watch me and Jessica live happily with your own eyes." I looked down at my phone and asked coldly, "You have 1 minute left? Are you sure you don't want to save the situation?" Zhang Wenhao sneered. "Get lost. You still have 30 seconds. You will regret it if you don't kneel." 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. When the time came, he ordered his bodyguards to prepare for action. At this moment, Zhang Wenhao's cell phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, his face suddenly changed, and he became anxious. "Dad, I'm at the scene. Where are you?" On the other end of the phone, Zhang Wenhao's father shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who have you offended? Our shareholders are frantically selling stocks, and the stock price has fallen by more than 80%. The bank requires repayment of the debt, and all partners have stopped working. Our capital chain is broken, and the only way out is bankruptcy and liquidation." Zhang Wenhao's face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat kept dripping. "Our family is finished, completely finished." Before he could ask clearly, there was a siren and a door-breaking sound from the other end of the phone, and the police asked to cooperate with the investigation. Zhang Wenhao fell to the ground. His phone was smashed to pieces, his legs softened, and he knelt directly in front of me. The onlookers were also stunned. No one expected that Zhang Wenhao would kneel down after answering a phone call. I looked down at him and said coldly, "I gave you the opportunity to choose, but you didn't choose the right one." Zhang Wenhao immediately kowtowed and apologized. "I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. Jessica and I have nothing to do with each other, and I didn't help her get the cooperation with Dihao Group. What I said just now was all made up." He simply couldn't believe that a son-in-law of the Shao family had such great power. One phone call made his family bankrupt. I shook my head. "You should be satisfied, at least I still have my life. Otherwise, your whole family would have been killed without a burial place." Zhang Wenhao's face immediately turned pale, and his whole body trembled violently. I said in a cold voice, "To tell you the truth, I am a super rich man on the internet. If you want to live, don't spread my identity. Otherwise, you and your father will not live until tomorrow morning." After saying that, I patted his face and walked into the hall without looking back. Zhang Wenhao sat on the ground, completely unable to resist my humiliation. I walked into the hall and saw Jessica. She was dressed up carefully today and shone like a star among the crowd. Seeing Zhang Wenhao rushing towards her, I hugged her in my arms to prevent her from falling and glared at Zhang Wenhao fiercely. Zhang Wenhao was so scared that he quickly crawled away, fearing that he would anger me. Jessica asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" I whispered, "He may be sick, don't worry about him." She felt my warm embrace, her ears slightly reddened, and she quickly broke free from my arms. Chairman Yi of Dihao Group should be here. I'll go see. Chapter 20. I stood there, looking at everything in front of me, and the dissatisfaction in my heart almost overflowed. Jessica's beauty undoubtedly attracted all eyes, and this became a pain that I often had to endure. I took a deep breath, forced myself to suppress my anger, stretched out my hand to shake hands with Wong Yunkai, and said in a cold tone, "Hello, I am Jessica's husband." Wong Yunkai looked me up and down with obvious disdain, then pulled his hand back and sneered, "You?" I didn't expect Jessica to be married. It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. His words were full of contempt, which made me angry. Xiao Weiwei fanned the flames and said sarcastically, "Brother Kai, this loser is married into our Xiao family, but he has no job and no ability." Her words stabbed into my heart like a knife, and she even winked at Wong Yunkai, hinting that he could pursue Jessica, and even mentioned, "Brother Kai, when Yunfei and I get married, we will be a family, and we should have more contact then." Wong Yunkai seemed moved by this and responded with a smile. "Ms. Jessica is as beautiful as a fairy. I would love to have more contact with her." The greed in his eyes made me feel sick. Just then, I saw my mother-in-law Ma Lan and father-in-law Xiao Chongquan coming over. Ma Lan hurriedly walked to Jessica and said, "Of course, have you heard? The Zhang family is bankrupt." Ah, Jessica was obviously shocked. "When did it happen?" "Just now," Ma Lan sighed. "I originally thought that after you and William divorced, I could still be with Zhang Wenhao, but now it seems that even this hope is gone." Her words made my heart sink. I wondered how she couldn't even see that her son-in-law was already a wealthy man. When Wong Yunkai saw Ma Lan coming, he immediately went up to introduce himself. "You are Jessica's mother, right?" "Hello, Auntie. I am Yunfei's cousin Wong Yunkai. You are so young and beautiful. No wonder you can give birth to such a beautiful Jessica." When Viola Ma heard that Wong Yunkai was the eldest son of the Wong family, her eyes lit up, and she immediately responded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes. I am Jessica's mother. Are you friends with Jessica?" "Yes, I am a friend, but I just met him today." Wong Yunkai smiled and nodded, with a subtle calculation in his tone. Ma Lan's attitude instantly became warm, and she hurriedly said, "Everyone, please sit down. Don't stand, Master Wong. Our Jessica is really pure and innocent. Young people need to get in touch with her more." Her words almost made me explode. "Mom!" Jessica interrupted her impatiently. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the stage, old lady Xiao finally stood under the spotlight. She looked around and said with a smile, "First of all, thank you all friends and partners for attending our Xiao family's banquet." Then, she continued to introduce, "Please welcome the vice chairman of Dihao Group, Ms. Wang Dongxue." The appearance of Wang Dongxue immediately caused a commotion in the audience. She was wearing a black evening dress, her perfect figure gleaming under the light, and all eyes were involuntarily focused on her. Wang Dongxue stood up gracefully and nodded to the crowd. Her eyes paused slightly when they swept over me, as if something was wrong, but she quickly looked away. I couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Mrs. Xiao continued, "Today we are especially grateful to the Dihao Group for handing over such an important project to our Xiao family. We will definitely do our best." Then she announced, "Now, we would like to introduce to you an outstanding descendant of the Xiao family. Without him, we would not be able to reach a cooperation with Dihao." Jessica excitedly, "Oh, Ran, it's your turn to go on stage." Jessica looked a little nervous. She looked at me. I immediately gave her an encouraging look. But just as she was about to go on stage, I noticed a smug smile on Xiao Hailong's face. Old Mrs. Xiao looked at our table and announced, "Let us welcome the new director of the Xiao Group, Xiao Hailong." Jessica froze instantly, her eyes full of shock. She turned to me, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Xiao Hailong walked onto the stage with a smug look on his face, and I could only watch as tears welled up in her eyes. A strong anger surged in my heart, and the anger in my eyes almost exploded. The Shao family was so ruthless that they abandoned Jessica without hesitation after using her, completely disregarding her feelings. I felt heavy in my heart as I watched her stand up and run towards the door without hesitation. Xiao Hailong stood on the stage and said proudly, "Thank you for the company's trust in me. I will work hard to be a good director and perfectly complete the project assigned to us by Dihao Group." Every word he said seemed to be a provocation to me. Mrs. Xiao continued, "There is one more important thing tonight. That is, we are honored to have the new chairman of the Dihao Group, Mr. William. Please welcome Chairman Yi with the warmest applause." The audience applauded loudly, and everyone's eyes were focused on me, waiting to unveil the mysterious chairman. I stood up with a cold face, feeling the eyes of the audience focused on me. Chapter 21. In the astonished eyes of everyone, I slowly stood up, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly became tense. Ma Lan shouted anxiously, "William, sit down quickly. What occasion is this?" She was obviously shocked, and she didn't expect me to stand up in such an occasion. She continued, "You are a useless son-in-law. What qualifications do you have to show off here?" Wong Yunkai and Wong Yunfei looked at each other and thought to themselves, "Am I really the chairman of Dihao Group?" But soon they shook their heads and thought it was impossible. If he was really the chairman, how could Viola Ma scold him so badly? "You useless guy, sit down quickly." Xiao Hailong also scolded on the stage. I ignored him and walked straight to Wang Dongxue. Everyone stared at me intently. I whispered a few words in her ear, and Wang Dongxue nodded slightly. Then, I ignored the looks from the people around me and walked towards Jessica. Wang Dongxue walked up to the stage, took the microphone, and said with a smile, "Hello, everyone. I am Wang Dongxue. Mr. William just met our chairman outside the venue. The chairman asked me to give you a message." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that I was not the chairman of the Dihao Group. I just met the chairman by chance and hurried to curry favor with the assistant. Wong Yunkai chuckled. It was just an accidental encounter, but he tried so hard to curry favor with the assistant. What a loser. Wong Yunfei shrugged. It's just the self-consolation of a small person. However, Wang Dongxue's next words froze the whole audience. "The chairman asked me to inform you that from now on, Dihao Group will terminate its cooperation with the Shao family, and the signed contract will be declared invalid." Boom! The whole place exploded instantly. Old Mrs. Xiao asked anxiously, "Vice President Wang, why is this happening? What do we do wrong?" Wang Dongxue responded calmly. "This project was originally cooperated with the Shao family because of the chairman's recognition of Ms. Jessica, but you privately let a stranger take charge of the project. I'm sorry, we don't accept it." After she finished speaking, she put down the microphone mercilessly and left without looking back. Old Mrs. Xiao was pale and regretful. She didn't expect that her cleverness at the moment would cause the Xiao family to lose an important opportunity. Xiao Hailong was confused and had no idea where he had gone wrong. "Grandma, the director's appointment has been announced. You won't regret it, will you?" Xiao Hailong asked hurriedly. Old Mrs. Xiao stood up angrily, slapped him, and said angrily, "Asshole, are you still thinking about the director? Go find Jessica quickly." I chased her out and found Jessica in a corner of the hotel. Her eyes were blurred with tears. I walked over, took off my suit, and put it on her and comforted her. "Wife, don't be sad. The director of the Xiao family doesn't have to be you. If you don't want to be the director, then don't want to be the director." She sobbed and said, "If I can become a director, my parents will be happy." How can Grandma go back on her word like this? I continued to persuade her. "Maybe they will come to ask you to be the director soon, and you won't look pretty on stage later." She whispered, "No way. Grandma's already said it, and it won't change." At this time, Old Lady Xiao and Xiao Hailong hurriedly ran out of the banquet hall. Xiao Hailong saw me and Jessica standing together and hurried over and said coldly, "Jessica, hurry up and chase Vice President Wang and beg her not to terminate the cooperation." Jessica was stunned. "Terminate the cooperation? What?" Xiao Hailong said angrily. "You must have ordered Wang Dongxue to embarrass me. Don't play innocent. If you don't help me solve the problem, I won't forgive you." "Pa!" Old Madam Xiao slapped Xiao Hailong again and cursed. "How can you talk to your sister like that? She is our director." Xiao Hailong was anxious. "Grandma, didn't you say that I should be the director?" Old Madam Xiao said angrily, "If you hadn't given me the drug, how could I have changed my mind? If you don't repent, get out of the Xiao family." Under the old lady's scolding, Xiao Hailong lowered his head and swallowed his anger. Old Mrs. Xiao turned to Jessica and pleaded, "Jessica, Grandma begs you. Go and explain to Vice President Wong that continued cooperation is vital to our Xiao family." I shrugged and looked at Jessica. "I told you they would come to ask you to be the director, and now they have come." Jessica wiped away her tears and called Wong Dongxiu. "Deputy Director Wong. Hello? Grandma asked me to explain to you. Can I continue to be responsible for the cooperation of the Xiao family?" Wong Dongxiu on the other end of the phone chuckled. "If you are the director, the cooperation will continue. But if it is anyone else, forget it." Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much." Jessica was full of doubts. It seemed that the Dihao group came everywhere for her. This was too abnormal. Wong Dongxiu smiled and said, "This is all the chairman's intention. The chairman will explain it personally." Jessica asked nervously, "Can you please go back to the banquet hall?" Wong Dongxiu agreed decisively, and soon her car returned to the hotel. Everyone looked at Jessica with astonishment and awe. Chapter 22. In the banquet hall, the old lady smiled, took Jessica's hand, and walked towards the stage. She said kindly, "The misunderstanding just now was my fault. In fact, the success of the Xiao family this time is all due to Jessica. She is the pride of our family, especially in the cooperation with Dihao. Jessica has contributed a lot." Wang Dongxiu stood aside and interrupted the old lady coldly. "Let me correct you. Miss Jessica not only contributed her strength, but in fact, she facilitated this cooperation entirely on her own. Others did not participate much." Her tone was straightforward, and the audience was not surprised. Wang Dongxiu, the vice chairman of Dihao Group, had always been strong, and no one dared to refute her even if she humiliated the old lady in public. The old lady hurriedly agreed. "Vice President Wong is right. Everything is thanks to Jessica. From today on, Jessica will become the director of the Xiao family and be fully responsible for the cooperation with Dihao." Wang Dongxiu smiled slightly and shook hands with Jessica. "I hope we can have more pleasant cooperation." Jessica was still at a loss and nodded in response, but her heart was full of doubts. The audience applauded, and everyone cast admiring glances at her, speculating about the relationship between her and Dihao and why Dihao valued her so much. She turned to look at me, and the scene in front of her was exactly what I had said before. The old lady handed the director position back to her. After the party, Jessica returned home, still confused. She recalled what I said and had more doubts in her heart. Recently, I seem to be different, as if I have many secrets and am shrouded in a mist. That night, Jessica's reputation was at its peak in Jeang. Everyone knew that the Xiao family had welcomed an outstanding younger generation, and Dihao also strongly supported her. The future of the Xiao family seemed even brighter. The next morning, Jessica woke up early, refreshed, and rushed to the company. Today was her first day as director, and she was determined to go all out and do it all well. I got up and did my housework as usual, thinking that if I finished early, I might have some free time. When I was about to go to the market to buy vegetables for lunch, my mother-in-law Ma Lan called me. I quickly answered the call, and I heard her anxious voice on the other end. "William, get to Pingan Road within 10 minutes, otherwise I will not forgive you when I get home." She hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking. I was stunned. My mother-in-law sounded anxious. She hadn't been seen since early morning and suddenly called me. Obviously, something had happened. Although I didn't like her, I had to act immediately to avoid getting into trouble again. I packed up quickly and took a taxi to Pingan Road. When I arrived, I saw a group of elderly people gathered in front of an insurance company. The door was closed, and it was obvious that no one was allowed in. The mother-in-law stood at the front of the crowd, holding a banner and shouting angrily, "Huaxin is garbage, a scam platform. We want to protect our rights. Give me back my hard-earned money." Her roar echoed in the block, deafening. I walked over and asked hurriedly, "Mom, what happened?" She pulled me to the front and said, "You shout slogans for me." My voice is hoarse. Before I could figure out the situation, she had pushed me to the front and asked me to start shouting slogans. The loud voices of the uncles and aunts around me filled my ears, and everyone's eyes were full of anger. I whispered to the uncle next to me, and then I understood what happened. It turned out that Huaxin Insurance promised high returns, which attracted many elderly people to buy it. As a result, the company closed down when the dividends were distributed, and everyone's savings were swallowed up. My mother-in-law was obviously also caught up in it and became a victim. I asked her, "Mom, How much insurance did you buy? Her face changed, and she said anxiously, they said that buying insurance can earn dividends. I was confused and spent all my family's savings on it. I was shocked. All the family money is invested in these financial insurances? I could hardly believe my ears. After hearing this, Malan was furious. You are such a bad mouth. Do you think I'm embarrassing you? She continued to scold me. You are so useless that you made me do these stupid things. I stood there helplessly, knowing that there was no point in refutation. At this time, several middle-aged women came over, looked at me, and said, Sister Lon, this is your son-in-law, right? They glanced at me and laughed. Why does he look so poor? He doesn't look like my son-in-law at all. Their words pierced my heart like sharp needles, but I didn't care. These old ladies had just lost their savings, but they were still here, sneering at me. Maybe this was just their way of venting their frustration. The mother-in-law seemed unsatisfied with this and said angrily, Just wait and see. In a few days, I will let my daughter divorce him and find a son-in-law who can bring good luck. I sneered in my heart. What son-in-law? In her eyes, the son-in-law was not even as good as one of my fingers. But she was so anxious now that she didn't care about my feelings at all. Suddenly, she thought of Wong Yunkai, the man who was very attentive at the banquet yesterday. Although the Wong family was not as wealthy as the Jeang family, it was also a big family. She took out her cell phone and dialed Wong Yunkai's number, thinking that maybe this could solve the problem. Chapter 23. The call was quickly connected, and Ma Lan said anxiously, Hello, is this Yunkai? I am Jessica's mother. As soon as she finished speaking, Wong Yunkai's name appeared in her mind. Ever since he met Jessica, Wong Yunkai has been deeply attracted to her, and Ma Lan's call at this time also gave him an opportunity to get close to Jessica. Wong Yunkai quickly guessed that Ma Lan might be in trouble, and immediately asked, Aunt Ma, are you in trouble? Do you need help? Ma Lan quickly said, Yunkai, a few friends and I invested in financial products in Huaxin Insurance Company, but now the company does not allow withdrawals. Can you help get the money back? Wong Yunkai was secretly delighted after hearing this, thinking that this was an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Auntie, don't worry. I'll go over right away and help you solve the problem. After hanging up the phone, Ma Lan turned to me and said sarcastically, Look, some people can't do anything. What else can they do except shout slogans? I couldn't help but sneer in my heart when I heard her words. Did she really think Wong Yunkai could help her? That fraudulent company must have a powerful background. Wong Yunkai is just a second-rate family. How could he shake it? However, I was somewhat disappointed to see her trust Wong Yunkai so credulously. She knew that the Wong family was nothing special, but she still pinned her hopes on him and even laughed at me. The old people around me began to discuss Wong Yunkai enthusiastically, praising him as a young talent. They all compare me with him. Obviously, I was a joke in their eyes. Ma Lan's smugness made me feel helpless, but I chose to remain silent and see how they would end up. Soon after, a black Porsche slowly drove up, the door opened, and Wong Yunkai stepped out of the car steadily. People around him immediately started talk about it. This is a good son-in-law. I wonder which girl got such a good deal. I lowered my head and said nothing, knowing in my heart that Wong Yunkai's so-called ability was not as strong as they imagined. He only gained the respect of these people because of his family background and appearance. As soon as Ma Lan saw Wong Yunkai, she immediately ran up to him with a smile on her face. Oh, Yunkai, you are finally here. Auntie was so anxious. Wong Yunkai smiled and responded, Auntie, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. He explained casually, I heard that you were in trouble, so I rushed over here. I ran through several red lights on the way. When the people around heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They were obviously attracted by this network of relationships, but they didn't know that this was just a means for Wong Yunkai to show off his background. Then, Wong Yunkai began to ask, How much money have you been defrauded of in total? Ma Lan sighed. It's more than 1 million, and it was said that I could get 200,000 in dividends, but now I can't even withdraw the principal. Wong Yunkai nodded, his face full of confidence. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will definitely help you get the money back. At this time, Wong Yunkai noticed that I was standing behind Ma Lan, and his eyes changed slightly. Obviously, he was somewhat disdainful of me, a waste. In order to hide his embarrassment, he deliberately smiled and said, Oh, Brother Yi is here too. What a coincidence. If you have a way to help Aunt Ma get her investment back, try it first so that you won't blame me for stealing your limelight later. Ma Lan quickly interrupted. Let him try. What can he do? He just knows how to shout slogans. Wong Yunkai smiled and said, since brother you doesn't have this ability, then I will give a try and see if I can solve it. I smiled indifferently and said lightly, young Master Wong, come on. Wong Yunkai heard what I said, sneered, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. At this time, the old men and women around Ma Lan gathered around and begged, Ma Lan, we are all friends. Can you let this handsome boy help us? We have all been cheated a lot. Ma Lan responded coldly. Yunkai came to give me face, he doesn't know the others. Seeing this, the people around him pleaded, young Master Wong, please help us. We have been cheated badly. Wong Yunkai had a contemptuous smile on his face. He saw that Ma Lan was greedy for petty gains, so he agreed. Since everyone is Aunt Ma's friend, I will do you this favor. However, I have to give Aunt Ma 10% of the money I get back for you. What do you think? After hearing this condition, everyone nodded hurriedly. No problem. 90% is already very good. 10% is acceptable. Ma Lan smiled with satisfaction when she heard this. She had already begun to imagine how much money she could get if Wong Yunkai could help her get back the tens of millions that she had been cheated of. She was secretly thinking about how to earn a large sum of money from it. Chapter 24. Ma Lan was very excited after hearing Wong Yunkai's words. She felt that with Wong Yunkai's support, no one would dare to refuse her again. She blurted out immediately, Yunkai, I'll go with you. And I hurriedly advised, Mom, you'd better not join in the fun. If Wong Yunkai can't solve this problem, you may get into trouble. Ma Lan, however, looked at me with disdain and glared at me angrily. Bah, how dare you, a piece of trash, question Yunkai's ability? Her words made me angry, but I decided not to argue anymore. Seeing that everyone placed their hopes on Wong Yunkai, expecting him to help get back the hard-earned money that was defrauded, but I was treated as a waste by everyone, I felt disappointed. I advised again, Mom, it's better not to join in the fun. However, Ma Lan still didn't listen and shouted angrily, shut your stinky mouth. Faced with her attitude, I decided not to say anything more and just looked at her coldly. Wong Yunkai sneered at me and said, I'm not very capable, but I'm quite jealous. Do you think I'm like you and can't do anything except shout slogans? I didn't respond and said calmly, okay, then I'll wait for good news from Mr. Wong. I have long been fed up with my mother-in-law Ma Lan. She's too snobbish and is often blinded by superficial people. Today's incident may seem like a fraud case on the surface, but in fact, there's a lot of hidden water behind it. She didn't understand it all, but still insisted on getting involved. I laughed at myself and decided to let her pay the price herself. Ma Lan didn't understand my good intentions at all. She glared at me fiercely and turned to apologize to Wong Yunkai. Yunkai, don't take what this loser said to heart. Auntie absolutely believes in you. Her words struck me as extremely ironic. Wong Yunkai smiled smugly and replied, it's okay, Auntie. I won't argue with a bully. After he finished speaking, he left with Ma Lan in high spirits. I looked at their backs, and my heart was silent. Wong Yunkai led Ma Lan through the crowd, walked towards Huaxin Insurance Company, and disappeared in the distance. I knew that what was going to happen next would become more complicated. When they arrived at the gate of Huaxin Company, Wong Yunkai shouted to several employees at the gate, go tell your leaders to return the money to these uncles and aunts immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately ask the legal team and the police to intervene, and then you and your boss will have to go to jail. His voice was loud and attracted everyone's attention. Ma Lan also echoed, did you hear that, you bastards? We have a big shot backing us up now. If you don't return the money, you can prepare to go to jail. The young employee at the door saw their aggressive attitude and was obviously a little nervous. He quickly said, I'm sorry, I'm just a security guard. The specific matters are not my responsibility. Wong Yunkai's face darkened. Then call your boss immediately and tell him that I am Wong Yunkai from the Jinling Wong family. Ask him to come and handle it personally. Otherwise, he will bear the consequences himself. Seeing Wong Yunkai's attitude, the employee finally picked up the phone and dialed. At the same time, in the office of the chairman of Huaxin Insurance Company, Zhou Huaxin was complimenting a middle-aged man, Hong Wu, the leader of the underground forces in Jinling. Master Hong Wu is one of the most powerful figures in Jinling. Zhou Huaxin knows very well that only with Master Hong Wu's protection can he be free from worries. Master Hong Wu took the bank card handed over by Zhou Huaxin and said with a smile, Xiao Zhou, I didn't expect you to do so well. Zhou Huaxin replied in a low voice, Master Wu, What should we do with those old men and women who are making trouble downstairs? Master Hong Wu said calmly. They're just a bunch of old men and women, not worth mentioning. If they still don't leave, I will send my brothers to teach them a lesson. This made Zhou Huaxin feel relieved, and he hurriedly thanked him. The protection of Master Hong Wu made Zhou Huaxin act more recklessly. Just when Zhou Huaxin breathed a sigh of relief, the phone rang suddenly, and an anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, something happened. There's a man who claims to be the young master of the Wong family. He brought a group of people to make trouble and demanded that we return the money immediately. Otherwise, he would send us to jail. Zhou Huaxin frowned and immediately reported to Master Hong Wu. Master Wu, there's a man claiming to be from the Wong family of Jinling downstairs. He brought a group of old men and women to make trouble. They said that we should return all the money, otherwise they would send us to prison. Master Hong Wu snorted coldly. Jinling Wong family? Who are they? In my eyes, the Wong family is just a small fry. Even the leaders of their family have to bow their heads to me when they see me. Now, someone dares to provoke me. They really don't know how to live or die. After that, Master Hong Wu put the bank card Zhou Huaxin handed to him in his pocket, and his tone became cold. Come on, take me to see who is so bold as to challenge Master Hong Wu and want me to spit out the money I ate. Chapter 25. Wong Yunkai stood in front of Huaxin Company with a hint of arrogance on his face. He knew that today was a good opportunity to show his strength, especially in front of Jessica's mother. As long as he could take her down, Jessica would be easily taken down. Thinking of this, he was very excited. Don't worry, everyone. The boss of this fraudulent company will return the money soon, he shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately applauded and cheered, looking excited and expectant. I was the only one who watched coldly, secretly thinking that Wong Yunkai was just an arrogant guy who didn't know his own limitations, and he would probably suffer a crushing defeat today. Just as Wong Yunkai was enjoying the attention of the crowd, the door of Huaxin Insurance suddenly opened, and the boss Zhou Huaxin walked out with a middle-aged man in a tang suit. Although the man was older, he had an extraordinary aura. He was none other than the famous Master Hong Wu. Behind Master Hong Wu followed several strong and sturdy bodyguards, each of whom had an aura that could swallow up thousands of miles. Although many people in Jinling have heard of Master Hong Wu's name, due to his high status, only a few people can see him. At this moment, the only person everyone recognizes is Zhou Huaxin. Oh my god, Yunkai really found Mr. Zhou. He is so awesome, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Thanks to Sister Lan, we have hope for our money, another old lady said with emotion. Ma Lan listened to these words of praise and felt very proud, thinking that Wong Yunkai had really helped her gain enough face today. Wong Yunkai walked forward with a smug look on his face. Although he didn't know Zhou Huaxin and didn't know the identity of Hong Wuye, seeing how respectful Zhou Huaxin was to Hong Wuye, he mistakenly thought that Hong Wuye was the boss. Are you the boss of Huaxin Insurance? Wong Yunkai raised his chin and asked with a contemptuous tone. Master Hong Wu smiled slightly and said jokingly, I'm not the boss. I'm just doing things for him. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Wong Yunkai was stunned, then sneered. So you are a lackey. People like you are not worthy of talking to me. Get out of here and wait for your boss to come. I stood in the crowd, shaking my head at Wong Yunkai. This guy really overestimated his own abilities. The man in the tang suit in front of him had a strong aura and was followed by a group of ferocious bodyguards. It was obvious that he was not someone who could be easily provoked. Wong Yunkai dared to provoke him like this. He was simply courting death. Malan also sneered. Yunkai, ignore him. This lackey is not worth talking to. The one next to him is the boss, she said proudly. Zhou Huaxin's face froze instantly. He obviously didn't expect Wong Yunkai to be so ignorant. Who dares to insult Master Hong Wu in public? This is simply courting death. Master Hong Wu is the underground king of Jinling. Who dares to offend him? Before he finished speaking, Hong Wuye's men quickly stepped forward, grabbed Wong Yunkai's hair, and slapped him several times, making Wong Yunkai see stars. You dare to scold Hong Wuye? Are you looking for death? The men roared. Then, another subordinate raised his hand towards Ma Lan and slapped her without any courtesy. You stinky woman, you dare to scold Master Hong Wu. Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Ma Lan was beaten so hard that she staggered a few steps, then fell to the ground, covering her face, terrified. At this moment, Wong Yunkai and Ma Lan finally realized that the man in tang suit in front of them was the king of Jinling's underground circle, Master Hongwu. They had just been humiliating him without knowing whether to live or die, which was simply courting their own destruction. I watched as their faces turned pale instantly, cold sweats broke out, and they were completely terrified. Wong Yunkai was the first to collapse. He fell to his knees, kowtowed repeatedly, and begged for mercy incoherently. Fifth Master, I was wrong. I really didn't know it was you. Please spare my life. He slapped himself repeatedly, kowtowed and apologized, and completely lost his arrogance. Now he realized that the so-called backer could not compete with the overwhelming power of Master Hongwu. The onlookers were all stunned. They had expected Wong Yunkai to take action to get the money back, but instead they saw him kneeling on the spot, begging for mercy with a pale face. The atmosphere instantly froze. Malan also went from being so complacent just now to having bloodstains all over her face, curled up into a ball like a stray dog. Master Hongwu sneered, glanced at the two men, and said to his men beside him indifferently, "This kid is too mean. Come on, take turns to slap him in the face 10,000 times and stop when you are done." Hearing this, Wong Yunkai's face instantly turned livid. 10,000 slaps? This is simply a fatal punishment. Master Hongwu's men asked, "Master Wu, what about this woman?" Master Hongwu glanced at Ma Lan with disdain and said indifferently, "Also 10,000. When Ma Lan heard this, she was so scared that her legs went weak and she trembled all over. Several men immediately took action. One held down Wong Yunkai, and another grabbed Ma Lan, preparing to start the punishment. I stood behind the crowd, watching all this with cold eyes. This mother-in-law should have someone to control her mouth, and it's understandable that she was beaten a little. But she is my wife's mother after all, and I can't let her be beaten to a disability. Thinking of this, I sighed, walked forward quickly, and grabbed the raised wrist of one of my men. Chapter 26. Ma Lan screamed in despair and closed her eyes, ready to accept the upcoming punishment. However, to her surprise, the fierce slap did not fall. Her eyes snapped open to see me standing before her, blocking the incoming attack without fear. She was stunned, unable to understand. How dare I, a loser whom she had always looked down upon, stand up in front of Master Hongwu? She was confused for a moment and did not react at all. Master Hongwu did not expect that someone would stand up for Ma Lan at this time. He looked at me coldly. His voice was icy. "Who are you? Do you want to die?" I said calmly, "Master Hongwu, please give me some face. You can beat the dead dog next to you, but not my mother-in-law." Master Hongwu's face instantly darkened, and he was furious. "This old woman is your mother-in-law? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to give you face?" His tone was full of contempt and anger. After all, he had always been the master of the underground world of Jinling, so who dared to be so rude in front of him? However, I just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll make a call and let the person on the phone talk to you." After that, I took out my mobile phone from my pocket and dialed a number. After the call was connected, Shunzakai's voice came immediately. "Master, what do you want?" I asked calmly. "There's a man named Hong Wuye in Jinling. Do you know him?" Shunzakai's tone on the other end of the phone immediately became respectful. "Master, of course I know him. People say he is the underground king of Jinling, but in fact he is just a little scoundrel. He has known for a long time that I am from the Yi family, and he has come to curry favor with me and begged me for dinner several times." "What? Do you know him?" I said lightly. "Oh, he wants to kill me now." Shunzakai immediately became angry. "Damn it, Hongwu actually dared to provoke the young master. Where are you? I'll take people over and kill him." I didn't hang up the phone in a hurry, but handed it to Master Hongwu. "Here's the phone, talk to him." Master Hongwu felt a little worried. The young man in front of him looked inconspicuous, dressed in ordinary clothes, and even had a cheap cell phone. But what kind of background did he have to be able to call over such a powerful figure? Although he didn't believe it, Hong Wuye still answered the phone. "Hello, this is Hong Wuye. Who are you? Do you want to support this kid?" he said with caution. Shunzakai roared, "Hong Wu, how dare you provoke our young master? Believe it or not, I will make your entire family die tonight." Master Hong Wu was instantly panicked, and his heart was shaken violently. He finally realized that the young man in front of him was actually the young master of the Yi family. The power behind the Yi family was as high as the sky and as deep as the earth, and he could not offend them at all. "Mr. Chun, I deserve to die. "I misunderstood." Mr. Hongwu quickly apologized. "I really didn't know she was your mother-in-law. Please spare my life." Shunzakai responded coldly. "Shut up. If you dare to say anything more, I will kill your entire family." Master Hongwu was completely panicked and almost trembled as he said, "Boss Chun, I was wrong, I was wrong. I will definitely handle this properly." Hearing this, Master Hongwu's fear reached its peak. He knew in his heart that he could not touch the power of the Yi family. Mr. Hong knelt down immediately and apologized to me earnestly. "Mr. William, I was wrong. I didn't know she was your mother-in-law. Please forgive me." The people around were also stunned. It was unbelievable that the emperor of the Jinling underground world actually knelt in front of a young man. I didn't want Master Hongwu to die. After all, he only caused my mother-in-law to suffer minor injuries, and I didn't feel too uncomfortable seeing my mother-in-law being punished. Since he begged for mercy, I didn't pursue the matter any further. I looked at Master Hongwu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "I can forgive you, but you must pay back the money you cheated from my mother-in-law with interest." Master Hongwu immediately felt as if he had been granted amnesty and kowtowed. "Don't worry, I'll do it right away." He turned around and shouted angrily, "Zhou Huaxin, hurry up and do it. If you delay again, I'll break your legs." Malan was already dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that the useless son-in-law whom she looked down upon actually made Master Hongwu kneel down. Wong Yunkai was also dumbfounded. He knew that I was a well-known loser outside, but why was even Master Hongwu afraid of me now? At this time, Zhou Huaxin came over with a black suitcase, his tone full of fear. "Auntie, your principal is 1.3 million, and the dividend is 200,000, a total of 1.5 million. Here is 2 million, and the remaining 500,000 is our apology. Please accept it." Malan was completely shocked. She didn't expect that her useless son-in-law had such a powerful background. The principal and the promised dividend of 200,000 yuan were returned, and they even gave me an additional 500,000 yuan. Chapter 27. Malan couldn't believe it when she saw the 2 million in her account. She was stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't wait to ask Zhou Huaxin, "Is this 2 million really for me?" Zhou Huaxin nodded quickly. "Of course, they are all yours." Her smile instantly bloomed, and she said excitedly, "That's great." Looking at the 2 million in her hand, Malan's heart was filled with surprise and unbelievable joy. She made 700,000 overnight, and such good luck made her almost unbelievable. Seeing this, the old men and women nearby began to imagine that they could get back their principal and interest, and they were full of expectations. Several people couldn't help but ask, "Manager Zhou, what about our money?" Zhou Huaxin looked at Master Hongwu in a hurry. Although Master Hongwu felt sorry for the money, he realized that this matter concerned the young master of the Yi family, so he did not hesitate and responded quickly, "Refund. All refunds. For Mr. William S.'s sake, everyone's money will be returned with interest." As soon as the words fell, everyone cheered excitedly, extremely excited. I stared at Master Hongwu coldly, and suddenly my tone turned icy. "Master Hongwu, these people have nothing to do with me. You said you're doing it for my sake. What do you mean? Are you playing moral kidnapping?" Master Hongwu was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly, "Mr. William, what do you mean?" I don't understand." I interrupted him and said, "Their money has nothing to do with me. If you want to return it, then return it. If you don't want to return it, it doesn't matter. But if you say you are doing it for my sake, then I will immediately turn hostile. Why do these old men and women mock me just now? Why should I fight for them now?" I decided to let Mr. Hongwu know that returning the money to these people would offend me. Mr. Hongwu immediately understood what I meant and quickly changed his words. "Don't worry, Mr. William. I understand." He turned to Zhou Huaxin and said, "I will only refund Mr. William's mother-in-law's money, and I won't refund anything else." The old men and women who were cheering just now suddenly became quiet. Their expressions changed from joy to despair. Some even began to wail, crying and begging me, "William, please have mercy and return our hard-earned money." I turned a deaf ear to them and sneered in my heart. How did they insult me in the beginning? Why are they begging me now? They really deserve it. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Master Hongwu shouted angrily, "Shut up. If you disturb Mr. William again, I will kill him." Immediately, everyone fell silent, not daring to speak again. Master Hongwu turned to look at Wong Yunkai and asked in a low voice, "Mr. William, is this young Master Wong your friend?" I glanced at Wong Yunkai and sneered, "I don't know him." Just continue to deal with him, as you said. When you've beaten him enough, let him go. Wong Yunkai collapsed to the ground and begged for mercy. William, William, save me. Tell Master Wu that we are friends, please. I responded coldly. You have mocked me time and again, and now you are begging me to save you? Wake up, stop dreaming. Wong Yunkai broke down and cried. William, I was wrong, really wrong. Please save my life. Seeing that I was unhappy, Master Hong Wu immediately ordered, keep beating. This son of a bitch is really infuriating. Several men roughly grabbed Wong Yunkai and beat him violently. After a few slaps, Wong Yunkai's mouth was full of blood and several teeth were broken, but they still showed no intention of stopping. Mr. Hong Wu greeted me with a smile. Mr. William, are you satisfied with this treatment? I nodded. Okay, that's it, I have to go. Master Hong Wu hurriedly handed over his business card. Mr. William, this is my contact information. If you need anything, please let me know. I'm always on call. I took it casually, responded simply, and then said to Viola Ma, Mom, it's getting late. Let's go back. Although Ma Lan was slapped a few times, she earned 700,000 yuan after all, and she was in a good mood, looking at me with pride. She said excitedly, William, you really made me proud today. When I was about to leave with the money, the old men and women came up to me and said hypocritically, William, we were wrong just now. We didn't expect you to be so capable. You are really young and promising. Yes, William, you are truly a rare talent. Our son-in-law is far inferior to you. William, can you help us return our hard-earned money as well? I sneered and glanced at them. Why should I help you? Didn't you mock me in the beginning? If you want money, go find your own son-in-law for help. After saying that, I turned and left. After hearing this, their faces turned pale, with regret and anger intertwined in their hearts. Some people slapped themselves several times on the spot, fell to the ground, and their eyes were filled with endless regret. I was secretly proud of myself, turned around and left, thinking to myself, you didn't think highly of me in the first place. Today, I finally taught you a lesson. Ma Lan looked at me puzzledly. William, how do you know Mr. Hong Wu? Why is he so polite to you? I smiled and said casually, how do I know him? I just made a phone call for a classmate and asked Huaxin to return the money. Hearing this, Ma Lan showed a disappointed expression on her face. She thought I had a stronger background, but she didn't expect that I would also have to ask for help. However, now that she had the money and had earned $700,000, her mood had improved a little. She whispered to me, William, you have to keep today's event a secret from Mom. No one else can know. Although I am old, I still have to maintain some dignity. I smiled and nodded in agreement. Got it, Mom. Chapter 28. After dealing with my mother-in-law, she happily took the cash to the bank to deposit it. I went straight home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Jessica's shoes were already at the door. Obviously, she had returned. So I went straight into the bedroom. As soon as I opened the door, I saw her hanging up the phone, her face full of surprise and excitement. I asked curiously, Honey, who were you talking to on the phone just now? She answered excitedly, It was my good friend Dong Roland. Do you remember her? I nodded. Remember, she had a good relationship with you before. She seemed to be the daughter of a big family in Yanjing. Yes, her family is quite powerful in Yanjing. She nodded. I asked with a smile, Why? Roland is coming to Jinling to see you. She replied, Not only is she coming to see me, she is also coming to Jinling to work. I frowned. She is a rich girl from Yanjing, and her family is so well-connected. Why would she leave her family business behind and come to work in Nanjing? Jessica said, she said she wanted to work at Dihao Group. I don't know why she wanted to go so far to work in Jinling. I thought to myself, although the Dong family is not as good as the Yi family, they're also quite powerful in Yanjing. Roland has no need to give up her family's business and come to work at the Dihao Group. She must have some purpose. I decided to wait until she joined Dihao Group and then investigate her background through Wang Dongxue. Just as she was thinking, Jessica patted her forehead and said, By the way, I have an important meeting tomorrow. Can you please pick up Roland at the airport and arrange a place to welcome her? No problem. I'll arrange it tomorrow. I agreed. She then reminded me, Find a nice place. Don't be afraid to spend money. Take my bank card. I smiled and shook my head. No, I have an acquaintance who owns a good restaurant. I can arrange it. I took out my cell phone and prepared to contact Chun Sakai at Buckingham Palace. But then I thought that it was a surprise for her, and it would be more appropriate to entertain Dong Roland somewhere else. So I sent a text message to Mr. Hong Wu I need a high-end restaurant, but not in Buckingham Palace. Not long after, Mr. Hong Wu wrote back, "Don't worry, Mr. William. I have Tianxiang Mansion, the top restaurant in Jinling. I will arrange the best box and banquet for you tomorrow." I simply replied, "Yes." The next day, Jessica was busy dealing with the affairs of the Dihao group, and I contacted Wang Dongxue to ask about Dong Roland. She told me that Dong Roland applied for the position of executive director, and the group saw that her resume was good and decided to hire her. She will start work in a few days. I told Wang Dongxue that after joining the company, she should observe Dong Roland's every move and report to me at any time. After arranging all this, I went out and took a taxi to the airport to pick up Dong Roland. When I walked to the airport lobby, a Mercedes-Benz Jeep braked suddenly and stopped in front of me. The car window rolled down, and Jessica's cousin, Xiao Hailong, leaned his head out of the car, looked at me strangely and asked, "William, why are you here?" I frowned and saw that the people in the car were all acquaintances, except Xiao Hailong, Wong Yunkai, and Xiao Weiwei. "I'm here to pick up Jessica's bestie, what about you?" I asked. Xiao Hailong said disdainfully, "You were talking about Miss Dong, right? We will entertain her. It's none of your business. Get out now." I snorted coldly. "If you want to get out yourself." After saying that, I ignored them and walked straight to the arrival hall. Xiao Hailong was so angry that he wanted to scold me, but Xiao Weiwei next to him hurriedly reminded him, "Brother, Miss Dong will be here soon, and Grandma reminded you to leave a good impression on her. Can you make her your sister-in-law? The status is different. Don't fight with this loser." Xiao Hailong suddenly remembered the key point and hurriedly suppressed his anger, pulling everyone to greet Dong Roland. At this moment, a particularly eye-catching woman in the crowd walked over. She was wearing a white dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, skin as white as porcelain, and bright cherry lips, which could hardly conceal her beauty. Although she was wearing sunglasses, her temperament and beauty attracted everyone around to turn their heads to look at her. Xiao Hailong was stunned, and even Wang Yunfei exclaimed, "She is worthy of being a lady from Yanjing. Her temperament is really different." Dong Roland waved gently when she saw us. "Hailong, Weiwei, and William, long time no see." Xiao Hailong hurried forward and said with a smile, "Long time no see. Roland, you have become more beautiful." I also smiled and said hello, "Long time no see." Xiao Hailong continued, "Roland, knowing you were coming, I specially booked the best Tianxiang mansion in Jinling. Let's go there quickly." Dong Roland glanced at me with a smile and said to Xiao Hailong apologetically, "Hailong, I have already made an appointment with Jessica and William. Let's make an appointment another day. Anyway, I will stay in Jinling for a long time this time, and there will be many opportunities later." I was actually making trouble here at such an important moment. He pretended to be calm and said deliberately, "Roland, I booked the most famous Tianxiang mansion in Jinling, the golden box with a minimum consumption of 300,000. He glanced at me and sneered, "I wonder where your brother-in-law booked the banquet. If it's too low grade, isn't it a disrespect to you?" Chapter 29. When I heard that Xiao Hailong had booked Tianxiang Mansion, I was a little surprised. What a coincidence. Master Hongwu once mentioned that Tianxiang Mansion was a restaurant he opened. Could it be that I was also planning to hold a banquet there? Just as I was thinking, Wang Yunfei said in surprise, "Hailong, you can reserve the golden box in Tianxiang Mansion? Not everyone can reserve this." Xiao Hailong smiled proudly. "To be honest, except for the top diamond box, I really have no problem. The others are nothing." This was obviously a boast. In fact, it was old lady Xiao who booked the golden box at a great cost. Dong Roland saw that the atmosphere was a little tense and said, "We are all friends. There's no need to be so extravagant." Xiao Hailong immediately flattered. "You are a distinguished guest. How can you compare with ordinary friends?" Then he turned to me and said contemptuously, "Brother-in-law, I wonder what kind of banquet you ordered?" I responded calmly, "What a coincidence. I also booked Tianxiang Mansion." "Ha ha." Xiao Hailong laughed. "William, you dare to brag. With your status, you can't even enter the most ordinary bronze box, and you dare to brag here." I smiled and said nothing, whether I brag or not. What does it have to do with you? Anyway, I'm not inviting you to dinner. Why do you care so much? Xiao Hailong snorted coldly. "I don't think you can even get into the door of Tianxiang Mansion." Dong Roland felt a little bit sorry to see me being targeted. She knew that I was just a son-in-law with a low status, and it was indeed unlikely that I would be able to welcome her in a top hotel. However, She guessed that I was probably saying this for the sake of face. So she took the initiative to smooth things over. Stop arguing. We've all booked Tianxiang Mansion. Why don't we go together? Xiao Hailong sneered. Okay, for Roland's sake, I'll let you have a meal with me today. And by the way, I'll let you see what a high-end hotel looks like. I just sneered and didn't take it seriously. Even I disdained the restaurant opened by Mr. Hong Wu. People like Xiao Hailong always live in their own self-imposed framework and have no idea what real heritage is. The decoration of Tianxiang Mansion is antique, full of traditional charm and extreme luxury. Even the sign at the door is made of high-quality Wong Wali wood. I couldn't help but marvel in my heart that Master Hong Wu's restaurant is quite big. It seems that I can bring my wife here to try it when I have the chance in the future. Dong Roland looked around and said with a smile, I have heard of the great reputation of Tianxiang Mansion in Yanjing. It is indeed well-deserved. Xiao Hailong smiled proudly and said, Roland, since you are here, of course we have to use the best restaurant to entertain you. After he finished speaking, he glanced at me again and deliberately sneered. Unlike some people, if it weren't for you, they probably wouldn't be able to enter this door in their lifetime. Seeing this, Xiao Weiwei deliberately asked, William, you also booked a private room in Tianxiang Mansion. Can you take us there to have a look? I said calmly. I can't remember which one, but I just sent a text message to their boss to make the arrangements. Xiao Hailong sneered. Do you know who the boss here is? You dare to talk nonsense here. Master Hong Wu is a well-known figure. If he hears what you said, he will probably kill you with one finger. I took out my phone and casually flipped through the text message that Master Hong Wu sent me last night and said calmly, he said he reserved the diamond box for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hailong immediately laughed even louder. Diamond box? Do you know who that place is for? In the whole of Jinling, there are no more than 10 people who can enter the diamond box. Who do you think you are? Dong Roland sighed secretly in her heart. Although she thought I was a little vain, she was really disappointed when I said these words to her. I was not angry, I just smiled calmly. These people in front of me are just fools who look down on others. Wong Yunkai also interrupted at this time. Even my father is not qualified to enter the diamond box. How dare you brag? Xiao Weiwei followed up and echoed. Brother Fei, let alone the diamond box, even if it's just to eat leftovers, William is not qualified. I looked at Wong Yunkai and sneered in my heart. Master Hong Wu had just beaten his brother yesterday, and he dared to come to dinner today. How stupid, I deliberately asked. Brother Yunkai, I heard that your brother had an accident yesterday. Wong Yunkai frowned. How do you know? I smiled faintly. I don't know, I just heard that something happened to him, but I don't know the details. Humph. Wong Yunkai snorted coldly. Don't talk about my family's affairs behind my back. If you do that again, I will be rude to you. I smiled and ignored them. They were indeed a family of idiots. They didn't even know that their brother was knocked unconscious by Master Hong Wu. They were so stupid. Just then, a man in black came over. I recognized him as the bodyguard of Mr. Hong Wu. When he saw me, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he almost bowed to say hello, but I quickly waved my hand to signal him to keep a low profile. The man immediately paused, turned around, and said, Dear guests, please follow me. The box is ready. Xiao Hailong was stunned, thinking that the service at Tianxiang Mansion was too thoughtful. Before he even gave his name, someone came to greet him. Wong Yunkai said with emotion, Hailong, you are really very proud. It seems that the fifth master attaches great importance to you. Is it related to him? Xiao Hailong smiled proudly and said, There is no need to show off about this. It is better to keep a low profile. Chapter 30. Dong Roland was surprised at Xiao Hailong's strong network of contacts in Jinling and secretly decided that if she could get closer to him, her life in Jinling would be smoother. At this time, the man in black led everyone to the door of the diamond box and handed me a list for me to sign to confirm. It turned out that this box was specially prepared for me, and I had to sign in person to confirm it. When I was about to sign, Xiao Hailong suddenly snatched the paper and pen and said sarcastically, Who booked the box? How dare you sign it? I responded calmly, If he wants to sign, let him sign, it's okay. The man in black seemed to be waiting for my instructions, but I smiled and didn't want to make things awkward. After all, Dong Roland is my wife's best friend. After everyone sat down, Xiao Hailong arranged for Dong Roland to sit in the main seat, and I was arranged in the corner, occasionally talking to Dong Roland. Soon, luxurious dishes and fine wines were served, including top-quality abalone, Australian lobster, and century-old wine, each bottle worth more than 100,000. Dong Roland was obviously shocked. Wong Yunkai exclaimed, "How much is this meal?" Xiao Hailong replied proudly, 300,000. Wong Yunkai shook his head and said, "This wine is more than 300,000. Xiao Hailong felt something was wrong and suddenly remembered the attitude of the man in black. Was it because Master Hong Wu gave him special treatment? Xiao Hailong turned around and deliberately provoked me. "William, you must have never eaten such delicious food in your life." I sneered. "Who gave you the confidence?" Xiao Hailong said disdainfully. "You ate my food, and you are still so stubborn. If you have a chance to eat these, I will twist my head off and let you kick it." I was not angry. After all, my past had already far exceeded these people's imagination. Seeing that I didn't bow my head, Xiao Weiwei said angrily, "William, how dare you talk to my brother like that? Believe it or not, I'll make you get out." At this moment, the door of the box was kicked open, and a man wearing an Armani suit, a gold chain around his neck, and a scar on his face walked in, accompanied by a dozen strong men. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing. The leading man was Brother Biao, Hong Wuye's right-hand man and a well-known figure in Jeangling. This time, he came to check according to the order of Master Hong Wu to ensure that I could use the diamond box. When Brother Biao checked, he found that Xiao Hailong had occupied the box that was supposed to be prepared for me. Xiao Hailong stood up angrily. "What are you doing? This is the box I booked." Brother Biao asked coldly, "Are you Xiao Hailong?" Xiao Hailong nodded proudly, and Brother Biao ordered 2 strong men to drag him over. Xiao Hailong struggled and shouted, "Let me go." A big man kicked his knee, and Xiao Hailong knelt down in pain. Brother Biao stared at him coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent, as if he was calculating how to punish him every second. The signature sheet was thrown on Xiao Hailong's head, and Brother Biao roared, "Who gave you the right to use this box?" Xiao Hailong hurriedly explained, "This is a misunderstanding. I booked the golden box in advance, and I have already paid the deposit of 300,000. Wong Yunkai interrupted, "This box was reserved by Hailong. Don't you have any rules?" Brother Biao sneered and slapped Xiao Hailong. "Golden box? This is a diamond box. Are you worthy of it?" Everyone was stunned. It turned out that all this luxury was prepared for distinguished guests. Xiao Hailong was just trying his luck. Wong Yunkai was sweating profusely. The diamond box was unattainable for them. Xiao Weiwei hurriedly urged Xiao Hailong to explain, but he panicked and denied, knowing Master Hong Wu. Brother Biao sneered, "Dare to borrow Master Hong Wu's name? Are you tired of living?" Then, he ordered Xiao Hailong to be held down, ready to teach him a lesson. Xiao Hailong was held down by several strong men, unable to move. Brother Biao raised his stick and hit him without hesitation. Xiao Hailong screamed and passed out. Seeing this scene, Wong Yunkai and Xiao Weiwei turned pale. Dong Roland was also frightened and hid behind me, her voice trembling. "What should we do? Will they really kill someone?" I patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry, no one will hurt you." Dong Roland looked at me gratefully. Although I couldn't solve this mess, she at least felt somewhat comforted. Brother Biao glared coldly at the unconscious Xiao Hailong, then turned to look at Wong Yunkai. "You just said that I was unruly. Come here and explain to me." Chapter 31, Who Dares to Touch Her? Wong Yunkai was so frightened that his heart and liver broke. He said tremblingly, "Brother Biao, I am from the Wong family." "Wong family?" Brother Biao grinned. "What the hell is the Wong family?" Brother Biao spat in disdain, kicked Wong Yunkai to the ground, and said coldly, "Fifth Master just taught a fool from the Wong family a lesson yesterday and had him slapped 10,000 times. How dare you mention the Wong family to me?" Wong Yunkai was suddenly frightened. He thought his brother was robbed by gangsters, but he didn't expect that it was actually Master Hong Wu who beat him. Just when he was terrified, Brother Biao raised the stick and hit him hard on the head. With a bang, Wong Yunkai felt dizzy, his head was buzzing, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and his consciousness instantly became blurred. Xiao Weiwei instantly screamed in fear. Wong Yunkai is her fiancé and her only chance to marry into the Wong family. If anything happens to her, her life will be over. "An ambulance! Call an ambulance!" Xiao Weiwei shouted in panic and took out her cell phone tremblingly, but she was so scared that she couldn't press any buttons and could only scream. Brother Biao frowned and cursed. "Fuck! What are you yelling about? Beat this bitch's mouth until it breaks. Let her talk again." Yes, Brother Biao. When the younger brothers heard this, they all smiled cruelly. What they like to do most is to destroy flowers with brutal force, especially a fierce and wild flower like Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei immediately panicked and tried frantically to retreat, but there was a wall behind her, and there was no place to hide. Come here, bitch. A one-eyed, burly man grabbed Xiao Weiwei's hair viciously and pulled her up. Then, the one-eyed man swung his arms and started hitting Xiao Weiwei's face. These younger brothers are ruthless guys who have followed Brother Biao in battles for many years, and they will fight to the death. After just 2 or 3 hits, Xiao Weiwei's face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood mixed with saliva flowed down. If a woman is beaten like this, even if she receives timely treatment, there will be indelible marks on her face, which is almost equivalent to disfigurement. Dong Roland, who was standing by, was frightened by how brutal Brother Biao was and trembled again. She leaned against William's back, and the two of them were almost tightly pressed together. William and Dong Roland in the corner and gave an order, and those two beat them to death. They dared to occupy the diamond box I prepared for my distinguished guests. They really deserved to be killed. One of the younger brothers showed no mercy and reached out to grab Dong Roland. I wonder who dares to touch her. William's eyes became extremely cold, and he kicked the strong man to the ground. Seeing this, Brother Biao's face darkened, and he directly scolded. "Who the hell are you?" William said calmly. "I am someone you can't afford to offend. Boy, you're looking for death." William shook his head and called Mr. Hong Wu directly. "Hong Wu, I'm in the diamond box right now. Come down and see me immediately." After saying that, William hung up the phone and looked at Brother Biao coldly. Dong Roland's face turned pale. Xiao Hailong had just boasted that he knew Master Hong Wu, but ended up with such a miserable ending. William dared to say such disrespectful words in front of Brother Biao. He might even lose his life. Xiao Weiwei, who was beaten into a pig's head, looked even more terrified when she heard William's words. This grandson was still pretending to be cool at this time. "Did you want to kill everyone?" Brother Biao sneered unceremoniously. "You dare to offend Master Wu in front of me. I think you are tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Biao waved his hands at his brothers and said viciously, "Kill him for me." Suddenly, Master Hong Wu's angry voice came from outside the box. "Damn it, Biaozi, do you want to die? You even dare to touch Mr. William. I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs, believe it or not." Brother Biao was shocked all over, as if struck by lightning. "Fifth Master is here." "Mr. William? Who is Mr. William?" The next second, Master Hong Wu walked in tremblingly and kicked Brother Biao to the ground. "You are so blind that you can't even recognize Mr. William. I will fucking kill you." Master Hong Wu cursed and kicked Brother Biao madly. Brother Biao, who was so arrogant just now looks like a drowned dog. Dong Roland was dumbfounded. What was going on? The younger brothers were also extremely panicked. This young man was actually Mr. William. They actually wanted to attack him just now. They were simply looking for death. Master Hong Wu scolded the others. "And you bunch of idiots, what are you still standing there for? Kneel down and apologize to Mr. William immediately." "Mr. William, I was blind and almost bumped into you. Please spare our lives." The younger brothers all knelt down and kowtowed frantically to apologize. Brother Biao was so scared that he knelt on the ground, slapping his face and begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, Mr. William. Please forgive me this time." Master Hong Wu also slapped himself and said nervously, "Mr. William, it's all my fault that I didn't do my job well and let my men bump into you and your friend." William glanced at Dong Roland and said calmly, "I'm just inviting my wife's best friend to dinner." After that, he looked at the others and said coldly, "They are not my friends." Dong Roland was completely shocked. It turns out that William was not bragging at all. He did book a private room at Tianxiang Mansion, and it was indeed the top-notch diamond box. More importantly, this box was actually reserved for him by Master Hong Wu himself. William before, Dong Roland blushed instantly, feeling extremely ashamed. At this time, Xiao Hailong was so frightened when he heard what they said that he trembled all over. "What's going on? William, this loser, is actually Wu Ye's friend?" Xiao Weiwei was also shocked. William actually knew Fifth Master. The key point is that Master Wu is so polite to him. Then she looked at her fiancé, Wong Yunkai, who was now unconscious with blood all over his head. Wu Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and assured him, "Don't worry, Mr. William. this won't happen again. You can come to Tianxiang Mansion and dine in the Diamond Box anytime in the future. If any of my men fails to recognize you again, I will dig out his eyes." William hummed, turned his head, and said to Dong Roland, "Roland, we have eaten. It's so messy here. Why don't we just leave?" Dong Roland was awakened by William and subconsciously asked, "What about the others?" Looking at the miserable appearances of Xiao Hailong, Wong Yunkai, and Xiao Weiwei, she felt somewhat worried. William said calmly, "Let Hongwu handle it." Mr. Hongwu immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. William. I will arrange an ambulance to send you to the hospital for treatment." "Yeah." William nodded and said, "In that case, we'll leave first." William out of Tianxiang Mansion blankly. After coming out of Tianxiang Mansion, Dong Roland couldn't calm down for a long time. William, who seemed fine, she just felt as if she was covered by a layer of fog, mysterious and deep. "William, today's incident." William interrupted Dong Roland before she finished speaking and said calmly, "Roland, please keep today's matter secret from me. If Jessica knew that I knew underground elements like Hongwuye, she would definitely be angry." Dong Roland had no choice but to nod. "Okay, I understand." William Dong Roland left. Master Hongwu arranged an ambulance to take them to the hospital. Xiao Weiwei's face was hit so hard that her jawbone was deformed, which was equivalent to disfigurement. One of Xiao Hailong's hands was almost disabled, and it would take at least a long time to recover. As for Wong Yunkai, he suffered a severe concussion. Although he is no longer in danger of death after rescue, the sequelae will be enough to make him suffer for the rest of his life. Chapter 32, The Sky Garden, is privately reserved. Dong Roland and Wang Dongxue of Dihao Group have agreed on a starting date of tomorrow. After leaving Tianxiang Mansion, William sent her to the hotel where she was staying and then said goodbye and left. While Dong Roland continued to be shocked by what happened at dinner, she was thinking about her future development. This time she came to Jinling, ostensibly to work at the Dihao Group, but in fact she was also shouldering a family responsibility. Dad told me that there was top-secret information showing that the Yi family, one of the top families in Yanjing, had found their long-missing young master and had even bought the Dihao Group to give to the young master as a training ground. In other words, the young master of the Yi family is in Jinling, and he is the chairman of the Dihao Group. Although the Dong family is also a very good family in Yanjing, Yanjing is full of hidden talents, and they can only be ranked as a second-rate family, which is far behind the Yi family. Therefore, the Dong family hopes that Dong Roland can find an opportunity to contact him in advance before the identity of the young master of the Yi family is announced to the public. It would be great if she could get together with him and promote a marriage between the two families. Although Dong Roland was somewhat resistant to such things, she did not dare to neglect it when she thought that the responsibility of revitalizing the family was on her shoulders. She came all the way to Jinling, ready to work for the Dihao Group, just to find an opportunity to meet the mysterious chairman of the Dihao Group and then find a way to attract his attention. In Yanjing, Dong Roland is definitely a top super beauty in the upper-class society. She believed that with her beauty, knowledge, ability, and pure body, she should be able to attract the attention of the young master of the Yi family. If she could really marry him, the Dong family would be absolutely revitalized. It would become a first-class family in Yanjing. When she thought of this, she became full of anticipation for starting work tomorrow. At the same time, she was also full of expectations for the mysterious eldest son of the Yi family. She couldn't help but wonder how old this Yi family's eldest son was and what he looked like. Was he elegant, tall, and handsome? She couldn't help but take out her cell phone and open the video app. I clicked on the video in my favorites that had received tens of millions of hits. This video is the part where William slaps the sales director in the face with cash at Quejechuan. She had analyzed this video a long time ago and knew that it took place in Jinling. It also happened to coincide with the time when the eldest son of the Yi family was found as reported in the news. Therefore, she speculated that the god-level rich man in the video should be the eldest son of the Yi family, that is, the chairman of the Dihao Group. She stared closely at the back of the godlike rich man in the picture, watching and pondering seriously. From this blurry video, we can roughly tell that the famous god-level tycoon on the internet is probably in his 20s, tall and thin, but his face cannot be seen clearly. However, his figure is still very good, not much worse than those long-legged Korean oppas. With a figure like that, I believe her face won't be that ugly. However, Dong Roland suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Why did this person look a bit like William? But when I think about it carefully, it seems unlikely. William is the son-in-law of the Shao family. What is the strength of the Shao family? It is not even as strong as the Yi family. If William is really the eldest son of the Yi family, how could he live in the chicken coop of the Shao family? It seems that I must have thought too much. The next day, Dong Roland arrived at the Dihao group early in the morning. Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue personally handled her joining the company. Wang Dongxue took her around the administrative department, introduced her to the job functions, and then said, "Roland, if you have any questions in the future, you can ask me directly or come to my office directly." Dong Roland nodded gratefully and asked tentatively, "Vice President Wang, do I have a chance to meet the chairman? After all, I will be responsible for the company's administrative affairs in the future. If I don't know the chairman, I'm afraid I might accidentally neglect him." Wang Dongxue suddenly became alert. William had told himself the day before yesterday to pay more attention to Dong Roland, and Dong Roland asked about the chairman as soon as she arrived. It seems that she is really not simple. "I don't know why this beautiful girl came all the way to the Dihao group," she said to Dong Roland. "Our chairman rarely comes to the company, but if he comes, I will let him know. If he is willing to see you, I will inform you." Dong Roland was a little disappointed, but she still smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Vice President Wang." Wang Dongxue returned to her office and reported the matter to William. William heard that Dong Roland had just reported to the company and wanted to meet him. He became more alert. "This woman really came here for me. What is her purpose? If someone wants to get close to me, does he want to harm me or seduce me?" No matter what her purpose was, William felt a little disgusted. So he decided to have as little contact with Dong Roland as possible and never let her know his true identity. On the evening that Dong Roland started working, William's wife Jessica specially booked a table at a high-end hotel to treat her to dinner. As Jessica's husband, William naturally had to accompany her. This made William a little depressed. Just when I was about to keep my distance from Dong Roland, I had to have dinner with her again in the evening. But no matter how depressed he was, he still made preparations and went to the restaurant with Jessica. However, when they arrived at the hotel, William discovered that what Jessica had booked was actually the Sky Garden of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. The Sky Garden ballroom is usually used to receive high-end guests, so it never provides any kind of private booking service. However, William booked it for his wedding anniversary, which is unprecedented for Buckingham Palace. Today is only 3 days away from our wedding anniversary. A large and eye-catching notice has been placed at the entrance of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. The Sky Garden will be reserved by a distinguished guest in 3 days. No guest will be allowed to use it at that time. Please forgive me. Everyone who saw this notice was shocked. Has anyone booked the Buckingham Palace Sky Garden? We never provide private booking service. It is said that the children of several senior leaders in the city wanted to hold their wedding banquets here, but were all rejected without exception. Who on earth has the face to book the entire Sky Garden from Buckingham Palace? Jessica also saw this eye-catching reminder and said in surprise, "Oh my, the Sky Garden is actually booked by someone? This is too unbelievable." William laughed and said, "What's so incredible about this? The banquet hall, isn't it open to people to reserve it?" "You don't understand." Jessica said seriously, "This Buckingham Palace is not a local company, but a top hotel chain in the world. Their Sky Garden is one of its major features and only serves high-end guests. If it is open to private guests, today this big shot will book a place, and tomorrow that big shot will book a place, and other high-end guests will not be able to use it normally, so they simply don't open it to the public." As she spoke, Jessica couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know what this person's background is. He is so amazing to be able to book this place." William smiled deliberately and said, "Maybe he is a man who loves his wife and wants to hold a wedding for her." Jessica said in surprise, "Holding his wife's wedding here? He must love his wife very much. His wife is so happy." Chapter 33, Let's Get Together. William was very happy to hear his wife say this. "It seems that the place I chose will definitely satisfy my wife on our wedding anniversary." The two came to the Sky Garden and sat down in the reserved seats. Dong Roland arrived soon. Jessica, Roland. The two best friends hugged each other at once, their happiness beyond words. Afterwards, the two held hands and talked about the past, and only then did they gradually calm down. Dong Roland said, "Jessica, you are so wasteful. You actually chose to eat in the Sky Garden." Jessica smiled and said, "You're here. Then I'm sure I'll bleed a lot." Dong Roland giggled. "You really are worthy of being my best friend." Jessica said, To be honest, I'm not even qualified to order a meal here. I asked Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group, to help me reserve this seat. I used her membership card. Dong Ruolin sighed. It seems that the requirements for the Sky Garden are really high. You have to be a diamond member or something like that, right? Yeah. Jessica nodded and said, to be honest, this is my first time coming up here. Dong Ruolin smiled and said, thank you so much, my dear Jessica. After that, she continued, by the way, when I came up just now, I saw a notice outside saying that the Sky Garden will be reserved for 3 days. Yes, Jessica said, it's very strange. The Sky Garden never accepted private bookings before. I don't know what happened this time. Dong Ruolin nodded and said casually, some time ago, there was a god-level tycoon from Jeang on a short video platform. He bought a necklace with more than a dozen Rolls-Royces, dozens of men in black, and more than 10 million in cash. Have you seen that video? William shook his head, and Jessica said, I saw it. It was quite a grand occasion. Dong Ruolin said, everyone is guessing who he is. Jessica said, what's there to guess? Dong Ruolin smiled and said, it's just gossip. Everyone wants to know who is so domineering. Some people say it should be the new chairman of the Dihao Group. William, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, but it soon returned to normal. Dong Ruolin continued, the Sky Garden of Buckingham Palace was booked again today. I feel that the person who booked the Sky Garden is the same person who bought the jade in the video. Jessica sighed helplessly. It's been so long since we last met, and you're still so gossipy. Dong Ruolin said with a smile. Gossip is the driving force of women's survival. Dong Ruolin then added, I will come here in 3 days to see who is so prestigious that he can book the Sky Garden. William, who was standing by, was overwhelmed when he heard this. He just wanted to give his wife a surprise and make up for the wedding he didn't have that year. But he didn't want to be noticed by everyone at once. However, he seemed to have underestimated the influence of the Hanging Gardens. It is estimated that many people in Jeang now have the same idea as Dong Ruolin, and they all want to see who has booked the Sky Garden. Now it gets a little tricky. I have to say hello to Chun Zakai in advance and make all preparations in advance. No matter what, I must not reveal my identity. While eating, Dong Ruolin said to the two of them, I made an appointment with our former classmates during this visit to Jeang. We said we were going to take this opportunity to have a class reunion. What do you two think? William immediately said, I won't attend your class reunion. Why? Dong Ruolin said, although we were not classmates for 4 years, we were still classmates for 1 year. When William was taken in by the old man of the Shao family, in order to let him and Jessica get to know each other in advance, the old man sent him to Jeang University, where he studied in the same class with Jessica for a senior year. After graduating from their senior year, the two got married immediately. However, William had only been in the same class with those classmates for 1 year, and most of them had always looked down on him, and they didn't have much of a relationship. So when he heard about a class reunion, he was not interested at all. Jessica didn't really want to attend the class reunion, so she said, William and I won't go. I haven't had much contact with most of my classmates since graduation. Dong Ruolin said hurriedly, the reason we're having a class reunion this time is mainly because Wong Daokuin in our class has opened a restaurant that will open tomorrow. He wants everyone to go support his restaurant and have a meal together. Dong Ruolin then said, look, it's a grand opening. It wouldn't be appropriate not to go, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people's phones rang. It was a WeChat message. Immediately afterwards, many WeChat messages popped up. Everyone took out their phones and saw that Wong Daokuin had created a classmate group, which soon had more than 30 people. Wong Daokuin said in the group, my fellow classmates, the small restaurant I invested in will officially open at noon tomorrow. The restaurant is in Jeang. Please come and enjoy the restaurant. Let's treat it as a class reunion. It just so happens that Dong Ruolin, one of the 2 most beautiful girls in our class, is also coming to work in Jeang. She will also attend the party. It is said that Roland is still single. The bachelors in the group can hurry up and make their move. Immediately afterwards, a large number of people responded. Wow, congratulations. Oh, Roland is coming to Jeang? Why haven't I heard about it? I will definitely be there when the time comes. Jessica, the other golden flower in our class, is she coming? I heard that Jessica is dating William, the transfer student who joined our class later. I heard that William married into the Shao family. I've heard about that, too. I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't seen them since graduation. I heard that they are just going through the motions of being a couple, in name only. I wonder if it's true or not. Jessica saw these contents and said to William, "Don't take it to heart." William smiled slightly. "It's okay, what they said is the actual situation. I'm used to it." Roland hurriedly said in the group, "Don't gossip about them. I'm having dinner with them right now. They are so loving." "Oh, it's Roland." A bunch of bootlickers quickly surrounded him. At this time, someone in the group at William, it was the group owner Wong Daokuan. "William, although you have been in our class for a short time, we had a good relationship when we were in school. You and your wife must be there tomorrow." William had a good impression of Wong Daokuan. He was indeed a nice guy. He was very friendly to everyone he met and never made sarcastic remarks about others. He was one of the few classmates with whom he had a good relationship. Seeing that he said so, William immediately replied, "Okay, I will definitely go there to show my support tomorrow." Wong Daokuan immediately said, "That's great. We must have a good get-together tomorrow." Chapter 34. Pretend with me? Seeing that William agreed to the class reunion, Jessica reminded William, "Wong Daokuan's restaurant is opening. We have to prepare some gifts. We can't go empty-handed." William nodded and said, "I'll go buy him a gift tomorrow morning." "Okay." Jessica said, "It just so happens that I have to go to the M Grand group tomorrow morning." Roland asked in surprise, "You're coming to Dihao tomorrow morning? Then come find me when you're done. I can take your car to Wong Daokuan's restaurant at noon." Jessica laughed and said, "Your wishful thinking is wrong. I don't have a car. I usually take a taxi or bus, and sometimes William rides an electric bike to pick me up." "Huh?" Roland blurted out. "You're already a director, and you haven't bought a car yet." Jessica said, "I haven't been working for long, and I haven't made much money. Usually, William and I have to pay for the expenses, and I have to pay for my mother's living expenses. I can only save a few $1,000s a month, which is not enough to buy a car." Then Jessica added, "Besides, to be honest, I think the bus is quite convenient. If the weather is good, it's not bad to take William's electric car." Roland said seriously, Sometimes you have to pay attention to the pomp and circumstance. After all, you're the director of Xiao Group and the direct partner of Dihao. If you don't even have a car, people will gossip about you." William also felt that Roland was right. "My wife has always been too frugal, and most of the money she earns is handed over to her mother-in-law, so she has always treated herself badly. My mother-in-law is a useless person. She saved more than 1 million yuan and invested it in unreliable financial management. She didn't even take out 200,000 or 300,000 yuan to buy a car for her daughter." Thinking of this, he felt that he had to buy a car for his wife. This way, it would be convenient for her to go out and do business in the future, and she would have more face when doing business with others. Having made up his mind, he decided to go to the 4S store early tomorrow morning to have a look. After dinner, the couple said goodbye to Roland and took a taxi home together. The taxi driver was listening to a novel on the radio when suddenly the news about the Buckingham Palace Sky Garden being booked out was interrupted, and the host of the novel was also discussing the incident on the show. The host exclaimed, "This is the first time in history that Buckingham Palace has made an exception and booked out the entire Sky Garden. I am also very curious. Who can have such a big face?" The taxi driver also said, "In my opinion, the person who booked the Sky Garden must be the god-level rich man on the short video platform." William didn't say anything, but he was a little surprised. It seems that the news that the Sky Garden on the top floor of the Buckingham Palace Hotel was booked by someone has caused a sensation in the whole Jeanling. That night, this matter continued to ferment throughout Jeanling. Soon, the whole city was in an uproar, and everyone knew about it. As everyone knows, Buckingham Palace Hotel adopts a membership service, and only senior members have the opportunity to use the Sky Garden. As for booking the whole place, don't even think about it. Diamond members are not eligible for this. So, who booked the Sky Garden became a matter of curiosity for everyone. There are rumors that the person who booked the Sky Garden is the god-level tycoon who is famous all over the country on the short video platform. Some people also said that the person who booked the Sky Garden was a wealthy overseas businessman. Some even said that the man who booked the Sky Garden was a mysterious man who wanted to hold a grand and romantic wedding. Sure enough, the third rumor is easier to believe. For a time, there was another big stir among the people. After hearing this, countless women became envious and jealous. Everyone was guessing which woman was so lucky that someone would spend millions overnight to book the entire Sky Garden and express his love to her. Many people are looking forward to that day coming soon, so they can come here and find out what's going on. William specifically instructed Chunzikai to carry out some special renovations on the entire Sky Garden. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the arrival of their wedding anniversary. Jessica, a grand wedding on their wedding anniversary. The next morning, William went out early and went to the 4S store. He has a bank card with a balance of 10 billion yuan, but he has hardly used it yet. This time, he planned to buy Jessica a luxury car that was worthy of being shown off. He originally wanted to buy her a Rolls-Royce in one go. But after thinking about it carefully, I was afraid that it would be difficult to explain to her such an expensive car. Besides, Jessica has always been low-key. Even if she had such an expensive car, I'm afraid she wouldn't be willing to drive it out. So he decided to buy his wife a business car worth about 500,000 yuan. It would be prestigious, not too ostentatious, and relatively practical, so he wouldn't feel bad if it got scratched or bumped. Thinking of this, he decided to buy an Audi A6 for his wife. Nowadays, people who do business drive A6, which is a very prestigious car. Moreover, A6 is an extended business car, which is very suitable for his wife to drive. He arrived at the Audi 4S store, parked his electric scooter at the door, and walked in. When his shopping guides inside saw a customer coming, two of them immediately prepared to greet him. A woman behind him said hurriedly, "Hey, this guy came here on an electric bike. He probably came here to use the air conditioning or Wi-Fi. Don't pay attention to him." When they heard that he came on an electric bike, the others instantly lost interest. The weather has been hot recently, and there are always poor guys coming here early to use the air conditioning. Sometimes they are so shameless as to sit in the exhibition cars and refuse to get out. In the end, the security guards have to be dispatched to chase them away, which makes the salesman very annoyed. William was riding an electric bike and wearing cheap clothes. He was not noticeable at all here and did not look like someone who could afford an Audi. No one paid any attention to him, but William didn't care. He went straight to the A6 sedan exhibition area and took a look. He found that the price of this car ranged from 300,000 to over 600,000. The model over 600,000 was the top of the line A6, the extended executive version. To be honest, this car looks really good. The price of more than 600,000 is not expensive, and Jessica should be able to accept it. So he asked, "Do you have a new top-of-the-line A6? I want to pick it up now." The sales assistants all looked at him like he was an idiot. One of them said disdainfully, "Did you check the price? Did you miss a zero?" William frowned and looked at him. $618,000, I saw it. The man sneered, "You saw it, and you're still yelling? Can you afford it? I'll give you the bill and ask you to swipe your card. It's so embarrassing if you can't pay with so many people watching." William asked coldly, "Are you sick? Did you go out this morning without taking medicine? Do you want me to call 120 and ask an ambulance to take you away?" The man snorted, "Cut it out. Don't show off in front of me. Do you believe I'll have the security kick you out right now? You're a poor bastard who's using the air conditioning and Wi-Fi for free, and you're still showing off in front of me." Chapter 35, Playing Pigs and Eating Tigers. William smiled instead of getting angry and asked him, "If you sell one of these cars, how much commission can you get?" The other party said disdainfully, "I can withdraw 10,000 yuan. William nodded. "Very good. You lost 10,000 yuan. After saying that, William turned and walked out. I happened to meet the manager of this store coming in. His name tag read sales manager, Wong Yunkai. So William asked him, "Are you the person in charge here?" "Yes." Wong Yunkai nodded. "What do you need?" William pointed at the salesperson and said to him, "You'd better fire that salesperson. His presence here will only delay the business of your 4S store." When the man heard this, he rushed over and said, "Manager Wong, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is sick. He's just a loser who comes here to use the internet and air conditioning for free." William smiled and said, "Just wait and see whether I am a loser or not." After saying that, he immediately went out and went directly to the BMW showroom next door. As soon as he arrived at the BMW store, William saw one of the most luxurious cars, the BMW 760. This is the top model of the BMW 7 Series and the most expensive model of BMW, bar none. The BMW 760 has a 12-cylinder engine with extremely strong power, and the interior is also extremely luxurious. He was also a little angry. Didn't these idiots at Audi look down on him? Well, then I'll buy you a top-of-the-line BMW. Anyway, I have plenty of money. So he called a BMW salesperson and asked, "Can I take this 760 away directly?" The girl was stunned. "Brother, this car just arrived at the showroom today. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yes. William nodded. I'm sure. Take me to swipe the card. Huh? This car cost $2,600,000. The other party was completely stunned. I have been selling cars for quite a while, and I have never seen a customer just come in and ask to pay by credit card without saying anything. Could it be that this big brother is here to tease me? William smiled and said, I know, I saw the price. Just tell me whether you want to sell it or not. Sell, course. The little girl said happily. Then please come this way. Then, under the other party's guidance, William swiped the card, paid the money, and picked up the car, all in one go. When the BMW 760 worth more than 2.6 million yuan drove out, everyone in the Audi store was stunned. William drove the BMW 760 directly to the door of the Audi store, opened the trunk, put his electric car in it, and then drove away in a swagger. The salesperson who looked down on William was dumbfounded. The manager next to him, Wong Yunkai, said coldly, Go to the HR department to hand over the matter. You are fired. Manager, Roland. The other employees in the Audi store were also shocked. My God, no one expected that the man riding the electric bike would be so arrogant. He actually bought a car worth more than 2.6 million yuan. Who looked down on William regretted it deeply. Not only did he miss a big client and tens of thousands of commissions, but he also lost his job. If he had known this would happen, he would never look down on others. Here, when William drove out the BMW 760, he realized that he had been a little impulsive. It's not that he was worried about the money, but the main reason was that the car was too expensive. How could he explain this to Jessica? 2,600,000, it can't be that it just fell from the sky, right? After thinking about it, a great idea suddenly popped into his mind. Afterwards, he drove to a roadside repair shop and spent $20 to have the owner change the BMW 760 logo to a BMW 520. The BMW 5 Series and 7 Series look very similar, with the main difference being in the interior. It is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish them from the outside, and they can only be distinguished by the tail label. The 520 is the lowest-end model in the 5 Series, with average power, average handling, and average performance in all aspects. The 760 is the top-of-the-line model in the 7 Series, with great power and control, and is strong in all aspects. William drove the 760 with the 520 logo on it, thinking to himself that Jessica didn't know much about cars and had no research on them. So if he told her that this was a BMW 520, she probably wouldn't be able to recognize it. The owner of the repair shop smacked his lips and thought, this guy looks honest, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. He deliberately changed the top-of-the-line 760 to 520. He must be thinking of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. After buying the car, William thought that Wong Daoquan's restaurant would open at noon today, so he had to prepare a gift. Thinking that Wong Daoquan was the only classmate who treated him well during college, he drove directly to a large art consignment store and spent 200,000 yuan to buy an early painting by Qing Dynasty painter Huang Shun. Huang Shun is not very famous, so most people can't recognize his paintings. The reason why he bought such an ancient painting was, on the one hand, that he felt he should give Wong Daoquan a gift of some value. But on the other hand, he did not want others to know how much the painting was worth. He thought that if someone asked him about it, he could just say it was a few $1,000s and get away with it. It was almost noon when William finished buying the paintings, so he called his wife Jessica and told her that he was going to the D-How group to pick her and Dong Roland up. But when they met, Jessica discovered that William actually drove a BMW 5 Series. She stared at William in amazement and asked in surprise, "Where did this car come from?" William smiled and said, "I bought it for you." "You bought it?" Jessica was even more surprised. "Where did you get the money?" "It's my own money." William said, "Look, I've been married into the Xiao family for so long, and I didn't spend a penny when I got married. I've been eating, living, and using the Xiao family's food and clothing for so many years. What's so strange about saving some money?" Jessica said, "But you could just save the money for yourself. Why buy such an expensive car? It must be 400,000, right?" William smiled and said, "You are my wife. Who should I give my private money to if not you? Am I going to give it to my mistress? Besides, you're a director now. If you don't have a decent car, everyone will laugh at you." At this time, Dong Roland also said, "Jessica, you really need a business car. This car is quite suitable for you. William has you in his heart. You should be happy." Jessica nodded and said, very moved, "William, thank you." William gently shook her hand and said with a smile, "Why are you being so polite to your husband?" After that, he called the two of them and said, "Let's go directly to Wong Daoquan's restaurant." Jessica asked hurriedly. Did you buy him a gift? Yes. William said. I bought him a painting. Painting? Jessica asked curiously. What kind of painting? William said. It's the kind of ancient painting sold in the antique street. I saw that it was a pomegranate, which symbolizes many children, wealth, and happiness. It's pretty good, so I bought it. Jessica asked, how much did you pay for it? A few $1,000s. Jessica nodded and said with a smile, then you might have been cheated. You can't buy any real ancient paintings with a few $1,000s. William smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The main thing is a token of my appreciation. Even a small gift may be valuable, but the sentiment is great. Jessica nodded in agreement and said, you're right. It's mainly about friendship. Let's go straight over now. Chapter 36. Let's compare. Wong Daoquan's newly opened restaurant is located in the development zone of Jinling City. The development zone is far away from the city, and the area is vast and sparsely populated. William was a little puzzled as to why Wong Daoquan chose to open a restaurant here. But Jessica told me that several large manufacturing companies will be settled in the development zone soon, including big companies like Foxconn, and it will soon become lively. So it is actually very wise for Wong Daoquan to open a restaurant here. Wong Daoquan's restaurant is located on a wide new street. It looks quite large and has 2 floors. The name of the restaurant is Yulai Restaurant, and it looks quite artistic. William drove to the entrance of the hotel. There's already a row of cars parked at the door, and several people were standing in front of a gold BMW sedan, smoking and chatting. William knew these people. They were his former college classmates, but he didn't have much friendship with them. William still remembered the leader, whose name was Wong Tengfei. He was a well-known, rich second generation in the class at that time. He always had feelings for Jessica, but Jessica didn't bite at all. At this time, Wong Tengfei leaned against the golden BMW and accepted compliments from his classmates. Several male classmates commented on his newly bought BMW and praised him. Brother Fei, you are really a winner in life. It's only been a short time since you graduated, and you're already driving a BMW. I think it's a BMW 540, the top of the line 5 Series. Wong Tengfei laughed and said, oh, 540. It's just a commuter car worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. It's nothing. Fuck. 540? This is the most expensive imported 5 Series car. Hey, I want to buy a BMW 1 Series worth 200,000 yuan, but I can't even get enough of the down payment. I'm really far behind Fei Ge. Brother Fei, your car must be very powerful, right? Wong Tengfei smiled and said, it's okay. The power is relatively strong. Generally, I don't meet any rivals on the street. That's awesome. I wish I could have a BMW sedan. My girlfriend complains about me not being able to afford a car every day. It's so annoying. At this time, someone with sharp eyes saw another BMW coming and said in surprise, oh, is this BMW also owned by our classmate? Oh my God, isn't this that stinky loser William? The person sitting in the passenger seat seems to be Jessica. Damn, this gigolo actually drives a BMW. It must be because of Jessica's influence. Wong Tengfei also saw William in the car and said with a gloomy expression, it turned out to be this loser. Damn, he is so lucky. At this time, someone asked, hey, what series of BMW is he driving? William just happened to drive his car nearby and then reversed into the parking space. Wong Tengfei saw the 520 on the tail badge and immediately laughed disdainfully. Tisk, 520, the lowest beggar version of the 5 Series. Only those who want to pretend to be rich drive this model. Someone next to him nodded immediately and said, Brother Fei, yours is the top-of-the-line 5 Series, and his is the cheapest 5 Series. It's a lot worse than yours, isn't it? Wong Tengfei snorted coldly. This car of mine can buy 2 of them. Brother Fei is still awesome. At this time, William parked the car, and Jessica and Dong Roland got out first. Several boys stared at her and greeted her in a rush. Hey, the 2 best girls in our class are here together. Jessica and Dong Roland greeted everyone politely. Wong Tengfei looked at the now more beautiful and charming Jessica and felt extremely unbalanced. Damn, why? When I was in college, I tried my best to pursue Jessica, but she ignored me. Now, she actually married a son-in-law who married into the family, a useless gigolo. God is really blind. Thinking of this, he sneered and said sarcastically, hey, William, you married into Jessica's family, and it seems that you are treated very well. You even drive a BMW. Was it bought by Jessica's family? You are really an example for men of my generation to take shortcuts. Jessica's expression was somewhat unhappy when she heard this, and Dong Roland on the side immediately said, Wong Fei, you are wrong. This car was not bought by Jessica's family. It was bought by William himself. Ouch! Wong Fei pouted. Amazing. He's driving a BMW 5 Series. After that, he deliberately provoked William. William, there aren't many cars in this development zone, and the road at the entrance is wide and straight. How about we drive up there and see who's faster? William frowned and looked at Wong Fei with some anger in his heart. Why are you bothering me for no reason? I have no friendship or grudge against you. Besides, who's faster than me? My car is a BMW 760, the most expensive and fastest BMW model. If you compare it with me, it seems like I'm bullying a child. Wong Fei thought he was scared. He immediately sneered. William, why are you still as scared as you were in college? What are you afraid of? Are you reluctant to give up this little bit of gasoline? At most, I can fill up a tank of gas for you. Dong Roland protested somewhat dissatisfiedly. Hey, Wong Fei, what do you mean? Your car is a BMW 540, and William S. is a 520. The power is several levels lower. Do you think it's fair to compare who runs faster? Wong Fei shrugged his shoulders. The key to driving a car is the skill. A good car doesn't necessarily mean it will run fast. It also depends on the skill and courage. I wonder if William has the guts to compete with me? If he is scared, forget it. Anyway, William has never been able to show up in public, and everyone knows that. Several people nearby immediately echoed. That's right, if you're scared, just say it. It's not shameful. William did not get angry but laughed and said, Wong Fei, we can compete, but we can't just compete with our mouths, right? It's better to add some jackpots, otherwise it will be boring. Okay. Wong Fei was just worried that William wouldn't fall for it. But when he heard William mention the prize, he immediately decided that William was courting death and blurted out, How about this? Whoever loses will kneel on the ground and kowtow to the other person to admit his mistake. What do you think? William shook his head. We are all adults. Don't play such childish things. At this time, Wong Daoquan, who was wearing a suit, came out holding a large plate of firecrackers. When he saw William coming, he immediately came forward excitedly and said, Hey, William, you're here. William nodded, smiled at him, and said, Congratulations on the opening of your new store, Daoquan. Wong Daoquan smiled and said, Thanks, brother. Wong Fei said coldly at this time, William, don't change the subject, tell me. What do you think is a suitable bet? Wong Daoquan asked curiously, What's wrong? What are you doing? William smiled slightly, looked at the large plate of firecrackers in his arms, and asked him, Daoquan, how many bangs are your firecrackers? 30,000 shots. Wong Daoquan laughed and said, This plate of cannons is not cheap. The ground is full of red. More than 600 per plate. William nodded and said to Wong Fei, How about this? Let's have a competition. Whoever loses will put this plate of firecrackers in his car and light them up. What do you think? Chapter 37, Can't Afford to Lose? When Wong Fei heard this, he couldn't contain his excitement. His car is worth 540, and William S. car is worth 520. Even if he works himself to death, he can't win. He actually dared to bet so big with me. If you put 30,000 firecrackers in a car and light them, the car will be in great shape. Basically, the interior, seats, and control panel will be blown to pieces. Since William is seeking death himself, I have just given myself a good opportunity to humiliate him. So, Wong Fei nodded almost without hesitation and shouted, Everyone be a witness. William and I are competing to see who drives faster. The loser will put this plate of firecrackers in the car and light it. After that, he added, Whoever regrets and cheats, his whole family will be killed. Several male classmates nearby immediately started to make a fuss. When the classmates upstairs heard about this, they also rushed out. 20 or 30 people gathered at the door waiting to watch the show. Everyone thought William was a fool. How dare a 520 compete with a 540? These were all long straights. Who drove faster had little to do with technique and everything to do with the performance of the car. A 520, even if it was driven by Schumacher, could never surpass a 540. It seems that William S. brand new BMW 520 will soon be declared scrapped. Jessica also kept persuading William, saying, William, don't be provoked by him. He did it on purpose. Let's not compete with him. William smiled slightly. Don't worry, my wife. Your husband will never lose. Wong Tungfei laughed. Hey, William, let's just say you have courage. Haha, in that case, let's stop talking nonsense and just drive over to compete. Okay. William nodded and asked him, how do you compare? Wong Tungfei pointed to the intersection at the end of the road and said, let's start at the same time and see who gets to the intersection first, and then turns around and comes back. Whoever comes back first wins. What do you say? William smiled and said, no problem. Okay. Wong Tungfei said excitedly, everyone be a witness, and we will start the competition right away. As he said this, he got into his BMW 540 and drove onto the road. William ignored Jessica's obstruction and drove the car next to Wong Tungfei, with the front ends of the two cars aligned. At this time, a nosy boy smiled and said, let me count down for you. Okay. Wong Tungfei said with a smile, let's get started when we're ready. William nodded and turned on the sports mode of his BMW 760. The BMW 760 uses a 6.6-liter, 585 horsepower engine. The BMW 540 next to it uses a 3.0-liter, 340 horsepower engine. The displacement is half that of the 760, and the power is 245 horsepower less, which can be said to be a world of difference. But how could Wong Tungfei know that William S. 520 was actually a top-of-the-line 760? He thought he had already won. The student in charge of counting down shouted excitedly, ready, 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Wong Tungfei immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. He knew that William was bound to lose, but he wanted William to lose even more miserably. So, try to run faster. However, what he didn't expect was that a black shadow quickly rushed out from his right side and instantly left him behind and far away. It's William's BMW 520. Wong Tungfei could hardly believe his eyes. Oh shit, how is this possible? This is impossible. His BMW 520 only has 184 horsepower, while my car has 340 horsepower, nearly twice as much. How could he pass me so easily? The students who were watching the fun were also dumbfounded. William, who everyone thought was bound to lose, would surpass Wong Tungfei in an instant like an arrow from a bow, and leave him far behind in an instant. Before Wong Tungfei had even run halfway, William had already turned around at the intersection at the end. When Wong Tungfei was about to turn around, William had already driven the car back to the starting point. William wins, and they won with a crushing advantage. Wong Tungfei just turned around and saw that William had reached the finish line. He almost collapsed. What's going on? What the fuck is going on? Will the BMW 520 be twice as powerful as the BMW 540? No, this bastard must have modified his car. Damn it, you're using a modified car to cheat me? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and drove the car back to the crowd. William was already clapping with Jessica to celebrate the victory. All the classmates around were dumbfounded and still couldn't figure out why William's 520 was so fast. Wong Tungfei stopped the car, walked out angrily and roared, damn it, William, you drove a modified car to trick me, right? This round doesn't count. The modified car has much more power than mine. How can we compete? William sneered. Hey, Wong Tungfei, you just said that motivation is not important and technique and courage are more important. Now that you lose, you want to cheat. I didn't. Wong Tungfei's expression flashed with panic, and he said speciously, you are the one who tricked me, not me. Roland said with contempt, Wong Tungfei, you are a man who doesn't keep your word. It's really disgusting. Don't forget the poisonous oath you just swore. Whoever refuses to admit defeat will have his whole family killed. That's right. Many classmates who were originally waiting to see William make a fool of himself are now dissatisfied with Wong Tungfei. It can be seen that this person really can't afford to lose. He is such a grown-up, but he doesn't even dare to fulfill the things he started. So someone said, Wong Tungfei, this is really boring. Everyone is witnessing this. You want to compete with William, and you say that motivation doesn't matter. If you lose, your whole family will die. Now you want to cheat. Isn't it obvious that you would rather die than fulfill the bet? Yes, a girl said, Wong Tungfei. Everyone used to think you were very manly and a man of your word, but I didn't expect you to be such a shabby person who goes back on your word. Others said, I finally understand what kind of person Wong Tungfei is. He is a double standard dog. If William lost, he would definitely not let William go easily. Now that he has lost, he starts to act like a rogue. What a rubbish. Wang Tingfei's face turned pale and blue. To be honest, he had bought this car less than a month ago and had spent more than 700,000 yuan on it. If you really throw 30,000 bang firecrackers in and light them, this car will be in big trouble. This is my beloved car. I don't allow even the slightest scratch or dust on it. So how could I bear to throw firecrackers into it and light it? However, with so many classmates looking at me, I have obviously lost their support. If I continue to act like a spoiled child, my classmates will definitely not have anything to do with me in the future. They may even go so far as to tell everyone that they are cheating because of the loss, and swear that they would rather have their entire family die than fulfill their bet. Thinking of this, he began to waver. If I don't light that plate of firecrackers, my reputation will be ruined. At this time, William suddenly said, Wang Tengfei, we are all classmates. We can't take it seriously just because we are joking. Your car is quite expensive. If you can't bear to order it, don't order it. Wang Tengfei breathed a sigh of relief. However, the students around immediately started talking. Oh, William is still very magnanimous. Look at Wang Tengfei. He is so embarrassing. That's right. William saw that he couldn't afford to lose, so he gave him a way out. Wang Tengfei's self-esteem suddenly exploded, and he cursed. Who the hell said I can't afford to lose? Where are the firecrackers? Give them to me. Since I can afford to gamble, I can naturally afford to lose. William then smiled with a hint of success. Chapter 38, it's all over. Wang Tengfei has lost his mind at this moment. To be outshined by that loser William in front of his classmates. So he made up his mind, took the firecrackers from Wang Daoquan, and threw them directly into his car. Then he picked up the lighter, grabbed the fuse of the firecracker, and said coldly, Watch me. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. I don't need William's sympathy. Having said that, he immediately lit the lighter. The firecrackers ignited instantly and exploded in the car. At first, you could still see the flames in the car, but soon, the car was filled with thick white smoke. The continuous sound of firecrackers exploding made Wang Tengfei's heart bleed, but made the students who were watching the fun very excited. Many students have already taken out their mobile phones to record the video, preparing to post the entire process on the short video platform so that netizens can also see this rare and cool operation. 30,000 firecrackers exploded continuously and soon blew up the seats of the BMW 540. The inside of the seats was filled with a large amount of sponge, which were all flammable items. With the help of firecracker gunpowder, they immediately caught fire. No one expected that firecrackers would set the car on fire, and the car was filled with white smoke, so you couldn't even see the fire. However, when the firecrackers had almost finished exploding and the smoke began to dissipate, the flames inside suddenly burst out, and the entire carriage was instantly engulfed in flames. The students at the scene all screamed, and Wang Tengfei blurted out in fear, Fuck the fire! Put out the fire quickly. He originally thought that a string of firecrackers would at most break the seats and damage the interior. At worst, he could just spend tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair the car, and it would be back to its original state. However, I never expected that the firecrackers would cause a fire in the car. He shouted for fire, but no one could help him put out the flames in the car with bare hands. He hurriedly dialed 119, and then stood there in despair watching his beloved car burn bigger and bigger until it was engulfed in flames. When the fire truck arrived, only the frame of the BMW 540 was left. From the frame, you can't even tell that this was once a BMW. Wang Tengfei collapsed on the ground, watching his beloved BMW turn into ashes in despair, feeling extremely distressed. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed myself rather than challenge William and compete with him. Not only did he lose face, but he also got his car involved. Wang Daoquan had no expression on his face, but he found it quite funny in his heart and secretly gave William a thumbs up. Then he said to Wang Tengfei, Tengfei, don't be too sad. It's almost time. How about we go in and eat first? Wang Tengfei originally wanted to find an excuse to leave, but after thinking about it carefully, this would be too easy for William, the bastard. No matter what, his car was broken because of William, so he had to get back. So he stood up and said calmly, Why should I be sad? I just accept the loss. Several classmates who were trying to curry favor with him also came forward to agree. Brother Fei is so rich. What's a BMW worth? That's right. To Brother Fei, it's just an ordinary scooter. Everyone knew that Wang Tongfei wanted to save face, so they stopped talking about this matter and followed Wang Daoquan in to prepare for the opening ceremony. Inside the restaurant, several banquet tables had been set up in the hall, and on the small stage in front, there were banners celebrating the class reunion and the opening of the restaurant. Many classmates presented gifts. William also took the ancient painting he bought and walked up to Wang Daoquan, saying, "Congratulations, Daoquan. This is a small gift from my husband and me to you for your grand opening." Jessica also smiled and said, "Wang Daoquan, congratulations. I wish you great wealth." Thank you, thank you." Wang Daoquan thanked him quickly, then leaned close to William's ear and said with a smile, "I see that you have a close relationship with the class beauty. Not like what people say. When are you going to have a child?" Jessica blushed when she heard the two whispering, and William smiled and said, "Don't be so gossipy. I'll tell you when I have it. You can't miss the share of money." "That's right." Wang Daoquan nodded repeatedly and said, "I will definitely give the child a big red envelope when the time comes." At this time, a woman with heavy makeup and ordinary appearance came to Wang Daoquan and asked, "Daoquan, who are these two?" "This is my best friend from college, William. This is our school beauty, Jessica, who is now William's wife." After Wang Daoquan introduced the two people, he introduced the woman next to him and said, "This is my fiancée, Lu Lily." He's the one who gets soft." Lu Lily blurted out, but soon realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed her words and said with a smile, "I've always heard Wang Daoquan mention you two. You two are really a perfect match." William pretended not to hear, handed the ancient painting to Lu Lily, and said, "This is a little gift from us." Lu Lily smiled and said, "Oh, since you're here, why would you give me a gift?" Having said that, he quickly took the gift box. William said, "You two keep busy. Let's find a place to sit first." "Okay," Wang Daoquan said apologetically. "I'm sorry, William. There are too many classmates and I have to greet them all." William and Jessica left. Lu Lily hurriedly opened the gift box sent by William and found a scroll inside. She frowned and asked, "What did your classmate give me?" Wang Daoquan said, "Can't you see it? It's a painting." "Tisk." Lu Lily curled her lips in disdain, opened the scroll, and took a look, and said, "What a piece of junk, so old and rotten. I estimate it's only worth 1 or 200 yuan." Wang Daoquan said sternly, "Why do you care about the money? It's a gift from a classmate. The thought behind it is great." Lu Lily said, "Don't come on. I'm telling you, don't hang out with classmates like this in the future. The little rags they gave to you is not even enough to pay for their meals." Wang Daoquan's face was gloomy. "Lu Lily, are you so snobbish?" Lu Lily immediately got angry. "Wang Daoquan, how can you talk like that? Am I a snob? If I were really a snob, would I look for a poor guy like you? Don't forget, most of the money for this restaurant was invested by my dad." Wang Daoquan looked a little embarrassed, but he was speechless for a moment. At this time, Wang Tongfei walked up to the two of them. He had recovered a lot from the car burning incident just now and began to act in a domineering manner again. When he came to the two of them, he directly handed over a thick red envelope and said lightly, "Daoquan, your restaurant is opening, and I don't know what to give you, so I might as well give you a big red envelope." Lu Lily thanked him while hurriedly taking it. She squeezed it and realized that it was worth at least 8,000 yuan. She immediately said flatteringly, "Oh, thank you so much." Wang Tongfei waved his hand and asked her, "I saw William came to give a gift just now. What did he give?" Lu Lily snorted and laughed, saying, "It's just a painting. I don't know where it came from in the secondhand market. I guess it's only worth 1 or 200 yuan." Wang Tongfei sneered. "A loser is always a loser." Chapter 39, Too Pretentious. William sat down with Jessica and Dong Roland, and Wang Tongfei followed and sat next to Dong Roland. As soon as he sat down, he asked Dong Roland with a smile, "Roland, I heard that you came to Jeang this time to work at the Dihao Group?" Dong Roland nodded. "I just started working." Wang Tongfei smiled and said, "What a coincidence. My father is in the M Grand Group and is the deputy general manager of a department. I will ask him to take care of you when the time comes." As soon as these words came out, several people at the table exclaimed, "Brother Fei, is your father the deputy general manager of the Dihao Group?" "Yes." Wang Tongfei nodded and said, "I was promoted last year." Someone hurriedly complimented, "The deputy general manager's annual salary must be several million, right? That's amazing. No wonder your family is so rich." Wang Tongfei smiled and said, "Several million is just salary. My father has a lot of power and he still has some other income. Now the Dihao group is doing a hotel project. After this project, my father can earn at least 10 or 20 million. A male classmate sitting opposite him asked hurriedly, Brother Fei, I also want to join the Dihao group. I have submitted my resume several times, but have not heard anything. Can you talk to your uncle and see if he can recommend me internally? Wong Tingfei nodded and said readily, Okay, send me your resume on WeChat later, and I'll say hello to him. William couldn't help but frowned. He really didn't know that Wong Tingfei's father was actually a senior executive of the Dihao group. This is quite interesting. I will send a text message to Wong Dongxue later and ask her to fire Wong Tingfei's father. So he deliberately asked, Wong Tongfei, since your father is so capable in the Dihao group, why doesn't he get you in? Wong Tongfei sneered disdainfully. What do you know? There's no point for me to join the Dihao group. The father-son relationship cannot be concealed. If I go in, I will be watched all the time. Wong Tongfei said proudly, so I don't even consider the Dihao group. I have set up a building materials company now. When the time comes, I will directly cooperate with the Dihao group through my father and take orders for building material supply from the Dihao group. Oh my God, someone exclaimed. Then you're going to make a fortune, right? Wong Tongfei snorted and laughed. Not bad. In a year, I should be able to make tens of thousands. As he said that, he deliberately looked at William and asked, William, what do you do now? You won't just be doing laundry and cooking after you marry into the family, will you? Everyone else at the table burst into laughter. William said calmly, In addition to washing clothes and cooking every day, I also have to pick up my wife for work and give her a back massage. My life is full of joy. Wang Tingfei was so furious. This bastard actually looked so self-righteous. He was so shameless. Restraining his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, William, I didn't expect you to be so comfortable eating gigolo. What else? William said shamelessly, I didn't steal or rob. I'm living a free life based on my own ability. Why shouldn't I feel at ease? The classmates around were stunned. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen anyone so shameless. The key is that everyone is still very envious. After all, Jessica is so beautiful, and being able to live off such a goddess-level woman is something many people dream of. So envious, jealous, and hateful. If I have the opportunity to serve a beauty like Jessica, what does it matter if I am a son-in-law? Being a son-in-law is also a winner in life. Wang Tingfei was choked to death. At this moment, Wang Daoquan's wife, Lu Lily, suddenly came on the stage. After she thanked everyone with a smile, she said, Thank you all for giving us so many gifts today. Daoquan and I are very touched. To express our gratitude to everyone, we decided to announce the details of the gifts here. Thank you all again. Since today is the opening ceremony, the gift presentation session is naturally indispensable. Originally, Wang Daoquan didn't want to do this, but in fact he didn't have much say, so he could only let Lu Lily do whatever she wanted. But many classmates are not surprised by this, because everyone has a mentality of comparison and showing off. Everyone can see who gave what, and can use it to judge how the old classmates are doing after entering the society. Then, Lu Lily began to call the roll. Thank you Zhang Jia for the 1,000 yuan red envelope. Thank you Wang Bei for the pair of gold ingots. Thank you, classmate Su Ouyuoyu, for the jade pixiao. Thank you Wang Tingfei for the 10,000 yuan red envelope. The previous few gifts, whether red envelopes or gifts, were mostly worth around 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, when it came to Wang Tingfei, he gave a red envelope of 10,000 yuan, which shocked all the classmates. It's just an opening ceremony, but they gave out a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. That's too much. Many people looked at Wang Tingfei in amazement and praised his magnanimity. Wang Tingfei also had a proud look on his face. It seemed that he had easily taken the lead among these classmates. At this time, Lu Lily said again, Thank you, William and Jessica, for the old painting. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. An old painting? Is it worth $100? Aren't these too stingy? Wang Daoquan's restaurant opened, and he arranged such a sumptuous banquet. The food alone cost several hundred yuan per person. You two came to eat for free and only gave him an old painting? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Wang Tongfei also sneered and said, William, you can afford a BMW 520 and even pay for modifications. But why did you only give such a junky thing to your old classmate when he opened his restaurant? William smiled faintly and said, You don't know where it came from. So why do you say it's tattered? Wong Tungfei sneered. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want to buy that tattered fake antique to pretend it's a good thing so that people can't figure out how much it's worth. Then he pressed on. Tell me the truth. How much did you pay for that old painting? 100 or 80? William smiled slightly. That painting is more valuable than the gifts given by everyone here today combined. Ha ha! Wong Tungfei led the laughter. You are such a boaster. I gave out 10,000 yuan in red envelopes, and there are more than 20 classmates here. 1,000 yuan each is more than 20,000 yuan. Do you mean to say that your painting is worth more than 30,000 yuan? William laughed and said, You said too little. Ah! Now the whole class was laughing. Everyone thinks that William really loves to show off. What the hell did you give me that you dare to come out and make a fuss about? An old painting worth tens of thousands of dollars? Who the hell are you trying to fool? At this time, Lou Lily on the stage also looked down on him and asked curiously, Student William, whose ancient painting did you give? How much is it worth? William said calmly, A painter from the Qing dynasty, not very famous. Lou Lily laughed and said, Oh, what a coincidence. My father is an expert in cultural relics appraisal, and he is very authoritative. His name is Lu Yuesheng. Anyone who knows about antiques should have heard of his name, right? Dong Roland exclaimed. Lu Yuesheng? Cultural relic expert Lu Yuesheng? I remember this person. He was on CCTV. Is he your father? Lu Lily smiled and said, Yes, it's my father. He's upstairs now. How about I ask him to come down and appreciate this ancient painting given by classmate William? Wong Tungfei stood up and said loudly, Then I will ask Lao Lily to ask my uncle to come down and help us appreciate it. If the value of William's painting is really more than all the gifts you have given today, I, Wong Tungfei, will eat this table on the spot. Chapter 40, Being Slapped Again. When they heard that Lu Lily's father was an antique appraiser, the students present all looked at William with contempt and sympathy. They thought William was so unlucky. You want to show off, but end up meeting an expert in the audience. Isn't that just slapping yourself in the face? If Lu Lily's father Lu Yu is born soon, wouldn't he be so embarrassed? Jessica was also a little embarrassed and whispered to William, William, with so many classmates watching, don't be so stubborn, otherwise it will be so embarrassing. Before coming, William mentioned that he bought a painting, but he said it was not worth much money. Now he said it was worth tens of thousands. Jessica was a little unsure and thought that William might have lied to save face. But William didn't care at all and said, Since you all don't believe it, let's let the professionals identify it. Then he added, By the way, don't forget, classmate Wong Tungfei is unrepentant and has sworn again. This time he wants to eat the table. When Wong Tungfei thought of the car being burned just now, he gnashed his teeth and cursed. William, stop being so arrogant. You tricked me into thinking of the car race just now. I'm willing to admit defeat. This time, I'm willing to admit defeat again. If the painting you gave me is really worth tens of thousands of dollars, I'll eat the table right now. If it's not worth it, will you eat it or not? William nodded and said, Okay, if it's not worth it, I'll eat it anyway. Although that painting is not a famous one, it is indeed the work of Huang Shun, a painter from the Qing dynasty. Moreover, that antique shop is a national chain that guarantees the authenticity of its products and offers a tenfold penalty for counterfeit goods, so there is no way that the painting could be fake. Jessica wanted to stop William, but before she could react, William had already agreed. Helplessly, she could only sigh secretly. Dong Roland was also a little surprised. Why was William so sure? In fact, if you look closely, this person is still very mysterious. That day, in Tianxiang Mansion, the famous Mr. Hong Wu actually bowed and nodded to him. She never understood why, but she was also sure in her heart that William must have a secret. Wong Tungfei felt that he finally had a chance to turn the tables, and he immediately blurted out, Okay, everyone, be a witness here. Let's ask Lu Lily to ask her father to come down and help us identify the matter. In front of everyone, Lu Lily made a phone call and said, Dad, please come down. Daoquan's classmate sent a painting to me and asked you to appraise it. A minute later, an old man slowly walked down the stairs from the second floor. This person is Lu Yuesheng, a famous cultural relic appraiser in Jinling. Today is the opening ceremony of the restaurant of Lu Yuesheng's daughter and future son-in-law. He also invited an old friend to a small gathering in the private room upstairs. When he heard that there were ancient paintings that needed to be appraised, he hurried downstairs to take a look out of professional habit. Louis Weshing walked over and onto the stage. Lou Lily hurriedly handed him the gift box containing the painting and said, "Dad, please help me appraise this painting. Some people say it's worth tens of thousands." As she spoke, she looked at William with disdain. Who would believe that a loser who lives off his wife would give her an ancient painting worth tens of thousands of dollars? You don't have to guess. The painting must be fake. Everyone else thought the same as she did. No one believed that William could really give a painting worth tens of thousands of dollars. Louis Weshing took the gift box, took out the scroll, and opened it carefully under everyone's gaze. The painting was old and a little yellowed, and it looked really unremarkable. Many of his classmates who liked to judge people by appearance said, "Oh, it doesn't look like a good thing." "Yeah, I think it's only worth $50. I guess it's not as valuable as that box. That box is probably worth 70 or 80. Louis Weshing studied the painting carefully for a few minutes before he asked with a smile, "Was this painting given to you by Daoquan?" "Yes," Lou Lily said. "He was still a good friend of his in college." When saying this, Lou Lily was thinking, "William, you and Wang Daoquan are good friends, and you still gave me a pair of rubbish that is not worth $100. I will let my dad expose you in front of everyone right away." However, no one expected that Louis Weshing would sigh and say, "It seems that he is indeed a good buddy." If he is not a good buddy, who would be willing to give such a valuable gift? When everyone heard this, they were stunned. What's going on? Is it valuable? Is this thing valuable? Wang Tingfei thought, what a valuable piece of shit. I could go to the antique street and buy a pair of fake flowers, pee on them to make them look old, and they would still look more real than this painting. At this time, Louis Weshing said seriously, "This is an authentic work of Huang Shun, a painter from the Qing dynasty. Although Huang Shun is not a very famous painter, he's also one of the most outstanding painters, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou." Then Louis Weshing added, "I estimate that the market price of this painting is around 200,000. More than 200,000? Lou Lily was stunned. She thought this thing was not worth 100 yuan. Who would have thought that it was worth more than 200,000? Wang Daoquan was stunned and blurted out, "Oh, William, how could you give me such a valuable thing? It's too expensive." William said calmly, "Daoquan, it's just a token of your appreciation. Don't worry too much about its price." Wang Daoquan was deeply touched. He never expected that his good friend from college would be so considerate. Wang Tingfei was confused. What's going on? This piece of junk is actually worth more than 200,000? This kind of thing is worth more than 200,000 yuan. Holy shit, isn't this a fucking ripoff? The classmates were also shocked. This time, no one dares to look down on William again. After all, he was a person who casually gave away an ancient painting worth more than 200,000 yuan as a gift. Everyone is so envious of Wang Daoquan. It's awesome. I received such an expensive gift for the grand opening. What a great deal. At this time, Lou Lily was also shocked and immediately changed her opinion of William. She knew very well what level her father was at. Since her father said that the painting was worth more than 200,000 yuan, it must be worth that much. Oh my god, Wang Daoquan's classmate actually gave such an expensive gift. This is really a big deal. Thinking of this, her eyes were full of stars when she looked at William. Jessica asked in confusion, "William, how much did you pay for this painting?" William smiled slightly and whispered, "Actually, it didn't cost me much. The main reason was that the person who sold the painting to me was an acquaintance. He also bought it at a bargain price, so he sold it to me at a low price." Jessica couldn't help but say, "I'm selling a painting worth more than 200,000 yuan to you for a few thousand yuan. Is there such a good thing?" William said calmly, "A lot of people don't really care about money. Am I the same? Otherwise, I wouldn't have given this painting to Daoquan." Jessica nodded slightly. William was right. If money was important to someone, no one would give her such an expensive gift. It seemed that although her husband was not very successful, he was still very courageous. At this time, William stood up, looked at Wang Tengfei, who looked flustered, and asked with a smile, "Wang Tengfei, how do you want to eat this table? Do you want to eat it directly with your mouth? Or do you want me to chop it into pieces with a knife and eat it piece by piece?" Chapter 41. No face at all? Wang Tengfei really wanted to die. "Oh shit, what are you doing? Did you go out without checking the almanac today? Why do I keep getting slapped in the face by William, this stinking loser? I would never have thought that this painting was real and worth more than 200,000 yuan. But I've already said my bold words. What should I do now? Should I really eat the table? It's impossible. It's okay if a car burns. You could buy another one. But how can you eat a table? If you really eat it, won't you die? Other students also teased him at this time. Hey, Wong Fei, you said you would eat the table. You are not going to regret it now. That's right. Everyone is still waiting for your performance. Someone slammed the table and said, Brother Fei, please start your performance. Wong Fei's face was extremely ugly, and he blurted out, We are all classmates. There is no need for you to add insult to injury at this time, right? Kick someone when they're down? William said with a smile, You started this thing yourself. Everyone is just urging you to fulfill your promise. How can it be considered as kicking someone when they're down? Wong Fei knew that he couldn't get away with this today, so he could only hold back his anger and said in a muffled voice, I was impulsive just now, and I didn't recognize the great man. I apologize to William and everyone else, and I hope you can forgive me. Seeing him suddenly soften, everyone was very surprised. Is this still Wong Fei? When has he ever admitted to being a coward? But Wong Fei had no choice. What to do? If I don't give in, I'll have to eat the table, and there's no way I can fucking eat that. If I cheat, I will definitely incur public anger, and I don't know how everyone will ridicule me. Therefore, the only way now is to admit defeat. Only by admitting defeat can you get through this hurdle. Sure enough, as soon as he admitted his mistake, some classmates said, Oh, it's not easy for Wong Fei to admit his mistake and apologize. Besides, we can't really force him to eat the table, so forget it. That's right, forget it. Eating the table is impossible. Everyone hasn't eaten yet. Let's just start the feast. William also knew that Wong Fei would never eat the table, but now that he had given in, his goal had been achieved. He allowed you to show off, and if you show off, you'll be punished. But you are so pretentious, it is definitely not enough to be punished like this. This is just the beginning. There will be something worse waiting for you later. So he said, Since Wong Fei has admitted his mistake and apologized, let's forget about the table eating. Today is the grand opening day of Daoquan Restaurant, so we should not steal the limelight. Wong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he wanted to kill William to relieve his hatred. William was not going to let him go, so he sent a text message to Wong Dongxue. Is there a vice president in the company named Wong whose son is Wong Fei? Please help me check it out. Wong Dongxue quickly replied, There is a vice president named Wong Donghai, and his son is Wong Fei. What's the matter, Chairman? Do you have any instructions? William responded, Fire him. Fire him now. Good. Wong Fei didn't know that his father had been fired from the M Grand Group and was going through the firing process. Having finally gotten over the difficulty of the curse, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he was secretly thinking that he must find an opportunity to take revenge on William. More importantly, I have to find a way to regain my dignity in front of my classmates. Otherwise, after being slapped in the face by William twice in a row, how can I pretend to be cool in front of my classmates in the future? Just when I didn't know how to save face, there was a sudden noise at the entrance of the hotel. Everyone looked sideways. I saw a group of extremely vicious young people rushing in. Each of them had a tattoo and was holding baseball bats, galvanized water pipes, and other things in their hands. They looked very difficult to deal with. Seeing such a group of people rushing in, everyone's face changed, especially Wong Daoquan and Lu Lily, whose eyes were filled with fear. The scarred leader came in and first glanced around the hall, then pointed at Wong Daoquan and grinned. Boss, you didn't even give us a heads up for such a big event as the opening of the business. Do you look down on us, brothers? Lu Lily looked pale, but she forced a smile and said, Ew, what are you doing? Before the opening, Lu Lily heard that there were social people collecting protection fees here. It was said that the previous owner of this restaurant was ruined by these ruffians and had to transfer the shop out of necessity. But Lu Lily felt that in such a bright and clear world, would those black social people dare to rob money in broad daylight? That's why she bought this place at a low price and planned to run it well. Unexpectedly, these people from society came to us right after we opened. Scarface grinned. If you do business here, you naturally have to take care of our brother Biao. We don't ask for much. Just give us 20% of your restaurant's shares. If anything goes wrong here in the future, we will cover it up. Then, Scarface said coldly, If you don't give it to me, don't blame me for being rude. You have to close the shop today. Upon hearing the price, Wong Daoquan and Lu Lily both gasped. He asked for 20% of the shares right away. This is blatant robbery. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Wong Tungfei suddenly felt that his chance to stand out had come. So he immediately came out and asked, "Who are you hanging out with?" Scarface asked with a fierce smile. "Who do you think you are? Do I need to introduce myself to you?" Wong Tungfei snorted and laughed. "Let me tell you, my father has a lot of connections in both the black and white worlds of Jinling. I'll call the leaders of the development zone and ask them." Scarface looked at him fearfully and asked tentatively, "Do you know the leader of the development zone?" "Of course," Wong Tungfei said coldly. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Scarface frowned and said, "Okay, if you can find someone I can talk to, I won't come to this store anymore. But if you can't find someone, don't blame me for being rude to you." Lu Lily said nervously, "Brother Fei, please help us contact them. I'm counting on you." Wong Tungfei smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'll call the development zone leader right away." The Dihao group also has projects in the development zone, and Wong Tungfei's father is in charge of it. So the leaders of the development zone have a lot of contact with his father and are also acquainted with Wong Tungfei. Wong Tungfei called the boss directly and raised his voice as soon as he opened his mouth, saying, "Uncle Lee, why are there a bunch of thugs collecting protection fees in the development zone? They all came to my classmate's store." The other side was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Tungfei, what's going on?" Wong Tungfei said, "A friend of mine opened a restaurant and encountered a disturbance and received protection fees. So I would like to ask District Chief Lee whether he will take care of it." The other end hesitated for a moment, then said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Tungfei. The things you mentioned are not my business. I'm in a meeting now, so I'll hang up first." Before Wong Tungfei could say anything, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Wong Tungfei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't District Chief Lee try to curry favor with his father and get more investment from the Dihao Group? Why don't you give me any face now? Wong Tungfei had no idea that the news that his father was fired from the Dihao Group had already spread throughout the entire Jinling leadership team. Chapter 42, Mr. William, I was wrong. Wong Tungfei didn't know the reason, so he was very annoyed. Now, with so many classmates watching him, he could only grit his teeth and look for other connections. Wong Tungfei made another call to the second-in-command of the development zone. "This person has a good relationship with my father." As soon as the call was connected, Wong Tungfei immediately said, "Mr. Chun, it's me, Wong Tungfei. I encountered something in the development zone." Then, Wong Tungfei told the story again. The other party said awkwardly, "Tungfei, the other party is a Biao's man, and a Biao is Hong Wuye's man. You'd better not interfere in this matter." Wong Tungfei asked, "Are you just not going to take care of it?" The other party said, "You should also know the status of Master Hongwu." Wong Tungfei was also a little panicked and said, "Then you can at least give him some face and help say something nice to him, right?" The other party laughed and said, "I really can't sell this face, sorry." Wong Tungfei was angry and said, "Mr. Chun, I remember you wanted Dihao Group to donate some supplies to you, right? Don't you want it anymore?" The other party simply stopped being polite with him and said coldly, "Wong Tungfei, your father's been fired by the Dihao Group, don't you know? Expulsion? When did it happen?" "Half an hour ago." The other party said, "You should figure out first." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Scarface looked at him dumbfounded and sneered. "What? Can't find anyone." Wong Tungfei was about to open his mouth to speak, but unexpectedly, Scarface slapped him in the face, causing Wong Tungfei to stagger and knock over the tables and chairs. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's face turned pale, but no one dared to step forward to stop the scarred man. "You dare to hit me?" Wong Tungfei covered his face, deep anger revealed on his fair face. "What's wrong with me hitting you?" Scarface chuckled and kicked Wong Tungfei in the stomach again, knocking Wong Tungfei to the ground and starting to beat him up. Wong Tungfei was beaten and screaming, but at this moment, no one could help him. In a short while, Wong Tungfei was beaten into a pig's head, and his face was covered in blood, looking very scary. Wong Tungfei was scared after being beaten, and he cried and begged, "Brother, brother, I was wrong. Please stop beating me." "Wrong." Scarface snorted coldly. "Wrong is enough? If you try to show off to me, how can you survive in the future if I don't beat you to death?" After saying that, he called out to the others, "Fuck you, beat him up." A group of people immediately rushed up and punched and kicked Wong Tungfei. Some people even hit him with baseball bats. The scene was horrific. Seeing Wong Tungfei being beaten half to death, Scarface walked up to Wong Daokuan and threatened him coldly. Your friend is showing off to me. The original 20% will be reduced to 40% now. If you don't agree, his fate will be your example. Wong Daokuan was very panicked, but if he wanted 40% of the shares at once, wouldn't he be working for this bunch of young people? So he mustered up his courage and said, if you want 40%, you might as well kill me. Scar frowned and said coldly, okay, then I will grant your wish. After saying that, he immediately took out a sharp knife from his pocket. Everyone was frightened, and the female students even screamed. William saw that Scar was about to attack Wong Daokuan and immediately blurted out, put down the knife. The scarred man turned his head and cursed. Who the hell wants to die? When he turned his head, he saw William. There was confusion in his eyes at first. Then it turned into deep fear, and he fell to his knees. Before anyone could react, the scarred man had already dropped the knife, slapped himself left and right, and said in regret, I'm sorry, Mr. William. I didn't recognize you and didn't see you here. William was slightly stunned, looked at Scarface, and said, do you know me? Scarface nodded repeatedly and said, Mr. William, I am Brother Biao's subordinate. I have seen you in Tianxiang Mansion. William suddenly realized. So that's how it is. The one who caused trouble for Wong Yunkai and Xiao Hailong in Tianxiang Mansion that day was Hong Wuye's younger brother, named Biaozi. This man was Biaozi's subordinate. No wonder he was so scared when he saw me. Even Master Hong Wu's legs went weak when he saw me, not to mention Master Hong Wu's younger brother's younger brother. The classmates were all shocked. Lu Lily was also shocked, as if she was in a dream. No one understands why a fierce gangster with a scar on his face who even dared to beat up Wong Tungfei would kneel down to William, a live-in son-in-law. And he even acted like he was very afraid of William. Jessica was also dumbfounded and asked William, what's going on? Do you know him? William was afraid that she would misunderstand that he had something to do with the underworld. So he quickly said, I don't know him. Seeing this, Scarface also hurriedly said, I don't know him. I don't know Mr. William, and Mr. William doesn't know me. I just always heard of Mr. William's name, and I admire him. This is a fart shot. Feeling of admiration for William? No one can accept this reality. It is really too magical. Scarface hurriedly said to Wong Daokuan, you are Mr. William's friend. So from now on, I will protect your restaurant, and I won't charge you a penny for protection. If there is anything, I will help you solve it. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Lu Lily was so surprised that she almost cried. The contrast between this day and this place is so exciting. Because of William's face, he saved 40% of his shares. More importantly, this Scarface was willing to protect his own hotel for free in order to curry favor with William. Now you could do business without any worries. William, this is truly a life-saving favor. Wong Daokuan was also very grateful and said sincerely, William, thank you so much for this. William smiled and said, you are too polite to say thank you to me. Scarface looked at Wong Tungfei, who had been beaten unconscious, and said with fear and worry, I'm sorry, Mr. William, I beat your friend. William said calmly, it doesn't matter, he is not my friend, just an acquaintance, and we don't have much of a relationship. After that, he added, send him to the hospital, don't let him affect the opening ceremony here. Scarface nodded immediately. Then we will send him to the hospital. Mr. William, please continue, we will not disturb you. After saying that, he hurriedly called his brothers, carried the unconscious Wong Tungfei, and fled in a hurry. People looked at William change from disdain to surprise, and from surprise to awe. No one knows why William has such great power. This son-in-law seemed to have suddenly become a different person. At the banquet, many people came to curry favor with William, including Lu Lily, who had looked down on William at first. Lu Lily now worships William as a true god. She keeps thanking him and even offers him free meals forever. William didn't care about it. He was just giving Wong Daokuan face and helping Wong Daokuan solve some minor troubles. But in the eyes of others, what he did today has taken on a magical touch. Everyone wants to know what happened to this son-in-law who lives off his wife. Chapter 43, Unkind Visitors. Jessica was also curious about what happened today. First, why is William's BMW 520 twice as fast as Wong Tungfei's BMW 540? Then there is William's ancient painting that cost hundreds of thousands. Also, why does William know people in the underworld? And why do people in the underworld give him a lot of face? On the way back, William explained to her that this BMW 520 was a test drive car modified by the 4S shop. Some modifications were made to it in order to make users mistakenly believe that the car was very powerful. Jessica didn't know much about cars, so she believed it without thinking. As for the ancient painting, I have explained before that someone transferred it to me at a low price out of friendship, and I gave it to Wong Yunkai out of friendship. However, Scarface's situation is a bit tricky. After all, he called him Mr. William so attentively that it was difficult for William to explain. In the end, he could only say that this scarred brother was a relative of a friend of his. He had met him at a friend's party before, and that the brother showed him some respect for the sake of his friend. Jessica felt something was not right, but seeing William's certainty, she knew it was useless to ask further, so she didn't ask any more questions. Roland has been observing William and feels more and more that William is not an ordinary person. So she decides to pay more attention to him in the future to see what secrets he has. Wong Yunkai was said to be in a very miserable condition and was already unconscious when he was sent to the hospital. His father was fired from the M. Grand Group and was found to have abused his position for personal gain. He had been prosecuted by the M. Grand Group's legal department and was immediately arrested by the public security authorities. It can be said that Wong Yunkai's family is completely finished. However, Wong Yunkai's family is not well known in Jeang, and no one cares about their life or death. What everyone is really paying attention to are the god-level rich people on the short video platform and the mysterious big man who is about to book the Sky Garden of Buckingham Palace. Everyone can't wait to know who they are and whether they are the same person. Soon, the time came to the wedding anniversary. Because William had already told Jessica that he wanted to give her a surprise, he forced Jessica to change into a noble and elegant white evening dress before going out. Jessica reluctantly agreed, muttering, "We're just going out for a meal. Why do you insist on asking me to change into such formal clothes? Even if today is our wedding anniversary, there's no need to be so grand, right?" William smiled and said, "Today is our 3rd anniversary, so it has to be more formal. I have already booked a place to eat, and I guarantee that tonight's arrangements will satisfy you." He had done a very good job of keeping the secret these days, and his wife hadn't suspected anything at all. Jessica smiled gently and was very touched. On their wedding anniversaries in the past 2 years, the two of them just spent them casually at home. Although it was nothing special, William, even though he was penniless at that time, would still prepare some thoughtful little gifts for himself to please himself. However, this year William broke his usual habit and remained mysterious, making it hard for her to guess what new tricks this live-in husband of hers would come up with. After a while, the two changed their clothes, went out, took a taxi, and went all the way to the Buckingham Palace Hotel. William stepped out of the car and looked at Jessica standing beside him with indescribable tenderness. He said, "Jessica, let's celebrate our 3rd wedding anniversary here tonight. What do you think?" Jessica's expression suddenly became strange. "Is this the restaurant William booked tonight?" she asked subconsciously. "You are not lying to me, are you?" William smiled and said, "Of course not." Then, William explained, "I reserved a seat here a few days ago. If you don't believe me, let's go in and check the information." Jessica shook her head. In the 3 years of marriage, William had never lied to her, let alone on such an important day as today. Then she said, "No, I believe you." Then she asked, "You didn't book a seat in the Sky Garden, did you? Isn't there a big shot who has reserved the whole place today?" William said hurriedly, "I booked a seat next to the Sky Garden, so I can see the interior of the Sky Garden. We can also take a look at which big shot has booked that place. What do you think?" Jessica laughed and said, "I'm not as gossipy as you." Afterwards, the two walked into the Buckingham Palace Hotel. Just as they were about to go upstairs, they heard a woman's cry, "Hey, Xiao Xiao, why are you here?" Jessica looked up and saw a young man and woman walking towards her. The man was wearing an expensive suit, and it was obvious at first glance that he was a wealthy young master from a certain family. The woman was wearing all branded clothes and had beautiful makeup, but her eyes were full of arrogance, and her dress seemed a bit vulgar, and she was dancing in a coquettish manner. Jessica knew this woman. She was her roommate in college, Zhao Liqing. However, although Zhao Liqing and Jessica were in the same dormitory, they were not classmates. Although they were roommates, the relationship between Jessica and Zhao Liqing was ordinary. This is mainly because Zhao Liqing is self-righteous and very jealous. She has always felt that Jessica is not worthy of the title of schoolbelle, and that she should be the real schoolbelle. But the reality is that she is much inferior to Jessica in terms of appearance, figure, aura, and connotation. However, this woman has one advantage, which is that she is particularly good at hooking up with men. It is said that she has hooked up with many rich men in the past, and all her expenses for 4 years in college were paid by those men. Jessica frowned, but considering that they were classmates, when the two approached, she could only bite the bullet and said politely, "Liqing, long time no see. My husband and I came here to eat. How about you?" Zhao Liqing said in surprise, "Oh, that's a coincidence. My husband and I also come here to eat." After that, she pretended to be curious and asked again, "By the way, which seat did you book? A regular box, a premium box, or a deluxe box?" Jessica was confused about William's arrangement and could only reply truthfully, "I don't know about this. My husband booked the seat." At this time, Zhao Liqing noticed William's presence, covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Oh, this is your live-in husband William, right? Back in school, he was a very famous gigolo." The implicit ridicule in the words was particularly harsh. Jessica looked embarrassed. Zhao Liqing came back to her senses and hurriedly said apologetically, "Oh, sorry, it's my fault for being outspoken." "Jessica, please don't mind." William frowned slightly. It seemed that Zhao Liqing came with bad intentions. Chapter 44, Revealing Your Secrets. Zhao Liqing didn't notice Jessica's expression, and with a smug look on her face, she pulled the man next to her and greeted him. "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Jeang Hao." As she spoke, she praised him again. He is the eldest son of the Jeang family in Jinling, and the heir to the Jeang family's hundreds of millions of assets. Jessica nodded politely. William's expression was somewhat gloomy. "I brought my wife here to celebrate our wedding anniversary, but who knew such a nasty guy would show up halfway?" Zhao Liqing continued to brag. "By the way, my husband is a platinum member here, with great privileges. I guess William can only book an ordinary box at most, right? How about I ask him to upgrade you to a deluxe box later?" Jessica was about to decline, but William laughed and said, "The seat I booked is pretty good, so let's forget about it. You know, he booked the Sky Garden on the top floor to hold a grand wedding for his wife. She's just a platinum member. What is there to brag about? What's more, the entire Buckingham Palace Hotel belongs to him. If he takes his wife to a luxury box only for platinum members, wouldn't that be lowering his status?" At this time, Zhao Liqing said with some dissatisfaction, "Jessica, look at your married-in husband. He doesn't know how to respect you at all. How do you usually discipline him?" As she spoke, she took Jeang Hao's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and said with a smile, "William's behavior is not suitable for such a noble occasion. In the future, you can ask him to consult my husband about aristocratic etiquette. After all, my husband studied in the UK." William with disdain and said with a smile, "Wife, please don't assign me such an impossible task. Mr. William is so eccentric. It would be difficult to teach him noble etiquette." Zhao Liqing nodded, sighed, and said to Jessica, "If you ask me, you should just get a divorce. It's so unfair to live with a poor man like William for the rest of your life." Zhao Liqing spoke without any disguise, not caring about Jessica's feelings at all. Jessica couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately said coldly, "Zhao Liqing, what do you mean? It's not your turn to comment on my husband." Zhao Liqing covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "I didn't like you when I was in college. How could you be selected as the campus beauty if your family had a little money? Now that you haven't married well, you don't allow me to say anything." William was very unhappy when he heard this. This Zhao Liqing was a fickle girl when she was in school. She relied on her decent looks to hook up with rich men. Now she is lucky enough to marry into a wealthy family. Does she really think of herself as a rich lady? Moreover, you dare to laugh at your own wife? You are really looking for death. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. So he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Buckingham Palace CEO Chen Zikai. "Within 3 minutes, I want all the information about Zhao Liqing, the daughter-in-law of the Jinling Jeang family." William looking down at his phone without saying a word. Zhao Liqing mocked him. "Look at your husband. I'm mocking you, but he doesn't even dare to speak up to defend you. It really makes me laugh to death, huh?" At this moment, William suddenly received a text message from Chen Zikai. "Master, the information about Zhao Liqing has been sent to you." William looked at the long text message, then looked at Zhao Liqing and her husband Jeang Hao, and asked with a smile, "I have some interesting information here. Do you want to listen to it?" Zhao Liqing frowned and asked, "What information?" William said loudly, Zhao Liqing, female, 26 years old, graduated from Jinling University. During my freshman year, according to investigations, I checked into hotels no less than 100 times, and the people I checked into hotels with were 8 different men, including Li Hu, Ma Fei, and Du Xiaoping. Zhao Liqing was stunned and blanched as she blurted out, "What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." Zheng Hao next to him frowned, obviously shocked. William added, "Oh, this is amazing. You checked into a hotel with 2 men several times. One of the men is called Dong Bin, and the other is called Dong Jie. They seem to be brothers. Are you having a threesome?" Zhao Liqing shouted in horror. "You are talking nonsense. You are talking nonsense." William continued, "Also, during your sophomore year, you were kept by the vice president of Shanghua Group at a price of 30,000 per month. He kept you for a total of 3 years. During that time, you had 4 abortions for him, each at Jinling Women's and Children's Hospital. The last abortion, the doctor declared you infertile for life." Then, he asked Zheng Hao curiously, "Mr. Zheng, if I'm not mistaken, you still don't have any children, right?" Zheng Hao's expression suddenly became ugly. He glared at Zhao Liqing and asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Liqing was sweating profusely and said in a panic, "Ahao, don't listen to his nonsense. I gave my first time to you. You know that." William smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are more exciting things to come." Zhao Liqing panicked and pulled Zheng Hao, dragging him away, saying, "Stop talking. Husband, let's go. We won't be in time for dinner later." William, without moving, "Anything else?" William smiled and said, "Listen carefully. After Zhao Liqing graduated from university, she had a thorough cosmetic surgery at a plastic surgery hospital. A month later, she went to work at the Jeang family company and deliberately scratched Zheng Hao's Bentley to get to know Zheng Hao, the eldest son of the Jeang family." William looked up at Zheng Hao and said, "Am I right?" Zheng Hao was stunned. "I know all these. They're all true, which means that all the previous things were also true." Zhao Liqing's face was pale at this time, and she was shaking with panic. She begged William, "William, please stop talking, please." William sneered. "You know how to beg me now? Sorry, it's too late." After that, he continued. Half a month after she met Zheng Hao, she took the opportunity of a business trip to Haicheng to have her hymen repaired at a plastic surgery hospital in Haicheng. After she came back, she and Zheng Hao officially became boyfriend and girlfriend and got married half a year later. Zhao Liqing completely collapsed on the ground. She didn't know how William could dig up all her secrets. It was almost like revealing all her past to her husband. Zheng Hao was also furious. He turned his head and glared at Zhao Liqing, shouting, "So you lied to me that night and said it was your first time, but in fact it was your hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of times, right?" Zhao Liqing quickly denied, "No, I didn't. How? You on my first time?" William smiled and said, "Don't worry. I can find her medical records when she had the membrane repair. You can go to the hospital to verify it, and you will know." Zheng Hao grabbed Zhao Liqing by the collar and slapped her hard. "You still won't tell the truth, right? If you still won't tell the truth, once I have verified everything, I will kick you out of the house. Your father, your mother, and your brother will all move out of my villa, and your brother will no longer work for the Zheng family. I will make your whole family live on the streets." Zhao Liqing immediately broke down and cried, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. "Husband, don't be angry, I was wrong. It was all because I was young and ignorant. I later turned over a new leaf and lived with you wholeheartedly." William added, "Don't believe her. After she married you, she had sex with a man who supported her a few times. The man even took a video of the sex as a souvenir. If you want, I can find the video and send it to you." Chapter 45, The Happiest Woman. Zheng Hao's face looked extremely ugly and ashen. At this moment, he finally felt what it felt like to have a vast grassland above his head. When he could no longer bear it, he slapped Zhao Liqing in the face countless times like a madman, cursing, "You stinky bastard, you have been lying to me all along. You even cheated on me. I will fucking beat you to death. I will beat you to death." Zhao Liqing was beaten so hard that she screamed and cried. Her hair was disheveled, and she broke down in tears. Zheng Hao beat her and cursed, "Divorce. Leave the house with nothing. Otherwise, I'll find someone to kill your parents and your brother and drown them in the river." Zhao Liqing completely collapsed. "I tried every possible means to marry into the Zheng family. I thought I could be a wealthy lady for the rest of my life. But today, my dream was completely shattered. All this is because of William." She hated William very much, but William smiled contemptuously at this time and said to Jessica, "Wife, let them fight each other. Let's go." After that, he took Jessica's hand and walked towards the elevator. Jessica's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she was shocked and a little bit unbelievable. How did William know so much about Zhao Liqing's dark history? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at William and asked in disbelief, "Did you ask people to investigate all those things? How is that possible? How can I do that?" William laughed and said, "A classmate of mine was hurt badly by Zhao Liqing before. He's been digging up dirt on Zhao Liqing. I didn't expect it to come in handy now." As he spoke, William had already taken her into the elevator. As soon as he entered the elevator, William pressed the button for the top floor. Jessica hurriedly asked, "William, did you press the wrong floor? Isn't the top floor a sky garden?" William smiled slightly. "Wife, we're going to the sky garden on the top floor now." As soon as these words came out, Jessica was struck by lightning. Hanging garden? How is this possible? Everyone in Jinling knows that the sky garden has been booked by a mysterious person tonight. Even if William had great ability, it would be impossible for him to book a seat in the sky garden to celebrate their 3rd wedding anniversary. But the next moment, a bold idea suddenly popped up in Jessica's mind. Could it be that William is the mysterious man who booked the entire sky garden? Although this is simply like a fairy tale, but at this moment, besides this explanation, are there any other possibilities? Thinking of this, Jessica couldn't help but ask, "William, did you book the sky garden?" William smiled and said, "Yes, I'm going to give you the biggest surprise today. I'm going to give you a grand wedding that no one can replicate." Jessica felt like her brain was short-circuited. If this is really the big surprise William prepared for himself, then am I not the happiest woman in Jinling tonight? Thinking of this, Jessica's breathing became rapid and she almost lost the ability to think. Just as her inner world was in turmoil, the elevator had reached the top floor of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. A waiter at the door bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Ms. Xiao, on behalf of our Buckingham Palace Hotel, I would like to present my most heartfelt blessings to you and Mr. William on your wedding anniversary tonight." William waved his hand and said to her, "You all leave." Immediately, all staff members left the scene. The entire sky garden was now just the world of Jessica and William. Jessica seemed to be in a dream. At this moment, what comes into view is a huge space with luxurious style. The gorgeous crystal ceiling casts clear light, making the entire sky garden look elegant and quiet. The soft piano music filled the entire sky garden, slowly occupying people's hearts, making it difficult for people to feel nervous and angry. The fresh, high-end flowers airlifted from abroad emit a subtle fragrance that is neither strong nor overpowering, but subtly changes one's mood, bringing an indescribable sense of quietness and beauty. At this time, as the piano music changed, the most classic wedding march called A Midsummer Night's Dream suddenly sounded, and the melodious sound continued in the ears. While Jessica was admiring the beautiful scenery, William had already changed into a decent suit and was walking toward her with a bouquet of flowers. With every step he took, a series of beautiful and gorgeous red hearts would ripple on the crystal glass floor. It seems as if these hearts are dancing to the sound of the piano, giving people a very strong visual impact. At this moment, outside the sky garden, countless people were looking at everything that was happening inside through the crystal glass walls and floors. The only regret is that all the glass in this sky garden has been blurred to a certain extent. Everyone can see a young couple inside and clusters of flowers, which are extremely beautiful. There were also red hearts constantly appearing on the floor, and countless women said with longing, "This is so romantic. I have never seen such a romantic scene in my life. If I were that woman, I would be willing to die right now. Oh my God, that man's figure seems to be printed with a mysterious rich man. What a pity I can't see his face. Oh, what a torture." The scenes in the sky garden completely immersed the onlookers from outside. Tens of thousands of people were filled with longing and envy at this moment. Everyone's eyes were filled with blessings as they gazed at this grand garden that seemed to be suspended in the air. Countless women had tears in their eyes and felt uncontrollable envy in their hearts. They were overwhelmed and jealous to the point that they wished they were the heroine of this grand wedding tonight. Even though people cannot see the true faces of the two tonight, they can still feel how happy the heroine is now. William walked up to her step by step, pointed at the night view of Jeang outside the French window, and said lovingly, "Jessica, I love you. I couldn't give you a wedding back then. I hope you will like this wedding with only the two of us." Jessica came back to her senses and covered her mouth, crying bitterly. Tears fell like pearls on the ground and kept sliding down her pretty face. After hearing this, Jessica could no longer hold back the turmoil in her heart. She took a step forward and threw herself into William's arms, saying with tears streaming down her face, "I like it. I really like it. Thank you, William. Thank you." Speaking of this, Jessica burst into tears. At this moment, she felt that all the grievances she had suffered in the past 3 years were worth it. No matter how William did it, at least now, I am very happy, and tonight, I'm the happiest woman in Jeang. Chapter 46, Sensation in the City. Through the hazy frosted crystal glass, the whole of Jeang saw this extremely grand wedding. While countless people were extremely envious, they were also wondering in their hearts who the couple who got married in the Sky Garden were. Moreover, these two people are too mysterious. At their wedding, there were only the two of them, without any relatives or friends, and not even a witness. On the crystal stage, William took Jessica's hand and took out the emerald necklace he had prepared long ago. "Jessica, this is my anniversary gift to you. I hope you like it." Jessica looked at the crystal clear jade necklace and exclaimed, This can't be the treasure of Suishuan Pavilion? William, where did you get it from?" As she spoke, Jessica was shocked. Could it be that William is the godlike rich man in the video? Otherwise, how could this jade necklace be in his hands? But this is unscientific. I know exactly who William is. How could he be a god-level billionaire? He has absolutely nothing to do with the word rich. William saw Jessica as surprised at this time, and he had an urge to tell her his true identity, telling her that he was a descendant of the Yi family in Yinjing and the heir to a $1 trillion fortune. But the next moment, he suddenly thought of something very serious. "I don't know what the Yi family's current situation is. As far as I can remember, I had met my uncles and aunts when I was young, which means that there was more than just my father in the previous generation of the Yi family. Since there's more than one father, my uncles and uncles probably have children as well. These people will definitely regard me as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh." Rashly revealed his identity before he had figured out everything and was not capable enough to protect himself and Jessica. It might bring about fatal disaster for Jessica. The methods used by wealthy families to fight for property are very cruel, and he really doesn't want his beloved wife to take risks because of him. Thinking of this, he deliberately lied and said, "This necklace looks exactly like the treasure of Suishuan Pavilion, but I paid someone to make a replica of it. Although it also uses good jade materials, it is still far from the Quijechuan one. I probably spent only tens of thousands of dollars in total." Then, William asked Jessica nervously, "Jessica, you won't dislike it, right?" Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. That makes a lot more sense. So she hurriedly smiled and said, "Silly boy, how could I despise you? You have done so much for me. I am so touched." William also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly put the emerald necklace on Jessica himself. He looked at Jessica sincerely and said emotionally, "Jessica, you have suffered a lot of grievances in the past 3 years of marrying me. But from today on, I can promise you that no one can bully you anymore." Jessica nodded repeatedly with emotion. At this moment, she realized that her husband could finally hold his head up high and live a decent life. After the wedding, William took Jessica and left quietly from the exclusive elevator of the Sky Garden. Countless people watching from outside the scene felt lost. The hero and heroine are leaving now? The two of them came over here mysteriously, fed the whole world a handful of dog food, and then ran away? For a time, the whole city was discussing this unprecedented grand wedding. But no one knows who the male and female protagonists of the wedding will be. William drove the BMW 520, which was modified from the BMW 760, back home with his wife Jessica. On the way, Jessica was still immersed in great happiness and unable to extricate herself. She couldn't help but ask William, "How did you book the Sky Garden? It seems that it has never been open to private guests before, right?" William smiled slightly and said, "To be honest, one of the executives at Buckingham Palace was my good friend in the orphanage. We used to go through hard times together. I would always share half of my steam buns with him. So this time I asked him for help, and he was very considerate." Jessica nodded gently. "So that's the case. Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" William said, There's so many friends in the orphanage that I can't finish talking about them in 3 days and 3 nights. I thought you didn't like to hear these, so I never told you. Jessica said seriously, "You are my husband, so I am naturally very interested in your past, and I also want to know." William smiled and said, "Then I'll tell you more later." Good. After returning to the community, William drove the car downstairs. I had just parked the car and got out with Jessica when I met my father-in-law and mother-in-law walking back. When the mother-in-law saw them, she immediately saw them and exclaimed, "Of course, where did this BMW come from?" My father-in-law's eyes lit up when he saw this car. "Wow, a BMW. Ran, you just bought it? What a big deal." Jessica said hurriedly, "Dad, Mom, I didn't buy the car. William bought it." William. The father-in-law frowned and asked, "William, where did you get the money to buy this car? Did you use our Ran's money?" William hurriedly said, "No, Dad, these are all bought with my own private money." The mother-in-law at the side took the father-in-law around the car and said with a curled lip, "Huh, he eats our food and lives in our house every day, but he saves money to buy a BMW and doesn't know how to honor us. What an ungrateful person." Jessica said hurriedly, "Mom, don't say that about William." The father-in-law sounded envious and jealous. "Humph, he bought a BMW 520. With William S. level, is he worthy of such a good car? Isn't buying a BMW 3 Series enough for him to show off?" The mother-in-law said coldly, "I'm telling you, your dad still doesn't have a car. He's almost half buried in the ground. If you don't let him enjoy it now, I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy it in the future." Then the mother-in-law said in a domineering tone, "How about this? Let your dad drive this car. Just think of it as you two honoring your dad." Jessica looked at William and asked tentatively, "William, do you think it's okay?" William thought, "Yes, it's possible, but this is not a BMW 520. This is a 760. To be honest, my father-in-law is a henpecked loser who is not favored by the old lady. For him, 760 is too wasteful." Thinking of this, he hurriedly complimented, "Hey, Dad, this is a BMW 520, the worst model of the BMW 5 Series, nicknamed the Beggar Edition. If you drive this car out, you'll be laughed at." My mother-in-law frowned and said, "Why? You don't want to send me off?" William waved his hands quickly. No. How can I not be willing to part with it? I just want you to drive a base model. Otherwise, I won't give you this 520. I will buy you a 530. The 530 is a higher grade than the 520. You will feel more proud when you drive it out." My mother-in-law frowned and asked, "Do you still have money to buy 530? William said, "I only paid a down payment for this car. I still have some money. Don't worry, I will go buy you a car tomorrow morning." Chapter 47 by another BMW. When the father-in-law and mother-in-law heard that William would buy them a better car tomorrow, they immediately smiled. But my father-in-law had no idea that what he missed was a top-of-the-line BMW 760. Jessica was a little worried. After returning to the room and washing up, she quietly asked William, "Do you still have money to buy a car? I have some private money here. Why don't you use it to buy a car tomorrow?" William waved his hand hastily. "No, I still have some enough." Jessica said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect my parents to be like this." William laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Your father and mother are also my father and mother. We are all family. It is only right that we respect them." William lay down on his little mat and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll buy another one tomorrow morning." Jessica was moved and said, "Thank you, William." William laughed. "Why are you being so polite to me, wife?" Jessica asked him with a blush on her pretty face. "Will you be cold at night if you sleep on the floor?" William blurted out, "No, it's not cold at all. Don't worry, it's fine." Jessica suddenly said angrily, "If you're not cold, go to sleep, you pighead." I finally had the urge to let him sleep on the bed, but this idiot turned out to be so rude. William suddenly realized at this moment that he seemed to have accidentally missed something, so he hurriedly said, "Oh, my wife, the ground is so cold. It makes me shiver." Jessica said unhappily, "If you're cold, add more quilts." "Why?" William suddenly felt depressed. After a while, he asked unwillingly, "Wife, the temperature seems to have dropped. I'm so cold." Jessica ignored him, kicked off a quilt, and said angrily, "How cold can it be on a summer night? If it's still cold, I'll find you a down jacket to wear." William felt desperate. It seemed that his wife really wouldn't let him go to bed tonight. The next day, Jessica prepared to go to work early in the morning. William prepared breakfast for her. handed her the keys to the BMW, and said, "Drive to the company today." Jessica couldn't help but say, "Isn't it inappropriate for me to drive the car you bought to work?" William said, "What's inappropriate about this? You are my wife, and the car is bought for you, not for myself." Jessica nodded gently and said gratefully, "Thank you." After saying that, he took the keys of the BMW from him. The father-in-law beside him looked at him with envy and blurted out, "William, you didn't forget about buying me a car, did you?" "I didn't forget," William said hurriedly. "Wait for me, and I'll go buy it for you. You just wait at home for the new car to come back." My father-in-law immediately smiled and said happily, "Then I'll be waiting for it. BMW 530, you said it yourself. Don't buy the wrong one." William laughed and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll buy you a BMW 530 today." After saying that, he went downstairs with his wife and pulled his electric scooter out of the trunk of the BMW 760. Jessica drove the BMW 760 to work, while William himself rode his electric scooter to the BMW 4S store again. When I was almost at the BMW 4S store, I happened to pass by the entrance of the Audi store. The first person to see him was from the Audi store, and a salesperson blurted out, "Fuck, that guy who bought a BMW 760 is here again on his electric donkey. Damn it, even if I have to kneel down before him today, I will stop him and sell him a top-of-the-line Audi A8. That's right. All of a sudden, a bunch of Audi salesmen rushed out and surrounded him. "Sir, come to our store and take a look at the latest top-of-the-line Audi A8. Sir, our A8 is very powerful. It uses a W12 engine, which is even more powerful than the V12 engine of the BMW 760. William asked curiously, "Is it really that awesome?" "Really," an Audi salesman hurriedly introduced. "Brother, let me tell you, our W12 engine can be shut down left and right. If half of the 12 cylinders are shut down, it will be 6 cylinders, which will save more fuel." William said disdainfully, "Are you sick? I bought a 12-cylinder car and turned off 6 cylinders to save fuel. Then why don't I just buy a 6-cylinder car?" This. The salesperson suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing, and his face turned red. William sneered at them and said, "I know what you were thinking. You felt bad when you saw me buy a BMW 760 yesterday. You said anything today to keep me as a customer, right?" A group of people nodded hurriedly. William snorted, "I'm telling you, it's too late. You ignored me yesterday, but today I'm going to make you out of my league." After saying that, William pressed the horn of his electric scooter. Ding ding. "Get out of the way. I'm going to the BMW store to buy a car." The BMW salesperson also came out at this time and shouted angrily, "What are you doing, you bastards of Audi? Are you trying to steal our customers? Haven't you seen that our customers don't care about you at all? If you continue to surround our guests, I will let the TV station expose you." The Audi people were so embarrassed that they had to leave in shame. The manager of the BMW 4S store came to greet William in person and asked respectfully, "Mr. William, do you still want to buy a car today?" William nodded and said, "Do you have a BMW 530 in stock? I'll drive away today." Yes. The manager was thrilled. He bought a BMW 760 yesterday and a BMW 530 today. He is really a big customer. So he hurriedly said, "Sir, please follow me. I will show you the exhibit car." William hummed and followed him into the exhibition hall. There happened to be a BMW 530 in the showroom. William sat in it to experience it and found that although the car looked very similar to the 7 Series, it was really much different inside. However, for his father-in-law, a middle-aged loser, it was already considered a high-end model. So he was ready to swipe his credit card to buy the car. At this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice saying in a coquettish voice, "Oh dear, I like the BMW X6 so much. Can you buy me an X6? William, who was sitting in the car, looked in the direction of the sound, only to discover that his good college friend, Wong Daoquan's fiancée, Lu Lily, was holding the arm of a strange man with an intimate and ambiguous look on her face. William frowned immediately and thought, "Lu Lily calls the other person dear. Is this woman cheating on Wong Daoquan?" He couldn't help but feel annoyed because he hated women who had no moral bottom line and were unfaithful to their relationships the most. Moreover, Wong Daoquan was working diligently on his career, but she actually came out to cheat on him. This kind of woman is too disgusting. At this time, the man asked with a lustful look on his face, "If I buy you an X6 now, how will you explain it to Wong Daoquan?" Wong Daoquan, Lu Lily said with disgust. Don't mention that loser. He's a loser. His family has no money, and he has no skills. If it weren't for the fact that he looks honest and down to earth, I wouldn't be with him. Chapter 48, The Bastards. The man snorted and smiled, pinching Lu Lily's face, and asked, Now that you are my woman, are you still going to stay with him? I, Zhao Dong, will not allow other men to touch the women I have slept with. Lu Lily hurriedly said, Don't worry, Brother Dong. Since we got together, I have never let him touch me. I think he is dirty. My body will always belong to you, Brother Dong, and I will only use it to serve you, Brother Dong. Then she explained, I actually wanted to break up with him right after the restaurant opened, but I didn't expect that this guy knew a classmate who was quite capable and helped me deal with the gangster scar in the development zone. I wanted to wait until the business of the store was more stable before breaking up with him and kicking him out of the restaurant. Zhao Dong laughed and said, It's just a scar, what's that? If you had told me earlier, I could have just called him and asked his elder brother to go and apologize to you. Lu Lily said with a smile, Oh, Brother Dong, you are really awesome. The matter was urgent at that time, and I didn't have time to call you. Besides, Wong Daoquan was there too, and I was afraid that you would be unhappy if you saw him. Zhao Dong pinched her waist and said with a smile, You are quite sensible. Lu Lily hurriedly rubbed her body back and forth on his arm and said, Brother Dong, are you willing to buy me a BMW X6? Zhao Dong smiled and said, Well, later, come to my house first. Let me feed you a few times. Then you go break up with that loser, and tomorrow I will buy you a BMW X6. Lu Lily asked in surprise, Brother Dong, are you serious? Will you really buy me an X6 tomorrow? When have I ever lied to you? Zhao Dong snorted and said, But you have to serve me well first. Lu Lily immediately said with a seductive look, Don't worry, Brother Dong. I will serve you well when I get to your house later. As they talked, they turned around and left the 4S store. William was very angry with the couple and immediately took out his cell phone and called Wong Daoquan. As soon as Wong Daoquan answered the phone, he immediately asked excitedly, William, what are you doing? Why did you think of calling me? William said calmly, I'm calling to say hello to you. What are you busy with now? Wong Daoquan said, I'm helping out in the hotel kitchen. It's almost noon and customers will be served soon, so I'm helping out. William asked, Are you busy in the restaurant every day? Wong Daoquan said, Yes, the restaurant has just opened, and there are many things to do. Besides, more than half of the money for this restaurant was paid by Lily's father. If I don't work harder, their family will look down on me. William asked again, How much did you pay? I paid 100,000 yuan, which is all my savings since I graduated from college. William continued to ask, Who is the owner of the restaurant? Wong Daoquan said, It's me. William asked, Is your name written in the business registration? Wong Daoquan said, No, the business registration is in Lily's father's name. Lily and I haven't married yet. It's not appropriate to put my name on a money paid by others. After that, Wong Daoquan added, But her father said that after we get married, the actual owner of the hotel will be changed to me. William shook his head after hearing this. What a fool. He didn't even know he was being used. Lu Lily treated him like a slave, like a cow and a horse, and made him run the restaurant business in the development zone. She went out to have affairs with other women, got involved with rich men, and was planning to dump him. Now the hotel has nothing to do with Wong Daoquan in the industrial and commercial registration. Once Lu Lily turns against him, he will have to leave with nothing. By then, not only would all his work be in vain, but he would also have lost his own $100,000. When he thought of this, he felt even more disgusted with Lu Lily and asked Wong Daoquan directly, Where's Lily doing now? Wong Daoquan laughed and said, She went to get her hair done. What's wrong? William sneered. Doing hair? What did she say? Yes. Do you believe her when she says so? Wong Daoquan asked in a somewhat surprised tone. William, what do you mean? To say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. William hummed and said, Then I'll be frank. I saw Lu Lily at the BMW 4S store. She was hugging a man named Zhao Dong, and she kept calling Zhao Dong dear. You might have been cheated on by her. Impossible, Wong Daoquan blurted out. Lily is not that kind of person at all. Could it be that you recognized the wrong person? William said confidently, I'm not mistaken. It's her. I don't believe it. Wong Daoquan's tone turned cold, and he said, William, we have a good relationship, but you can't say bad things about my wife just because we have a good relationship. William said coldly, Wong Daoquan, wake up. Your wife is already with another man, and that Showdown even promised to buy her a BMW X6. Now Lu Lily has gone home with him and is planning to break up with you when she returns home tonight. As an old classmate, I advise you to make preparations early. Without waiting for Wong Daoquan to answer, William continued, "You'd better move the painting I gave you first. If you keep it, you still have the capital to make a comeback. But if you don't believe it, then I can't do anything about it." Wong Daoquan also got anxious and said, "William, stop talking nonsense here. Lily is my fiancée. I know her best. She will never betray me. If you frame her again, I will break up with you." William frowned and said calmly, "Okay, as a friend, I have given you the reminders I should give. If you don't believe it, then I can't do anything about it. I wish you good luck." After saying that, William hung up the phone. What a fool who was blinded by love. If I had known earlier, I would have secretly recorded a video and sent it to him. At this time, the manager of the BMW store knocked on the car window and asked him, "Sir, are you satisfied with this 530?" William nodded. "It's good. Let's take this one and get me a new one from the warehouse." The manager was immediately delighted. "Please wait a moment. I will arrange for someone to pick up the car." Soon, a black BMW 530 was driven over by the salesman. William simply swiped his card to pay for the car, then folded up the electric scooter, stuffed it into the trunk, and drove away in a swagger. On the way back, his father-in-law and mother-in-law took turns calling to ask if he had returned. William went downstairs. He found that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were already waiting there. Seeing that William actually bought a BMW 530, the old couple were so excited that their faces were full of smiles. My father-in-law circled the BMW several times and exclaimed, "What a great car! What a great car! I never thought I could drive a BMW." William smiled and said, "Dad, maybe you can drive a Rolls-Royce in the future." The father-in-law laughed and said, "Then it depends on your ability." My mother-in-law was also very happy, and her attitude towards William changed a lot. My father-in-law got in the car for a test drive and came back and said, "This car is really good and comfortable to drive, but it's too long and not easy to control. William, you could be my driver this afternoon and accompany me to do some errands. I just happen to have an appointment with someone to go look at something." William nodded. "Okay, Dad." My mother-in-law said excitedly, "Be my driver and take me to have afternoon tea with my friends. Let them see that I have a BMW to pick me up when I go out." "Okay, Mom." Chapter 49. The Cheating Father-in-Law. After lunch, the father-in-law Xiao Chongquan was already dressed and urged William, "William, get ready quickly. Drive our new car and go to the antique street with me. There is a store that has just received a Tang Dynasty official kiln vase. I want to go and appreciate it." William couldn't help but persuade him. "Dad, are you playing with antiques again? Our family doesn't have much money. Isn't it a bit too extravagant to buy antiques?" Xiao Chongquan doesn't have any ability to make money, but he has dreamed of getting rich many times. He likes to go shopping in the antique street when he has nothing to do and dreams of finding a bargain. But in the past few years, he has basically been cheated by others. Before, he had been quiet for a while, but now not only did he not stop completely, but he has revived again. Seeing that William dared to point fingers at him, Xiao Chongquan snorted coldly and said, "Stop talking nonsense and send me over quickly." William had no choice but to drive his father-in-law to the antique street. On the way, Xiao Chongquan sat in his newly bought BMW, feeling very proud. He did not sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the spacious back seat with his legs crossed. While directing William to drive, he also asked William to play his favorite treasure hunting audio novel on the speakers. In his words, as he gets older, reading is straining on his eyes, so he just listens to the music every day. That would have been fine, but William listened to a few parts of the story and found out that in the story he heard, the protagonist could spend $10 to bet on a jadeite rough stone worth 1 billion yuan. After hearing this, William understood why his father-in-law had endless dreams of getting rich every day. Xiao Chongquan listened with great interest. While listening, he couldn't help sighing, "Oh, when will I, old Xiao, be so lucky as to make 1 billion by buying a stone with 10 yuan? Oh, don't even think about 1 billion. I'll be satisfied with 100 million. William coughed awkwardly twice and said, "Dad, don't think about gambling on stones. It's all a scam." Xiao Chongquan curled his lips. "You know shit." After saying that, seeing that the car had already arrived at the antique street, he hurriedly said, "Hurry up and find a parking space to park the car. Don't delay my appointment to view the goods." Jianling is a famous historical city. The antique street, located outside the scenic area, is also well known in China, gathering antique dealers and bargain hunters from all over the country. The local tourism department also took advantage of the situation and spent a huge amount of money to renovate the antique street and turn it into a tourist attraction. Arriving at the antique street, Xiao Chongquan walked to the door of an antique shop with familiarity and told the receptionist that he had an appointment. The other party then invited the two of them to the VIP room at the back to view the goods. William was about to follow him in, but Xiao Chongquan turned back and said, "Don't follow me in. You won't understand it even if you go in. Wait for me at the door of the VIP room." William had no choice but to nod. "I know, Dad." Xiao Chongquan put his hands behind his back and followed the receptionist into the VIP room, and William sat down in the lounge area. A few minutes later, William suddenly heard a crisp bang coming from the VIP room. Then, William saw his father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, running out in a panic. He was still muttering, "It's over, it's over. It's all over now." William hurriedly walked up to him and looked behind his father-in-law. He saw a tall and thin ceramic bottle on the ground that had been broken into two pieces, and there were many small ceramic fragments on the ground. Through the fragments, it can be vaguely seen that the broken object should be a jade Huchuan vase from the Tang dynasty. He had been influenced by the Yi family since he was a child and was knowledgeable. He could tell at a glance that the bottle was a genuine antique and could easily be sold for several million yuan. "It seems that my father-in-law is in big trouble this time." In the VIP room, a middle-aged man said with a dark face, "Mr. Xiao, we bought this jade Huchuan vase for more than 5 million yuan. Now you broke it. You must pay the price." This person is Zhou Liangyun, the manager of Jiqingtang. William over and said in panic, "This is my beloved son-in-law. Do you know how much money he has? Not to mention 5 million. Even 50 million is no problem. You two can talk about the compensation. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, Xiao Chongquan pushed William inside, turned around, and ran out. William was completely confused. This father-in-law was too shameless. He clearly wanted him to take the blame. Zhou Liangyun looked at William and asked coldly, "Sir, the total is 5.38 million. Do you want to pay by credit card or bank transfer?" William spread his hands. "I have no money." It's not that he couldn't afford to pay. He just wanted to teach his father-in-law a lesson so that he wouldn't have to invite him to the antique street every day in the future. "No money." Zhou Liangyun gritted his teeth and said, "You smashed our Jiqingtang's things. Do you think you can get away with it by saying you have no money?" William said helplessly, "I didn't want to hide, but I really don't have any money. Besides, I didn't break the bottle. Why should I pay for it?" Zhou Liang was anxious. "Isn't that your father-in-law?" William nodded. "You also said that it was my father-in-law, not me. You should ask whoever smashed it to pieces to pay for it. This is called every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its owner, and no disaster will affect the family. Don't you understand this principle?" Zhou Liangyun was annoyed for a while, but then he thought that what William said made sense. If I asked him to pay compensation without any explanation and the news got out, Jiqingtang's reputation would be ruined. So he blurted out to the people around him, "You guys, hurry up and catch that old guy for me." William watched them frantically chasing after his father-in-law, smiling without saying a word. In fact, he could just pay the money by swiping his credit card. But wouldn't that be giving his shameless father-in-law a bargain? Instead of this, it would be better to let this old guy suffer a little. Otherwise, if he encounters such a thing again in the future, he will hurt himself again. All the people from Jiqingtang went out to capture William's father-in-law. William had nothing to do, so he looked at the bottle that was broken into two pieces on the ground. The bottle is about 1/2 meter high and has now been broken into two halves and a pile of fragments. It's really a pity to see it. However, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something hidden at the bottom of the lower half of the bottle. He quickly reached in and took out a small wooden box. "I didn't expect that there would be such a mystery in this bottle. The shape of the Huchuan vase is that its mouth is small, but its size is large. The wooden box is obviously 2 or 3 times larger than the mouth of the bottle. It seems that the wooden box was not stuffed in later, but was made directly into the bottle when it was being made. From his point of view, this wooden box should also have been left over from the Tang dynasty." He took the wooden box in his hand, looked at it carefully, then used a little force and opened the wooden box with a snap. As the wooden box was opened, an extremely refreshing fragrance immediately escaped. William took a sip and felt refreshed. Upon closer inspection, there was an ancient book no bigger than a palm, lying in the wooden box. William picked up this very small ancient book and saw 4 ancient seal characters, 9 mysterious heavenly scriptures written on the title page. This name is quite interesting. I wonder what it records. William opened the book and looked back. The first chapter is medical skills, which records a large number of cases and treatment methods. William frowned slightly. He had been exposed to Chinese medicine and knew some of its basic theories, but the contents recorded in this book were obviously much more advanced than the methods used in the current Chinese medicine community. Some diagnostic and treatment methods are unheard of. Even at the end of the medical skills chapter, William saw alchemy. The effects of some elixirs are simply beyond the real world. William became interested and sat on the ground, turning over and over. Unexpectedly, this 9 profound heavenly scripture also contains content on feng shui divination, as well as various magical methods, such as treasure appraisal and restoration. In addition, there are many other strange and weird things. William read for a long time and felt that every word in the book was drilling into his brain, and his heart was like boiling water. What a bargain. This is a rare treasure. Chapter 50, William takes action. William was overjoyed and immediately prepared to put the 9 profound heavenly scripture into his arms. As a result, the book immediately turned into powder and disappeared. However, every word in the book was clearly imprinted in William's mind. At this time, the father-in-law who had escaped was roughly brought back by several burly men. His face is red and swollen on both sides. It seems that he was caught and beaten up. William looked at his miserable appearance and just wanted to laugh. This old guy got into trouble and wanted to pass the blame on to himself. How ridiculous. Let him learn a lesson, which can be regarded as a punishment for him. My father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, looked particularly embarrassed at this moment. He had just run desperately and was extremely tired. But he didn't have the car keys, and he was old and fat, so he couldn't even run fast, so he was no match for these young people. So not long after, he was caught, tied up, and slapped several times. It was really miserable. A few people caught Xiao Chongquan back, and the manager, Zhou Liangyan, gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, you want to run away after smashing our bottles? Why don't you ask about the background of our Tang?" The father-in-law said in horror, "I didn't mean to do that. It's just that the bottle is too slippery." Zhou Liangyan said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense to me. I'll give you an afternoon to raise the money. If you can't afford it, I'll call the police and sue you for intentionally damaging other people's property. The case value is over 5 million, which is enough for you to spend the rest of your life in jail." Xiao Chongquan was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He looked at William as if he saw a life-saving straw. "William, my good son-in-law, you can't just stand by and watch me die." William said helplessly, "Dad, I don't have that much money." Xiao Chongquan blurted out hastily, "Then you go to jail instead of me. My Xiao family has raised you for so long. It's time for you to repay the kindness." William thought, "How dare you say such a thing?" Just as he was about to refuse, the middle-aged man spoke first. "Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. We at Tang are trustworthy in business. You broke the bottle, so you have to pay for it." After that, he said to William, "You can go now, but you'd better help him raise enough money. Otherwise, after this afternoon, I will send him to the police station." William nodded slightly. Xiao Chongquan was terrified and cried, "My dear son-in-law, you can't leave. What will I do if you leave?" William couldn't help but laugh when he saw how scared he was. But of course I couldn't smile. He was just looking for an excuse to raise money and leave, leaving his father-in-law to suffer here. But he suddenly remembered that the ancient method of repairing porcelain cultural relics in the 9 mysterious heavenly scriptures. So he said, "Manager Zhou, if I can repair that jade Huchuan vase, can you let my father-in-law leave?" Zhou Liangyan sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? You want to restore antiques? To tell you the truth, I have sent the photos to Jeang cultural relics appraisal experts. They said that it is impossible to repair it if it is broken into pieces like this." William shook his head and said, "Your bottle is broken anyway. There's no point in keeping it. I won't lose anything if I try." Zhou Liangyan sneered disdainfully and said, "Okay, you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River, right? Fine, I want to see what you can do." William said, "Prepare me a piece of rice paper, a brush, and 5 eggs. The eggs must be raw." Zhou Liangyan was waiting to see what kind of joke William would make. and without hesitation, he quickly found a basket of raw eggs for William. But he couldn't help but sneer. Using eggs to repair cultural relics. I have never seen such a method. I warn you, don't play any tricks. Either you pay compensation, or we will take your father-in-law to court. 5 million is enough for your father-in-law to go to jail for life. William nodded and said, "What if I fix it?" Zhou Liangyun snorted coldly. "If it is indeed repaired after being appraised by professionals and most of the losses can be recovered, then you can leave." "Okay." William nodded. "It's a deal." After saying this, he immediately stopped talking to him, picked up the brush, and outlined the outline of the jade Huchuan vase on the rice paper. Then he cracked an egg, dipped his index finger in some egg white, smeared it on a piece of bottle fragment, pressed it on the paper model, and then picked up another piece and pressed it on it. Gradually, the paper model was covered with antique fragments. Everyone held their breath, fearing to disturb his repair process. Soon, half an hour passed. When William stood up again, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a Tang Dynasty jade Huchuan vase that looked like it was just born again. He smiled and said to Zhou Liangyun, "You can take a look and see where there are any flaws." Zhou Liangyun picked up the bottle, looked it up and down, and said disdainfully, "Are you kidding me? You use egg liquid to paste it once, and you think it's repaired? I'll break your leg and paste it with egg liquid." "Okay. Don't mess with that bottle." Just then, a clear and urgent voice suddenly came from the door. Following that, a cool and beautiful lady in a white casual suit walked in. She had a beautiful face and a perfect, tall figure, nearly 1.7 meters tall, and exuded a luxurious aura. Her beautiful eyes looked into the house, filled with coldness and arrogance, like the Ice Queen. The moment Zhou Liangyun saw the woman, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly bowed his head and said respectfully, "Miss, why are you here?" The visitor was the actual owner of Jiking Tang, Song Wanting, the eldest daughter of the Song family, one of the top families in Jinling. Song Wanting snorted coldly and said angrily, "I'm afraid that if I don't come, you will lose all the money in this store." "What's going on?" Zhou Yangyun smiled awkwardly and quickly replied, "A customer accidentally broke a bottle while looking at it, and his son-in-law repaired it with an egg. I was just about to say that the repair was worthless and negotiate with them about compensation." Song Wanting moved closer to the jade Huchuan vase, observed it for a moment, and her expression suddenly changed. Then, she immediately turned around and angrily scolded Zhou Yangyun. "Put it down. Who told you to touch it without knowing it?" Zhou Yangyun was stunned. "Miss, what are you doing?" Song Wanting said angrily, "This is a newly restored cultural relic. Apart from the experts who restored it, no one else can touch it for the time being. Don't you understand this rule?" Zhou Yangyun said hesitantly, "This is just a paste made with egg liquid. It can't be considered a repair, right?" Song Wanting's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she scolded, "You idiot! After this bottle is repaired, the price will at least double, but just because you touched it with your hand, you lost at least 2 million. Pack your things yourself, and don't come tomorrow." She had previously seen a porcelain plate from the same period as the Yuhuchun vase at an auction in Hong Kong. The history of that porcelain plate is very interesting. It was a porcelain from the Tang Dynasty. It was broken during the Song Dynasty and then repaired by skilled craftsmen of the Song Dynasty using the same method. Because this restoration technique is extremely rare and has long been lost in history, the final transaction price of the porcelain plate was 13 million, far exceeding the actual value of the porcelain plate. Now, this jade Huchuan vase has been restored by William using a lost technique, and the value of this bottle will naturally increase. Zhou Yangyun's face turned pale. He never expected that just touching the jade Huchuan bottle would cause such a huge loss and even cost him his job. Song Wanting then asked, "Where's the master who restored this jade Huchuan vase? Take me to see him quickly." Chapter 51, How Can This Be Possible? Zhou Yangyun was shocked. "I never dreamed that the bottle repaired with the egg would become a more precious treasure." So he quickly pointed at William and said, "Miss, this gentleman repaired it." Song Wanting looked at William and wondered in her heart. He was too young. How could he know this lost technique of restoring cultural relics? With a slight smile, Song Wanting asked politely, "I am Song Wanting from the Song family. What is your name, sir? May I ask which cultural relic master you studied under?" The frightened father-in-law Xiao Chongquan was speechless when he heard Song Wanting's name. The Song family. The Song family is the top family in Jinling. Although its strength is not as good as those super families in Yanjing, it is truly a giant that no one can match in Jinling. I never thought that I would meet the eldest daughter of the Song family here. Here, William had no idea about Song Wanting's identity. Although the Song family was very powerful, it was only a family with assets of hundreds of billions. Compared with a family like the Yi family with assets of trillions, it was really a world away. So he said calmly, "My name is William, but I don't have any master." Then, William said, "My father-in-law broke your jade Huchuan vase. I repaired it. Please appraise its value to see if we need to pay compensation." Song Wanting shook her head and smiled. "After you repaired it, the value of this bottle has far exceeded its original value. Logically speaking, it should be our Jikingtang that owes you." William smiled faintly. "No need to be so polite. Now that this side has been dealt with, my father-in-law and I should go back." Song Wanting's big eyes turned slightly, and she smiled and said, "Sir, may I know your name and name? Can you leave me your contact information so that we can communicate in the future?" As she spoke, Song Wanting took out her business card, handed it over, and said, "Sir, this is my business card. Please accept it." William nodded, took the business card, and said calmly, "My last name is Yi, but I don't have a business card." "It doesn't matter," Song Wanting said. "I wonder if Mr. William would be able to leave a phone number?" William felt that it was not a bad thing to get to know more people, and that Song Wanting seemed quite polite and modest, not like someone who was arrogant or domineering, and was quite pleasing to the eye. So he exchanged phone numbers with Song Wanting. Song Wanting then said, "Mr. William, do you want me to send a car to take you two back?" William waved his hand and said, "No need. I drove here." Song Wanting nodded and said, "Then I'll take you two out." Afterwards, Song Wanting sent the two of them to the side of the BMW 530, watched William drive away, and then slowly walked back to Jikingtang. William drove back, and his father-in-law couldn't help asking him, "William, who did you learn the craft of repairing cultural relics from?" William naturally couldn't say that he found a magical 9 profound heavenly scriptures in the broken bottle. After all, the book was too magical and contained so much content that he needed to digest it slowly. Moreover, he couldn't tell anyone about this. So he casually said, "I learned it from an old man who used to sweep the floor in the orphanage." The father-in-law nodded and sighed. "It's a blessing. If you didn't have this ability, I would probably have to go to jail." As he said that, the father-in-law hurriedly warned, "By the way, you must not tell your mother and Jessica about this, understand?" William nodded. "I know, Dad." The father-in-law finally breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his face, and said in annoyance, "If I had known you had this skill, I would have run for nothing. Not only was I exhausted, but I was also slapped several times. Damn it, it's bad luck." After that, he asked William, "Can you still see the marks on my face?" William said, "It's still a little red." The father-in-law hummed and said, "If your mother asks about it when you get home, just say that I accidentally bumped into a telephone pole." After returning home, William was busy going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and cook. My wife Jessica and asked her what she wanted to eat. She replied that she had to discuss the construction plan with Wong Dongxue in the evening, and Wong Dongxue was going to treat her to dinner at the Dihao group. Then, Wong Dongxue also sent him a text message, saying, "Master, the construction of the young mistress is about to start, so she may be busy recently. Please don't mind." William was not an unreasonable person. He knew that business was more important, so he replied, "The company should provide good meals and don't let her eat boxed lunches." Wang Dongxue immediately said, "Don't worry, I will arrange for the company's executive restaurant to prepare the best dinner to entertain the young lady." Yeah, well done. Since his wife wasn't coming home for dinner, William didn't care too much. He just bought some ingredients and went home to cook a home-cooked meal for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After dinner, the old couple went out to dance square dance. William stayed at home alone, still thinking about some mysterious contents in the 9 mysterious heavenly scriptures in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly received a call from Wong Daocoin. William didn't want to answer his call. This kid was really possessed by some evil spirit. He kindly reminded him, but he turned against him. It made him angry. But thinking about it, he was quite pitiful. So William answered the phone and asked him, "What's the matter?" On the other end of the phone, Wong Daocoin sobbed incoherently. "William, my dear brother, I'm sorry. I wronged you." William felt a little sorry for him when he heard him crying so hard. So he asked him, "Do you know the truth?" Wong Daocoin cried and said, "After you told me, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. Then I used the location of her iPhone to find a villa in a villa area. As a result, I knocked on the door and went in to catch the adultery. I was beaten up by the man and his driver and housekeeper, and then I was taken to the hospital by 120. At this point, Wong Daoquan broke down and cried, "William, I was blind and wronged you. Please don't be angry with me. You are my only good friend. If you turn against me, I will really have nothing in Jeanling." William sighed and said, "I don't blame you. Which hospital are you in now?" "I'm in the People's Hospital." Wong Daoquan said, "My leg was broken by him with a baseball bat. The doctor said I can't get out of bed for a while. I took the painting you gave me with me when I went out to catch the adulterer. Could you help me pawn the painting to the pawn shop? I spent all my money in the restaurant. Now I'm penniless and have no money to treat my illness." William heard this. He immediately asked, "Didn't the people who injured you pay for your medical expenses?" "No." "Have you called the police?" "I called the police, but it was useless. The police said I was trespassing and that they beat me up in self-defense." "How ridiculous." William was furious and said, "Wait a minute. I'll be there soon." Chapter 52, You Will Die Miserably. People's Hospital. Wong Daoquan was lying on the bed in the emergency department. He was covered in wounds, and his right leg was in a cast. He looked very pitiful. William couldn't help but feel sympathy. A grown man, he chose the wrong woman, and as a result, not only was his heart broken, but his body was also beaten like this. When Wong Daoquan saw him come in, his eyes, which were as swollen as eggs, suddenly burst into tears. "William." Wong Daoquan couldn't control his tears as soon as he opened his mouth. William walked up to her and said calmly, "Okay, she's just a bitch. It's not worth your sadness." Wong Daoquan cried and said, "I've been chasing her for 3 years. For her, I have no dignity at all these years. I have completely become a bootlicker. I thought I would have everything by the end, but I didn't expect that in the end I would have nothing." Wong Daoquan cried out of breath and said, "That bitch not only wants to break up with me, but also wants me to leave the house with nothing. Most of the money I earned in the past few years was spent on her, and the only 100,000 yuan in savings was also invested in the restaurant. In the end, she didn't even want to pay me back. I was really blind. How could I fall in love with such a vicious woman?" William consoled him. "Daoquan, a man should be able to take it or leave it. If you fall, just stand up again. Where's the painting I gave you? That painting can be sold for at least 200,000, enough for you to start a small business." Wong Daoquan nodded and said, "The painting is in my arms. Fortunately, you reminded me to take it with me. Otherwise, she would have taken it away." William said, "It's good that the painting is still there. Just lie down and calm down. I'll buy you some fruit and pay the hospital bill." Wong Daoquan was so moved that he burst into tears. "William, my good brother, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely return the money to you in the future." William said calmly, "Okay, we are all brothers. Stop talking nonsense." After saying that, he left the ward first. He had come in a hurry and had no time to buy anything. Seeing Wong Daoquan looking so pitiful, William felt a little sorry for him. So he bought him some fruits and used his credit card to deposit 100,000 yuan for his hospital fees. When returning to the ward, William found that the door of the ward had been pushed open. When I got closer, I found that Lu Lily was standing in front of Wong Daoquan's bed with her arms around Showdown. Wong Daoquan saw them coming in and asked loudly, "What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Lu Lily sneered, "Who wants to see you like this?" After saying that, he did not forget to spit on the ground and continued, "I came to ask you for that painting. Where did you hide it? Hand it over to me immediately." Wong Daoquan said angrily, "Lu Lily, that painting was given to me by my brother. Why are you leaving?" "It's for you." Lu Lily snorted coldly. "Find out for me. Why did William give me that painting? It's a gift for the opening of a restaurant." "Who owns that restaurant?" "It's my dad's." Wong Daoquan didn't expect Lu Lily to be so shameless. His voice trembled with anger. "Lu Lily, don't go too far. Your restaurant still has 100,000 yuan that I invested. You must return that 100,000 yuan to me. As for the painting, it was given to me by my good brother." "Did you hear me? It was given to me," Lu Lily said contemptuously. "Stop talking nonsense to me. The restaurant has nothing to do with you. I won't give you a penny. The painting belongs to the restaurant. If you don't take it out, I will call the police immediately and say that you stole the painting from my restaurant." Zhao Vidong on the side also sneered, "Boy, I advise you to be sensible. My network of connections in Jeanling is something you can't afford to offend. If you don't hand over the painting, I will call the Public Security Bureau, and they will arrest you immediately. The case value of 200,000 is enough for you to spend 10 years in prison. Wong Daoquan's tears kept flowing as he questioned Lu Lily. I have devoted all my efforts to you over the years and given you everything I could. Even if you don't appreciate it, there is no need to kick you when you are down, right? Lu Lily said disdainfully. Appreciate? Who do you think you are? I tell you, I have never liked you. A loser like you is not worthy of my love at all. Only a man like Donggu is worthy of my love. Zhao Dong also laughed and said, I forgot to tell you that Lily and I are very harmonious in bed. You don't know how loud Lily screams. The ceiling of my house is almost blown off by her screams. Lu Lily said shyly, Hey, Brother Dong, why are you saying this? I'm embarrassed. Shy. Zhao Dong laughed and said, How about we close the door and show this loser how you serve me? Oh no, that's too embarrassing. Wong Daoquan couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up a pillow and threw it at them, cursing, Get out of here, you bastards. Zhao Dong grabbed the pillow and snorted. I'm warning you, if you don't hand over the painting, I'll break your other leg and throw you into jail. After hearing all this outside, William suddenly walked into the ward and shouted angrily, You dare to touch my brother. You are seeking death. Zhao Dong turned around, looked at William, and asked, Who are you? Lu Lily said, This person is William, the one who sent the painting. Zhao Dong laughed loudly. Oh, who was it I thought? It turned out to be that useless gigolo. His name is well known in Jinling. William coldly and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out. I can pretend that you were never here and not pursue you. William said disdainfully, Let me get out? Who do you think you are? Zhao Dong gnashed his teeth and said, Boy, you dare to act tough in front of me, Zhao Dong. William said coldly, I don't care if you're Zhao Dong, Zhao Shi, or Laxi. You made me very upset today. I will give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to my brother 3 times. Let my brother break one of your legs. Otherwise, you will die ugly. Hearing this, Zhao Dong laughed a few times. Then his expression gradually froze, and he said coldly, Boy, what did you say? You want me, Zhao Dong, to kneel down? Are you tired of living? Lu Lily couldn't help but taunt him. William, where did you come from? You want to show off to Brother Dong? Do you think your life is too long? William said coldly, Don't talk to me, you bastard. I hate your mouth. You. Lu Lily was immediately furious and said to Zhao Dong, Brother Dong, he dared to scold me. Find someone to beat him to death. I want to tear his mouth apart. Zhao Dong gritted his teeth and said, You ungrateful person. I'm going to call someone to kill you right now. Just wait. William suddenly laughed when he heard this and said, Well, if you can't kill me, both you and this idiot will die miserably. Chapter 53 Kneel down. I'll spare your life. Zhao Dong immediately made a phone call and said loudly, 7th brother, I'm at the People's Hospital now. Bring a few brothers over. I want to cripple this kid. William didn't call, but sent a text message to Hong Wu directly. Come to the People's Hospital. Someone wants to kill me. Mr. Hong Wu called back immediately and asked, Mr. William, which blind dog sucked my seed? William said calmly, Stop talking nonsense and just come over here. Master Hong Wu immediately said, Don't worry, Mr. William. I'll be right there. Zhao Dong saw William was also on the phone with someone and sneered. What? You can also call someone. William sneered and said, I told you that I will make you die miserably. Zhao Dong seemed to have heard a huge joke and sneered. Who the hell do you think you are? In Jinling, the person who can make me die miserably has not even been born yet. Wong Daoquan struggled to sit up on the hospital bed and said anxiously, William, leave quickly. Don't mess with this guy. You can't afford to mess with him. William walked up to him, pushed him back on a bed, and said calmly, Just lie down. Wong Daoquan said anxiously, You don't know where this Zhao Dong came from. His family is very powerful in Jinling. William peeled an orange, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, The person I can't afford to offend hasn't been born yet. Lu Lily laughed and said, Oh my God, you are such a boaster. Do you know what Dong's family does? William said, I don't know what his family does. I just know that he will be a disabled person for the rest of his life. After that, he added, Oh yes, you too? Lu Lily's face immediately darkened. Well, since you want to die, then wait. William then asked Wong Daoquan, Does Lu Lily's father Lu Yueshing know that you were beaten? I know. Wong Daoquan said, I called him. William nodded and asked, "What did he say?" Wong Daocoin was furious and said, "He said that he couldn't control the affairs of us young people. That meant that I shouldn't look for him." William asked again, "Did you ask him for the 100,000 yuan you invested in the hotel?" "Yes." Wong Daocoin was even more annoyed and gritted his teeth and said, "This old man actually said that my 100,000 yuan was not for investing in the hotel, but for honoring him as a future son-in-law. He also said that I have no right to take it back, and he will not return it to me. How ridiculous!" William snorted coldly. "No wonder I have such a mean daughter. It turns out I am a scumbag." "William, what did you say?" Lu Lily suddenly got angry and blurted out, "You dared scold my dad? I think you're tired of living, right?" After saying that, she hurriedly shook Xiao Dong's arm and begged, "Brother Dong, he actually dared to scold my dad. Hit him. Xiao Dong is just a playboy. He is not very tall, and his physical fitness is very average. He is half a head shorter than William. What's more, William does all kinds of housework at home every day, goes to bed early and gets up early, and has excellent physical fitness. If he fights with William, he will never be able to win. What's more, William learned Wing Chun from his father when he was a child. After his parents passed away, he never stopped practicing martial arts in the orphanage. It was precisely because of the boxing skills he had learned since childhood that he was not bullied in the orphanage. Therefore, if a fight really breaks out, not to mention one Xiao Dong, even 5 Xiao Dongs may not be William's match. Xiao Dong knew very well that if he took action now, he would not gain any advantage and would probably get beaten. So he touched Lu Lily's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, honey. Brother Chi has brought people here, and they will be here soon. When Brother Chi arrives, I will kill him." William then sent a text message to Chun Zakai of Buckingham Palace. "Who is Xiao Dong from Jinling?" Chun Zakai quickly replied, "My family runs a business, mainly jade shareholders, pawnbrokers, and auctions, and their strength is just that." "Did he offend you?" "Yes," William replied. "I have asked Hong Wu to come over. Also, please help me do something." Chun Zakai hurriedly said, "Master, please speak." William said, "I want you to bring Xiao Dong's father to the People's Hospital, and also bring an old man from Jinling who is engaged in cultural relic appraisal, named Lu Yuesheng, to me." Chun Zakai immediately said, "Okay, Master, I will personally bring them over to see you." William said, "You don't have to show up, just send someone to do it. I don't want anyone to know that we know each other." "Okay, young master. Then should I have someone teach those 2 old guys a lesson?" William said, "Catch them and beat them up first, then tie them up and send them here." "Okay, young master. Everything is up to you. I'll give the order right away." After putting away his phone, William looked at Xiao Dong and Lu Lily and said coldly, "It is said that if a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. I will ask your father to come over and tell you in person how they educated you 2 scumbags." Xiao Dong said with a dark face, "Boy, I advise you to stop. Otherwise, when the people I call arrive, you might really die." William snorted and laughed. "Hurry up and tell the person you call to come. I can't wait any longer." Xiao Dong was about to open his mouth to insult William when the door of the ward was kicked open and a ferocious-looking fellow rushed in aggressively with 7 or 8 other people. As soon as Xiao Dong saw him, he pointed at William and said, "7th brother, this is the guy. Help me kill him." The 7th brother frowned and said coldly, "You are the one who provoked my brother?" William smiled calmly, nodded and said, "Why? You want to stand up for him?" Brother 7 looked at him with some suspicion. This boy was unfamiliar to him, and he had never seen him before. He also had no idea what his background was. But why was he not afraid of him at all? So he asked tentatively, "Boy, where are you from?" William said, "I am from a mixed family." Xiao Dong hurriedly added, "7th brother, this guy is a live-in son-in-law, a gigolo." After that, he whispered in his ear, "7th brother, this kid doesn't have any background. Don't worry about beating him to death. I will take the consequences if anything goes wrong." "A gigolo?" The 7th brother grinned and said, "Well, I'll break his bird. I wonder how he can still live off his wife." After saying that, without waiting for William to answer, he immediately waved to the brothers behind him. "Fuck, kill him." Xiao Dong looked at William and sneered. "Mr. Yi, do you have any last words?" William ignored him, looked at the 7th brother, and said lightly, "Kneel down. I'll spare your life." Brother Chi was stunned, scratched his ears, frowned, and asked, "What did you just say?" "Say it again. I guarantee you won't survive this night." At this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the door. "Shao Chi, Mr. William asked you to kneel down. Are you deaf? Brother Seven's expression was stern. Master Hong Wu had actually arrived. Chapter 54, Do It. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Hong Wu, along with a Biao and dozens of his brothers, rushed in a mighty force. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately called out to Ah Biao, seal the door, no outsiders are allowed to enter. Ah Biao nodded immediately. Got it, fifth master. Brother Seven stared at Master Hong Wu in amazement, his brain completely shut down. Master Hong Wu, the underground king of Jinling City. Brother Chi is just one of the many small local leaders, but Master Hong Wu is the king of the local underworld. Everyone on the street must pay homage to Master Hong Wu. He never dreamed that coming to help Zhao Dong deal with a small matter would actually alarm Master Hong Wu. Zhao Dong didn't know Master Hong Wu. Seeing that Brother Chi was confused, he frowned and asked, Brother Chi, what's going on? Who's this old guy? As soon as these words came out, Brother Seven was so frightened that he started shaking. He grabbed Zhao Dong's hair and punched him in the face, breaking his nose. Seeing blood pouring out of his nostrils, Brother Seven gnashed his teeth and cursed. Zhao, if you want to die, don't drag me down. This is Master Hong Wu. Ah! Zhao Dong was so frightened that his soul left his body. Master Hong Wu, the underground king of Jinling City. Why is he here? At this time, Master Hong Wu came over with a dark face and kicked seventh brother in the crotch, causing him to suffer unbearable pain. He knelt on the ground, and his face turned extremely pale. Master Hong Wu stared at him and said coldly, You even dare to offend Mr. William. Have you had enough of living? After saying that, Master Hong Wu immediately bowed to William and said ashamedly, Mr. William, I am late. Please punish me. Mr. Hong Wu's respectful attitude towards William shocked everyone present. Only then did Zhao Dong realize what kind of person he had offended, and he was so scared that he started shaking all over. William nodded to Hong Wu, pointed at Brother Chi, and asked, Do you know this person? Hong Wu said, I know him. He is just a junior, but he was so blind as to offend Mr. William. Whatever Mr. William wants to do, Hong Wu will do it immediately. William nodded and said, He is a very arrogant person. He wants to cripple me as soon as he enters the room. Such a person is a hazard to society. Let's cripple him and make him inseparable from a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Brother Seven was so frightened that his soul left his body. I make a living by fighting and being aggressive. If I really become a disabled person who cannot leave the wheelchair, how can I survive in the underworld? My life will be ruined. He knelt on the ground, crawled to William on his knees, and cried, Mr. William, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me this time. I will never dare to offend you again. William said coldly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. William had just said to him, Kneel down, and I will spare your life. At that time, he thought William was looking for death, but now he realized that it was not him who was looking for death, but himself. In panic, he immediately knocked his head to the floor and cried, Mr. William, please give me another chance and spare my life. William ignored him and looked at Hong Wu, asking, Why don't you do it? What are you waiting for? Hong Wu's expression turned grim, and he said hurriedly, Someone, come here, smash his kneecap into pieces. Immediately, several younger brothers rushed up and pressed Brother Seven to the ground in a spread eagle position. At this time, a Biao pulled out an iron rod and strode forward. Brother Chi still wanted to beg for mercy, but a Biao directly raised the iron rod to the top of his head and smashed it down with great force. With a click, Brother Chi's right kneecap was smashed into powder. This kind of comminuted injury can never be cured in this lifetime. The seventh brother was wailing in pain, but William said, That's not enough. Only one of his legs is broken. He can still use crutches. I want him to be wheelchair-bound for the rest of his life. A Biao nodded immediately, raised the steel rod, and hit Chi Ji's left knee again. Brother Seven rolled over on the ground in pain and was almost in shock. Master Hong Wu said to Ah Biao, Put something in his mouth so as not to disturb Mr. William. Okay, Master Wu. Then, a Biao stuffed some gauze into Chi Ji's mouth and threw him on the ground, where he curled up like a dead dog. Zhao Dong was so frightened that his face turned pale. He finally understood what kind of being he had angered. Without waiting for William to attack, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, William, Mr. William, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such rude words to you. Please be magnanimous. Lu Lily was also frightened. Seeing Zhao Dong kneeling down and begging for mercy, she also knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to apologize. William said coldly, "You two dogs, do you really think that if you beg for mercy, I will let you go? You are really stupid and naive." The two were trembling with fear. At this time, several men in black came in with two middle-aged and elderly people who were tied up. The two middle-aged and elderly people were beaten black and blue and were dying. They threw the two middle-aged men to the ground, then bowed to William and said, "Mr. William, here are the people you wanted." Zhao Dong and Lu Lily were so frightened when they saw it that they almost fainted on the spot. The two middle-aged and elderly people lying on the ground were Zhao Dong's father Zhao Haifeng and Lu Lily's father Lu Yuesheng. William had someone pour cold water on Zhao Haifeng and Lu Yuesheng's faces to sober them up, and then questioned Lu Yuesheng. "Mr. Lu, did you know that your daughter is fickle and cheated on her fiancé?" Lu Yuesheng was terrified. He had been beaten up before he came here. He knew that his daughter had offended a tough guy this time. In order to protect himself, he kept shaking his head. I don't know. William nodded and said, "You don't know, right? If you don't know, it means you, as a father, are negligent and irresponsible. Ah Biao, break his left knee for me, just like that dead dog just now." "Okay," Biao immediately said to the people around him. "Hold him down." Lu Yuesheng was so scared that he kept screaming, "No, help." Lu Lily was also frightened and shouted loudly, "Dad." Biao did not hesitate at all. After his men held down Lu Yuesheng's legs, he immediately swung the steel rod and hit him hard. Lu Yuesheng felt so painful that he wanted to die. His knee was completely shattered, and he was afraid that it would never recover in this lifetime. At this time, William asked again, "Let me ask you again, your daughter is fickle and cheats on her fiancé. Do you know about this?" Lu Yuesheng cried and said, I know. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. I will definitely discipline her well in the future." William snorted coldly. "Since you knew about this, why didn't you stop it? You knew your daughter made a mistake, but didn't discipline her. That means you, as a father, have a distorted outlook and are helping the evil." After saying that, he shouted at Biao. "Biao, cripple his other leg too." Chapter 55, Painful Price. Lu Yuesheng didn't expect that admitting his mistake wouldn't work. William still wasn't going to let him go. He was so frightened that he passed out all of a sudden. However, a Biao steel rod instantly woke him up with severe pain. Lu Yu has lived for most of her life. When has she ever suffered such a thing? He burst into tears and cried desperately, "Mr. William, I really know I was wrong. I will strictly discipline this unfilial daughter in the future and never let her do such a heinous thing again." William said disdainfully, "You are quite good at shirking responsibility." Just one sentence made Lu Yuesheng tremble violently. William asked harshly, "Mr. Lu, let me ask you this. My brother invested 100,000 yuan in your restaurant. Why don't you return it? Why do you say that the money was a gift from my brother to you?" Lu Yuesheng's face turned pale, and he said hurriedly, I was wrong. I was greedy and shameless. I really know I was wrong." After saying that, he looked at Wong Daocoin, who was lying on the bed with an angry face, and begged, "Daocoin, I was bewitched. Don't worry, I will definitely return the 100,000 yuan to you with interest. Please ask Mr. William for mercy. My old bones really can't stand it anymore." William looked at Wong Daocoin and asked, "Do you want to plead for him?" Wong Daocoin shook his head firmly and blurted out, "No, I won't plead for any of them." "Okay." William nodded with satisfaction. "You are still a man." After saying that, he turned to the desperate Lu Yuesheng and said, "Not only are you a bad parent, but you are also disrespectful to your elders. You try to seize all my brother's savings over the past few years. What's the difference between this and robbery?" Lu Yuesheng was so scared that he trembled and cried, "Mr. William, I'm a bastard. I'm not a human. I deserve to die. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I beg you, I will be your slave from now on, and I will call you Grandpa. Grandpa Yi, please forgive me." William sneered and said, "Let you go? It seems that although you are ugly, you have beautiful thoughts." After that, he said to Biao, "Break his right hand for me. I wonder if he dares to steal other people's things again in the future." Lu Yuesheng cried out in despair, "No, Mr. William, no." Biao simply smashed it with all his strength. "Oh, my hand, my hand," William said to Biao. Stop his mouth and take him aside. Good. A Biao immediately covered his mouth and threw him together with Brother Chi. Lu Lily was almost going crazy with fear. The same goes for Zhao Dong. The same goes for Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng. He looked at Zhao Dong, slapped him angrily, and cursed. You bastard! Who told you to mess around outside? You are going to kill me. William looked at Zhao Haifeng with a smile and asked, What's the matter? Your son is having an affair with my brother's fiancée and cheating on my brother. And you, as a father, don't know about this? Zhao Haifeng was so scared that he started crying. He didn't know how to answer, because the lesson of Lu Yuesheng just now was there. If I say I know, my right leg will be broken. If I say I don't know, my left leg will be broken. Seeing that he didn't dare to answer, William said directly to a Biao, This old guy seems very smart. He thinks he can escape punishment by not speaking. A Biao, just cripple his legs. Yes, Mr. William. William looked at the extremely panicked Zhao Haifeng and said coldly, Blame your son for harming you. Immediately afterwards, following two desperate wails, Zhao Haifeng's two legs were completely disabled. Seeing his father being smashed into a cripple, Zhao Dong felt a loss of control under his body, and then a yellowish and smelly liquid oozed out of his crotch. I was so scared that I peed my pants. William smiled coldly. Okay, it seems that you are indeed a bastard who can't control that thing. Everything today is caused by your inability to control it. I think it's useless for you to keep it. After saying that, he ordered a Biao, Let him never be a man again. A trace of horror flashed across a Biao's face. As a man, his crotch tightened when he heard this command. Master Hong Wu immediately growled. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow Mr. William S. instructions. A Biao immediately came to his senses and said to the people around him, Spread this bastard's legs. Zhao Dong was extremely desperate and cried out loudly, Mr. William, Grandpa Yi, please forgive me. Even if you have to cripple my hands and feet, please don't let me stop being a man. William laughed. Do you think this is a question of either crippling your limbs or crippling that thing? You are wrong. This is a double choice question. You can't escape either. Then, a Biao raised his foot and stomped down hard. Zhao Dong has completely become a eunuch. But that's not all. A Biao followed William's request and crippled his hands and feet. Zhao Dong, who cheated on others and even beat them into the hospital, has become a complete useless person in a double sense. However, no one sympathizes with him. Everything he has today is his own fault. Now, only Lu Lily is still intact. Lu Lily was almost insane at this time. She crawled to the bed on her knees, held Wong Daoquan's hand, and cried, Hubby, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have betrayed you. In fact, I really love you. It's just that I was violated by that guy named Zhao once. He took nude photos of me, and I had no choice but to let him do whatever he wanted. Zhao Dong angrily cursed. Lu Lily, you slut. How dare you falsely accuse me? It was clearly that time when you and your father went to my pawn shop. You see, my family is rich, so you took the initiative to seduce me and sleep with me. Otherwise, I would never have gotten together with you. Then he cried and said to William, Mr. William, don't believe this. I have the chat records. She took the initiative to add me on WeChat and confessed to me, saying that she fell in love with me at first sight. She also took the initiative to send me several nude photos and close-ups to seduce me. These pictures are in my album. You can take out my phone and take a look. Lu Lily turned pale and cursed. Mr. Zhao, didn't you promise me to delete the photos after you read them? Zhao Dong gnashed his teeth and said, You are such a vicious person. Fortunately, I didn't listen to you and save the photos, otherwise I would have been killed by you. Lu Lily hurriedly said to Wong Daoquan, Hubby, I was confused for a moment. For the sake of our relationship over the years, please forgive me. William asked Wong Daoquan, What do you think? Wong Daoquan glanced at Lu Lily, stretched out his hand, and pushed her aside, saying, I don't know this woman. Lu Lily suddenly broke down and cried. William said, In that case, break her legs and disfigure her, so that she can never hook up with men again. William had no sympathy for a vicious woman like Lu Lily. A Biao immediately followed his instructions and crippled Lu Lily's legs and face, and even cut her hair with medical scissors. At this point, all 5 people paid a heavy price. Chapter 56 Song, Wanting Invites. William had all 5 people dragged up and said in a cold voice, Today I will spare the lives of the 5 of you, but if anyone dares to leak out what happened today, I will kill him. Do you understand? The 5 people nodded frantically immediately. Being able to survive at this time is already a blessing in disguise. So how dare I disobey William's wishes? Seeing that the 5 people were completely convinced by his treatment, William nodded with satisfaction and said to Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng, "You cheated my brother, so you have to pay the price. Tomorrow, the hotel will be transferred to my brother, and you and your daughter will get out of the hotel. Do you understand?" Lu Yuesheng nodded his head vigorously. "I understand. I will leave immediately tomorrow." William then said to Zhao Haifeng, Zhao Don's father, "Your son cheated on my brother and beat him severely. You must pay my brother 2 million in damages tomorrow. Not a cent less. Do you understand?" Zhao Haifeng also hurriedly said, "Mr. William, I will transfer the money to your brother tomorrow." William was satisfied and said to Mr. Hongwu's men, "Okay, throw all this garbage out." The crowd immediately carried the 5 men out. After they were taken away, William said to Abiao, "Abiao, you did a great job this time." Abiao's face lit up with joy, and he said hurriedly, "Mr. William, this is what I should do." William said calmly, "I'll have someone transfer 2 million to your account as a reward for you." Abiao was immediately overjoyed and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Mr. William." Although he made a lot of money following Master Hongwu, Hongwu was not so generous as to give him 2 million at once. William directly sent a text message to Chunzakai, asking him to help transfer money to Abiao. Although he had a lot of money in his card, it was not convenient to operate it now. A minute later, the money was in Abiao's account. Abiao was very excited and kept bowing to William. William said to Mr. Hongwu again, "Mr. Hongwu, you definitely don't think highly of these 2 million." Hongwu hurriedly said, "Mr. William, it is my honor to share your worries." William hummed and said, "I will remember this favor and will give you a chance to rise to prominence in the future." When Hongwu heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to William. For Hongwu, what he wants is not money, but to move to a higher level. However, for a person like him who is in the underworld, it is extremely difficult to move to the next level. Chunzakai is the person he has always wanted to curry favor with, but Chunzakai has always looked down on him because his background is too low and too dirty. Now, with just one word from William, it is very likely that Chunzakai will give him a hand. In this way, his future will really be able to reach a higher level. After rewarding the merits, William turned around and said to Wong Daoquan, "Are you satisfied with what happened today?" Wong Daoquan was extremely shocked. He really couldn't understand why William had become so powerful. Even the entire underground emperor of Jinling has to kneel before him. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and said hurriedly, "Satisfied, satisfied." William said, "I'll help you get rid of your anger. I'll also ask for the restaurant and 2 million in damages. You'll have to walk your way from now on." Wong Daoquan immediately said, "William, I will work like a slave for you in the future to repay your kindness. No matter what you ask me to do, I will never say no." William nodded and said, "You should recover first and then run the restaurant well. If there is anything I need you to do, I will tell you then." Wong Daoquan said repeatedly, "I'll listen to your orders at any time." William added, "Oh, by the way, you must not tell anyone about what happened today. I don't want others to know my identity, understand?" Wong Daoquan nodded hurriedly and said, "I understand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone even if I die." William hummed and said, "I will arrange 2 nurses to take care of you. You should take good care of your injuries. I'm leaving first." When he got home, William did not tell his wife Jessica what happened today. He also didn't want his wife to know too much. For her, the less she knew, the safer she was. The next day, when he was out buying groceries, he suddenly received a phone call. When he picked it up, it turned out to be a call from Song Wanting, the owner of Jikingtang and the daughter of the Song family. William couldn't help but wonder what Song Wanting wanted to talk to him about. After picking up the phone, Song Wanting's voice came, "Mr. William, I'm so sorry to bother you. Please forgive me." William subconsciously asked, "Is there something wrong with the jade Hugh Chunping that I repaired?" Song Wanting quickly replied, "No, I called Mr. William because of something else." William hummed and said, "You say." Song Wanting said, "It's like this. I've recently taken a fancy to something, but I'm a little unsure. Mr. William is very knowledgeable in antiques, so I'd like to ask you to come over and help me take a look at it. I wonder if you're interested." William actually had no interest in appreciating antiques, But now he was in need of some treasures that contained spiritual energy, so he continued to ask, "Can you tell me what it is?" Song Wanting replied, "It's an ancient jade. According to the seller, wearing it can calm the mind and bring good luck and avoid misfortune." William's mind suddenly turned. The 9 mysterious heavenly scripture that I obtained by chance seemed to record some content about spiritual objects. Treasures that contain spiritual energy are extremely beneficial to people. He really wanted to know if such treasures could really be found in the world. So he agreed and said, "Okay, I can go with you." Song Wanting said, "Thank you, Mr. William. I will pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Good. After hanging up the phone, William thought to himself, "The wealthy highly respect this kind of antiques that can adjust feng shui, calm the mind, and avoid misfortune and bring good luck. I can have more contact with them in the future to see if there will be any opportunities." The next morning, William on time. William got in the car. Song Wanting said, "Mr. William, there are several other people from Jeang who are going to buy this ancient jade today. I'm afraid the competition will be very fierce." William nodded and said calmly, "It doesn't matter if there are many people or few people. The main thing is to see what the item is like. If the item is good, there is no need to worry about the number of people. I believe in Miss Song's ability. If you really want to get a treasure, no one else should be able to stop you." Song Wanting smiled slightly and said, "Mr. William, you are too kind. As the saying goes, there are always people better than you. Just in this small area of Jeang, there are many hidden talents. There are countless people who are better than me." William pretended to be surprised and asked, "No way? Isn't the Song family the largest family in Jeang?" Song Wanting smiled and said, "That's just the surface. Let's not talk about anything else. Take the new chairman of the Dihao group, for example. The Dihao group alone is equivalent to our entire Song family. This person's strength is truly unfathomable." As she spoke, Song Wanting sighed again. "I actually really want to make friends with this great man, but it's a pity that this person is too mysterious and I can't find any breakthrough." Chapter 57 Blood Jade. Song Wanting spoke from the heart. She really felt that the new chairman of Dihao Group was unfathomable. He can easily buy a group worth hundreds of billions without showing up. It can be seen that his industry is definitely not as simple as the Dihao Group. In comparison, the Song family is indeed a little lacking. However, she didn't know that the chairman of the Dihao Group, whom she had always wanted to make friends with, was sitting next to her at this moment. William was naturally very low-key. He just agreed with a few words, but never revealed any information. Song Wanting drove fast and steadily. Soon, the car arrived at a small courtyard by the river. This small courtyard is secluded and elegant, with a simple appearance, but its interior is full of the style of a Jiangnan water village. There are small bridges, flowing water, Sioux-style elegant gardens, pavilions and towers lined up one after another. After parking the car, someone came to greet the two of them, walked through the yard and into the lobby. In the hall decorated in Chinese style, there is a mahogany round table and several armchairs beside the table. Seeing the two people coming in, a white-haired old man stood up and greeted Song Wanting. "Miss, you are here." Song Wanting looked a little embarrassed and nodded. "Mr. Chi, why are you here too?" The old man smiled and said, "The master heard that you were coming, so he asked me to come and take care of you." Song Wanting nodded and introduced to William. "Mr. Chi is our Song family's treasure appraiser. He was sent by the family. He must be afraid of making mistakes." William nodded. He thought that he was too young, and it was understandable that the Song family was worried. Old Chi glanced at William with a look of disdain on his face and said, "Is this the treasure appraiser hired by the eldest lady? You are so young. Have you ever learned to appraise treasures?" A middle-aged man beside him with a green face sneered and said, "You asked such a young boy to appraise the treasure? Is there no one left in the Song family? Do you want me to lend you a few treasure appraisers?" "Ha ha." Song Wanting's face turned cold, and she said, "Li Tai Lai, this is Jean, not your Haicheng. It's not your turn to talk too much here." Li Tai Lai shrugged and said indifferently, "The little girl from the Song family has a bad temper." "All right." A middle-aged man sitting in the east of the round table frowned and said, "We are all here to do business, not to quarrel. Calm down. And this young man, please sit down with us." Song Wanting snorted and then slowly sat down. William also sat down, and then Song Wanting leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The one called Li Tai Lai before is the richest man in Haicheng. The one next to him is Guoming, a very powerful feng shui master. The one who spoke just now is Qin Gang, the head of the Jinling Qin family. Their family has recently William then noticed that there was an old man in a green tang suit sitting next to Li Tai Lai. The old man had a head full of silver hair and had an air of an immortal. He gave off an aura that said, "Keep away from strangers." He kept his eyes closed, and even after William and the other man arrived, he had not opened his eyes. Having said that, Song Wanting kept silent. Although William was a little curious, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. After everyone was seated, a fat man in luxurious clothes sitting on the other side of the table said with a smile, "Now that the quarrel is over, let's take a look at the goods. You are all wealthy families. There's no need to worry too much about such a small thing worth hundreds of millions." Jeang snorted coldly and said, "As long as this thing can really adjust feng shui and calm a mind, as you said, I really don't care about a few hundred million." The fat man glanced at him before placing an antique wooden box on the table. In the box was a piece of red jade that glowed with blood and was of antique style. As soon as it was taken out, everyone felt a warm atmosphere filling the hall. Jeang and his companions' eyes suddenly lit up. Song Wanting turned around and asked Mr. Chi, "Mr. Chi, what do you think of this jade?" Elder Chi stared at it for a moment, then nodded and said, "It should be fine. It is a blood thread jade from before the Tang dynasty, and it can be seen that it has been nurtured for a long time by a great monk." Song Wanting nodded, then turned to ask William, "What do you think, Mr. William?" William curled his lips in disdain and said, "Fake." Old Chi snorted coldly and scolded, "You are so young. Who gave you the courage to lie in front of so many people?" The old man Guoming beside Li Tai Lai also opened his eyes, looked at the ancient jade, and asked, "Can I get my hands on it?" The fat man sneered disdainfully and said, "Master Gua, are you kidding me? Don't you understand that jade cannot be passed on? Ordinary jade cannot be passed on, but this piece of mine is Zhou Dynasty blood thread jade. If it falls or gets bumped, who will be responsible for it?" Guoming was stunned for a moment before he said, "I am so abrupt." After that, he also moved closer to the ancient jade and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he closed his eyes again. After a long while, he nodded and said, "I don't know whether the jade is from the Zhou dynasty, but the saying that it can adjust feng shui and calm the mind should be true." As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart suddenly became hot. For them, the history of the jade is actually irrelevant. What is important is what the jade is used for. Mr. Chi smiled and said, "Mr. Gua is also a man of vision, unlike those who have no ability and are still pretentious." When Song Wanting heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with William. It seems that he is still too young. Perhaps he has some accomplishments in cultural relics restoration, but compared with these old people, there is still a big gap between him and these old people in identifying antiques. William just shook his head slightly. Since these people were willing to fall for this trick, there was no need for him to stop them. When the fat man saw that everyone had finished the appraisal, he closed the box and said with a smile, "Now that the item has been appraised, everyone, is it time to make an offer?" Before he finished speaking, Jeang took the lead and said, "I'll give you 100 million. 130 million. Li Tai Lai also said. When the fat man saw that Song Wanting didn't say anything, he asked, "Where's Ms. Song?" Seeing that Song Wanting was a little hesitant, Elder Chi quickly whispered in her ear, "Miss, this is definitely a treasure. The estimated value should be around 300 million. If you can get it for 200 million, it will be a sure win." Song Wanting was also a little shaken. She turned to look at William, but saw that the other party had a calm expression, neither sad nor happy. She couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. Old Chi glanced at William with a cold look in his eyes. He knew that Song Wanting was influenced by William and didn't make an offer, so he said, "Just now, Mr. William said that this ancient jade is fake. I really want to know where Mr. William came to this conclusion. Let us also see Mr. William's methods. If William talks nonsense later, Song Wanting will naturally know that William's words are false, and only then will she feel at ease to make the bid." Others said disdainfully, "What does a young boy like him know? Don't come here and embarrass yourself." "That's right. How can it be his turn to speak here? If you don't want to buy it, forget it. Don't waste everyone's time." Listening to the ridicule of the crowd, William just stared at Mr. Chi with interest and asked calmly, "Are you sure you want me to say it?" Chapter 58, thanks to you. "Of course. Just tell me." Old Chi sneered and said, "I also want to see how you charlatans usually cheat people." William shrugged and said, "I didn't really want to expose your scam, but since you kept asking, I couldn't refuse." "A hoax? Are you saying, kid? We were all wrong." Guoming, who had been calm and composed all this time, suddenly sneered and said. William glanced at him, sneered and said, "You are the stupidest here. Boy, you are looking for death." Wu Ming was immediately furious. William ignored him and said, "The jade is real jade. I hope you liars have some conscience." Then he added, "But this jade is not some blood thread jade from the Zhou dynasty, nor has it been kept by any great monk. It is nothing more than a piece of top-grade yellow jade from Hotan. It has a good texture and is of some value, but its market price is only 500,000 at most." "Bullshit. Can't you see that the jade is red?" Old Chi cursed. William continued, "The red color is due to the erosion of manganese or containing submanganate. You don't really think it's the blood of some great monk's corpse, do you?" "What about that warm atmosphere we felt?" Gang asked anxiously, frowning. William shook his head and said, "This thing is even less technical content. The rhizome of African glazed grass is ground into powder and dissolved in water. Soak the jade in water for about half a year and it will naturally have this effect. In fact, it is not a warm atmosphere, but a psychedelic effect. It is also very simple to remove it. Just burn the jade with fire." "Boy, how dare you say such nonsense?" Upon hearing this, the fat man slammed the table and stood up. Li Tailai's face darkened. He looked at the fat man and said, "Can you take out the jade and let it cool down?" The fat man was sweating profusely and said, "What do you mean by excessive or not? This guy is obviously pretending to be a liar. Don't listen to his nonsense." Gang tapped the table with his fingers and said, "It's too much. If the effect is still there, I will pay for it. But if the effect is gone, you know the consequences. Although our Qin family has encountered some problems recently, we can't let others ride on our heads." Song Wanting also nodded and said, "If Mr. William is wrong, then it doesn't matter if it's burned. Jade can't be burned. But if Mr. William is right, you have to give us an explanation today." The fat man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. None of these three families is one he can afford to offend. The reason for setting up this scheme was entirely because Old Chi was colluding with others to cheat Song, wanting out of some money, and then split the spoils with Old Chi. Unexpectedly, William would suddenly appear halfway through and reveal all the mysteries in one sentence. In fact, William didn't know much about jade before. The reason why he could see through the problem of this jade at a glance was entirely because of the 9 profound heavenly scripture. I don't know why, but when I saw this piece of jade just now, the answers already appeared in my mind. It seems that identifying antique jade is a skill in the 9 mysterious heavenly scripture. Seeing that the fat man didn't speak, William suddenly sneered. "What? Are you feeling guilty? Don't dare to talk to him." The fat man's face turned pale and blue, but he just didn't say whether he was willing to do anything excessive. William said angrily, "Fatty, do you think it's okay to keep silent? You have to know that this is Jinling. All the people you deceived are either rich or noble. I can make you die in Jinling with just a snap of my fingers. I advise you to be sensible and tell the truth as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one can save you." Song Wanting knew that William was launching a psychological offensive, so she immediately cooperated with him and said with a dark face, "Our Song family is also a big family with some face in Jinling. If someone dares to deceive the Song family, we Song family must teach him a profound lesson. If we are soft-handed and spread it out, the family's reputation will be affected." The fat man was suddenly frightened. He knows how high the status of your Song family is. If he really angers Song Wanting, he will probably die in Jinling. He panicked and shouted desperately to Mr. Chi. "Mr. Chi, save me. This is not just my problem." Old Chi's face suddenly changed, and he roared, "Ew. What nonsense are you talking about? You actually deceived our Song family and framed me. I want your life." After saying that, Old Chi took out a dagger from his pocket. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately pounced on the fat man. The fat man's eyes were red with anger, and he cursed. "Damn it, you change your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. It was you who told me that the Song family's treasure appraisal depends entirely on your words, and as long as you say it's okay, this thing will definitely be sold. You are fucking ruining me." Song Wanting glanced at the two of them coldly, and then said to William, "Excuse me, Mr. William. Thanks to you being here today, let's leave here first. Our family will send someone to deal with these people." William nodded slightly and said, "Okay, let's go back." After saying that, the two of them stood up and prepared to leave. When Old Chi saw Song Wanting was about to leave, he was shocked. He didn't even bother to kill the fat man to silence him. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Miss, please spare my life. Considering that I have worked diligently and have been in the Song family for so many years, please spare me this time." Before Song Wanting could say anything, Li Tailai stood up and sneered. "You old men are really courting death. You want to set up a trap to cheat me and your own master, and you want to cheat 2 or 300 million. Do you think the Song family will let you go?" Old Chi's face turned pale, and he slumped to the ground. Li Tailai continued, "Even if the Song family forgives you, I, Li Tailai, will never forgive you." Mr. Chi suddenly broke down and burst into tears. His entire body was devastated. Seeing this, Song Wanting shook her head slightly and said to William, "I'm so sorry, Mr. William. My Song family made a mistake in hiring people. You are making fun of me." William said calmly, "There are treacherous villains everywhere, Miss Song. There's no need to say that." At this time, Li Tailai from Haicheng, Guoming, and Qin Gang from the Qin family and Jinling also came out. Seeing William, Li Tailai immediately stepped forward and clasped his fist towards William and said, "Master Yi, I am so grateful to you today. Otherwise, I would have been deceived by this bastard." Guoming, who was standing beside him, also said with some shame, "Master Yi is indeed a hero born young. I didn't even see through what they did to the jade. I'm so ashamed." Qin Gang also cupped his hands and said, "Mr. William, thanks to you today, otherwise the three of us would have fought so hard to get a fake product, not to mention the heavy losses. If the news got out, I'm afraid we would be laughed at." William smiled slightly and said lightly, "You are welcome. I came here at the invitation of Miss Song to identify the authenticity of the things, so this is also my job." After some pleasantries, William and Song Wanting got into the car together. At this time, the yard behind him was silent. But William could see that as soon as everyone left, several men in black suits quickly walked in. It seems that Mr. Chi and that fat man are doomed. Chapter 59, Self-Degradation. On the way back, Song Wanting's expression was particularly cold. For her, the fact that there was such a traitor in her family was already making her very angry. What was even more infuriating was that this Uncle Chi actually wanted to set a trap for her in front of so many outsiders. If I were fooled today, gave the money, and Uncle Chi ran away, if I find out in the future that I was cheated, I would lose face, and the face of the entire Song family would be lost. Fortunately, William was there and pointed out the secret in time, thus avoiding loss to himself and his family. So, she took out a bank card from the glove box in the car, handed it to William, and said, "Mr. William, there is 1 million in this card, and the password is 6/8. It's a small gift for me. Please accept it." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. William seemed to have some real talent and knowledge. I wonder why he chose to marry into a small family. If he went out to do antique appraisal, he could save up a lot of family property in a few years. William looked at the card in her hand, feeling slightly hesitant. 1 million is not a small amount, but it is just a drop in the bucket for the Song family. William originally looked down upon the 1 million. After all, he still had more than 9.99 billion renminbi in his card, and the 1 million was just a drop in the bucket. What's the point of accepting it? But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he was not a trillionaire, but a son-in-law of the Shao family. If a son-in-law is not interested in 1 million, it will definitely make Song Wanting suspicious. So he took the card directly and said, "Thank you, Miss Song." Parisa Song smiled slightly. Mr. William is polite. After that, Song Wanting asked again, "Where is Mr. William going next?" William smiled and said, "Take me to the market. I need to buy some food and cook at home." Song Wanting was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but say, "I have also heard about Mr. William's affairs. To be honest, Mr. William has such ability. There is no need for him to let the identity of a son-in-law be put on him. Why don't you come to my Jiqing Hall to be the chief treasure appraiser? I will give you a basic salary of 1 million per year. What do you think?" William waved his hand and said with a smile, "I have bad teeth, and I am used to eating free meals." Song Wanting was slightly startled, then sighed. It seems that the rumors are true. This William is a gigolo who lives off his wife. I used to think he was just a loser, and it was understandable that a loser had no choice but to live off his wife. But now it seems that he is not a waste, but a waste who has degraded himself. This was really something she couldn't accept. Immediately, her attitude towards William changed a little. William knew that she would look down on him in her heart, but this was the best way for him. If he could let everyone guess wrong about him, he would have a last laugh. Passing by the vegetable market, William got out of the car, said goodbye to Unwanted, then bought some vegetables and went home. As soon as he entered the door, William heard his father-in-law laughing and shouting, "Aha, come on, come and see the treasures I found." Jessica also got off work and was sitting on the sofa reading documents. At this time, she couldn't help but stand up and said to Xiao Chongquan, who was laughing, "Dad, you almost scare me to death. Take a quick look at this." Xiao Chongquan didn't notice Jessica's expression at all. He happily held a pair of palm-sized bronze cups and showed them off. "This is a pair of bronze wine jars I found in the antique market today. I heard that it was a tomb robber who dug them out from the coffin of Emperor Qian. They are worth more than $500,000. More than $500,000. Jessica stood up and blurted out, "Dad, where did you get so much money?" William was extremely helpless. His father-in-law had just broken the jade Huchuan vase in the morning, and then he went to the antique street in the afternoon while he was out. Isn't this a typical case of forgetting the pain after the wound has healed? At this time, Xiao Chongquan laughed proudly and said mysteriously, "I didn't say that I spent $500,000 to buy this cup. I said that this cup is worth $500,000. But guess how much I paid for it?" Jessica hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "300,000? No, guess again." Xiao Chongquan waved his hand. 200,000? Not right yet. Keep guessing. William, who was standing next to him, took one look at the bronze cup and instantly realized it was a fake. He thought, "It's just a piece of junk. It's made of tin-plated copper with green patina on the outside. I'm being ripped off even if I give it $20. I took it to the tobacco shop at the intersection of Antique Street and asked the owner to exchange it for a pack of cigarettes. But the owner wouldn't agree." At this time, Xiao Chongquan didn't keep the secret any longer and said with an extremely proud smile, "Let me tell you, I spent 5,000 yuan to buy this thing. Isn't it amazing?" Xiao Chongquan laughed excitedly, unable to contain his joy. Jessica widened her eyes in surprise and couldn't believe it. "Dad, you said this cup is worth hundreds of thousands, but you really only spent 5,000 yuan?" Malan, the mother-in-law, heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. She asked happily, "Oh my God, is this broken thing really worth that much money? It can't be fake, right?" Xiao Chongquan laughed and said confidently, "The man who sold the cup is an idiot. He doesn't understand the value of this thing at all. I asked an expert to identify it. This thing is definitely a bronze artifact, and it couldn't be more authentic." Really, Malan's face suddenly became extremely happy when she heard this. She immediately rushed over, carefully picked up the cup, and looked at it carefully with wide eyes. William was standing aside, and when he heard what they said, he shook his head and laughed secretly. He had already noticed that the two cups were modern artifacts, but seeing how excited his father-in-law was, he decided not to spoil his mood. Xiao Chongquan held the cup with a smile on his face and said excitedly, "This cup was supposed to be a set, but it's not complete yet. But the boss said that he has the rest, and he will give me the rest tomorrow. If I can get all of them, our family will be rich." William frowned and immediately stopped him. "Dad, don't be greedy when it comes to antiques. It's easy to be cheated. Besides," Xiao Chongquan glared at him and cursed, "Whatever else you say, you're lecturing me, you piece of shit." William smiled helplessly and said, "Besides, buying and selling bronze artifacts is against the law. You know that, right?" Xiao Chongquan's expression froze for a moment. He was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Is it against the law? What law? Criminal law." William said seriously, "You have been dealing with antiques for so many years. You must know this common sense, right? The country prohibits the trading of bronze artifacts. Violators will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of less than 5 years, or detention, and a fine. Moreover, buying and selling are equally punishable." Chapter 60 Aura. Shit. Xiao Chongquan was so scared that his legs went limp. His face turned pale as he said, Then I have broken the law. The police won't come to arrest me, right? If I am sentenced, what will I do if I go to jail at my age?" As he said that, Xiao Chongquan quickly looked at William and said pleadingly, "Good son-in-law, how about you help me? If the police come to our house, you can say that these 2 bronze wine bottles are yours, and you can go to jail for 2 years in place of your father. Anyway, you are young, and you will only be 30 years old after 2 years." Jessica immediately said, "Dad, you got into trouble yourself. Why do you want William to take the blame for you? If the police really find you, you will go to jail yourself. William was also speechless at this time. This father-in-law was really a bit of a screw-up. He had just cheated him once in the morning, and now he was thinking of cheating him again. Fortunately, these two bronze wine jars are not real. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, he will definitely put the blame on himself. Thinking of this, William said helplessly, "Dad, you think too much. Even if you want to go to jail, the police will definitely not arrest you." Xiao Changquan was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why? Do you have any acquaintances in the police department?" William sighed. "It has nothing to do with acquaintances. The main thing is that your bronze wine jar is not real. The police can't arrest you just because you bought fake goods." "What?" Xiao Changquan exclaimed. "You said these two wine bottles I bought are fake." William nodded. "It's a genuine fake." Xiao Changquan was immediately a little unhappy. "No, William, you can question my character, but you can never question my vision. These two bronze wine jars are absolutely real." Malan also said a little unhappy. "William, you a waste. Can't you see our family doing well? You wish our family would be poor all our lives so that you would be happy." William had no choice but to take one of the bronze wine bottles and knock it hard on the ground before Xiao Changquan could react. Xiao Changquan was so scared that he yelled, "Hey, William, what are you doing? This is a fucking antique." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and one of the legs of the bronze wine jar was broken off, revealing a silvery white fracture. William handed the broken end to him and said calmly, "Look for yourself. There is no bronze in this. It is made of tin that has been burned and poured into water. The swords that children played with when they were young were made of it." Xiao Changquan's jaw dropped in shock. No matter how stupid he was, he realized at this moment that there was something wrong with this thing. How can something made of bronze be green on the outside and silver on the inside? Seeing this, Viola Ma also knew that Xiao Changquan had been cheated and his dream of getting rich was shattered. She was extremely depressed and cursed. "Xiao Changquan, you spent 5,000 yuan to buy these two fake and shoddy products." Xiao Changquan broke out in a cold sweat and trembled as he said, This is not right. Damn it, that guy even dared to lie to me. Xiao Changquan, I think he doesn't want to live like this anymore. I'll go to the antique street to find him tomorrow morning." Ma Lan angrily scolded. "Are you still waiting for him? He cheated you, a big innocent, and ran away with the money. I think you are even more useless than William. Although William can't make money, at least he doesn't waste money. You said that you were cheated of your 5,000 yuan, and 5,000 yuan is enough for me to go to the beauty salon to get a face done several times." Xiao Changquan was extremely depressed, but he didn't dare to contradict Ma Lan, so he could only quickly say to William, "William, tomorrow you will accompany me to the antique street to find that guy. If he doesn't return my money, you will break his legs. Don't worry, even if you go in, it's okay, and most of you will be out in 2 years." William was too lazy to care about these things, but it was not easy to refuse him in person, so he agreed casually and said, "I'll go with you to see it tomorrow." The next day was the weekend. William was urgently woken up by Xiao Changquan early in the morning and drove straight to the antique street. The father-in-law gnashed his teeth all the way, wishing he could tear the person who deceived him into pieces. As soon as he arrived at the antique street, Xiao Changquan rushed out and rushed inside to look for the scammer. William was afraid that he would suffer a loss, so he followed him all the way. Xiao Changquan searched for a long time and finally saw a vendor. He immediately glared at William and pointed at him and shouted, "William, come here. It's him." William looked over quickly and saw a middle-aged man who looked very shrewd, talking big with customers in front of his stall. Seeing Xiao Changquan coming, he was not in a hurry and laughed. "Hey, brother, you picked up a bargain again today?" Xiao Changquan cursed angrily. "I'll pick up your grandmother's legs. You bastard actually cheated me with modern crafts. Give me back my 5,000 yuan. "Who lied to you?" The vendor pouted and said, "If you accuse me of lying, you need to show me evidence." "You want evidence, right?" Xiao Changquan angrily took out the 2 cups, threw them in front of the other party, and cursed. "Look for yourself. Is this bronze? This is tin covered with copper." The vendor said disdainfully, "Are you here to scam people? Everyone knows that bronzeware cannot be bought and sold these days. How could I possibly sell you a bronzeware? Do I think I have a long life?" Xiao Changquan cursed. "Then why did you tell me this is bronze?" "Did I say that?" The vendor said with disdain. "You said I said it? I said I had never seen you before. Besides, antiques are something that you should never buy. You made a mistake and you came here to bite people. That's wrong." I think all the vendors in the antique street will have to remember your face and stay away from you. People like you are not worthy of antiques. Go to the market and buy 2 pounds of walnuts and go home to think about it. William was not angry when he saw that this man was smooth-talking and extremely shameless. After all, he was criticizing his ungrateful father-in-law, and he just got to watch a good show for free. When Xiao Chongquan saw that the other party not only refused to admit selling him fake goods, but also slandered him in various ways, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. He grabbed the vendor and started swearing at him. "You bastard, return my money now. Don't tear it apart. Let go of it now, or I'll call the police." The vendor struggled hard as he spoke. However, Xiao Chongquan was not willing to let him go and held onto his clothes tightly. At this time, Xiao Chongquan tore open the vendor's collar, revealing a large number of cultural relics around his neck, including jade pendants, beeswax, Buddhist beads, and Z beads. William's attention was attracted by one of the gray-white Hetian jade plates. This jade pendant does not look very attractive. After all, even if it is real Hetian jade, it can only be considered a low-grade Hetian jade and is not a valuable thing. But when William saw the Hetian jade, his brows unconsciously frowned slightly. He could feel that this Hetian jade contained an energy that only he could sense. This kind of energy made him want to get closer and hold it in his own hands. William knew that this should be the spiritual energy recorded in the 9 profound heavenly scriptures. Aura is a long-lost, mysterious energy that can not only completely transform a person's physical fitness, but can even continuously improve a person's cultivation and ultimately reach an extraordinary realm. Chapter 61 got it. William was very excited, but pretended to be casual and said, all right, stop arguing. What can't be solved properly?" Xiao Chongquan immediately scolded angrily. "William, you useless guy, why are you still sticking your elbow outward?" William leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Dad, I'll take care of this matter, don't worry." When Xiao Chongquan heard this, he thought that William had some clever trick up his sleeve, so he calmed down for the time being and waited for William to perform. William walked up to the vendor, put his arm around his neck, took him aside, and whispered, "Boss, my father-in-law really made a mistake himself. It's not your fault. Don't take it to heart." The vendor was stunned after hearing this, and subconsciously asked, "Dude, is that really your father-in-law?" William said, "It's absolutely genuine." The vendor looked puzzled. "Then why are you on my side and not on his side?" William smiled and said, "When we go out, we should help the right people instead of our relatives. Don't you think this is reasonable?" Aye. The vendor didn't know how to respond. He had been cheating for so many years and had seen people dragging their relatives to settle scores later, but he had never seen anyone speak to him when his relatives came. William said at this time, "Okay, I know you are confused. I will tell you the truth. I don't lack this little money, but I can't afford to lose this person. You do me a favor later, I'll transfer 5,000 yuan to you. And when you are done, you transfer the money to my father-in-law, and this matter will be over. Do you think it's okay?" The vendor's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he said without a second thought, "Sure, that's great." William added, "But I am also a respectable man. I need to save some face. The Hetian jade pendant on your neck doesn't look worth much. Sell it to me, and then tell my father-in-law that you will give him the money back. This jade pendant is a gift from you. Just consider it as an apology." The vendor asked hurriedly, "How much do you want for the jade pendant?" The vendor immediately became excited and boasted, "You have a really sharp eye. You can spot this authentic item among so many fakes. To be honest, although this jade pendant looks fake, it was worn by Zhu Yuan Jeang and was a token of love given to him by Empress Ma." William didn't have time to listen to his story, so he waved his hand and interrupted him. "Don't talk nonsense to me. It's just a broken jade plaque. The material is $1 per pound, and your labor fee is $20, which is only $20 and a few cents. I'll give you $200. If you sell it, give it to me. If you don't sell it, my father-in-law will really call the police, and I won't care." William said this and turned around as if to leave. The vendor quickly grabbed him and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, we are destined to be together, so take the 200. William nodded and whispered, "Give me a QR code, and I'll transfer the money to you." "Okay." The vendor quickly took out his cell phone, took 5,200 yuan from William, and said to him, "Okay, just wait and see." Then he turned around and said to Xiao Chongquan, "Old man, let me be honest, your son-in-law is in vain for having a father-in-law like you." Xiao Chonkoan cursed. What the F asterisk CK do you mean? You're not going to return my money, and you're still F asterisk king slandering me, right? Do you believe me or not? I'm going to call the police right now. The vendor was too lazy to pay attention to him and pouted. Stop whining. I promised your son-in-law to return the money. Bring me a QR code, and I'll transfer 5,000 yuan to you. But if you want to call the police, I won't give you the money. You can ask the police to judge the case, or you can sue me in court. If the court orders me to pay you 50 million, I'll accept it. When Xiao Chonquan heard this, he immediately became timid. He knew that this matter was a civil dispute and would most likely have to be resolved through legal means. He would have to hire a lawyer to fight the case, which would take another year or two, and he didn't know how much money he would have wasted. Now that the other party was willing to return the money, he might as well just take it. So he said angrily, "Okay, just give me back the money and this matter will be over." The vendor curled his lips and said, "Not only will I return your money, I will also give your son-in-law a Hichian jade pendant. Nothing else, I just admire him." When Xiao Chonquan heard this, he was a little surprised and asked subconsciously, "What do you mean?" "Nothing," the vendor snorted. "Hurry up and show me the QR code before I regret it." Xiao Chonquan didn't dare to delay and quickly opened the QR code and accepted the 5,000 yuan transferred by the other party. Then, the vendor took the jade pendant on his neck out from a pile of pendants, handed it to William, and said seriously, "Brother, let's change our father-in-law in the future. This kind of stuff is not worthy of you, seriously." William smiled slightly, took the jade token, and held it in his hand. He immediately felt the surging spiritual energy contained in it, which made him very happy. Xiao Chonquan was dumbfounded. He really couldn't understand how William, a loser, could make the other party not only return the money, but also give him gifts. He was about to ask when he suddenly heard an arrogant voice coming from the side. "Oh my God, this jade token is quite interesting. I like it. Come and take it." Chapter 62 beat him to death. Hearing the voice, William couldn't help but frowned and looked towards where the person came from. The one who came was a young man, dressed very strangely, wearing a tang suit, cloth shoes, and bell-bottom pants, with a chain hanging on his waist. If you say he is trendy, he is dressed in antiques. If you say he is retro, he has a ruffian look on his face, and with his crooked little mouth, he looks like a rapper. In front of this young man, there was a huge black Tibetan mastiff, which was drooling all over the ground. It was obvious that it was not something to be trifled with. Behind this young man, there were 6 fat and strong bodyguards. The group of people and the dog were rushing around, and the people around them were so scared that they hurried to dodge. When a vendor saw the young man, he hurried forward and said, "Mr. Chin, what brings you here?" The young man waved his hand casually, glanced at the jade plaque in William's hand, pointed at his own Tibetan mastiff, and said to the vendor, "Ermao, this jade plaque looks good. My Tibetan mastiff just happens to be missing a nameplate. Pack this jade plaque for me. I want it." The vendor's name was Zhang Ermao, but everyone on Antique Street was used to calling him that, so they all called him Ermao. The vendor said with a smile, "Mr. Chin, I'm so sorry. I've already given this jade token to this little brother." "What are you talking about?" the young man said with disdain. "You are so obsessed with money that you can't even pull a train. How can you give things to others for free? Why don't I believe it?" The vendor said quickly, "Hey, Mr. Chin, please stop insulting me. I'm really giving this thing to you. If you like this kind of low-end Hitian jade, I will buy you a piece worth 10 or 8 yuan tomorrow and send it to your home." Young Master Chin was a little displeased and said coldly, "Were you talking to? I just like this jade pendant. It's perfect for hanging around my dog's neck. Stop talking nonsense. I'll pay you 50,000. Pack it up and take it away. Do you understand?" When Zhang Ermao heard the price, he was immediately tempted. If he sold it to William, it would only be 200, but if he sold it to Qin Xiao, it would be 50,000. Even a fool would know what to choose. So, he whispered to William, "Brother, let's make a deal. You give the jade token to young Master Chin, and we split the $50,000 in half. How about that?" William snorted coldly and frowned. "Am I someone who is short of 50,000 yuan?" When Xiao Chonquan heard this, he immediately became anxious and blurted out, "William, why are you pretending? This is 50,000. Why don't you take it quickly?" Young Master Chin was also a little unhappy. He spat and said disdainfully, "There are many people who pretend to be cool with me, but you're the first one who pretends to be rich. Let me ask you one more question. Will you give me 50,000? William laughed casually and said, "No, not even 50 million. Fuck." Young Master Cheen said angrily, "You don't want to give me face, do you?" William laughed and said, "A dog wouldn't even want the face you give me. Fuck." There was a fierce light flashing in Qin Shao's eyes, and his face was as gloomy as water. The people around were a little surprised. First, they didn't expect that the jade pendant William got for free would be worth 50,000 yuan. Second, they didn't expect that he would not sell it even if someone offered 50,000 yuan. Seeing so many people pointing fingers, young Master Cheen angrily scolded, "If you don't want to give me face, don't blame me for being rude." After that, he loosened the dog chain and shouted at the Tibetan Mastiff, "Big Xiong, bite him." As soon as the Tibetan Mastiff heard the command from its master, it immediately bared its teeth at William. William shouted angrily, "People don't have eyes, and dogs don't have eyes either. Get out of here." The Tibetan Mastiff was originally quite aggressive, but after hearing William's roar, it was suddenly frightened for some reason. Not only did it lose its previous momentum, but it turned around and ran out of the crowd, as if trying to escape. Seeing that his dog was scared away, Qin Shao was about to chase it, but the dog was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were many people watching the fun around, so he couldn't catch up with it. Seeing the dog was gone, he was so angry that he kept stamping his feet on the spot. He could only vent his anger on William, cursing, "You are really looking for death. Today, not only do you have to give me the jade token, but you also have to compensate me for my dog." William laughed and said, "Compensate for your dog? Your dog ran away by itself. And you want me to compensate you? Your father didn't come out with you today. Why don't you let me compensate you for your father?" Qin Shao was so angry that he was shaking all over. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are really looking for death. Beat me." After Qin Shao finished speaking, he waved his hand behind him. The bodyguards immediately surrounded William. When the crowd nearby saw that a fight was about to take place, they all rushed to move away. Xiao Chongquan was also frightened by Qin Shao's aura and dared not move. The Qin family? The Jinling Qin family? That is a famous and powerful family that is even more powerful and arrogant than the Wong family. 6 bodyguards surrounded William and Xiao Chongquan in a circle, each with a fierce look on their face. Xiao Chongquan was already scared and quickly shrank behind William, whispering, "William, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Just give it to him, and we can still make a fortune." William had an indifferent expression, and his eyes swept over the bodyguards one by one, saying, "Suffer a loss? You're just a bunch of bastards, worse than dogs, and you deserve to let me suffer a loss." Qin Outong was so angry that he couldn't even stand up straight. He covered his chest and cursed, Beat him to death." Chapter 63, Are You Kidding Me? Upon hearing the order, the bodyguards immediately swarmed forward. William looked fearless, but the vendor was afraid of causing trouble, so he stepped forward to stop him and begged, "Oh, Mr. Cheen, my good Mr. Cheen, it's just a small matter. Why should we make such a fuss? You are also a well-known person. If the matter is really reported to the police, you will not be in the right." Qin Outong frowned slightly. He also knew that he was not in the right today. "I wanted to buy a jade pendant for my dog so that the dog could enjoy the glory of being with humans. So I wanted to snatch the jade pendant from William's hand. But I didn't expect that the dog, who is usually very obedient, would run away as soon as I let go of it. I was wrong in the first place, and if I beat William up, I would have a hard time explaining myself if I ended up in jail." So he gritted his teeth and said to William, "Since this guy is begging for you, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and this matter will be over." William laughed and said, "You want to buy my things, but I won't sell them to you. So I have to kowtow to you? Then I want to buy something from you now. Will you sell it to me?" Young Master Cheen pouted and said, "It's not that I look down on you, but you are so poor, and you still want to buy something from me? Can you afford it?" As he spoke, he revealed a bracelet from his wrist and sneered, "See? This is a bracelet made of chicken bloodstone. It cost more than 5 million. I'll sell it to you. Can you afford it?" William glanced at the bloodstone and sneered, "Even if I can afford it, I can't spend 5 million on a fake. $50 is too much for this broken thing of yours. You're talking nonsense." Young Master Cheen said angrily, "If you haven't seen anything good, then stop talking nonsense. You said this is a fake? Who gave you the confidence?" Suddenly someone in the crowd said, "This bloodstone is indeed fake." "What?" Young Master Cheen turned around and saw that the person who spoke was an old man. So he angrily scolded. Are you blind, old man? Such a good thing. You say it's fake? You know shit. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. Hey, speak with respect. This is President Su of the Jinling Jade Association. He is the largest collector of bloodstone in Jinling. When it comes to identifying bloodstone, no one in Jinling is more authoritative than him. As soon as these words were spoken, many people began to scold Qin Xiao for not recognizing a great man. Qin Xiao was so shocked that he was speechless. Only then did he realize that the old man looked familiar. He was indeed the president of the Jade Association. President Su was not angry at all. He said calmly, don't blame this little brother. He spent 5 million to buy such a fake product. It is understandable that he is emotional. We should sympathize with him instead of blaming him. Fuck. Qin Xiao collapsed, holding the bracelet, and asked, is this really fake? President Su nodded and said, to be honest, it couldn't be more fake. Yours was dyed after acid washing. Didn't your wrist have an allergic reaction when you first wore it? Fuck. Young Master Qin wanted to cry, but had no tears. He blurted out, the bastard who sold it to me said that top-quality bloodstones would react with the skin and turn it red. He also said that this was the only way for the bloodstone to recognize its owner. Those that don't turn the skin red are all fake. The onlookers covered their faces. Who would have thought that there really are such fools in the world? President Su said helplessly, young man, I've seen many people pierce holes, but you are the first one to pierce them so thoroughly. The acid cleaning agent is very corrosive. If you keep wearing it like this, not only will your skin be allergic, but your body will also take in too many toxins, which will endanger your health. Young Master Qin was also devastated. How could he have imagined that he would spend 5 million to buy a piece of junk that was actually poisonous to the body? William saw that his expression was uglier than eating shit, so he couldn't help but tease him. You said this rubbish. Even if you sell it to me for $5, I won't take it. Young Master Qin hated it to death, but for the sake of face, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, who doesn't get fooled sometimes when dealing with antiques? It's just 5 million. I, Qin Outong, don't even care about it. I just bought this bracelet as a piece of junk for fun. As he spoke, he pulled out a wolf tooth tied with a red string from his waistband and said with a haughty look on his face, the one just now doesn't count. Look at this wolf tooth of mine. It's the only genuine tomb-grabbing talisman left in the world. It can drive away evil spirits and turn misfortune into good fortune. There's no way it can be fake. Qin Outong has absolute confidence in this tomb-grabbing talisman. He had previously sought identification from many experts, and it was confirmed that the wolf tooth was indeed an item from the Three Kingdoms period. William laughed, then snorted coldly and said, you are not aware of your imminent death. You are this most sinister and evil thing in the world as a treasure to ward off evil spirits. Aren't you a fool? What the hell are you talking about? You don't make any sense. Qin Outong roared, clenching his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh. William looked relaxed and smiled faintly. You actually wore this extremely evil thing close to your body, and you are still alive. I can only say that you are really lucky. Qin Outong's face flushed, but after what happened just now, he was not sure whether William really had real skills or was just bluffing him. So he stiffened his neck and asked, what's the basis for your saying that? Take a good look at your so-called wolf fangs. William said coldly, when you saw this so-called wolf fang, didn't you notice that it was a circle smaller than a normal wolf fang? Qin Outong pretended to be calm and shouted, what's wrong with being a little smaller? Concentration is the essence. Maybe this wolf king is just short in stature. Seeing Qin Outong holding on and refusing to admit defeat, William laughed and taunted him. Not only is your wolf fang smaller than the average wolf fang, but the bottom of the wolf fang is full and round. Look at this one. Qin Outong looked at his wolf fang with suspicion. After a moment, he said unconfidently, so what? Although mine is not full enough, it is a rare original tomb-grabbing talisman. The wolves in the Three Kingdoms period were smaller than those today. This is what the experts told me. Although he has been in the antique business for several years, he has never really put any effort into learning any knowledge related to antiques. He just buys whatever he sees as nice, or if someone recommends it to him as worthy of collection, he buys it to show off. Incorrigible fool. William snorted coldly and said, wolves eat meat and bones, so the roots of their teeth are very rounded. However, humans are omnivores, so the roots of their teeth are not rounded and the degree of wear is not high. Your so-called wolf tooth is actually broken off from a dead person's mouth. What? Chin Aodong seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning, his face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? How can human teeth be so long? Chapter 64. Kneel down to Master Yi. William saw that he would not cry until he saw the coffin, so he shook his head and said sarcastically, "It seems that you have been deceived. After a person dies, the body will dehydrate, which will cause the root of the tooth that was originally invisible to be exposed as it dehydrates. So it appears much longer than a normal tooth. Coupled with the silver hoop accessories, it will appear even longer. You wear this dead person's tooth every moment, but you have never noticed that there is even decay at the root of his tooth." Chin Aodong looked at the silver hoop at the bottom of the tooth and the bit of black that appeared from the gap in the hoop. He couldn't hold back any longer and vomited on the ground with a wow. The treasure that I loved so much turned out to be a fucking dead person's tooth. What made Chin Aodong feel even more disgusted was that he not only rubbed the tooth with his hands, but sometimes he would even hold the tooth in his mouth to show off. Isn't this the equivalent of kissing a dead person? It was a fucking French kiss. The people around also had disgusted expressions on their faces. Some people even laughed out loud in secret. Chin Aodong was such an idiot that he bought himself a dead person's tooth as a treasure. This was too unlucky. William sneered. I guess this tooth either belongs to the ancient tomb owner or a tomb robber. No matter which one it is, this tooth has been in the ancient tomb for who knows how many years, and it is entangled with countless evil spirits. It is impossible to drive away evil spirits and avoid ghosts, as you said. Wearing it will attract all kinds of evil spirits and ghosts into your body. If you don't believe in evil and continue to keep this tooth with you, you will definitely suffer a disaster within half a year and die a miserable death. Before he finished speaking, the people around him suddenly stepped back, fearing that they would be contaminated by the evil aura of this man's teeth. Jeang, who had been licking Chin Aodong's face, also hurried to the outside and even stepped on one of his shoes. Although he was selling fakes, everyone in the antique business had interacted with tomb robbers. He knew that William's words were firm and absolutely correct. Chin Aodong's face turned pale. He was so frightened that he stood there. William snorted coldly and asked indifferently, "Have you been in car accidents frequently this year? Do you feel like you're getting injured and bleeding every now and then?" Chin Aodong pursed his lips and didn't dare to speak. As William said, he was really unlucky this year. A few months ago, he went out drinking with some buddies, and everyone urged him to open the champagne bottle. As a result, the champagne cork bounced to the ceiling and bounced back, breaking his nose. Last month, he had someone introduce him to a good married woman. He wanted to take advantage of her husband's business trip to have some fun at her home. However, her husband's flight was canceled due to air traffic control, so he had to rebook a flight the next day. As a result, he returned home dejected and was caught cheating in bed, so he beat him up. What's even worse was that half a month ago, he drove his sport car to another place to meet up with his friends, but a large truck missed the intersection on the highway and made an emergency stop. His car went directly under the truck. Fortunately, his car was low enough and the rear of the truck just scraped his head. If he had changed to a taller car, he would have died on the road. When Chin Aodong thought of his tragic experiences, he was so scared that he trembled all over. He tore off the rope on the tomb-grabbing talisman and threw it far away. The crowd was afraid of being contaminated by the dead man's teeth, so they dispersed far away along the flying trajectory. Seeing Chin Aodong's frightened expression, William sighed inwardly. If he hadn't noticed that there was something wrong with the tomb-grabbing talisman, Chin Aodong might not live until next year. So William said, "It's a little too late for you to throw away this dead person's tooth now. If I'm not mistaken, you have brought its evil spirit into your home. Your entire family will be implicated by it. At the very least, you will lose money, or at worst, you will lose both your wealth and your life." Chin Aodong was immediately furious. "Damn it, it's fine if you curse me, but you also curse my whole family?" At this moment, he was not at all grateful to William for saving his life, but was instead a little angry and embarrassed. William saw that he didn't know what was good for him, so he said calmly, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You can only wish you good luck." Seeing William preparing to leave, Chin Aodong immediately shouted, "Catch him for me. It's not that easy to run away after pretending to be awesome." The 4 bodyguards behind him immediately surrounded William. The other 2 people grabbed Xiao Chongquan. Xiao Chongquan was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, but the 2 bodyguards refused to give in. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, Xiao Changquan could only close his eyes and prepare to be beaten. Just as the fist was about to land on Xiao Changquan, William quickly stepped forward and knocked a bodyguard in front of him to the ground with one punch. Then he quickly rushed to Xiao Changquan's side, raised his foot, and kicked the bodyguard. Ever since he obtained the 9 profound heavenly scripture, he felt that he had many more fighting memories in his mind, as if he was already very proficient in it. In addition, the jade token just now injected a lot of spiritual energy into his body, so that his overall strength increased instantly. At this moment, the bodyguard was about to catch Xiao Changquan, but William kicked him head-on, directly in the stomach. He suddenly felt as if his stomach was hit by a locomotive. He was kicked more than a meter away, holding his stomach like a shrimp, unable to stand up. When the other bodyguard saw that William dared to fight back, he quickly took out a dagger from behind and stabbed at William. Ah! Xiao Changquan was so frightened that he dodged everywhere and shouted, "William, be careful!" Before he could finish his words, William passed by him like a dragon, and the dagger brushed William's side and pierced into the air. Then, William grabbed the bodyguard's wrist holding the dagger and twisted it violently. With a clang, the dagger fell off, and with a snap, the wrist bone broke. Xiao Changquan was stunned. When did William become so good at fighting? Is he still the timid son-in-law at home? William stepped on the handle of the dagger with his foot, and the dagger turned into an arc and fell into William's hand. William shook the dagger and said with a smile, "Anyone else want to go up? Hurry up and come together." The crowd was extremely silent. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. Jeang swallowed his saliva and muttered, "Brother, you are too fierce." Fortunately, I didn't anger William, otherwise my arm would have been broken. Xiao Changquan heaved a sigh of relief at this time and asked William in surprise, "William, how come you are so good at martial arts? Did you learn kung fu secretly?" William touched the tip of his nose and smiled. "Dad, I don't have much to do at home. When Jessica goes out to work, I can only watch TV and videos at home. Some TV stations have fighting programs, so I just practice blindly and slowly I will be able to do it." The onlookers were immediately amazed at how skilled he was, being able to beat 5 or 6 bodyguards brought by Showdown by himself. And he actually just taught himself. This talent in martial arts is simply amazing. Showdown, who was standing aside, was extremely terrified at this moment. Whether in terms of knowledge of antiques or skills, William crushed him completely. Those 6 bodyguards were all highly skilled experts hired at high salaries, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow from William. They were truly a bunch of losers. At this time, William waved the dagger and hooked his finger at Showdown. "If you have any tricks to use, hurry up. If you don't use them, it will be my turn." As he said that, he walked towards Showdown. Showdown was so frightened that he stepped back and shouted in panic, "You don't come over." At this moment, a white Bentley luxury car turned from the corner and stopped outside the crowd. The driver got out of the car, opened the back door, and asked the people sitting in the back seat to get out. When Showdown saw the car, his face was filled with excitement. He waved his hands and asked for help. "Sister, please save me, sister." William looked up and saw that the crowd had voluntarily made way for a passage, and a woman in a tight black sportswear was walking towards them. The tight sportswear outlined the woman's figure perfectly, and the angry look on her face added a bit of heroic spirit. "That's Mr. Chen's sister, Chen Aoshua." Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted in shock, followed by an uproar. Chen shouted, "Sister, this guy hit me. Help me beat him up." After Chen Aoshua approached, she glanced at the bodyguards lying on the ground, then looked at William coldly. "Did you beat these people?" William said calmly, "It's me, what's wrong?" Chen Aoshua sneered and said, "Not much. Apologize to my brother immediately." "What if I say no? Then I'll beat you until you apologize." William in the face with a whip kick. William was a little surprised. This woman's skills were much better than those of the bodyguards before. Her whip kick was full of power and extremely fast. It seemed that she was a serious martial artist. Showdown watched this scene and thought to himself, "Damn it, my sister is a fighting expert. I'll see if she doesn't beat you to death." His sister has practiced martial arts for many years and is proficient in ancient martial arts and sanda techniques. Even some serious martial artists are no match for her. The next moment, Showdown's eyes suddenly widened. William just curled his lips and said, "Too weak." Then, as William dodged Chen Aoshua's attack, he raised his leg and kicked Chen Aoshua's perky, but sending her flying. Qin Outong's jaw almost dropped in shock. He stared at the scene blankly and whispered, "This? How is it possible?" Qin Aoshue was even more ashamed and angry. Since she started practicing martial arts, she had never been humiliated like this before, and the place where the other party kicked her was too shameful. Her face was filled with anger. She stood up and rushed towards William. She made up her mind that she would make this bastard pay the price today. Aoshue, stop it now. Don't be rude to Master Yi. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly ran up and grabbed Qin Aoshue. Qin Aoshue's pretty face was filled with shame and anger, and she shouted, "Dad, get out of the way, I'm going to beat him to death." She cursed in her heart. "Asshole, do you think you can kick my ass? Don't you know how to be gentle with women? It hurts too much." "Shut up." The middle-aged man glared at Qin Aoshue and scolded her. William, with a humble face, took a deep breath and said respectfully, "Master Yi, we meet again. I apologize to you on behalf of my useless daughter and nephew. When I return, I will let them reflect on their mistakes facing the wall." Qin Aoshue and Qin Outong stood there in a daze, watching the scene in disbelief. My father is one of the most prominent figures in Jinling City, so how could he be so polite to this kid? William recognized the middle-aged man. I had met him before when I went to appraise treasures with Wanting. His name was Qin Gang. So, William nodded and said, "Boss Qin, your nephew really should be disciplined more." Qin Gang nodded repeatedly, glared at Qin Aoshue and the others, and said, "Come over and apologize to Master Yi." "I won't apologize to the bastard who kicked my butt." Qin Aoshue curled her lips, looking angry. Qin Gang shouted angrily, "Apologize now, immediately." Qin Aoshue lost her temper instantly, biting her teeth in grievance and whispered, "I'm sorry." Qin Outong was full of indignation and said, "Second uncle, this kid not only humiliated me, but also beat up my sister. It's fine if you don't punish him, but you also want me to apologize? If you can't punish him, I will find someone to kill him." Bang! Qin Gang slapped him hard in the face and shouted angrily, "Asshole, get down on your knees for Master Yi." Qin Outong was hit so hard by the slap that he saw stars and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He covered his face in horror. He was completely stunned and had no idea that things would turn out like this. But let him kneel in public. This has completely humiliated the Qin family. How can they maintain their prestige in Jinling City in the future? Qin Gang gritted his teeth and shouted, "You bastard! Do you know that if Master Yi hadn't discovered the clues of your tomb-grabbing talisman, not only would you be killed, but the entire Qin family would be killed by you?" After that, he angrily cursed. "I was wondering why the Qin family has been so unlucky recently, and all kinds of problems have happened one after another in the business world. It turns out that you, a bastard, have brought trouble upon yourself. If your grandfather knew about this, he would definitely break your dog legs." Seeing how serious his second uncle was talking, Qin Outong was so frightened that his legs went limp and he felt his knees on the ground. Qin Gang shouted, "Why don't you apologize to Master Yi?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Qin Outong was already frightened out of his wits. He apologized to William tremblingly, his eyes filled with fear. William respectfully, "Master Yi, are you satisfied with this treatment?" William said calmly, "Forget it. Since he has already knelt down, I won't bother with him." Qin Gang felt relieved and asked hurriedly, "Master Yi, I have another question for you. After the tomb-grabbing talisman is lost, can the fortune of my Qin family return to normal?" William sneered, "You're dreaming. The evil spirit of this dead man's tooth is very strong, and it's not just on Qin Outong. In my opinion, within a year, your Qin family will probably end up in ruins." Chapter 65 Master Yi takes action. Qin Gang was frightened by William's words. The family is broken up? Isn't this price too painful? Qin Gang's face turned pale immediately, and after a long while he sighed, "I have never done anything wrong in my life, and I have always done good deeds and accumulated virtues. How can I end up like this?" William smiled and said, "So it seems that the last time you wanted to buy that topaz was also for this matter?" Qin Gang nodded. He had tried everything in the past year, but nothing worked until he met William. Last time, he thought William only knew how to appraise treasures, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But today, William actually revealed this extremely evil spirit in one sentence, which made him understand that William was not an ordinary person at all. The hope of saving the Qin family might lie with William. Immediately, he hurriedly clasped his fists towards William and pleaded, "Master Yi, please help me." After saying that, he hurriedly whispered a few words to the assistant beside him, who immediately turned and left. William smiled faintly and said, "Boss Chin, you should solve your family's problems yourselves." He had no relationship with the Chin family and had only met Chin Gang once before. What's more, Chin Aodong in front of him had offended him before. Chin Aoshue, who was standing next to her with a look of horror on her face, was actually quite pretty. The girl had a great figure, with a curvaceous figure and a hot-tempered personality, quite like a young pepper. But what does it matter to me whether she is pretty or not? First, she is not my wife, and second, she doesn't sleep with me. Therefore, William had no reason to help the Chin family. However, Chin Gang was unwilling to give up this great opportunity to save his family. He immediately bowed and said, "Sir, I beg you to give me some pointers." William almost devoutly bowed 90 degrees and assumed an extremely humble posture. But William remained unmoved. Seeing that William was indifferent, Chin Gang made up his mind and knelt on the ground. At this time, Chin Aoshue, who was standing next to her, saw this and knelt down without hesitation. She knelt in front of William and begged bitterly, "Master Yi, I was rude and angered you just now. Please don't take it to heart. The fate of my Chin family is in your hands. Please help us." After she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at the dumbfounded Chin Aodong and slapped him, saying, "Chin Aodong, this is all your fault. You brought that weird, dirty thing home, and you were the one who dragged down the family. You even offended Master Yi. Now kowtow to Master Yi. Beg Master Yi to help." Chin Aodong was really scared. He really didn't expect that the Chin family had been unlucky recently, and his own bloody disaster were all caused by the tune-touching talisman. Now he was to blame and had angered Master Yi, the only person who had a way to resolve everything. He was really afraid that after returning home, he would be beaten half to death by the family members. So he immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, and kowtowed to William, begging, "Master, I was wrong. I was blind. I didn't know what was good for me. Please forgive me and help our Chin family. I kowtow to you." After saying that, Chin Aodong knocked his head on the concrete floor, making a loud bang. At this time, Chin Gang's assistant ran back and handed him a gift box. Chin Gang quickly took it and respectfully handed it to William, saying humbly, "Master Yi, this is the most expensive jade bracelet in Quejechuan. It is priced at more than 6 million. Master Yi, please accept it." William glanced coldly at the gift in Chin Gang's hand. It was a top-quality ice-type jade bracelet made from an old pit. It had excellent water content and was as crystal clear as glass. Although it is not as good as the jade necklace he gave to his wife Jessica before, as a bracelet, it is almost top-notch. The people around were staring with their eyes wide open. Everyone knew that this bracelet was the most expensive bracelet in Quejechuan, and the official price was 6 million. Chin Gang actually asked his assistant to buy it and give it to William, and even begged William to accept it. How strong his desire to please William is at this moment. What is the identity of this William? William's father-in-law was also completely dumbfounded. He had never encountered such an incredible thing in his life. William looked at the jade bracelet, but did not take it. He just looked at Chin Gang with a half-smile and said, "Boss Chin, how do you know that I can definitely resolve this evil spirit?" Chin Gang said devoutly, "If Master Yi can't do it, then I'm afraid no one else in this world can do it." William smiled calmly. What Chin Gang said was true. He really had a way to resolve the situation. This kind of evil spirit is recorded in the 9 profound heavenly scriptures, and the method of how to break it is also written very clearly. William glanced at the jade bracelet and took it casually. Look at this crystal clear jade bracelet. It will look very beautiful when worn on the wrist of my wife Jessica. As for this Chin Gang, to be honest, not a bad person. It is just a punishment for disciplining the family's descendants, and the crime is not punishable by death. Since he begged me so devoutly, it wouldn't hurt to help him. So, William said, "Okay, since you're asking me for help, I'll give you a favor." After saying that, he accepted the bracelet. Seeing William accept the bracelet, Chin Gang was overjoyed and bowed to him again. "Master Yi, the Chin family is still influential in Jinling City. After the evil spirit is broken, if Master Yi needs the Chin family to do anything in the future, Chin will do his best to help you." The crowd around was in an uproar. All of them were extremely surprised. The Chin family is risking everything. William thought for a moment and said, "In this case, I will help you once. It is also your Qin family's fate that should not be destroyed." Qin Gang immediately kowtowed heavily and said excitedly, "Master Yi, please help." William nodded and said, "Prepare yellow paper, cinnabar, writing brush, and ink for me." After a while, Qin Gang's secretary brought the things back and handed them to William. William held the brush in his hand, lightly tapped the cinnabar, and took a slight breath. The spiritual energy in his body spread along the meridians and attached to the brush. The pen moves like a dragon, drawing from the beginning to the end of the yellow paper. After finishing the painting, William blew on the yellow paper gently and then handed it to Qin Gang. This talisman is specially used to break the evil spirit. It is the most masculine thing in the world. Use this talisman paper to wrap the tomb-grabbing talisman. Offer 3 sticks of sandalwood every day. After the number of Tian Gang, after 36 days, the evil spirit on this person's teeth will be broken. During these 36 days, no blood can be seen in the house, no killing can be done, and no meat can be eaten. Every day at 3:30 p.m., family members must bathe their bodies. Remember this. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Xia. I dare not neglect it in the slightest. Qin Gang looked respectful. He stretched out his hands and took the talisman paper. He felt relieved and was extremely grateful to William. If it weren't for Master Ye's help, the Qin family would have been doomed this time. He carefully wrapped the talisman paper layer by layer on the tomb-touching talisman, fearing that any damage would affect the effect. And at the moment when the talisman paper completely wrapped the tomb-grabbing talisman, Qin Aodong suddenly let out a long breath, as if a huge rock pressing on his chest was suddenly removed. He no longer felt particularly anxious, and his mind was refreshed. Qin Gang also felt the changes in his body. He felt clearer and more comfortable than before. He knew that William's method worked. This made him ecstatic. Fortunately, I found William. Otherwise, after today, the Qin family would be doomed. Zhang Ermao was also amazed as he watched from his side. When he saw Qin Gang finished, he hurried over with a shameless face and bowed to William with a wry smile. "Brother, can you help me look at my appearance? When do you think I can find a beautiful wife?" William frowned and shook his head, saying, "If you want to marry a beautiful wife, go get a facelift first." Qin Aoshue stood aside and laughed out loud. Indeed, this Zhang Ermao is too ugly. How could any girl be interested in him? But this William is really handsome. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Chairman. Qin Gang smiled respectfully and said, "Master Yi, I will never forget your kindness to the Qin family. I'm a little rushed today and don't have time to prepare. Can you invite Master Yi to the Qin family tomorrow for a gathering? I will host a banquet at home and personally entertain Master Yi to thank you for your kindness." "No, I have something else to do." William shook his head coldly and said, "I took action today because you did so many good deeds. I don't want it to be too publicized. Do you understand?" Qin Gang was stunned and nodded repeatedly. "Qin understands. If Master Yi needs the Qin family in the future, just come to Qin." After saying that, he quickly handed over a gold-plated business card with his personal mobile phone number on it. William took it without even looking at it, turned around, and left with his father-in-law. Qin Gang watched the 2 men disappear from their backs before glaring at Qin Aodong fiercely and angrily said, "From now on, when you see Master Yi and Jinling, bow respectfully and greet him, and don't cause trouble for me." Qin Aodong said aggrievedly, "I didn't know that going to the street to buy something would offend a master." Qin Aoshue, who was standing aside, had a cold face and gritted her teeth as she watched William leave. Although she admired William very much, she was obviously still resentful of William kicking her in the butt. For a proud girl, this kind of thing is simply unforgivable. Qin Gang sighed and comforted her. "Girl, don't take revenge on Master Yi. Now our whole family is counting on Master Yi." "Does it really work?" Qin Aodong muttered. Qin Gang cursed. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will break your dog legs." Qin Aodong shrank his neck and dared not say more. Qin Aoshue stamped her feet angrily and said, "I know, Dad. I won't provoke him." When she thought about the dull pain in her body, she felt so angry that she felt uncomfortable all over. "What a pity." Qin Gang shook his head and sighed. Qin Aoshue asked in surprise, "What a pity?" Qin Gang glanced at her and said, "It's a pity that Master Yi is already married. Otherwise, I think you two would be a good match." "Dad, what are you talking about?" Qin Aoshue was embarrassed and angry. On the way back, Xiao Changquan's face was still full of surprise. The dignified head of the Qin family is so respectful to his son-in-law. William, are the things you said to Qin gang true? Xiao Changquan wondered why his son-in-law was becoming more and more like a liar. William laughed and said, "It's half true and half false. Don't all charlatans like to be mysterious?" Xiao Changquan was shocked when he heard this, and he scolded in panic. "Fuck, you even dared to deceive the Qin family, and you accepted such a valuable bracelet from them. What if you were exposed and they come to find you? Don't let us get involved." William shook his head and said, "At worst, I can just return the bracelet to them. In a society ruled by law, can they kill me?" Xiao Changquan sighed, obviously worried, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no other way. He could only take a gamble. Maybe William's tricks really worked? After returning home, William went into the bedroom and took out the peace and wealth stone he had received from Jeang or Mao. And at this moment, William suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing into his body from the stone. William immediately felt a warm sensation, and his entire chest and abdomen felt indescribably comfortable. Soon, layers of sweat mixed with black impurities were discharged from the body, and the body felt extremely relaxed. After a moment, William felt a force of energy flowing around in his body. This is spiritual energy. When he looked at the stone again, William found that the stone had lost its spiritual energy and was just like an ordinary stone. William tried the cultivation method recorded in the 9 profound heavenly scriptures, but was unable to draw any spiritual energy from it. William could only put the stone back into his pocket. Intuitively, he felt that this thing was extraordinary, but since he couldn't figure it out at this moment, he could only wait until his cultivation level improved in the future. Feeling sticky all over, William quickly ran to take a shower. By the time he finished his shower, it was already past 5 p.m. His wife Jessica called him. On the phone, Jessica told William that she was discussing project details at the M Grand Group. The BMW 760 that William bought for her, which was converted into a 520, was restricted today, so she didn't drive it. She wanted William to drive his father-in-law's 530 to pick her up at the M Grand Group. When his wife called, William naturally had no choice but to go. So he immediately asked his father-in-law for the car keys and drove to the downstairs of the M Grand Group. After going downstairs, William took out his cell phone and called Jessica. Jessica didn't answer, but quickly replied to him with a WeChat message. "William, I'm still in a meeting with the project team. Please wait for me downstairs. Thank you for your hard work." "Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs." William replied to Jessica. He waited outside the car while smoking. At this time, Wong Yunkai, the vice chairman of the Dihao Group, called him and asked, "Master, have you arrived at the Dihao Group?" William asked curiously, "How do you know?" Wong Yunkai said, "I'm in my office and I could see your car." William looked up and said with a smile, "Do you have something to ask me?" Wong Yunkai said, "Young madam is still in a meeting and it may take some time, so I want to ask if you have time. If you do, I would like to report to you about my recent work." William thought about it and realized that he had not been in charge of the Dihao Group recently and could not be completely ignorant of the group's business. So he said, "Okay, wait, I'll come up right away." Wong Yunkai said, "Then please go directly to your office. I will report to you in your office." "Good." After hanging up the phone, William walked into the building, got on the elevator, and went straight to the chairman's office on the top floor. As he walked out of the elevator and headed toward the office, a door behind him suddenly opened. Roland was planning to go to the bathroom at this time. But unexpectedly, as soon as she went out, she saw a familiar figure. She didn't recognize that the figure was William, but she felt that the figure looked very similar to the god-level rich man on the short video platform. Could it be that the chairman I always wanted to meet has finally arrived? Roland immediately became excited. After all, the fundamental purpose of coming to Jinling and the Dihao Group was to get close to this mysterious chairman, and then work hard to become his woman. In this way, the entire Dong family would be able to move to a higher level. This is the mission that the entire family has given me, and it is also the entire family's hope for me. However, Roland was also very depressed. She had been there for so many days, but had not even met the chairman. How could she develop a long-term relationship with the chairman? So, now seeing the chairman's back, Roland was extremely excited. She hurriedly took a few steps and followed William, wanted to catch up with him, say hello to him, and then introduce herself. Chapter 67, Give Her a New Position. William heard footsteps behind him and glanced at the glass next to him. He immediately found that the person following him was Dong Roland. Oops. If Dong Roland recognized me here, she would definitely think that I was the chairman of Dihao Group. She might even think of herself as the young master of the Yi family. This is very bad. So, seeing that Dong Roland was about to catch up, he quickly quickened his pace, slipped into the chairman's office, and locked the door. Dong Roland didn't expect that the other party would suddenly speed up. By the time she reacted and wanted to chase him, the other party had already entered the office. Seeing William enter the office, Dong Roland was very disappointed and muttered in a low voice, "Strange, why does this chairman seem to be avoiding me on purpose?" Thinking of this, she still didn't give up, went forward and knocked on the door, and said, "Hello, Chairman, I'm the new executive director Dong Roland. I have something to report to you." William deliberately lowered his voice and replied, "Have you reported this to Wong Dongxue? The company does not allow reporting to higher levels. Don't you know that?" "I'm sorry, Chairman, I forgot." Dong Roland was so scared that she was nervous. She thought to herself, this chairman is so fierce. Is he angry about my reporting to a higher level? Or does he just not want to see me? However, Dong Roland no longer dared to stay at the door of William's office and had to leave helplessly. William finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Dong Roland's footsteps getting farther and farther away. I was almost recognized by her. It was really dangerous. He thought that he would inevitably come to the M Grand Group in the future, and Dong Roland was now the executive director of the M Grand Group, and her office was on the same floor as his. This way, the chances of being bumped into by her in the future would be too high. It just so happened that Wong Dongxue came over at this time to report to him. William said to her, "Dongxue, please help me arrange something." Wong Dongxue nodded. "Master, you go ahead." William said, "Please help me change Dong Roland's position." After that, he asked again, "In our company, what positions don't require staying in the office all the time?" "Sales and business." Wong Dongxue replied, "These two positions often require people to go out to do business, and they're basically not in the company." "Okay." William nodded and said, "Then transfer her to be the sales director." "No problem. I'll start arranging it when I get back." Wong Dongxue agreed. Afterwards, Wong Dongxue reported to William on the company's recent situation. Now, Dihao Group's new 6-star hotel project has started. It is located at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, with beautiful scenery and elegant environment. After completion, this hotel will become Jinling's first 6-star hotel and will be extremely luxurious. The hotel-related business is progressing very smoothly and is expected to be completed within 2 years and put into use after 2.5 years. By then, the revenue capacity of the Dihao Group will rise to a new level. William instructed her, "If my wife is doing well and has the spare time, you can give her more business from the Dihao Group." Wong Dongxue immediately said, "Master, don't worry, I will." Seeing that his wife was about to finish the meeting, William said to Wong Dongxue, "Go and call Dong Roland to your office now. I'll take this opportunity to escape." Wong Dongxue nodded hurriedly, returned to her office, and called Dong Roland. When Dong Roland heard that Wong Dongxue wanted to see her about something, she immediately went to her office. At this time, William hurried downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Jessica walking out with a tired look on her face. Jessica was obviously exhausted from the cooperation and said helplessly, "There are so many things to do now, I can't handle it all." William asked distressedly, "Do you want to delegate some of the work? Or just stop doing it?" "That won't do." Jessica said, "I just became the director not long ago, and my foundation is not stable yet. I have to work harder, otherwise my cousin will definitely take advantage of the situation." Thinking of Hailong, Jessica couldn't help but feel annoyed. This person was particularly annoying. He always went against her and liked to do things that hurt others and benefited himself. On the way back, Jess closed her eyes and rested in the car. William concentrated on driving and didn't disturb her. At this moment, in Wong Dongshue's office, Wong Dongxue told Dong Roland about the new appointment. Dong Roland was a little surprised. "It hasn't been long since I accepted the position of executive director, and now I'm being transferred to sales." "Why?" Wong Dongxue explained to her. "I think you are very capable. It is a waste of talent to put you in administrative work in the company. And I saw from your resume that you studied business management and marketing in college. Sales is the most suitable position for you. Sales is also more important to the company. If you do a good job in this job, you'll have a brighter future. Wang Dongxue was not talking nonsense. Sales positions are much more important than administrative positions. Sales is the department that really makes money in the company. Administration is the company's steward, taking care of all the trivial matters. Dong Roland didn't think much about it. Instead, she felt that if she could do a good job in sales and bring real profits to the company, the chairman would pay more attention to her in the future. So, this is a good thing for me. After leaving Wang Dongshue's office happily, the first thing Dong Roland did was to call her good friend Jessica. As soon as the call went through, she said excitedly, "Jessica, I was transferred to sales director." Really? Jessica also became excited and said, "This is really great. You are a sales talent, and it is a waste of your talent to be in administration. Now you have more room to play, and you should be able to make great achievements soon." Hee. Dong Roland was also very happy and blurted out, "How about we have dinner together tonight to celebrate? Invite William too." Jessica said somewhat embarrassedly, "We are both almost home. To be honest, I am too tired today. How about we celebrate together another day?" Dong Roland knew that Jessica had been very busy recently, so she hurriedly said, "Yeah, you have been too busy recently, working overtime and attending meetings frequently. How about this? You go back and have a good rest, and we will get together after you are done." "Okay," Jessica said. "When I'm done with this, let's have a good meal and have some fun together." Dong Roland smiled and said, "That's settled." After hanging up the phone, Dong Roland felt a little disappointed. "I don't have many real friends in Jeanling, and my only good friend is Jessica. Now that I've been transferred to the position of sales director, the stage is bigger and it's a good opportunity to prove myself, but I can't find anyone to celebrate with." Just as she was sighing, her cell phone suddenly rang. The person who called was actually Hailong. Chapter 68, Hailong Pretends. Seeing that it was Hailong calling, Dong Roland didn't want to answer. She didn't have a good impression of Hailong, and she could see that Hailong's motive was simply to get close to her and attract her. However, she had no interest in such a person, so she hung up the phone. But Hailong persisted, and after several calls, Dong Roland finally picked up the phone reluctantly and asked coldly, "Hailong, what's the matter?" Hailong hurriedly said, "Roland, I heard that you were transferred to the sales director." Dong Roland asked in surprise, "How come you are so well informed?" Hailong smiled and said, "I happen to have a few friends working at your Dihao group. They said they had received a new appointment from the company, so they told me." "Yes," Dong Roland said, "it is true that he has been transferred to sales director." "Congratulations," Hailong said excitedly. "This is a position of real power. There's a lot of room for you to do. Your luck has really come this time." Dong Roland said calmly, "Thank you." Hailong continued, "Roland, you see, you have been in Jeanling for some time. The incident at Tianxiang Mansion was quite unpleasant. To express my apology, I want to treat you to another meal. Today happens to be your transfer to the position of sales director. It is a happy day and we should celebrate. What do you think?" Dong Roland politely declined, "But I may have to work overtime tonight." Hailong said, "Roland, big happy events must be celebrated in time. Otherwise, you won't be able to feel this joy tomorrow. You don't have many friends in Jeanling, so I think it's better for the two of us to find a place to celebrate, and don't invite other people. It's quieter, what do you think?" Dong Roland was slightly moved. To be honest, she really wanted to celebrate. However, Jessica couldn't come, and she didn't know who to celebrate with. Now that Hailong called me on his own initiative, it gave me room for choice. Although Hailong is a bit hypocritical, celebrating with two people is always better than celebrating with one person. Thinking of this, Dong Roland said, "Then send me the address." "Okay, I've reserved a table at Jeanling Hotel. When you get there, just mention my name." Dong Roland nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." Dong Roland left the company and took a taxi to Jeanling Hotel. Although this place is not as good as Tianxiang Mansion, it is also considered one of the top restaurants in Jeanling. At this time, Hailong was wearing a suit and had a slick back hair. He stood at the door with a gentle temperament, waiting for Dong Roland. However, the bandage on his hand completely destroyed the atmosphere he had deliberately created. Dong Roland was wearing casual clothes on the upper body and jeans on the lower body, looking youthful. The moment she got out of the car, she attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Hailong was proud of this and quickly came forward to greet her, saying, Roland, you look so beautiful today. Please come in. Everything is ready. Thank you. Dong Roland smiled politely. The two sat down and the food was soon served. Xiao Hailong asked the waiter to bring a bottle of top-notch red wine and complimented him. Roland, today is a big day. No matter what, we must drink some wine to celebrate. Dong Roland said hurriedly, Let's not drink the wine. Let's have some drinks. That won't do. Xiao Hailong had originally wanted to take the opportunity to get Dong Roland drunk to see if he could find an opportunity to attack her, but Dong Roland refused to drink right from the start, which made him extremely disappointed. Dong Roland waved her hand and said, I'm sorry, Hailong. I'm not feeling well. I really don't want to drink anymore. Let's drink some next time when we have a chance. In fact, Dong Roland could probably guess Xiao Hailong's intention, and she had a strong sense of self-protection, so she made up her mind not to drink with Xiao Hailong tonight. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Xiao Hailong felt depressed, but he didn't dare to show it. So he said, If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. It's the same with us drinking beverages. Dong Roland nodded. Thank you for your understanding. At this time, a well-mannered young man sitting at the table next to them was staring at Dong Roland. Ever since Dong Roland came in, he was attracted by her appearance and temperament. In his opinion, this woman was so beautiful and had such an extraordinary temperament. She was just like a fairy from heaven. After observing for a while and finding that the woman and the man opposite her did not seem to be a couple, the young man decided not to miss this opportunity. After a moment, the young man stood up and walked to the table of Dong Roland and Xiao Hailong. He said to Dong Roland, Miss, I fell in love with you the moment you entered the restaurant. Would you be willing to leave me your contact information? Dong Roland was stunned for a moment. I never thought that I would meet someone who would strike up a conversation while eating here. Xiao Hailong was also very angry. Damn, where did this idiot come from? Didn't he see that I was picking up girls? How dare he pick on my girl? Is he looking for death? So, without waiting for Dong Roland to speak, he coldly asked, Who are you? What are you doing here at our table and making such a fuss? The young man said calmly, What does it have to do with you if I talk to this lady? After that, he said to Dong Roland, My lady, I just stared at you for a long time. I didn't want to disturb you, but I am really attracted to you, and I am afraid of missing this opportunity. So please forgive me. Xiao Hailong exploded immediately at this moment. Damn it, what kind of bastard dares to snatch a woman from me? So he immediately yelled, I'm warning you. If you know what's best for you, get out of here. If you dare to talk too much or peek again, I'll dig out your dog eyes. The young man turned to look at Dong Roland and asked, Your boyfriend? Dong Roland shook her head. The young man then turned to look at Xiao Hailong and said, Since you're not her boyfriend, then my confession to this beautiful woman has nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Hailong sneered and said, I don't like you looking at her, so you can't look at her. The young man frowned and said, You seem very awesome. Xiao Hailong sneered and said, Boy, I am from a Xiao family. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Dong Roland felt a little disgusted. She didn't like the young man's direct confession. Secondly, I don't like Xiao Hailong's attitude of being the best in the world. At this moment, the young man's face suddenly changed. He stared at Xiao Hailong and said coldly, Who the hell is a Xiao family? And who are you? I warn you, stop pretending to be so arrogant, or I will make you walk in and lie down when you leave. Xiao Hailong gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. Who dares to show off to me? The first time I invited Dong Roland to dinner, I lost face. If I don't teach him a lesson this time and embarrass myself in front of Dong Roland again, there will be no chance of pursuing her. Thinking of this, he picked up the bottle of wine on the table without saying anything and yelled, What are you talking about here? Are you looking for death? After saying that, he smashed a bottle on the young man's head. With a loud bang, the opponent was hit and blood gushed out. Chapter 69, Death. The young man was hit by him and felt dizzy and almost fell down. The people around were also startled by the sudden appearance of the wine bottle. Xiao Hailong stared at the young man with blood on his face and sneered, If you don't get out of here, I'll break your legs too. The young man gritted his teeth, covered his head, and said, Okay, if you're brave, just wait for me. After saying that, the young man covered his smashed head and ran out in a hurry. Xiao Hailong laughed disdainfully and said, You idiot, a piece of trash dare to threaten me? Why don't you ask around? Who have I, Xiao Hailong, ever been afraid of? After that, he deliberately said to Dong Roland with a smug look on his face, Roland, there are flies like this everywhere. Don't be affected by him. Let's continue eating and ignore him. Dong Roland was in a bad mood after hearing this. She nodded but didn't say anything. During the meal, Xiao Hailong tried several times to liven up the atmosphere, but Dong Roland completely ignored him. In her eyes, Xiao Hailong not only had no ability, but was also a little too reckless. Such a man was simply not worthy of her attention. Xiao Hailong originally thought that if he fucked that idiot right in front of Dong Roland would be impressed by his masculinity. However, he never expected that Dong Roland seemed to have a bit more rejection and disgust towards him. This made him feel extremely depressed. He didn't expect that Dong Roland didn't like men who used violence. Isn't this just shooting himself in the foot? Xiao Hailong felt particularly depressed during the meal. He had just finished his meal and originally wanted to chat more with Dong Roland to enhance their relationship. As a result, Dong Roland frowned and said, "It's getting late. I have to go back. Thank you for your hospitality." Xiao Hailong was very depressed and said, "Then I'll drive you there." Dong Roland shook her head. "No, I'll just take a taxi." At this moment, Dong Roland just wanted to quickly draw a line between herself and Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong was furious and said, "Then I'll send you to the car, otherwise I won't feel at ease." Dong Roland did not refuse. She nodded, then got up and walked out. Xiao Hailong hurried to follow. He was so angry that he wanted to create a romantic date and take the opportunity to confess his feelings to Dong Roland. However, he didn't expect that bastard would ruin it, and he had no chance at all. It seemed that he even left a bad impression on Dong Roland. He was so damn unlucky. Don't let me meet that bastard. If I meet him again, I will kill him. Xiao Hailong cursed angrily. At this moment, William had just finished his meal and was cleaning up the dishes. Jessica said anxiously at this time, "William, I have a supplier quotation document in my bag. Have you seen it?" William shook his head. "I haven't touched your bag since I came back." Jessica thought about it, then slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, the document should have been left in the meeting room of the M Grand Group. I need it tomorrow morning. Why don't you drive me to get it?" William smiled and said, "You are so tired. Take a rest first. I will get it for you." Jessica sighed and said, "I'm really tired. Thank you for your hard work. The document number is GY201911101. William waved his hand and said, "It's not hard to work for my wife." After that, William drove to the M Grand Group. On this side, Xiao Hailong and Dong Roland had just left the restaurant and came to the roadside. Dong Roland was just about to take a taxi when at this moment, a dozen sturdy men suddenly got out of 3 white vans parked on the side of the road and rushed over aggressively. These dozen people were all wearing black masks and holding steel pipes. It was obvious that they were here to seek revenge. Not good. Xiao Hailong was scared to death when he saw so many people running towards him. Dong Roland also saw this scene, and her face turned pale with fright. She guessed that this group of people must have come to seek revenge on the young man just now. Judging from the situation, someone might die. Sure enough, a young man with gauze on his head stood up and shouted, "Fuck it, beat me." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave an order, and everyone rushed toward Xiao Hailong. "I am the young master of the Xiao family. How dare you touch me?" Xiao Hailong was extremely flustered, and he pretended to be tough and roared. A sturdy man smiled contemptuously and came up to him with a steel pipe. Xiao Hailong was so frightened that he almost peed himself. At this time, Xiao Hailong was shocked and suddenly pushed Dong Roland out. Dong Roland screamed and was pushed in front of the other party. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Hailong ran to his car, opened the door, and got in. Then he started the car and fled the scene without hesitation. Dong Roland was about to explode with anger. This Xiao Hailong is such a bastard. He caused the trouble himself, and at the critical moment, a grown man actually pushed a woman like himself out to take the blame and ran away. Is there another scumbag in this world who is as disgusting as him? Seeing Xiao Hailong running away, the young man was so angry that he cursed. This bastard actually abandoned the woman and ran away. What a waste. After that, he stared at Dong Roland and said coldly, "Beauty, call that bastard back to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Dong Roland blurted out, "I'm not familiar with him. Please don't involve me in your affairs." The young man pointed at his head wrapped in gauze and said coldly, "Damn it, I have 16 stitches on my head. I can't eat if I don't breathe. If he doesn't come to save you, you can go home with me and let me have a good night. It's considered as compensation for me." Dong Roland blurted out, How could you do this? This is against the law. Law, the young man said coldly. My words are the law. After I have sex with you, you will naturally know what the real law is. Dong Roland felt a chill in her heart, and fear and despair almost overwhelmed her. She said hurriedly, I'll call him right now. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Hailong. Hailong was driving fast, thinking of escaping as far away as possible, when he suddenly saw Dong Roland calling him, and his heart skipped a beat. Finished. I was just busy escaping and pushed Dong Roland out. This woman must hate me to death, right? Damn, what bad luck. He also said that he would try to seduce her, establish a relationship with the Dong family, and then bring prosperity to the whole family. Now Dong Roland has been seriously offended. But how could he dare to answer the phone at this time? Answering the phone just means asking yourself to go back. Even a fool can guess that. But would he still be alive if he went back? Those people were aggressive and had steel pipes with them. Even if they didn't want to kill him, they would probably smash him and leave him disabled for life. Women are important, but life is more important. So he decided to continue running away and ignore her. Dong Roland couldn't get through on the phone and felt extremely desperate. She pleaded with the young man, I can compensate you. Please let me go. This is really none of my business. The young man grinned and said, I don't want your money. I want your body. I want to hold you under me and have a good time. Dong Roland was so scared that her soul left her body. She knew that if she didn't find a way, this man would never let her go. So she took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, gritted her teeth, and kicked the young man hard between his legs. The young man didn't expect that she would dare to resist and was kicked in the crotch. He screamed in pain and let go of her hand. Subconsciously, he swung his hand and stabbed her with a knife. Dong Roland was about to run away when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her thigh. She screamed and fell to the ground. A sharp dagger pierced her leg and blood flowed out. You bitch, you still want to run. The young man was so angry that he grabbed her hair and said with a sneer, Congratulations, you have succeeded in angering me. Tonight, my brothers and I will take good care of you. You'll feel great. Dong Roland shed 2 lines of tears in despair. She had already declared her own death sentence in her heart. She knew that this young man would not let her go, and she was afraid that she would really die in his hands. In this situation, there is no way anyone can save me. She didn't notice that at this moment, a black BMW sedan was gradually approaching. William, who was driving, saw her at a glance, and his brows immediately frowned. Chapter 70, Just Saving Your Life. Dong Roland collapsed on the ground, covering the wound on her leg and closing her eyes in despair. The young man squatted down, pinched her chin, and looked at her messy hair, but the way she turned her head away stubbornly. The desire to torture her became stronger. His fingers caressed Dong Roland's face in an ambiguous way, and he ordered, Send her to my car and let me have some fun first. The people around looked at the pitiful appearance of the woman and couldn't help but say, Wei Xiao, such a beautiful woman is rare. Don't forget us brothers. The young man laughed. You will naturally get your turn after I finish my class. Why are you in such a hurry? Dong Roland's face turned pale as she listened to their undisguised obscene language. Seeing the young man coming to catch her, she shed tears and decided to die. Just as she made up her mind to bite her tongue to commit suicide, several screams of pain were heard. A strong wind blew from behind the young man, and he turned around suddenly, facing the whistling fist wind. The young man only felt an irresistible gravity coming and knocking him away. After staggering back a few steps, he knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His companions had already collapsed on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Dong Roland was shocked by this sudden change and looked at the visitor with tearful eyes full of hope. Are you here to save me? Dong Roland felt relieved for having survived a disaster. She felt that the man in black and wearing a mask in front of her was like a god from heaven. The man in black in front of her did not reply. His cold gaze paused slightly when he saw her embarrassed look. Damn it, kill him. The masked men nearby just reacted from their shock, clenched the weapons in their hands, and were about to rush over. Before Dong Roland had time to feel scared, she was easily picked up by the man in black and flew out. Dong Roland leaned lightly on the man's chest, hugged his neck with trembling fingers, and felt that the cursing and chasing sounds behind her no longer frightened her. Who is this person? He actually makes me feel so safe. After experiencing a day of great joy and great sorrow, Dong Roland closed her eyes tiredly, and in a trance, an idea came to her mind. It's so strange. This person gives me a somewhat familiar feeling, as if I have seen him somewhere before. But she didn't know that the mysterious man holding her was her best friend's husband, William. William was driving past here and unexpectedly saw Dong Roland being surrounded. He was afraid that something bad might happen to Dong Roland, so he wore a mask and came to rescue Dong Roland. After his body was transformed by the spiritual energy obtained from the Hatian jade plate, William's skills became extremely good and his speed was much faster than before. In addition, there were many alleys here, so William quickly shook off the pursuers behind him. William held Dong Roland in his arms and ran a long way in one breath, stopping only when he reached a secluded place where no one was around. It was getting dark now, and the vegetation was dense in this secluded place. Even if the other party caught up with us, we would be able to hide our tracks. He put Dong Roland on the ground and frowned when he saw that her pants were stained with blood. Although Dong Roland had lost too much blood, she was still able to stay conscious. She said with a pale face, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask, who are you?" William looked cold and did not answer. "She has always looked down on me and always acted arrogantly. I guess there is no possibility of us meeting each other in the future. I would save her only because of Jessica's kindness." Therefore, he had no intention of telling the truth about his identity. When Dong Roland saw that the other party did not answer for a long time, she realized that he did not want to reveal his identity. But she has always been a person who will repay kindness and revenge. Dong Roland was a little distressed. She didn't know the other party's identity, so how could she repay this great kindness? Just when Dong Roland was thinking about how to repay the favor, the man in front of her suddenly leaned over and ripped open her pants. Feeling a cool breeze on her thighs, Dong Roland was shocked and angry. Her face flushed red and she blurted out, "What are you doing?" She originally thought that this man was a hero who saved her from the fire and water like a god, but she didn't expect that he was another hooligan and pervert. He suddenly ripped her pants open, which was even more excessive than the hooligan just now. But when he thought about his own injuries and the fact that this person was extremely powerful, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape his clutches. "It seems that I have just escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth again." Dong Roland shed 2 lines of tears, her eyes full of stubbornness and despair. She choked and said, "If you dare to force me, do that to me, I will die in front of you." William was speechless for a moment and said helplessly, "You are seriously injured, and the wound is very deep. Judging from your current blood loss, you may faint before you can reach the hospital. I'm only saving your life." As he spoke, William began to treat her wounds. When Dong Roland saw the other party's skillful movements, she realized that she had completely misunderstood him. However, she was taught since childhood that men and women should not touch each other. But now, her thighs were almost exposed to the base of her legs, and she was held in a man's arms and was being treated. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could open a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Dong Roland's pretty face flushed. She lowered her head and dared not look at the man. She said shyly, "Thank you, and I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry." Chapter 71 Miracle. William didn't take Dong Roland's thanks to heart. He looked calm and pressed the acupoints on Dong Roland's left leg. A trace of spiritual energy seeped into the wound from his fingers, and the bleeding from the wound was immediately relieved. At this moment, Dong Roland's pretty face was burning hot as he touched her crotch with his fingertips. Her heart beat faster, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at William. Even though there was a beautiful spring scene before his eyes, William's eyes were always fixed on the wound, and he didn't look anywhere else. In fact, if the acupuncture had been performed completely according to the method in the 9 Profound Heavenly Classic, not to mention stopping the bleeding, Dong Roland's wounds would probably have healed rapidly by now. But William didn't plan to do so. Just stopping the bleeding was enough to save her leg, and the rest of the bandaging and so on could be left at the hospital. Dong Roland only felt warm fingers tapping her feet and legs several times, and then she heard the man say, "Okay." She turned her head in surprise and saw that the wound was no longer bleeding, and the pain was not as intense as before. How come he knows everything? Dong Roland's heart began to beat fast as she looked at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with admiration that she herself was not aware of. "You can stand up now, try it." When Dong Roland heard this, she found that she could walk freely with the help of William's power. I really didn't expect that traditional Chinese medicine, which I have always looked down upon, is so amazing. Dong Roland thought for a moment, took off the bracelet on her left hand, and handed it to William. Since you don't want to reveal your name, I won't force you. But please accept my thank you gift. Seeing William was about to shake his head, Dong Roland stuffed the bracelet into his hand and said stubbornly, "This is a gift from my family. It means a lot to me. I won't feel at ease if you don't accept it." William was going to put it back, but when he touched the jade bracelet, he felt a faint spiritual energy contained in it, so he did not push it back. William looked at his phone and said, "My ambulance will arrive in about 5 minutes. Don't worry about the people chasing us. I've already dealt with them. I'm leaving now." Dong Roland felt inexplicably lost when she saw him turn around and leave without hesitation. But William suddenly turned around, took off his coat, and put it on her. The man's coat was very big, covering her, almost reaching her knees. "Pick you up. The situation was urgent just now, and your clothes were torn." After saying this, William nodded, turned around, and left again. This person is really careful. The sound of an ambulance was heard in the distance. Dong Roland stared at the man's back in a trance, but suddenly felt that this familiar back was overlapping with the chairman of the Dihao group. Could it really be him? Dong Roland had a guess in her mind, but as she watched the man walking away, she sighed. Since she didn't even know his appearance or name, she had no way to verify it. Dong Roland took a few steps towards the oncoming ambulance, but suddenly felt something under her feet. Dong Roland bent down to pick it up and found that it was a grayish-white Heqian jade plaque. It must have fallen when the gentleman squatted down to treat himself. Dong Roland held the jade token with joy, as if she had grasped the possibility of meeting him again in the future. Dong Roland was quickly sent to the emergency room, and after a series of examinations, the doctors came to a surprising conclusion. The tendon that was pierced by the knife miraculously healed on its own. The doctor looked surprised and said, "Ms. Dong, you are very lucky. Judging from the size and location of the wound, it is basically difficult to stop the bleeding with first aid. A delay of half a minute may endanger your life. I wonder what first aid measures you took at that time." Dong Roland understood in her heart, but shook her head and said, "I didn't do anything. A good person rescued me." The doctor nodded and smiled. "It seems that the person who saved you must be a master with superb medical skills. You are really lucky." After that, the doctor added, "By the way, I have notified the police. They will be here soon, and then you can tell them about the attack." Dong Roland nodded slightly. The police arrived quickly. A knife attack occurred in a downtown area, and the victims were senior executives of the M Grand Group. They took the matter extremely seriously. Among the police officers who came, some knew the Shao family and knew that she was a guest of the Shao family, so they notified the Shao family. At this time, the Shao family villa, the whole family was discussing what to do. Shao Hailong told them that Dong Roland was in trouble, but did not say that it was because of him. Old Mrs. Shao thought that this was a good opportunity for the Shao family to show off, and they must find a way to find Dong Roland, rescue her, and then give Shao Hailong more drama to help him win Dong Roland's heart. When she heard that she was in the hospital, the old lady was immediately disappointed and sighed. It would be great if Hailong could seize this opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. After saying that, he immediately said to everyone, "Let's go to the hospital." Shao Hailong was very unsure, but he had no choice but to go to the hospital with his family. On the way, Shao Hailong had already thought of what to say, but he didn't know whether Dong Roland would buy it. As soon as he arrived at the hospital and saw Dong Roland, Shao Hailong's face immediately showed a strong surprise, and he hurriedly walked forward and said, "Roland, are you okay? I was just about to call my dad and bring people to rescue you. Save me." Dong Roland's cold face flashed a hint of sarcasm, and she said lightly, "You almost killed me." Shao Hailong hurriedly explained, "Roland, please don't misunderstand me. I just wanted to attract their attention. After all, they were looking for me, not you. I thought they would not do anything to you." Dong Roland snorted coldly and was too lazy to argue with Shao Hailong, because she had already seen through this man's true face and just wanted to stay away from him in the future. Seeing that Dong Roland didn't blame him anymore, Shao Hailong thought she believed what he said. So he looked Dong Roland up and down and saw that she was wearing a men's jacket. He frowned and said, "Roland, where are your pants? Did they do anything to you?" Dong Roland was filled with disgust and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. She said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Old Madame Zhao's shrewd eyes swept over Dong Roland, staring at the men's coat on her body, and walked up to her and asked, Roland, if you have anything to say, you can tell Grandma that those people didn't do anything to you, right? Dong Roland said expressionlessly, They stabbed me, but fortunately a young man passing by saved me. He treated my leg injury. My pants were torn, so he took off his coat and gave it to me. What's the problem? Young man. Old Mrs. Shiao was shocked. A young man saved Dong Roland, which was not a good thing. What if Dong Roland fell in love with that young man? Wouldn't her precious grandson, Xiao Hailong, have no chance? Xiao Hailong also said jealously at this time, Roland, how did the other party treat you? Did he take off your pants to treat you? Dong Roland sneered and said sarcastically, What does it have to do with you whether I take off my pants or not? Chapter 72, Never Possible. Xiao Hailong only felt a buzzing in his head, and a surge of jealousy rushed to his forehead. He didn't even touch Dong Roland's hand, but she was undressed by a strange man who touched and pressed her thighs, and maybe even touched more private parts. How the hell is this acceptable? Xiao Hailong didn't care at all that Dong Roland was extremely disappointed in him at this moment. Burning with jealousy, he gritted his teeth and said, I think this man doesn't want to save you at all, but wants to take advantage of you and molest you. As soon as Xiao Hailong finished speaking, all the Xiao family members' eyes were focused on Dong Roland. Everyone thinks the same as him. A beautiful woman, lying in disarray in front of a strange man, allowing him to touch her. The inner story behind this is very intriguing. Dong Roland was so angry that she was staggering and was extremely disappointed with Xiao Hailong. Not only did he run away first, but now he is making malicious assumptions about me and doing it in front of so many people. This is not only unkind and unjust, it is simply shameless. Dong Roland said coldly, Xiao Hailong, the person who saved me didn't do anything inappropriate to me, and I took off my pants myself. It has nothing to do with you. Dong Roland gnashed her teeth and cursed. It's you, Xiao Hailong, you caused everything tonight. When the other party brought people to seek revenge, you ran so fast and left me there, causing me to be stabbed. And now you're still saying this? Do you have any shame? Xiao Hailong choked, and his face turned red, unable to speak. Dong Roland didn't even look at him. She immediately got up and left the ward, hailed a car, and went back to her hotel. The Xiao family was also stunned. No one expected that the truth of the matter would be like this. It turned out that it was Xiao Hailong who caused the trouble and abandoned Dong Roland, which led to Dong Roland being stabbed. As soon as Dong Roland left, Old Lady Xiao was so angry that she slapped Xiao Hailong in the face. Xiao Hailong was stunned by the beating. The old lady scolded him. What did I teach you? I told you to please Dong Roland, but you did it. You abandoned Dong Roland and ran for your life. How could she like you when you did such a beastly thing? Grandma, I was wrong. Xiao Hailong covered his burning face and suddenly came to his senses, feeling extremely regretful. Only then did he realize that there would never be a possibility for him and Dong Roland. William returned home and did not tell his wife what happened tonight, and his wife knew nothing about what Dong Roland had experienced. After all, Jessica's family has always been excluded by the old lady, so they're not qualified to live in the Xiao family villa and naturally have no way of getting information about these things. The next day, as soon as Jessica got up, she received a call from the old lady. The old lady said to her, Jessica, go to Tianhao Building Materials Group today and try to talk to their boss to see if they can first give us 10 million yuan of building materials on credit, and then we can make up for it after we get the payment from Dihao Group. Jessica hurriedly said, Grandma, Tianhao Building Materials Group has a large business, and they have a lot of say, so they never give credit. The old lady said, there is no other way. The Xiao family is having some problems with its capital chain. We can no longer afford to pay for so many costs, and it is also difficult to get a loan. We can only find a solution from Tianhao Building Materials Group. Then the old lady said, Jessica, the family is facing internal and external troubles now, and your cousin is not doing me a good job. Now I can only rely on you. Think of a way to have a good talk with Zhou Tianhao, the boss of Tianhao Building Materials Group. As long as he nods, we will have a chance. Jessica hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed and said, Grandma, let me try. Well, good. Old Mrs. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, Grandma believes you can do it. After hanging up the phone, Jessica felt a little melancholy. William couldn't help but ask, what happened? Jessica told William what happened in general. William nodded and said, why don't we tell the Dihao Group, and asked them to advance 20 million yuan for the project. Jessica said hurriedly, "How can that be possible? We are already marrying up to the M Grand Group by cooperating with them. If we still ask them to prepay the project fee, we'll be looked down upon." William wanted to say, "Dihao Group belongs to your husband. What is this 20 million? Who dares to look down on you?" But Jessica didn't know that. She said, "Well, I'll go talk to Mr. Zhou." William said, "Then I'll go with you." "It's not appropriate," Jessica said. "Who would bring their husband to discuss business? It would be too unprofessional." Then Jessica said, "Just stay at home. If you're really bored, go out for a walk. There's nothing to do at home anyway." William didn't say anything more. He knew that his wife had always been independent and hoped that she could do many things with her own hands. Then why not let her give it a try? If it really doesn't work, I can help secretly. After breakfast, Jessica made an appointment with Zhou Tianhao, the boss of Tianhao Building Materials Group, and then drove to Tianhao Building Materials Group alone. The Tianhao Building Materials Group is one of the largest building materials groups in Jinling and even in Jiangnan. It mainly deals in various aluminum alloy building materials and is an indispensable supplier for large-scale real estate projects. Zhou Tianhao was a grassroots person in his early years, but he was lucky and married a wife from a very powerful family. So with the help of his wife's family, he developed step by step to where he is today. However, Zhou Tianhao is a henpecked man. Although his wife is extremely ugly, he never dares to have an affair with her outside. Therefore, Zhou Tianhao has a good reputation in the local area. People say that he's a good man who never forgets his wife. Tianhao Building Materials Group is located in the suburbs of the city. It owns a factory covering thousands of acres of land and is extremely large. Jessica drove to Tianhao Building Materials Group. She arrived in front of the office building. When I stopped the car, Zhou Tianhao had been waiting in the lobby of the office building for a long time. Seeing her coming, Zhou Tianhao immediately put on a warm smile, walked up to Jessica, took the initiative to extend his hand, and said, "Oh, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry for not welcoming you today." Jessica extended her hand, shook his hand politely, and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, you are too polite." After saying that, he wanted to pull his hand back, but he found that Zhou Tianhao not only held his hand tightly, but also held it even tighter. Jessica pulled her hand out with great effort and said with a somewhat vigilant expression, "Mr. Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhou Tianhao hurriedly scratched his head and smiled. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I've always heard that President Xiao is stunningly beautiful. Today, I met her and I was a little confused. I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me." Jessica felt a little relieved to see that he was frank and could apologize directly. At this time, Zhou Tianhao hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, please come to my office to chat." Chapter 73, Enjoy. Zhou Tianhao brought Jessica to his office, and the moment he closed the door, a fiery look immediately appeared in his eyes. He locked the door silently, and then invited Jessica to sit on the sofa. Jessica looked a little embarrassed and sat opposite him with her hands wrung. Zhou Tianhao smiled and asked, "Boss Xiao, I wonder if you came to see me this time because you want to discuss some cooperation with me?" Jessica said a little embarrassedly, "To be honest with you, Mr. Zhou, our Xiao group's cash flow has been a little tight recently, so I wanted to ask you if you could let us buy a batch of building materials on credit first." "On credit?" Zhou Tianhao said with an embarrassed look. "Mr. Xiao, you must know the situation of our Tianhao Building Materials Group. We never buy on credit, nor do we send materials first. We always pay first and then give materials." "I know," Jessica said apologetically. "I really have no choice, but don't worry. The company we cooperate with is Dihao Group, which is the largest company in Jinling. They will definitely not default on our project payment. As long as the payment is paid back in due time, we will immediately make up the material payment to you." Zhou Tianhao laughed twice and said, "That's true. But Mr. Xiao, I'm not targeting you. Do you know why I made the rule of not giving credit?" Jessica shook her head. "Why?" Zhou Tianhao said, "I used to be very easy to talk to. Customers wanted to take the goods first and settle the bill later. I agreed to this in order to expand business and maintain relationships. All customers said that as long as party A settled the bill for them, they would settle the bill with us immediately. But what happened? I lost more than 300 million yuan in payment for the goods and still haven't gotten it back. So much." Jessica was also stunned by the number. The total assets of the entire Xiao Group are just over 100 million. Unexpectedly, the amount of money Zhou Tianhao couldn't collect from outside was more than 300 million. Zhou Tianhao sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do. These partners who refuse to pay all use the same excuses. They all say they'll give it to me soon or right away, but they just won't pay me." At this point, Zhou Tianhao shook his head and said with emotion, "In the end, there's really no other way. I can only stop all credit cooperation channels. You can take the goods. I have plenty of goods to give you, but you must pay first." Jessica looked extremely disappointed. It seemed that this matter could not be negotiated. But she also knew that since they had this principle, she couldn't say anything to make them give up their principles. So she stood up and said, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'll go back and tell my grandmother that I'll raise funds as soon as possible to cooperate with you." When Zhou Tianhao saw her getting up to leave, he immediately said, "Oh my, President Xiao, don't be anxious." Zhou Tianhao stood up hurriedly and continued, "What I just said was for ordinary partners, but for you, Mr. Xiao, it will naturally be calculated separately." Jessica asked in confusion, "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean?" Jessica greedily. To be honest, Jessica is so beautiful. It was so beautiful that Zhou Tianhao couldn't breathe. For so many years, Zhou Tianhao had to deal with a yellow-faced woman at home, that ugly and skinny woman who was far inferior to Jessica. Jessica's appearance is impeccable, and her figure is even more attractive. Such a woman is simply the best. Why don't I have such good fortune to be able to live happily with such a wonderful woman? Why would such a wonderful woman marry a man who is known as a loser in the whole city? Is her useless husband as strong as herself? Thinking of this, Zhou Tianhao felt as if countless ants were crawling around in his heart. He felt that he had never had the chance to cheat on his wife for so many years, let alone the chance to touch the most beautiful women. Now that half of his life had passed, he was still paying his dues to that disgusting hag. Today is your best chance to break the shackles of fate, right? He wants to give this Jessica a try. Try this super beauty that all the men in the city are crazy about. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. Xiao, since you have this need, then we can have a good chat. I, Zhou Tianhao, am not as difficult to talk to as you think." Jessica thought there was a chance, so she sat down hurriedly and asked happily, "Mr. Zhou, are you willing to buy us building materials on credit?" Zhou Tianhao deliberately didn't say it clearly, but said vaguely, "If it was someone else, I would definitely refuse directly, but if it was you, Mr. Xiao, then I can consider it." Jessica hurriedly said, "In fact, our cooperation with Dihao Group is really close. If you give us building materials on credit, we can give you the money immediately after the first batch of settlement from Dihao." Zhou Tianhao nodded and said, "Wait for me. I'll make a pot of tea and we can talk slowly." As he said that, he stood up and took out a teapot from the cupboard. With his back to Jessica, he put tea leaves into the pot and took out a box of sleeping pills from his pocket. This box of medicine is what he usually takes. He has been suffering from insomnia recently, so the doctor prescribed some strong sleeping pills for him. Taking one pill can basically allow him to sleep well for the whole day. Jessica in the office, so he put 6 sleeping pills in the water. In this way, whenever Jessica drank a cup of tea, it was basically the same as taking a pill. When the effect of the drug takes effect, won't she be at my mercy? I can sleep with her first, then take some revealing videos and photos with my mobile phone, and then use them to threaten her later. As long as Jessica had the intention of calling the police or telling other people, she would threaten her and publish these photos and videos, making her unable to hold her head up and being pointed at by others for the rest of her life. I believe Jessica would never dare to call the police or make it public at that time. By then, you will have all the initiative. I can have sex with her at any time, and if she doesn't agree, I will threaten her with videos and photos and force her to submit. In this way, wouldn't I be so happy? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After making the tea, his expression returned to normal, and he sat back on the sofa. Pouring a cup of tea for Jessica, he said, "Mr. Xiao, don't be anxious. Have a cup of tea, and let's talk slowly." Jessica didn't think much about it. After saying so much, she felt a little dry in the mouth, so she picked up the teacup and took a big sip. Zhou Tianhao was so excited. Jessica, with fiery eyes, looking at her long and straight legs, slender waist, perfect figure, and pretty face. This woman really exudes charming charm everywhere, which makes his heart more and more hot. Today is a godsend. When Zhou Tianhao thought about enjoying this perfect woman to his heart's content, He felt like his whole body was burning. Chapter 74, I'll Beat You to Death. Seeing Jessica drink the tea, Zhou Tianhao was very excited. Now, all we have to do is wait for the medicine to take effect. Jessica drank a cup of tea. She soon realized that something was wrong. It seems like my head is a little dizzy and heavy. What's going on? She was shocked. Could it be that Zhou Tianhao put drugs in the tea? When she thought of this, Jessica was so scared that she trembled all over. She wanted to get up, but she felt her legs were a little weak. From this perspective, it might be difficult to escape on your own. While she was still conscious, she quietly opened her cell phone, found William's chat box on WeChat, and pressed the talk button. While sending the voice message, she said to Zhou Tianhao, "Boss Zhou, I feel a little dizzy. Is there anything wrong with the tea?" Zhou Tianhao laughed. "No problem. This tea is the top-grade Bilyuakan. More than 10,000 yuan per pound. Very delicious. Would you like another cup, Mr. Xiao?" Jessica said, "No more drinking, Mr. Zhou. I feel a little uncomfortable. Please ask someone to take me out." Zhou Tianhao laughed a few times. He was originally sitting next to Jessica, but at this moment he stood up and walked to Jessica's side and sat down next to her. Looking at the uneasy Jessica, Zhou Tianhao smiled and said, "Boss Xiao, everyone says that you're the top beauty in Jinling. Seeing you today, it turns out that your reputation is well-deserved. I admire you very much." Seeing him approaching, Jessica moved to the other side and shook her head. "Mr. Zhou, could you please stay away from me?" Zhou Tianhao smiled and said, "What's wrong, Mr. Xiao? We are all partners, so it's okay to get closer, right?" As he spoke, Zhou Tianhao moved closer to Jessica again. Jessica wanted to hide again, but she was already at the edge of the sofa, so she could only shrink her body hard to avoid being touched by Zhou Tianhao. Zhou Tianhao kept getting closer to her, his eyes constantly looking at her. Everyone knew what he was thinking. Jessica's mind became heavier and heavier. As soon as she loosened her grip, she sent a voice message to William. William was doing housework at home at this time, when he suddenly received a voice message from his wife. He subconsciously opened it and listened, and his veins suddenly popped up. Oh shit, this damn Zhou Tianhao even dares to set his sights on his own wife. He must be tired of living. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Chunzikai directly, saying with a dark face, "Mobilize all the manpower you can mobilize to Tianhao Building Materials Group. I'm going to raze it to the ground today." Chunzikai asked in surprise, "Master, what happened?" Zhou Tianhao's wife's family is quite powerful. She is a small family that depends on us. If we rashly destroy Tianhao Building Materials Group, it will be difficult for us to explain to the other younger families. William asked coldly, "That Zhou Tianhao wants to violate my wife. Tell me, is it rash to knock him down?" Huh? Chunzikai was startled. "I thought Zhou Tianhao had accidentally offended the young master, but I didn't expect that he actually had feelings for the young mistress. Anyone who dares to have such a rebellious thought should be punished by death." So he immediately said, "Master, I will mobilize some people to rush over right away." "Okay, I'll head there now too." Chunzikai immediately said, "Master, where are you? I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. It will be faster this way." "Good." A moment later, a top-notch heavy civilian helicopter roared into the air. Sitting in the helicopter were Chunzikai and 10 black-clad masters. His expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, in this small place of Jinling, there are actually people who dare to lay a hand on a young lady. They are really courting death. The helicopter was extremely fast and arrived upstairs at Jessica's house in a flash. William rushed to the rooftop, climbed directly onto the helicopter, and immediately said to Chunzikai, "Get to Tianhao Building Materials Group as fast as possible." At this time, at Tianhao Building Materials Group, seeing that Jessica was too weak to struggle, Zhou Tianhao laughed excitedly and immediately stretched out his hands, trying to take off Jessica's clothes. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open by several people. An ugly but aggressive woman rushed in with several men who looked like bodyguards. Seeing Zhou Tianhao was about to take off Jessica's clothes, the woman was extremely angry and cursed. "Zhou Tianhao, how dare you cheat on me?" Zhou Tianhao was suddenly shocked. How did this yellow-faced woman come here? Zhou Tianhao had no idea that almost everyone around him was bribed by his wife. His wife knew exactly where he went and who visited him every day. Learned that Jessica came to see Zhou Tianhao, she immediately became alert. Jessica was a famous beauty in Jinling. His wife hated beautiful women the most because she was too ugly. When she heard that Jessica was coming, she immediately came to kill her. Really, as soon as she arrived, she found out that her husband was actually getting together with Jessica. Zhou Tianhao was so frightened at this time that he hurriedly said, Wife, listen to my explanation. She seduced me. The yellow-faced woman was furious when she saw Jessica's red face and disheveled clothes. She cursed angrily, Damn it, you two dogs and bitches. None of you can escape today. After saying that, he immediately said to the bodyguards around him, Catch these two dogs and bitches. Several bodyguards immediately rushed up, grabbed Zhou Tianhao tightly, and then grabbed Jessica with her hands behind her back. The yellow-faced woman rushed to Zhou Tianhao and slapped him several times, angrily cursing, You bastard! Our Feng family has treated you well. Without our family, you don't know which public toilet you would be digging shit for. How dare you betray me? The yellow-faced woman spoke as she whipped him hard, shaking with anger. Zhou Tianhao was beaten so hard that he kept screaming and crying, Wife, don't blame me. You really can't blame me. It's all that vixen named Zhao's fault. She seduced me. The yellow-faced woman asked coldly, Tell me clearly what is going on. Zhou Tianhao hurriedly explained, This Jessica, there's a problem with the cash flow at home, so she wants to ask me to buy 10 million worth of building materials on credit. Our factory never sells on credit, as you know, and I never give anyone the opportunity to buy on credit. Jessica angrily and cursed. This shameless vixen, seeing that I rejected her, she said she wanted to sleep with me, hoping that I could buy her building materials on credit. The yellow-faced woman asked coldly, So you're going to go up and sleep with her? I didn't. Zhou Tianhao cried bitterly. I was just confused for a moment, but nothing really happened between her and me. The yellow-faced woman was furious. She walked up to Jessica, looked at the dazed Jessica, raised her hand, and slapped her hard. You stinky girl! You dare to seduce my husband. I'm going to beat you to death today. Not only will I beat you to death, I'm also going to destroy your slutty face. Chapter 75, I am the young master of the Yi family. The yellow-faced woman slapped Jessica on the face, which immediately made Jessica sober up. She covered her face, looked at the ferocious woman in front of her, and asked subconsciously, Who are you and what do you want to do? The yellow-faced woman gritted her teeth and said, What am I going to do? I'm going to beat you to death, you stinky bastard. Then she shouted to the bodyguard beside her, Where's the knife? Give it to me. I want to cut this bastard's face. Yes, miss. The bodyguard immediately pulled out a sharp knife and said respectfully, Miss, don't dirty your hands with this bitch. Let me do it. The yellow-faced woman raised her hand and slapped him, snatched the knife from his hand, and cursed, Fuck you. Why are you talking to me at this time? The bodyguard immediately knelt on the ground and said in horror, Miss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The yellow-faced woman kicked him away and shouted angrily, Get out of my way. After saying that, he came over with a knife and was about to cut Jessica's face. Jessica was so scared that she was shaking all over and tried to break free, but her body was controlled by the bodyguard, and she couldn't move at all. Her body was also very soft, and she couldn't use any strength. At this critical moment, someone suddenly shouted, Put down the knife. When a yellow-faced woman turned around, a young man rushed in with 10 men in black. Who are you, a drafter? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Do you know who I am? William gritted his teeth and said, I don't give a damn who you are. After saying that, he immediately rushed over and kicked the woman away. Seeing William, Jessica broke down and cried, Husband, save me. William used the 9 profound heavenly scriptures to gather all the spiritual energy in his fist and suddenly punched the 2 bodyguards who tied up his wife. Boom! The 2 men were blown away in an instant and hit the wall directly, unconscious. Jessica was no longer controlled, but her legs went weak and she was about to fall to the ground. William immediately rushed over and hugged her in his arms. Seeing the slap mark on her face, he felt so heartbroken that he was bleeding. Jessica, don't worry. Your husband will definitely avenge you. Jessica burst into tears and hugged William tightly, crying, Hubby, please take me home. William patted her back and comforted her. Don't worry. Your husband will take you home right now. No one can hurt you. As he spoke, a stream of true energy came out of his hand, causing Jessica to fall into a deep sleep. William put Jessica on the sofa next to him and said to Chun Zakai, Protect my wife. Shunzakai nodded and said sternly, Master, don't worry. If the young mistress gets hurt in my hands, I will bring my head to you. William turned to look at the yellow-faced woman who was kicked away by him, grabbed her from the ground, and punched her in the face. You hit my wife? The yellow-faced woman's face was covered in blood, and she yelled at the top of her lungs, You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I will kill you. After that, she shouted to the bodyguards around her, Kill him. Kill him. Whoever kills him, I will give him 1 million. Several bodyguards got excited and rushed forward immediately. William said to Chunzakai's men expressionlessly, Kill them. Kill without mercy. Several men in black immediately pulled out black pistols from their pockets and pulled the triggers at the bodyguards. These bodyguards never dreamed that these men in black were all equipped with guns. Moreover, their marksmanship is excellent. Every shot hit the bodyguards' heads directly. In a split second, all of the yellow-faced woman's bodyguards were killed tragically. The yellow-faced woman was shocked by this sudden scene. You. Who are you? William sneered. I'm Jessica's husband. Zhou Qianhao, who was standing stupidly beside him, was so scared that his legs were shaking. Oh, you are the son-in-law, you. How could you? William asked him with a smile. Why? Are you curious about how a son-in-law like me can have such a strong background? Zhou Qianhao nodded repeatedly. The yellow-faced woman next to him calmed down and blurted out, Let me tell you, my name is Feng Shui. I'm the daughter of the Feng family in Haicheng. Have you heard of the Feng family? Our master is the Yi family in Yanjing. If you mess with me, no matter how strong your background is, our Feng family will not let you go. The Yi family will never let you go. Oh, William smiled coldly and said to the yellow-faced woman, Listen carefully. I am the son of the Yi family in Yanjing. I am your master. My name is William. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Feng Shiru was struck by lightning. William with wide eyes as if she had seen a ghost. You are the young master of the Yi family? How is it possible? How could a young master of the Yi family be in a small place like Jinling? Chunzakai suddenly came over and shouted, Feng Shui, you are about to die and still dare to be stubborn? This is our Yi family's young master, William. Only then did Feng Shui see Chunzakai. Chunzakai, this is the Yi family spokesperson in Jinling. He is also the person that Dad has been trying his best to curry favor with. How come he is here? Could it be that? Could it be that? Could it be that this young man is really the young master of the Yi family? The yellow-faced woman collapsed immediately, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed desperately. Master, I was wrong, Master. Master, please forgive me, Master. I really know I was wrong, Master. If I knew that she was your wife, I would not dare to touch her even a finger, Master. Zhou Tianhao was so scared that he peed his pants. He felt his knees and said in tears, Master, please forgive me. William's expression was grim. You are plotting against my wife, and you still expect me to forgive you? After that, William shouted to the men in black, Get started. 2 men in black who were martial artists immediately stepped forward and punched Zhou Tianhao hard in the lumbar spine. Click! Zhou Tianhao felt a sharp pain, but the severe pain only lasted for a second. Next second, Zhou Tianhao felt that he had completely lost all feeling below his neck. High-level paraplegia? Wouldn't that mean I could only lie down for the rest of my life? I couldn't even turn over. I couldn't even control my bowels and bladder. Living is worse than death. Isn't that a living dead? Zhou Tianhao was in extreme despair and wanted to kill himself by banging his head against a wall. But at this moment, he didn't even have the ability to kill himself. The man in black looked at William and asked, Master, what should we do with this yellow-faced woman? William said coldly, Same. Let them be a pair of living dead couple. Feng Shui was so scared that she grabbed her hair and screamed, shouting for mercy. But William wouldn't give her a chance. If you dare to touch my reverse scale, there is only one way to go, and that is death. No, it's so cheap to kill them with one shot. A life worse than death is the best outcome. Chapter 76, Flattened Tianhao Building Materials Group. With a click, Feng Shui's spine was also broken. Another one. Both husband and wife are paralyzed from the waist down. There will never be a chance of recovery. Chunzakai stepped forward and said respectfully, Master, the 300 heavy excavators immobilized have arrived. With just one word from you, the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group will be flattened immediately. Okay, William nodded and said coldly, "Notify all workers to evacuate within 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, flatten this place." Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were both frightened out of their wits. A lifetime of hard work, is this all? I'm done for. I will be like a living dead from now on. If I have no money, who will take care of me? William doesn't care about that. He asked someone to activate the fire alarm, and the entire factory was immediately evacuated. Afterwards, William picked up Jessica, who was already asleep, and asked several men in black to carry Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui, who were paralyzed from the waist down. By the time everyone stepped out of the office building, the entire factory had almost been evacuated. The workers thought there was a fire and all ran out for their lives. At this time, 300 excavators had surrounded the factory. The thousands of people called by Chunzikai were all on the periphery, and they were evacuating all the workers. William stood in the square and said to Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui, "I want you to see with your own eyes how your hard work turns to ashes." After that, he immediately said to Chunzikai, "Let the excavator come in. Demolish it for me." 300 excavators drove in with great fanfare. The buckets and gun heads on the excavators made a huge noise, like 300 heavy tanks, tearing apart several factory buildings and flattening them, leaving only a ruin. Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were extremely desperate. These are the result of their hard work. These factories, every brick and tile, every building and beam, are the result of their half-life hard work. It can be said that the factory is like their child. Now, someone is knocking down their factory bit by bit. This is simply a torture like Lingxi. At this moment, the two of them had completely lost the desire to survive. There was only one thought in my mind. Yusti, but it doesn't exist. William won't give them a chance to die. Let them suffer for the rest of their lives. Then, William said to the two of them, "I will spare your lives, but remember, if anyone dares to reveal my identity to others, I will kill his entire family. Not even a dog will be left alive." The two men were so scared that they broke down and cried, "Master, we dare not, Master. Even if you kill us, we dare not reveal your identity, Master." William nodded, looking at the couple who had become disabled and the Tianhao Building Materials Group, which had become ruins. The anger in his heart was finally released. Then he said to Chunzikai, "Send a helicopter over and take me and my wife back." Chunzikai nodded immediately and then asked respectfully, "Master, I think the young mistress might have been drugged. Do you want to send her to the hospital, or should I find a doctor to come to the house?" William waved his hand. "No, just send us back." When she returned home, Jessica still hadn't woken up. This was mainly because William did not take back the spiritual energy in her body. After returning home and putting her on the bed, he took back the inner energy from Jessica's body. Then, Jessica woke up suddenly. "Husband." Jessica opened her eyes and saw William's face. She immediately hugged him in ecstasy, and then she couldn't help crying. William hurriedly comforted her. "It's okay, baby. Don't be afraid. Your husband has taken you home." Home? Jessica then looked around. When he found out that it was indeed his and William's bedroom, he couldn't help but ask, "Did Zhou Tianhao and the others give you any trouble?" "No," William said. "Both Zhou Tianhao and his wife have become paraplegics, and the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group has been razed to the ground. This is the case of those who do evil will eventually perish." Jessica was shocked. How could it be? What's going on? William smiled faintly and said, "I called a few friends to help me get you out, but the entire office building and factory of Tianhao Building Materials Group were all shoddy projects. After we got out, an explosion occurred in one of their workshops, and the entire factory collapsed. It's a pity that you fell asleep at the time. Otherwise, you would have seen the heroic scene of dominoes." Jessica couldn't believe it. A good factory, a workshop exploded, and it was completely razed to the ground. "Yes," William nodded. "It's so powerful. I think they are punished by God." After saying that, he immediately sent a message to Chunzikai quietly. "Get the media to announce that the Tianhao Building Materials Group had a chain reaction caused by an explosion in the workshop, and all the shoddy factory buildings collapsed." Chunzikai immediately replied, "Don't worry, Master. It will be on the news soon." A few minutes later, Jessica was still trying her best to recall the details before she fell into a coma, when her phone suddenly received a lot of push notifications from news apps. She took a look at the title and was stunned. The news headlines were all, "An accident occurred at Jinling Tianhao Building Materials Group, which caused the collapse of the entire factory shoddy construction building. killing several people. The boss Zhou, Tianhao, and his wife were also seriously injured. The doctor said he was paralyzed due to fear of heights. William then said, "Well, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Jessica finally believed it and sighed. Evil will be punished. After that, she hurriedly asked William, "When you went there, did that bad guy do anything to me?" William nodded and said, "When I got there, your clothes were intact. It was Zhou Tianhao's wife who got there first and stopped him from violating you." Jessica shed 2 lines of tears. "William, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this." William said hurriedly, "Silly girl, what are you talking about? I don't blame you. It's all my husband's fault for not protecting you well, allowing this bad guy to take advantage of you and almost hurt you." Jessica was deeply moved and hugged William gently without saying a word. At this moment, she realized that William had extremely deep feelings for her, which made her feel extremely happy in her heart. In just one afternoon, Tianhao Building Materials Group was razed to the ground. The entire upper class of Jinling was in an uproar. Although the news said it was an accident, these people were smart and no one would believe it. Everyone immediately began to speculate which big shot had done this. Think about it. Almost no one in Jinling can do this. Who could it be? Everyone immediately began to think of the many clues in Jinling recently. A mysterious and wealthy man who owns dozens of Rolls Royces spent over 10 million yuan in cash on jadeite and became a viral star on his short video platforms. The chairman of Dihao Group, who acquired Dihao Group and spent 2 billion to build a 6-star hotel. The mysterious man who unprecedentedly booked the Buckingham Palace Sky Garden to host a wedding for 2 people. And this big shot who raised Tianhao Building Materials Group to the ground in one afternoon. All these clues point to one person. The only possibility for these clues is the mysterious chairman of Dihao Group. Besides him, who else has this ability? This made the identity of the chairman of Dihao Group even more unfathomable in Jinling. Chapter 77, Invitation. The person who was most saddened by the destruction of Tianhao Building Materials Group was old lady Xiao. Now the Xiao family is having some financial difficulties, so she still hopes that Jessica can persuade Tianhao Building Materials Group to buy a batch of building materials on credit first, which can be regarded as a disguised solution to the financial pressure. But unexpectedly, the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group was wiped out in one afternoon. Now, the old lady is most worried about the issue of funds. How to raise funds has become her biggest desire. Jessica did not tell her grandmother what happened yesterday. After this experience, she secretly decided in her heart that she would no longer ask about other family affairs in the future and concentrate on cooperating with the Dihao Group. She would never interfere in other matters, even if her grandmother begged her. The next day, Jessica's mental and physical condition had recovered a lot, and she couldn't wait to get busy with work. William went out for a stroll to buy groceries in the morning. When he returned home, he saw his father-in-law, Xiao Changquan, sitting on the sofa with a depressed look on his face and sighing. He frowned and asked, "Dad, why are you in a bad mood? Who made you unhappy again? Did you get cheated when buying antiques again?" Xiao Changquan took a sip of jasmine tea and said angrily, "Don't mention antiques. Damn it, I get angry when you mention them." "What?" William couldn't help but ask. "Did you really get fooled?" Xiao Changquan said, "It's not that I was cheated. It's because of the quota for the auction at the Treasure Pavilion." William asked in surprise, "What is the Treasure Pavilion?" "It is a clubhouse of the Jinling Cultural Relics Association. It often holds high-end cultural relics and antique auctions. They auction off some great items that are not available on the market. Every family has a quota to participate." When Xiao Changquan said this, a hint of longing appeared on his face. But then he said dejectedly, "The Xiao family only got an invitation letter, and your grandmother actually gave it to Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong has never been exposed to antiques and knows nothing about anything. What is he going to do? To embarrass himself?" William knew that his father-in-law was very obsessed with antiques, and it would definitely be very hard for him to lose this opportunity. So William smiled and said, "Dad, if you really want to go, just buy an invitation from a scalper." Xiao Changquan waved his hand and said, "The organizer of the Treasure Pavilion auction is the Song family. The Song family is the most powerful family in Jinling. I don't know how many people are scrambling for their invitation letter. How can I buy it?" William smiled. It turned out to be an auction organized by the Song family. Didn't Song Wanting, the eldest daughter of the Song family, also have to beg me to help her identify antiques? A small matter like an invitation letter should be solved by just saying hello to her. Thinking of this, William said calmly, "Among my friends there happens to be people from the Jeang family, so getting 2 invitations shouldn't be a difficult task." Xiao Chongquan didn't believe it and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. What kind of decent friends can you have? I think they're just some bad friends. How can they have the strength to contact the Song family?" William didn't say anything. He went downstairs directly, called Song Wanting, and said, "Miss Song, I wonder if you can help me get 2 invitations to the Treasure Pavilion auction?" Song Wanting said directly, "Mr. William, are 2 enough? If not, I will give you a few more." William took the invitation, glanced at it, and said, "That's enough. Only my father-in-law and I will be attending together." Xiao Chongquan is a fan of cultural relics, but Jessica and her mother-in-law have no interest in them at all. Even if they were asked to go, they would think it is a waste of time. William knew his father-in-law's character after the last incident at the antique street. He was afraid that his father-in-law would lose his mind and be cheated out of everything, so he had to follow him and keep an eye on him. He also wanted to go over and see if there were any rare elixirs, treasures, or the like at the auction. Speaking of treasures, William couldn't help but think of the Hetien jade pendant. After rescuing Dong Roland, the jade token disappeared. He guessed that it was lost in the process of rescuing Dong Roland. Afterwards, he went back to the route he took that day and looked for it again, but still couldn't find it. Fortunately, the spiritual energy of the jade token has been absorbed by me, otherwise I would really regret it. Since the items auctioned at the Treasure Pavilion are all rare treasures in the world, maybe he can gain something. Until Jessica got home from work, Xiao Chongquan still looked listless and couldn't even muster the energy to eat dinner. William knew that he was sulking about the auction invitation. At this time, Song Wanting just called and said, "Mr. William, I'm sorry. I'm in Haiching this afternoon, and I'm downstairs at your house now. I'll send you the invitation letter right away." William hurriedly said, "I'll go get it." After saying that, he hurried out. Song Wanting came downstairs in a Rolls-Royce. When she saw William coming out, she hurriedly got out of the car and handed him 2 invitations. William thanked her, didn't talk to her for long, and hurried back home. When I got home, my father-in-law was still angry. Jessica advised him, "Oh, Dad, don't be angry. Grandma gave the invitation letter to Xiao Hailong in the hope that Xiao Hailong could take this opportunity to meet more people in the upper class and build social relationships." The father-in-law sighed and said, "Hey, your grandma has been partial to me since she was a child. She doesn't like me and only loves your uncle and Hailong. She's still like this now. It really makes me angry." Jessica nodded helplessly. She also knew that her grandma was partial. At first, Grandma thought that my father had no future and no ability, so she relied more on my uncle. Then she thought that she was a girl and could not inherit the family business, so she became even more doting on Xiao Hailong. Later, when I married William, my grandmother had completely given up on her family. At this time, William walked up to him, handed 2 golden invitations to his father-in-law, and said, "Dad, I got the invitations you asked for." "What?" When Xiao Chongquan heard this, he subconsciously exclaimed, "Invitation letter. Where did you get it?" Having said that, he quickly snatched the invitation letter from William's hand, and then he couldn't wait to open it. After confirming that the invitation was genuine, Xiao Chongquan was extremely excited and said ecstatically, "I have an invitation too. I have an invitation too. Ha ha ha. That's great. It's really great." Jessica was also very shocked. She didn't expect that William could actually get this priceless invitation. She whispered to William, "Honey, where did you get the invitation?" She knew that her father wanted this invitation very much, but not everyone could get this invitation. In the whole of Jeangling, only about 20 people were invited, and all of them were the heads of top families and large companies. So, she couldn't understand how her husband, who had no connections at all, got the invitation. William knew that this kind of thing could not be easily fooled. So he smiled and explained, "The invitation letter was given to me by the head of the Qin family. I helped him a little before, and Dad knows it." Xiao Chongquan originally couldn't figure out where William got this ability from, but after hearing this, he immediately understood. So he quickly agreed, "My daughter, William is right. The head of the Qin family is indeed very grateful to William. And he even gave William a bracelet at that time, which is said to be worth millions." Chapter 78, Treasure Pavilion Auction. When Malan heard that she was given a bracelet worth 5 or 6 million, her eyes lit up immediately. "Bracelet? Where is it? Show it to me." William was alert in his heart, but he said, "Mom, the bracelet is in the bedroom, but I plan to return this one." "Return it." Malan couldn't help but frown. "Are you sick in the head? Returning something worth 5 or 6 million?" William said, "I just did a small favor for them, but they gave me such an expensive gift. It's not appropriate." "What's suitable or not suitable?" Ma Lan blurted out. "If he dares to give it to us, we dare to take it. What about the bracelet? If you don't dare to take it, I want it." William knew that his mother-in-law had no good intentions. He was actually planning to give the bracelet to Jessica, but he had never found a suitable reason to tell her, so he put it on hold for the time being. Unexpectedly, my father-in-law was such a quick talker that he blurted it out in one go. It's not that William couldn't bear to spend a bracelet worth several million. After all, he had nearly 10 billion in his card. What kind of bracelet could he not afford? But the key point is that he feels that his mother-in-law is really not worthy of wearing such expensive things. With her shrewish temper and petty bourgeois character who loves to take advantage of others, wearing a bracelet worth 30 or 20,000 yuan is enough for her. However, mother-in-law Malan was unwilling to miss the opportunity at this time. How impressive would it be to wear a bracelet worth 5 or 6 million? So she urged again and again, "Where's the bracelet? Take it out and let's see it." Jessica next to her also knew that if the bracelet was really taken out and fell into her mother's hands, it would never be returned. So she also said, "Mom, since we are going to return it to the owner, let's not take it out to look at it. If it gets bumped or broken, it will be hard to explain to the owner." "You really want to go back?" Malan was anxious and stood up and scolded. "Did a donkey kick your brain?" Jessica knew that her mother would definitely throw a tantrum next, so she said firmly, "Mom, don't say anything. I have already discussed it with William, and this is settled." Viola Ma also knew Jessica's temper. If she insisted on withdrawing, she really couldn't stop her. When she thought about having to return something worth millions, she burst into tears and cried, "It's okay to have a son-in-law who is not promising, but my daughter and I are of the same mind. I might as well just die." Jessica picked up a piece of meat for her mother and said, "Okay, Mom, I'll buy you a bracelet later." "That's what you said." The day of the auction, William got up early in the morning and just walked out of the bedroom to wash up when Xiao Chongquan grabbed him excitedly. "William, let's go quickly and don't waste time." William here for a long time. When he saw William coming out, he grabbed him and ran out without even giving him time to wash up. What we're going to visit today is the famous Treasure Pavilion in Jinling City. Although it is not an organization established by the state, it is also a leading non-governmental association in Jinling. It has opened a separate villa covering dozens of acres in the Yunmin mountain scenic area. The big boss of Jinbao Pavilion is also a well-known figure in the province. It is said that he used to work in the real estate industry and made a lot of money. Later, because of his hobby of collecting, he invested hundreds of millions of dollars of his own money, gathered famous collectors from all walks of life, and established Jinbao Pavilion. William took Xiao Chongquan to the entrance of the villa. Before they even got out of the car, Xiao Chongquan was full of praise. "There are pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water, and everything you need. There is no lack of tranquility in the wealth, and the cars parked at the entrance of the villa are all top luxury cars, such as Rolls-Royce and Bentley. In comparison, William's BMW 5 Series is just ordinary." Xiao Chongquan couldn't wait to get out of the car. He had never been to such a high-end place before. He looked around and adjusted his clothes, afraid that others would notice his embarrassment. At the entrance of the venue, Xiao Chongquan nervously presented the invitation letter. He was somewhat worried in his heart, wondering if the 2 invitations William got were fake. However, the security guard at the door immediately verified their identity and said to them respectfully, "Please come in, both of you." Xiao Chongquan then breathed a sigh of relief and walked in with William. As the 2 of them entered the venue, Xiao Hailong, who was dressed in a respectable manner, also walked in with a swagger. As soon as he walked in, Xiao Hailong noticed William and the other person, and his expression turned ugly. "William and Xiao Chongquan are here too. What were these 2 losers, one old and one young, doing here?" The entire Xiao family only had 1 invitation letter, and now it was in his hands. Could it be that these 2 losers want to sneak in? William before, and he was still holding back his anger. He cursed inwardly, rushed over, and cursed. "William, you dare to come to this kind of place. You are too brave." William turned around and saw Xiao Hailong. His face darkened, and he sneered, "Who told you that I sneaked in?" When Xiao Chongquan saw Xiao Hailong, he smiled proudly. "Hey Hailong, You are here too. Xiao Hailong not only looked down on William, but also looked down on his second uncle Xiao Chongquan, so he frowned and asked him, "What are you doing here? Do you have an invitation?" "Of course," Xiao Chongquan blurted out. Xiao Hailong asked aggressively, "How can you two get an invitation? Where did you get it?" William glanced at him and said calmly, "Xiao Hailong, where did our invitation come from? What does it have to do with you?" Xiao Hailong sneered. "How could you two losers get the invitation letter from the Song family? I don't think you stole someone else's invitation letter and sneaked in, did you? You're sick." William didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned his head away without saying a word. His attitude of ignoring made Xiao Hailong even angrier. In his eyes, William is just a useless and submissive person who has no status in the Xiao family at all, and is just an inferior person. And now, William can actually come to the treasure pavilion, which makes Xiao Hailong feel very humiliated. Why should a lowly person who lives off others stand here shoulder to shoulder with him? Xiao Hailong glared at William, pointed at his nose, and said, "Tell me, how did you two get in here?" William frowned and said to Xiao Chongquan, "Dad, don't pay attention to this idiot. Let's go and ignore him." "Stand there." Xiao Hailong grabbed William and stood in front of him, curling his lips in disdain. "It's too late to run now, right? Tell me honestly, how did you sneak in? Do you know what the treasure pavilion is? Are you a piece of trash worthy of entering the treasure pavilion? Take out your invitation letter." William was filled with anger after being harassed by Xiao Hailong again and again. He shook off Xiao Hailong's hand and said coldly, "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see who you are? Are you qualified to tell me what to do?" Xiao Hailong was immediately furious. In his opinion, William was a cowardly son-in-law who dared to scold him. He pushed William on the shoulder and cursed, "If you don't tell me the truth about what happened today, I don't know who will dare to let you in." Chapter 79, I think you're tired of living. Xiao Hailong attacked quickly, but William dodged it easily. Then he grabbed Xiao Hailong's wrist with his backhand, shook it gently, and sneered, "What? Is the wound on your hand healed? Have you forgotten the pain now that the scar has healed?" Xiao Hailong screamed suddenly, and felt as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp. He kept shaking his hand in pain. Knowing that he was no match for William, Xiao Hailong cursed coldly, "Damn it, you bastard, just wait for me. I'll ask the manager to kick you out now." As he said that, Xiao Hailong turned around and shouted to the manager beside him. Soon, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and an expensive suit came over. Behind him, several security guards were on standby. The middle-aged man walked up to Xiao Hailong with the air of a man in a high position and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, is there anything you need me to help you with?" William with his chin and sneered, "Manager, I suspect these two idiots got in with others. Please help me verify their identities." As the organizer, Zhenbao Pavilion naturally kept a list of all invited guests, and they had already registered in advance. The manager saw that Xiao Hailong was wearing designer clothes and guessed that he came from a big family. Then he looked at William, who was wearing cheap clothes. The clothes he wore were not as expensive as Xiao Hailong's pair of leather shoes. He knew what to do and said to William expressionlessly, "Sir, please show me your ID card so that I can verify your identity." William also felt the contempt in the other person's eyes and couldn't help but feel angry and said coldly, "What if I don't let you?" The manager's face darkened and he sneered, "Then please tell me your father's name so that we can see which big family's descendants dare to disobey the rules of our treasure pavilion." William could speak. Xiao Hailong interrupted and said, "This kid's father died a long time ago, and now he's our Xiao family son-in-law. But I don't recognize him as a member of our Xiao family. At most, he's just a dog raised by the Xiao family. Ha." When the manager heard this, he naturally understood what Xiao Hailong meant, and also realized that the Xiao family was not William S. Reliance. Moreover, it seemed that this loser had offended the real young master of the Xiao family. The manager snorted coldly, straightened his collar, and said arrogantly, "Tell me how you got in." William felt very disgusted by the treasure pavilion's condescending behavior. Seeing a group of people waiting for him to explain, he felt even more unhappy. He said indifferently, "Do I need to explain to you?" The manager already knew William's identity, so he naturally didn't treat him well. He scolded him, "As a guest of our treasure pavilion, you are obliged to provide us with your ID card so that we can verify your identity. If you are unwilling to abide by our rules, I'm sorry. I can only have someone kick you out." After he finished speaking, several security guards behind him surrounded him with a fierce look in their eyes. When Xiao Chongquan saw this situation, he was suddenly a little panicked. He was afraid that there was something wrong with the invitation. So he hurriedly said to William, "William, I think we should avoid trouble and go back quickly." William frowned and asked in surprise, "Dad, you don't want to watch the auction?" Xiao Chongquan shook his head and said, "No, we shouldn't go to this kind of place. If we get kicked out later, it will be embarrassing." William stopped talking, nodded, and walked out with Xiao Chongquan. "It's just an auction. I don't think much of it anyway. Since my father-in-law doesn't want to watch it either, there's no need for me to stay here and get entangled with these people. As for Song wanting, if she asks me, I will just tell her directly that I am afraid I cannot afford the Song family's business." Then he turned and left with his father-in-law. Xiao Hailong laughed wildly behind him. "Huh, you two losers, are you scared? Are you guilty? You actually dare to sneak into the Song family's auction. You are really courting death." William ignored him and walked out. At this moment, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. The crowd automatically made way for a passage in the middle, and a man and a woman walked into the venue. The woman was extremely beautiful, wearing a light blue evening dress that made her devilish figure look extremely hot. Under the light, her skin seemed to be glowing white, and her every move was filled with the nobility of a wealthy family, making others feel inferior to her. She was so beautiful that Xiao Hailong stared at her in a daze and even forgot to bother William again. Song Wanting walked into the hall gracefully, her beautiful eyes swept around, and she noticed the VIP seats at the front. At this time, everyone else had already taken their seats. Only William was nowhere to be seen. She frowned and asked, "Has the distinguished guest I invited not arrived yet?" Bao Fuguwei glanced at the guest information, frowned, and said, "Miss Song, the entrance shows that the invitation letters of these two distinguished guests have been verified, which proves that they have entered our auction. I don't know where they are now." After saying that, he immediately told the person beside him, "Go and call the manager over." Soon, the manager came over and asked, "Master Bao, what do you want?" Bao Fuguwei pointed to two empty seats in the VIP area and asked, "Two distinguished guests have already verified their invitation letters. Why are they not sitting there?" Two distinguished guests. The manager suddenly thought of the old man and the young man who had just been driven out by him. Could it be that this shouldn't be the case? Since they have an invitation and are VIPs, why don't they let me check it? Are you angry? Finished. Bao Fuguwei saw the manager's panic, glanced at the security guard on the side, and said, "You tell me." The security guard glanced at the manager and didn't dare to disobey Bao Fuguwei. He stammered and recounted what had just happened. After listening, Song Wanting frowned, glanced at Bao Fuguwei, and said, "Master Bao, I will go find Mr. William first. I will leave this to you. I hope you can give me a satisfactory result for this matter." Bao Fuguwei nodded repeatedly, and after watching Song Wanting leave, his face turned gloomy and he stared at the manager. "Are you tired of living? You even dared to offend the distinguished guest personally invited by Miss Song." The manager was so frightened that he knelt down with a plop, grabbed Bao Fuguwei's leg, pointed at Xiao Hailong, who was not far away, and cried, "Master, I didn't do it on purpose. It was this bastard who did it to me." Bao Fuguwei kicked the manager hard in the face, knocking him to the ground, and cursed, "If you keep looking down on others, get out of here right now and don't let me see you again. In addition, you have offended the guests of the Treasure Pavilion and caused me losses. I will let the legal department calculate the amount of compensation for you. If you are 1 cent short, I will kill you." Boss Bao, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." The manager cried and said that Mr. Bao had personally asked him to pay compensation, and that even if he spent all his family property, it would not be enough to pay. Bao Fuguwei kicked the manager away and cursed, "Stop talking nonsense to me. I can spare your life, which is already a great deed for you." The manager collapsed to the ground, mumbling apologies and begging for mercy. Bao Fuguwei was annoyed and kicked him a few more times, then ordered the security guard, "Throw this loser out and break his arms and legs. Let's see if he dares to look down on others again." He has been in Jeangling for so many years and has seen all kinds of people, both good and bad. Although he has to maintain a kind image in front of others, he is naturally ruthless in private. "Boss Bao, please forgive me this time. I really won't dare to do it again." The manager was so scared that he was shaking all over and kept kowtowing to apologize. But the security guard had already rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and dragged him out. Bao Fuguwei then turned his attention to Xiao Hailong and said to the people around him, "Go, Bring that Xiao Hailong to me. Xiao Hailong was still feeling proud at this time, and when he heard that the owner of the treasure pavilion wanted to see him, he was even more delighted. Everyone knows that the owner of the treasure pavilion has a strong background. If you can curry favor with him and get close to him, you will naturally get plenty of benefits in the future. Coming in front of Bao Fuge, Xiao Hailong flattered him. Hey, Master Bao, hello. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Today I meet you, and you are indeed a rare talent. Your reputation is well-deserved. Bao Fugue gnashed his teeth and kicked Xiao Hailong far away, cursing, Damn it, Xiao Hailong, you dare to offend even Miss Song's guests. I think you are tired of living. Chapter 80, A Great Injustice. Xiao Hailong originally wanted to take the opportunity to get close to Bao Fugue, but he never dreamed that Bao Fugue would suddenly kick him away. He rolled on the ground for several times before he managed to steady himself. He sat on the ground and said helplessly, Pavilion Master, what's going on? Is there any misunderstanding? Everyone else present was also stunned. Is this guy from the Xiao family? How did he offend Pavilion Master Bao? The Xiao family doesn't have much ability to begin with. Now that they have offended Pavilion Master Bao, they will have no chance of survival in Jinling in the future, right? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. Many people were just there to watch the show as Bao Fugue fought Xiao Hailong. At this moment, Bao Fugue glared at Xiao Hailong and snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? I misunderstood your mother. After saying that, he came up and kicked him again, making him scream and wail. Bao Fugue was still not satisfied, so he stepped on his chest and said sternly, You bastard, do you know who you have offended? Xiao Hailong was completely confused. I haven't offended anyone, Pavilion Master Bao. This is really a huge injustice. Bao Fugue raised his hand and slapped him twice, angrily cursing. You son of a bitch, the two you offended are Miss Song's guests. I really can't get rid of my hatred even if I kill you. After he finished speaking, he immediately ordered the people around him, drag this bastard out and beat him up. Also, from now on, except for the two distinguished guests just now, our treasure pavilion will not allow this Xiao Hailong and other people from the Xiao family to enter. Anyone who dares to let them in will have their legs broken. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Hailong was pinned down and beaten by several security guards. After beating him, the gang dragged him and threw him out of the treasure pavilion. His face was bruised and swollen. He was shaking all over and couldn't utter a word. It's all over now. The entire Xiao family will be implicated by him. But he would never have thought that William actually met Song Wanting, and that Song Wanting respected him so much. How could he know the eldest daughter of the Song family? How could this piece of trash get Song Wanting's favor? After William and his father-in-law came out, they got in the car and prepared to go home. Xiao Chongquan covered his head and sighed. William, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but if you really can't find an invitation letter, just forget it. Why bother stealing someone else's? Dad, there's nothing wrong with the invitation. I just don't like their attitude towards us. William explained helplessly. Xiao Chongquan said angrily, If you could be more capable, would they dare to treat us like this? In the final analysis, it's because you are too incompetent and cowardly. William shook his head and didn't bother to explain. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce accelerated from behind, and after passing the two people's cars, it slowed down and stopped on the side of the road. William stopped the car when he saw that the other party was looking for him. Song Wanting walked down from the car with a pair of elegant long legs and said to William with an apologetic look, Mr. William, I'm really sorry about the auction just now. It's my fault for not arranging it well. Please don't take it to heart. William shook his head and said, It has nothing to do with you. It's the treasure pavilion that needs to take better care of its employees. Song Wanting hurriedly said, Mr. William, Zhenbao Pavilion has fired the manager involved. Let's go back and continue to participate in the auction. What do you think? William refused and said, I'm sorry, Miss Song. My good mood today has been ruined by one or two flies. I won't go back to the auction. Let's talk about it next time. Song Wanting said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Mr. William. After that, she took out a wooden box from the car, put it in William's hand, and said, Mr. William, this is a little gift from me as a small apology. William got the wooden box. He felt a spiritual energy from it, so he didn't refuse. Seeing William accept the gift, Song Wanting continued, How about this? Today's auction will be suspended. I will ask Bao Fugue to reorganize the team of the treasure pavilion. After he has reorganized, we will hold another auction. I hope Mr. William and Uncle Xiao will show their favor then. Xiao Chongquan was already stunned. Wasn't this woman the eldest daughter of the Song family, who came last time when Ji Qingtang accidentally broke the antique bottle? She was so polite to her son-in-law that she was even willing to suspend the auction for him and hold it again. Isn't this too much of a favor? Is it because of the bottle that was repaired last time? My goodness, I really have to look at my son-in-law with new eyes from now on. William also saw Song wanting sincerity, so he nodded lightly and said, "Then let's go and show our support when it reopens." The father-in-law quickly agreed. Yes, 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 I will definitely go. Okay, then you two can go back first. I'm really sorry about what happened today. After Song wanting apologized again, she said goodbye to the two of them and left. After Song wanting left, the father-in-law pointed at the wooden box in William's hand and asked, "William, what treasure did Miss Song give you? Open it and take a look." William nodded and opened the wooden box. Suddenly, a rich spiritual energy poured out, refreshing people. Hey, what is this? Xiao Chongquan stretched his head to take a look and was immediately surprised. There was a black object in the box, about the thickness of a fist. At first glance, it looked like a piece of coal, but it was rough all over and covered in dirt. When he saw this thing, William couldn't help but be shocked, secretly surprised at Song Wanting's generosity. Xiao Chongquan looked at the black lump again and again, but couldn't figure out what it was. He said in confusion, "I thought it was some treasure, but it turned out to be just a piece of wood." William laughed and said, "Dad, it is indeed wood, but it is very rare." Xiao Chongquan was even more surprised. "Son-in-law, what on earth is this?" William said, "This is lightning-struck wood. It's probably formed when thunder strikes trees." Xiao Chongquan had heard of this before, and quickly said, "But this kind of wood is often seen when there is thunder in the mountains. How can it be so valuable?" William smiled and said, "Dad, ordinary trees struck by lightning can be seen everywhere. But this piece of wood struck by lightning has turned black and jade-like. It can only be carbonized instantly under extremely high temperatures, which means that the energy of this lightning is extremely strong. It is probably a giant thunder that is rarely seen in hundreds of years. In addition, this piece of lightning-struck wood is shiny black, with faint blood-streaked veins, indicating that it is the heartwood of the king of woods, the blood dragon wood, which is even more rare." Hearing this, Xiao Chongquan said disdainfully, "I don't believe that a piece of wood struck by lightning can be worth so much money. They're all liars. The truly valuable things are antiques and cultural relics. If Emperor Qianlong had polished this piece of wood, it might still be worth a few cents." William smiled. This kind of thing was very valuable to him. Not only did it have abundant spiritual energy, but according to the records in the 9 mysterious heavenly scripture, it could even be refined. However, Xiao Chongquan naturally couldn't understand. So William didn't explain much to him and put the box away. Chapter 81 Apology. When the two men returned home, neither of the two women was at home. Mother-in-law Ma Lan had gone to the chess and card room to play mahjong and had not returned yet, and Jessica had not gotten off work yet. So William went back to the bedroom and took the lightning-struck wood out of the box. A faint spiritual energy emanated from the lightning-struck wood. It seemed that this lightning-struck wood was indeed extraordinary. William did not absorb the spiritual energy from the lightning-struck wood, but instead planned to use the lightning-struck wood to refine a magical weapon that could be used for self-defense. According to the records in the 9 profound heavenly scriptures, lightning-struck wood can be used to refine an offensive magic weapon called Thunder Order. The greatest use of this magic weapon is that it can summon heavenly thunder. William's strength has greatly improved. He has no weapons, so he thought of using this lightning-struck wood to refine the Thunder Order in case of emergency in the future. Having made up his mind, William sat cross-legged on the ground, placed the lightning-struck wood in his palm, closed his eyes slightly, and started to practice the mental method of refining magical instruments in the 9 profound heavenly scripture in his body. He slowly transferred the spiritual energy from his body into the lightning-struck wood and gradually perfected his formation inside the lightning-struck wood. As time and spiritual energy passed, a magical weapon gradually took shape in William's hands. At this moment, the lightning-struck wood in his hand had been shaped into the shape of a token by the spiritual energy. This was the Thunder Token. William couldn't wait to give it a try. However, thinking that the Thunder Order could draw down thunder from the sky, he gave up the idea of trying it at home. After all, It was obvious that the thunder and lightning would be very large, and he might burn down the house. It would not be too late to try again when he had a chance in the future. When William put away the thunder talisman and came out of the room, it was already evening. As soon as he arrived in the living room, William heard his mother-in-law snort coldly and say, "Now you are so arrogant that you don't even cook. Are you waiting for me to serve you?" William laughed awkwardly and explained, "Sorry, Mom. I was too tired this afternoon and fell asleep." "Oh, are you exhausted from going to the auction? Or are you exhausted from cheating Hailong?" Malan said unhappily. William was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I didn't trick Hailong. Where did you hear this news?" Malan snorted coldly and said, "Of course it was the old lady who called to tell you. It's okay that you embarrassed yourself, but you also caused Hailong to be kicked out. The old lady called and scolded me. You said, 'Can you save your mind and cause less trouble for the family, you useless guy?'" Jessica said, "Mom, I think Hailong was kicked out because he must have caused some trouble. It has nothing to do with William. William is not that kind of person. Why is it okay?" Malan threw her chopsticks in anger. Hailong complained after he came back, saying that William used improper means to get the invitation letter, which angered the treasure pavilion after it was discovered. As a member of the Shao family, he was also kicked out. The head of the treasure pavilion even said that he would not allow Shao family members to go in the future. And if they go, their legs will be broken. The Shao family has lost face this time. Shao Chongquan then spoke up. "Humph, there is nothing wrong with the invitation letter. I think it must be that kid Shao Hailong who caused the trouble himself. He was afraid that his mother would punish him, so he deliberately put the blame on William. You're still here helping this loser. If you didn't want to go to the auction, would these things have happened?" Malan glared at Shao Chongquan and cursed. Shao Chongquan quickly shut up and ate, not daring to make sound. Malan said impatiently, "He is a coward. How can he get an invitation letter? Now he has offended Shao Hailong. Let's see how he ends up." Before she could finish her words, there was a knock on the door, followed by a deep voice. "Excuse me, is Mr. William home?" William angrily. "Oh no, the old lady must be here to ask for punishment. Look at what you have done. Let's take a look first." Jessica also looked solemn, stood up and walked towards the door. The living room was silent. Malan and Shao Chongquan stood up nervously, thinking about how to respond. William's face darkened slightly. If the old lady turned black into white and brought people to his house to accuse him, then he would not have to give her face anymore. Jessica carefully opened the door a crack and asked vigilantly, "What do you want?" William frowned, walked to the door in one step, pulled Jessica behind him without saying a word, and said coldly to the people outside the door, "Are you looking for me?" A middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit smiled respectfully upon seeing him and said, "You must be Mr. William, right? I am the new manager of the Treasure Pavilion, and I just took office this afternoon. The owner of the Treasure Pavilion is very sorry that you left the Treasure Pavilion this morning, and he specially ordered me to bring a gift to apologize." William looked at them in surprise and asked, "Are you from the Treasure Pavilion?" "Treasure Pavilion?" Jessica, who was standing behind him, was also stunned. The man said hurriedly, "Our pavilion master felt deeply guilty about Mr. William S. departure and immediately kicked Shao Hailong out for stirring up trouble and also stopped the auction. Treasure Pavilion was not hospitable, and this was our mistake. I hope Mr. William will forgive us for the past." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved behind him. Several strong men in black clothes immediately carried the gifts and put them at the door. William took a glance and saw that there were quite a lot of gifts. A box of limited edition Yellow Crane Tower, and a box of limited edition 30-year-old Mutai Feitian liquor. There's also a pair of antique vases from the Ming Dynasty and a set of tortoiseshell go. The value of these gifts has exceeded 1 million. "Mr. William, this is the mistake of the Treasure Pavilion. The owner is preparing a new auction with Miss Song and cannot come here, so he asked me to apologize on his behalf. He said that he will apologize to you in person when he has the chance. Please forgive me." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bowed deeply in front of William. William nodded and said, "Okay, put your things down." The middle-aged man then took out 2 golden invitations from his pocket and handed them to William respectfully and continued, "This is the invitation to the new auction. Please be sure to go with Mr. Shao. I promise not to let you down again this time. Please give us a chance to make up for it." After that, he explained, there's also a specially made Treasure Pavilion Royal VIP card. We have only issued 10 of these cards, which are valid for life. When you come to the Treasure Pavilion, you can enjoy the highest courtesy. William glanced at the VIP card. The card was golden and inlaid with gold foil and diamonds. He said calmly, I'm not very interested in the auction. Ask my dad what he thinks. Okay. The middle-aged man quickly held the card in front of Xiao Chongquan and said with an apologetic smile, Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry for today. Please be sure to come and join us the day after tomorrow. Xiao Chongquan had recovered from his shock. He glanced at the VIP card and couldn't help swallowing. He recognized that this was the limited edition VIP card of the Treasure Pavilion, which was only issued to members of high status in the cabinet and was not sold to the public at all. Those who possess this VIP card can enter and exit the Treasure Pavilion freely and enjoy the highest treatment. They can freely appreciate all the cultural relics and antiques in the pavilion and get high discounts when buying them. Xiao Chongquan couldn't refuse such temptation. Just as I was about to take them shamelessly, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and snatched both VIP cards away. William's mother-in-law, Viola Ma, happily snatched the 2 VIP cards and said with a smile on her face, Oh, since you're here to apologize, I'll reluctantly accept these gifts and VIP cards. Don't worry, my husband will definitely go to the auction the day after tomorrow. Chapter 82, The Qin Family's Crisis. Malan was so excited. These gifts are all money. She didn't know how much the antiques were worth, but that box of collectible Matai, fake yen, each bottle was worth 40 or 50,000 yuan, and this box of 12 bottles was worth hundreds of thousands. There are also collectible grade Huangalu cigarettes. One pack costs 5,000, and a box of 50 packs costs more than 200,000. These 2 items combined are worth 1 million. Don't miss it. And with these 2 VIP cards, she now has the capital to show off in front of her old girlfriends. Jessica called out helplessly, Mom. Malan glared at her. What's the matter? Can I accept the gift given by others? Jessica said, we shouldn't accept it. We haven't figured out what's going on yet. So how can we accept such an expensive gift? William said calmly at this time. This is an apology gift. You should accept it. The middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming out, the pavilion master personally told Mr. William that if he did not accept these things, he would not have to go back. William turned around and saw Ma Lan happily bringing cigarettes and alcohol into the house. She was holding a pair of antique vases and touching and looking at them under the lamp. He could only shake his head in his heart and said to the middle-aged man, You go back first. Well, I won't disturb your rest, Mr. William. William closed the door, turned around, and was stunned for a moment. He said, Why are you all looking at me? There were 3 people in the living room, and all 6 eyes were staring at him. Malan, the mother-in-law, coughed dryly, put on a fake smile, and asked, William, when did you become friends with Junbao Pavilion? Why did they come to our house to give gifts and apologize? William shook his head and said, Mom, you misunderstood. I don't have any friendship with them. The reason they came to apologize is mainly because the service attitude of Junbao Pavilion is good. Their employees made mistakes, and the boss has a good reputation, so they compensated so much. Ma Lan was deflated all of a sudden. Her face fell, and she said, I thought you were successful and could curry favor with important people, but I didn't expect that it was their service attitude that was good. Jessica was a little confused. Did the other party send such an expensive gift just to compensate William for his good service attitude? However, after receiving a lot of gifts, Malan's mood improved a lot. She finally stopped targeting William and was happy thinking about selling the cigarettes and alcohol as soon as possible. After dinner, William was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen when he suddenly received a phone call. The person who called was Jeang, whom he had met twice and had helped before. That jade bracelet was given by Jeang. On the phone, Jeang said respectfully, Master Yi. William said calmly, What's the matter? Jeang said hurriedly, Thanks to Mr. Williams' advice last time, the Qin family has been much smoother these days. We have to thank Mr. William for his guidance. Otherwise, our Qin family would be in great trouble. William said calmly, I think it might not be that smooth, right? If it was that smooth, why would you call me now? Jeang choked and laughed awkwardly. Mr. William is indeed very good at predicting things. Nothing can be hidden from your discerning eyes. William smiled faintly and said nothing. Sure enough, Jeang spoke in a trembling voice. Mr. William, please save our Qin family again. The Qin family will remember this great favor for the rest of their lives. His face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was in great fear. William frowned and asked calmly, "Is the tomb-touching talisman cracked?" "Mr. William is indeed a master. You are right again." Gang's voice was extremely pious, and he sighed. "Originally, I followed your instructions and enshrined the tomb-grabbing talisman and told my family to eat vegetarian food for 7 days and not to see blood. Who would have thought that my good-for-nothing nephew Auto, who heard that drinking raw chicken blood can enhance virility, had someone prepare it for him secretly? As a result, he accidentally stained the chicken blood on the tomb-grabbing talisman. The dead tooth on it was immediately shattered into pieces after being stained by the chicken blood. I beat him up and locked him up at home, but strange things still kept happening." William frowned and asked, "What strange thing happened?" Gang said hurriedly, "Last night, there was a violent storm, and my great-grandfather's tombstone was knocked down and broken into 2 pieces by a tree trunk blown by the wind. I burned incense in the ancestral hall to pray for my ancestors' blessing, but every time I burned incense, the incense would never burn to the end. It would always burn out halfway for no reason." William couldn't help but frown when he heard this. The ancestral tomb was smashed, which is really a sign of evil spirits. Generally, wealthy families rely on the blessings of their ancestors. The ancestral tomb must be a feng shui treasure land and must be extremely wealthy. Strong winds can roll tree trunks and smash tombstones, which is definitely a sign that the blessings of the ancestors have been exhausted. If you burn incense to your ancestors, but the incense cannot even burn out, it means that your ancestors are not worthy of receiving the incense, let alone blessing their descendants. These have basically proved that the evil spirit has pushed the Qin family's fortune into a desperate situation. William also didn't expect that the tomb-grabbing talisman made from a dead person's tooth would be so evil. He had clearly used the talisman to restrain it, but it was able to break out of the shackles and reach a higher level with a little bit of chicken blood. When he couldn't hear William's reply, he begged, "Master Yi, although my Qin family is engaged in business, we have always been kind to others and have never done anything harmful to the world. I beg Master Yi to have mercy on my Qin family and save them." William said, Gang, it's not that I won't save you, but the evil spirit of the gold-touching talisman is too strong. Auto has been carrying it on his body for too long. The evil spirit has already enveloped the Qin family courtyard. Ordinary runes alone can't deal with it at all. Then what should we do? Such a disaster has happened to the Qin family. It is really a misfortune for the family. Gang sighed, his voice trembling. William groaned and said, "The evil spirit will be more ferocious when it sees blood, and it is hot chicken blood. Now, to suppress such a heavy, evil spirit, I am afraid that I can only borrow the power of the most precious spiritual objects in the world. Okay, if Master Yi needs something, I will definitely get it even if I have to spend all my money." William said calmly, "How about this? I happen to be attending the auction at the Treasure Pavilion tomorrow. I can go to the auction to see if there are any spiritual objects from heaven and earth. As for whether you can get them, it depends on your luck." "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Master Yi." Gang seemed to have found a life-saving straw and thanked William repeatedly. After that, he hurriedly said, "Mr. William, I will send you a black card tomorrow. If you need money for anything, just swipe the card." William hummed. After all, he was helping the Qin family, so he couldn't let himself spend money. Then, William said, "You'd better be mentally prepared. It's not so easy to get a spiritual treasure from heaven and earth. You can only encounter it by chance, but not by seeking. As for whether it will be available at the auction, it all depends on the luck of your Qin family." Gang kept saying, yes, I will ask more about it privately, but I still have to trouble Master Yi." After the accident, he also looked for many well-known feng shui masters, but those people just took a look at the door of Qin's house and immediately waved their hands to refuse. They didn't even dare to enter the door and left quickly as if they were escaping. Now Gang's only hope of survival lies in William. William felt really sad. According to numerology, Gang should not have done anything harmful in his life and should have lived a peaceful life until the end of his life. Who would have thought that fate would play such a trick on him? Auto, a jinx, would appear in his family, bringing unrest to his family. If he didn't save him, his Qin family would be destroyed within a year. Not only him and Auto, but also his beautiful and hot daughter Manhua will probably die. Chapter 83 song, Wanting welcomes you personally. The next day, Gang arrived downstairs of William's house early in the morning. He waited until William came out to buy groceries before he came up to him and handed him a black card. According to him, there are several hundred million in this card. In order to save the Chin family, it doesn't matter even if William spends all the money. The hot pepper Chin Aoshue was also there, but this time, Chin Aoshue was not as arrogant as last time. When seeing William, Chin Aoshue's face was full of respect. Ever since Chin Aodong got into trouble, the Chin family encountered many bad things, and the old man's health deteriorated for no reason, and he was dying. Only then did she realize that the only one who could save her family was Master William Yi. Chin Gang handed the card to William. He knelt down in front of William and begged with tears in his voice, "Master Yi, please save the lives of my Chin family, no matter what. It doesn't matter if I die, but my daughter is still young." Chin Aoshue, who was standing by, couldn't help but have red eyes. She knelt on the ground and cried, "Master Yi, please save the Chin family. If possible, I am willing to use my life to exchange for my father's longevity." Chin Gang said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" William shook his head helplessly and reached out to help the two of them up one by one. When he helped Chin Aoshue up, the little girl's soft and tender hands felt great to the touch, which made William feel distracted. After helping the two people up, Chin Aoshue blushed and seemed very embarrassed. William said, "Don't worry, I will do my best to ensure that your Chin family can survive this disaster safely." The father and daughter were so moved that they wanted to kneel down again, but William stopped them. "Okay, kneeling here is not a good influence. You should go first. I will inform you when there is news." "Thank you, Master Yi." The father and daughter then hurried away. When William came home after buying groceries, his father-in-law, Xiao Changquan, hurried forward and said nervously, "William, I just saw you and Chin Gang talking outside the community." "Yes, he has something to ask me." Xiao Changquan couldn't help but say, "I see he looks unhappy. It doesn't look like anything good is going to happen. Did you find something wrong when you told his family's fortune last time?" Xiao Changquan has been worried about this matter, always feeling that William was talking nonsense. William smiled and said, "Dad, Chin Gang came to me to ask me to help him get rid of the evil spirits in his home. He also gave me a bank card and asked me to help him see if there is anything he can use at the auction tomorrow." Xiao Changquan was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, "How much did he give you?" William said casually, "I don't know the exact details, maybe tens of millions or hundreds of millions." "How many?" Xiao Changquan's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he covered his chest and couldn't speak. He almost had a heart attack. He was so anxious that he grabbed William and said, "William, you must not lie to people. The Chin family gave you so much money. If something goes wrong, won't the Chin family kill our whole family? Listen to me and return the money quickly." "Dad, don't worry. I know my limits. There'll be no problem." Then, William warned again, "Dad, this matter is of great importance. You'd better not tell Jessica and Mom, otherwise it will be out of control." I know. Xiao Changquan knew his spendthrift wife too well. This woman is a lunatic who values money more than her life. No matter what you say, you can't let her know. If she knew there were several hundred million in this card, she wouldn't care about the Chin family and would just spend the money first. That's several hundred million. When Xiao Changquan thought of this number, his heart started pounding. He tried to persuade William for a while, but when his persuasion didn't work, he could only sit on the sofa and sigh. He didn't believe William had the ability to help the Chin family solve the problem. Now he was afraid that William would squander the Chin family's money and be held accountable by the Chin family in the end. William at the auction and make sure he didn't buy anything randomly. If he cheated the Chin family out of so much money, wouldn't the other party wipe out his entire family? The next morning, William prepared to go to the auction. Because of the Chin family's affairs, Xiao Changquan was so worried that he couldn't sleep well all night and kept giving him instructions in the living room. William perfunctorily said a few words, then asked, "Dad, I heard that there's a finale treasure in the auction of Treasure Pavilion this time, right?" "Yes." Xiao Changquan didn't understand and said, "I heard it is a priceless treasure, unparalleled in the world." After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and quickly pulled William to tell him, "Son-in-law, don't think about this finale treasure. Its starting price is tens of millions. Let's just take a look." William knew that his father-in-law was worried about him using the Chin family's money, so he smiled and said, "Dad, you're right. I'll just take a look and won't take any pictures." "You're smart." Xiao Changquan breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his waist, and said with a smile, "Just remember, after the auction, pay Jeang Gang back as much money as he gave you. Don't spend a penny." William smiled and said, "Let's see. If the final treasure is not interesting, I won't spend it." Xiao Chongquan hurriedly said, "Even if you are interested in the finale treasure, it's useless. That treasure has already been chosen." William asked curiously, "Who has been selected?" Xiao Chongquan asked, "Have you heard of Zhuanjitang in Hong Kong Island?" William shook his head. "No." Xiao Chongquan curled his lips and said, "You said you know a little bit about feng shui, but you don't even know Xuanji Hall?" William nodded and said, "Dad, I buy groceries, cook, and wash clothes all day long. How can I know the gossip outside?" Xiao Chongquan said, "Let me tell you, this Xuanji Hall is in Hong Kong Island. It is a well-known metaphysical hall. Its owner, Yu Jinghai, is the leading feng shui master in Hong Kong Island. Many celebrities come to him to ask for fortune-telling. If you don't have millions of dollars each time, don't even think about it." Then, Xiao Chongquan added, "Boss Yu is not only good at feng shui, but also very good at making consecrated instruments. All celebrities who have come to him for worship and guidance have great fortune and a promising future." William asked curiously, "Why did such a powerful feng shui master in Hong Kong Island come to Nanjing?" Xiao Chongquan said, "Of course it's for the finale treasure of this auction." William asked curiously, "What exactly is the finale treasure?" Xiao Chongquan said seriously, "I don't know what it is. Anyway, we're just looking but not buying. Let's go and have a look." Xiao Chongquan was still chattering when William's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard Song Wanning's voice. "Mr. William, my car is parked right in front of your house. I'll pick you up on the way." Because there was a problem with the invitation letter last time, Song Wanning was afraid that something might go wrong at this reception, so she simply planned to pick up William and go with him. William walked out the door and saw a bright red Bentley parked on the side of the road. Its brand new body was sparkling in the sun. Song Wanning was leaning against the side of the car, wearing a tight red dress that showed off her slender curves. Her wavy hair was draped over her shoulders, making her look charming and attractive. She also wore a pair of sunglasses on her face. When Song Wanting saw the two of them coming out, she took off her sunglasses and said, "Uncle Xiao, Mr. William, I'm on my way to the auction at the Treasure Pavilion, and I'll pick you up on the way." "Oh, it's Miss Song." Xiao Chongquan also recognized her and said flatteredly, "Miss Song, you are so polite. Of course, please get in the car." Song Wanting nodded politely and opened the car door. Who would have believed that Song Wanting, the eldest daughter of the Song family, would actually take the initiative to open the car door for a live-in son-in-law? Chapter 84. This guy is also here. Soon, Song Wanting's Bentley drove to the Convention and Exhibition Center. The Convention and Exhibition Center is a magnificent dome building, somewhat similar in shape to the Sydney Opera House, but with certain Chinese innovations on that framework, making it very distinctive. William followed Song Wanting into the auction house. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Chongquan, who was following him, exclaimed, "Oh, this place is so magnificent." As Xiao Chongquan said, the auction venue is indeed very large, and the decoration is very luxurious. The entire auction hall is arranged in a sunken style, like a theater. In addition to the auction table in front and the semi-private boxes in the first row, there are at least 200 or 300 sofa seats. At this moment, these booths are almost full. William was about to walk into the inner field with Song Wanting when he suddenly heard a lot of exclamations from people around him, and then a lot of people swarmed behind him and Song Wanting. William subconsciously used his arms to block Song Wanting in front of her to prevent her from being hit by the crowd. Then, he looked in the direction where the crowd was running and saw a middle-aged man in a gray robe and a Taoist bun on his head, walking towards him with an arrogant look on his face, surrounded by a group of his men. Song Wanting sighed softly. "So it's Master Yu who has arrived? No wonder it's so lively." Those who had squeezed a Master Yu side before all greeted him respectfully. Seeing these people's flattering expressions, William couldn't help but smile and said, "So this is the famous Master Yu in Hong Kong Island. He is really putting on a great show." At this time, someone held a bracelet and handed it to Master Yu, saying respectfully, "Master Yu, I beg you to bless this bracelet for me." The assistant beside Master Yu immediately shouted, "How can you be so ignorant of the rules? Our Master Yu has a clear price for consecrating the bracelet, which is determined by the size of the item. The price for consecrating your bracelet is at least 200,000 yuan. You want to get it for free without paying." The man blushed and could only smile and say, "I'm sorry, Master Yu. I have always admired you very much, but I just couldn't make an appointment with you. Don't worry, as long as you help me to open the door, I will definitely pay you a penny." Master Yu smiled in an unfathomable way and said, "Don't worry. Since I'm in Jinling today, I will naturally give some benefits to the local Taoists in Jinling. How about this? If any of you want to have your things consecrated, wait a minute. After I buy what you want at the auction, I will give you a 50% discount for a combined consecration." "That's great." Everyone was extremely excited. Someone said loudly, "The items blessed by Master Yu are worth at least 6 figures. They can not only ensure safety, but also bring prosperity and wealth to the family. We are so lucky to be able to enjoy a 50% discount on the blessing today." Everyone immediately followed suit and was extremely excited. Master Yu turned to the assistant beside him and said, "Come, count the number of people and items, and we will arrange them together after the auction is over." The assistant nodded and said loudly, "Everyone, please come and register with me. Tell me your name and the items and quantity you want to consecrate." A group of people hurried forward to sign up, and in a short while, at least 100 people came forward to register at least 200 items. William couldn't help but ask Song Wanting beside him, "Master, you want 6 figures for a blessing?" "Yes." Song Wanting nodded and said, "Even the smallest amulet costs 100,000 to be consecrated once. A bracelet costs 200,000. And if it is a magical instrument like a peachwood sword or a Chinquan mirror, it ranges from 500,000 to 5 million. William couldn't help but exclaimed, "So, just by consecrating these people, without spending a dime, you can make tens of millions?" Master Yu frowned when he heard William's words and asked, "My fellow Taoist, do you think it costs me nothing to consecrate people?" William laughed and said, "It's just a consecration ceremony. It's just a few silly spells to pretend. What's the cost?" Master Yu snorted coldly, "You ignorant boy. When I consecrate a person, I lose the Taoist practice I have cultivated for decades. Without the blessing of my Taoist practice, how could the magic weapon after consecration have the effect of blessing peace and prosperity? Do you think Taoist practice can be bought with money?" William laughed and said, "As far as I know, there is no such thing as consecration. It's all just a lie." Someone in the crowd immediately cursed. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he comment on the master? That's right. Hong Kong's superstar Jeang even asked Master Yu to consecrate his microphone. If it weren't for Master Yu's blessing, he wouldn't have become a superstar. I think this kind of rubbish is just pretending to know something and trying to show off. He is nothing in front of the master. William with disdain, "My friend, you can be in the limelight, but you must be aware of who is in front of you. If the person standing in front of you is someone you can't afford to offend, then you may not only fail to be in the limelight, but you may also encounter a bloody disaster." After saying that, Master Yu curled his lips in disdain and walked into the exhibition hall first. William looked indifferent and didn't take Master Yu seriously at all. Song Wanting on the side said awkwardly, "Mr. William, don't take it to heart. Master Yu has a bad temper." William shook his head indifferently and said to Song Wanting, "He's just a charlatan. Let's go in too." The guests entered one after another. The host was Bao Fugui, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. He went on stage to give a few routine speeches and then began the auction. The first piece of collection on display is a Qing dynasty imitation of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Although it is an imitation of an antique from the Qing dynasty, the craftsmanship is very exquisite and the quality is impeccable. Several collectors who were interested in porcelain competed for the item from the starting price of 200,000 yuan, and the final hammer price was raised to 2.3 million yuan. The first piece of collection was sold at a high price of 2.3 million, which is not common in general auctions. It can be seen from this that the collections in this auction are all top-notch items. Then 7 or 8 more items were presented for auction, all of which were high-quality antiques worth millions. The atmosphere at the venue was lively and guests were bidding one after another. Xiao Chongquan watched with great interest, but he was short of money. Otherwise, he would have been itching to raise a sign. However, William had no interest in these collections. Although these items are precious, they are limited to collection and have little value to him. Just then, the etiquette lady brought a white porcelain plate with a string of purple beads on it, sparkling under the light. The auctioneer introduced, "You can only pick out one natural purple pearl from the East China Sea among 1,000 pearl shells. The pearls are round and uniform in size. They are rare and fine products. The auction price for this string of purple pearls is not expensive, only 400,000. William looked up and immediately called out a price. 500,000. Xiao Chonkwin's eyelids jumped, and he quickly said, "Why are you bidding on this? The pearl necklace is worth tens of thousands of yuan at most, and this 400,000 is a ripoff for fools. Don't bid." William looked at the string of pearls, thinking of Jessica, and said with a smile, "I think it's quite suitable for Jessica to wear. Pearls can soothe her nerves. She has been under too much pressure and has not been sleeping well recently." When Xiao Chonkwin heard that he was buying it for his daughter, he wanted to say something, but wisely shut his mouth. This necklace has low collection value, so no one bid for it. Just as the auctioneer was about to make the final call, a voice suddenly rang out. 600,000. William looked to the side in search of the sound. Qin Aodong, the suicidal Qin family member, poked his head out from the side, a sneer on his face, and said to William, "Excuse me, I also like this necklace." William couldn't help but frown. Why was this guy here? Wasn't he grounded by Qin Gang? Chapter 85. If you don't bid, you'll lose.